Hello, hello, hello, everybody. Good morning. I hope you're all doing good today. How is everyone going? What's up, Ilrita? Salam alaikum, Grim Reaper. Sister to all. Yeah, the protests were actually amazing. There was a lot of people out there. I'm really happy to see. It was bigger than I expected. I am kind of sad that they didn't keep going today, but I hear that there is plans to continue on next week or something like that, I believe. I haven't really looked too much into it, but I hope they continue. Um, Grim Reaper, yeah, you should totally read that book. I think it's gonna come in handy quite a bit. Hell yeah, Sister Doll. So, this morning was so chaotic for me. It is incredibly annoying that daylight savings time pushed me an hour back again. So if I was going to keep my stream time the same, all of you would have to watch an hour later. And I've already done that when you guys did your daylight savings bullshit. So now I've lost an hour of my morning. I didn't go for my walk today because I didn't realize until I woke up that it was daylight savings. I was like, oh crap, I lost my hour. I'm going to buy it when I finish the book that I'm currently reading. Oh yeah, you could probably just find the audiobook on Spotify anyway if you have it. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna probably have to start going for my walk in the evening rather than first thing in the morning. But that'll be okay. Beans again? Oh, it's always beans. It's always beans. Except I did cook the manta for you guys like I promised I would. Now I don't have the video all together yet, but I do have like a small clip from it that I can show you. It did turn out to be absolutely delicious. Really quick, let me open that up.
Good. That's beautiful. Yours looks more beautiful because it has more color. Don't it make
It was essentially,
it?
it didn't come out quite as good as I wanted it to because I didn't brown the butter as much, but this shit was phenomenal. I can't listen to audiobooks. That would save me so much money. You know what? I'm the same, Grim Reaper, except I can watch audio, I watch audiobooks. I can listen to them if I'm doing a task that doesn't require me to think or talk, usually when I'm exercising. It was absolutely yummy. Doesn't look anything different once it's mixed, but that is essentially the process. The lighting in my kitchen is absolutely horrendous, but question, when did you move to Australia and was it hard for you to make friends when you moved? Well, I moved to Australia at the end of 2018 and I came here because I had friends in Australia. I had online friends that I had never met. And at the time, I had just gotten back from Montenegro to Turkey and I was either going to come back to the States or something else. And my online friend said, you know, come get a tourist visa, come visit, and you can stay in my house for a couple months because you're allowed to stay for about 3 months when you come in. And so I kind of just got here. I hung out with my friends and they introduced me to their friends, which was great. Instantly had a community. I was very lucky for that. So no, not really, but where I moved to in Australia, South Australia, people are kind of nice. It's chill. There's not too much going on. So most people do kind of hang out in some form of community. It was weird, all right? I got here and all of my friends they sleep during the day and they're up at night and they want to take me on adventures. So it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. We're on a road trip out in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's no lights because they wanted to take me far enough away from the city that you could see the night sky and all the stars. You could see the actual galaxy. It's pretty cool. But one of them does taxidermy. So we're driving and then he'll see oh my God, that's a dead echidna. And so we'll stop the car and we'll get out of the car and he'll look to see if the echidna is damaged or whatnot. So then we grab a plastic bag and put the dead echidna in it and he brings it home to put in the freezer and then taxidermy. Vulture culture. Yeah, no, honestly. Like bones from animals that were found on the side of the road that decomposed and shit. It was not quite my thing, but it's goblin culture. Are they vampires or do they watch a lot of Twitch streamers or no or what? Neither. They just one of them at the time was a service worker at a restaurant and now she's a nurse. So it is kind of sleep all day, work all night type thing. Culture is fun though. I can only listen to them when I'm doing very specific tasks at work or working out. I'm the same way. I can't use my brain doing other things while I'm listening. It's the same if I'm trying to listen to music. Like, I can't listen to music while working unless it's maybe like piano music or something like that. But even that, it's not like my thing. So, I have a question. Am I the only one that anytime I see Pam Bondi talk, it feels like I'm playing like a 90s or a 2000s video game?
I've made it clear, if you take part in the wave of domestic terrorism against Tesla properties...
Like, I feel like I'm playing a Civ Builder game, and this is the task that I'm given on this turn.
We will find you, arrest you, and put you behind bars. Today, I'm proud to announce that the Department of Justice has unsealed federal charges against another Tesla attacker. We've charged Cooper Frederick.
I mean, I've seen quite a few of these. Everyone is saying that it's not just like that was a Fallout version, but I'm seeing quite a lot of people saying that this is from what's the name of the game? It's like CNC, Command and Conquer. Yeah, that old game. If I could find this video, it would be incredible. It feels like a simulated broadcast for like Gears of War or something. Yeah, literally, it does. It feels fake. GTA NFS. Yeah. Like, even in the full version where we don't have the, you know, the video game stuff at the bottom. It's just, you know the video? Perfect. What was the other game? Command and Conquer?
Terrorism against Tesla properties.
Also, hey, long like Homo sapien.
We will find you, arrest
Detroit
you,
Become
and
Human.
put you behind bars. Today, I'm proud to announce that the Department of Justice has unsealed federal charges against another...
It just really does feel like a video game character. But, like, it's the lighting, right? It has to be. It's the fact that she looks 2D beyond parody. I mean, that is our government. She looks 2D. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hold up. Let's have a look. There it is.
Commander, you've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending everything I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
It literally is. It just is. It's Zoom call grade graphics. It kind of is. I feel like, I don't know, the United States federal government should have the ability to light your press conference better. Her face doesn't move. She doesn't blink off. I mean, to be fair, she does actually seem inhuman.
Tesla attacker.
You're right. She's not blinking
Cooper
much.
Frederick
Like
in the firebombing of a Tesla dealership that occurred on March 7th in Loveland.
It's because she's trying to keep direct eye contact with the camera. That's why. It's like, because like, I'll look at the camera, but I'm not looking directly into the lens of the camera, and she's trying her hardest to specifically do that. Command & Conquer, I love that game. It was a good game.
In Colorado.
Good game. You know what's not a good game? The stock market. I feel like more and more media people are starting to come to the realization that these demons are barely human. Yeah. Kalinsky had a moment on his show recently. I'm surprised Kyle hadn't got to that point earlier because of the types of things that he says. Like, that's what got me here. Listening to people like Kyle is what radicalized me when I wasn't paying attention. Line go down, line go very far down. You've got the pre-market close selected. Yeah, after hours trading right now. Like, the market doesn't open until tomorrow. It's the same. The pre-market and the after hours were pretty much the same. I was looking through them. But, so, just have a look at where we ended up at the end of, like, at market close. What's up, Shardspork? So, at the close of the markets, the Dow was down 5.5%, the S&P was down 6%, and the NASDAQ was down just about 6%. Yes, no, it is absolutely wild. And in the after hours, before the market opens, the Dow is already down another 3.5%. This was up to 2,200 this morning, so it looks like they're trying to rally. It was 6%, 6%, 6% again in the after hours trading this morning. So they are trying to do some shit, but no, this is not great, guys. How many weeks until this reaches 2008 levels of damage? Well, hold on. The worst two-day stock market crashes in U.S. history by percentage of loss was 1929, Great Depression, 1987, Black Monday, 2008, and this was Friday. So Friday was already just one step below 2008. Tomorrow will bring us past it. The Dow is down 4,000 points from when it was before the tariff announcement. Well, we've lost all the gain of the entire last year. $5 trillion disappeared from the market, which is wild. Also, I don't know what these numbers mean, but extreme fear at 4, this is all the way down. Living in extremely precedented times. I mean, yeah, none of this is unprecedented. But let's see what the talking heads over on the other side are saying about it.
And you know, the uncertainty in the stock market, it isn't necessarily a negative. It can be an indication that things are going to work out. It's just that things...
Yes, and oranges are Parmesan cheese. Like, yes, the market is going down, but don't think that that's a bad thing. It might be a good thing. Now, I can't explain to you how it could be a good thing, but it might be. Even the right-wing media grifters who are still putting up the grit are having a few cracks in their ability to make this shit look normal. Some of the right-wing media grifters have entirely flipped on Trump. I don't like that scale. It's all greed. It's just optimistic greed or scared greed. Well, I mean, basically, yeah. My brain cells, they're leaving me. You're gonna lose quite a few more.
They're
it's
uncertain
not even
right now, and you got a president who's swinging for the fences. You got a...
So, oh, sorry, that one's for later. Let's continue on with Janine, talking about your 401ks, which I hope you checked.
And he's delivering. And you know what? I don't really care about my 401k today. You know what? Not that I can afford it, not that it isn't important, not that I'm not at a point in my life when I should be worried about my 401k.
We're so cooked.
Because I am. But this is what I believe. I believe in this man. And I believe that what we're seeing now with his bringing...
The right wing has shifted their rhetoric to, you don't need things to be happy. You will own nothing and be happy. You will eat the bugs. That's what we have. It's just North Korean dear leader shit. Oh, we haven't seen the North Korean dear leader shit yet, but you will in a second. Glad I sold most of my portfolio before this. Good on you, Solitaire. Smart move. Judge Janine isn't sloshed on camera. Things must be really bad. No. Goddamn, it's bad.
$1 trillion in business and manufacturing. And
I don't care about my 401k, not that I can afford it. What about your 401k? They're starting to sound like communists, which is scary, Shardsport, because if they start nationalizing industry, that's National Socialism rising.
And companies moving back to the United States. And he's delivering.
It keeps coming. Now this... Even Aaron Rupar, absolutely insanity on Fox Business. This would be a bit much, even in Pyongyang.
Breaking news coming in at this hour. The action right now, more and more nations are talking tariff deals with the White House and lowering their trade barriers. We've got the growing list of names. It's beyond Cambodia and Vietnam. Breaking news.
As in, everyone's totally okay with this, and they're all bending the knee to us immediately. Countries like, Zimbabwe, for instance. The money is fucking hilarious, yes. It's too on the nose, in my opinion. And to think that not a insignificant part of the country exclusively listens to Big Brother style media. Yeah, honestly, more and more, this is state media now. And you gotta remember that people believe this shit. You guys understand that more Americans make their living off the stock market than through wage labor? So this really hurts their base. You can see them trying to placate their base by utterly just brainwashing them. Here we get to, Jesse Waters makes me want to scream.
Trump's trade war is high risk, high reward. But he's not biting his fingernails, staring at the Dow. Today, he actually played golf. which if Biden had done, I definitely wouldn't have criticized him for it.
Like, they're not even trying to protect. It's everything is on the lips. Everything has to be on the lips. That's their literal only policy. So fascist, they become communists. It's like the economic version of Spock slingshotting around the sun in order to time travel back in time. I was going to say more horseshoe theory, but they're making it real. I fucking hate Jesse Waters. If Biden was golfing after crashing the Dow by 2,000 points, then I wouldn't be mad.
Trump's trade war is high risk, high reward. But he's not biting his fingernails staring at the Dow. Today, he actually played golf, which if Biden had done, I definitely wouldn't have criticized
This is him insulting you as well.
him for it.
And again, here's Trump playing golf the day after crashing the economy. He went to a fucking golf tournament. And he sucks at golf as well. By the way, I want you to understand that, like, me bringing up him playing golf isn't just because, you know, like, it's not that it's bad in and of itself. It's worse because he whinges about other presidents playing golf. He golfs on taxpayer money as well, yeah.
Obama, it was reported today, played 250 rounds of golf.
They fucking hate you.
Executive order, because he doesn't have enough time because he's playing so much golf.
Obama ought to get off the golf course and get down there.
I'm going to be working for you. I'm not going to have time to go play golf.
He played more golf last year than Tiger Woods.
This guy plays more golf than people on the PGA.
Motherfucker, you crashed the economy and you're playing golf. What kind of reality do these people live in? I know it's not the real one, but Jesus Christ. And speaking of Obama, really quickly, hypocrisy is a feature, not a bug. It's kind of the point because it makes them exceptional. This is true. But speaking of hypocrisy, really quickly, Obama put this out, and he is somewhat correct here, but, like, let's take a listen, because I have some shit to say.
Imagine if I had done any of this. Let me just, I just want to be clear about this. Imagine if I had pulled Fox News' credentials from the White House press corps. You're laughing, but no, this is what's happening.
By the way, like, the people who have been brought into the press corps are not news. They're just, they're worse than Fox News. Their inability to sense their own hypocrisy is genuine mental illness. Well, I mean, it's manufactured that way.
Unimaginable.
By the way, he should have done some of this. Do you understand that? Think about it this way. Donald Trump came in and had all three houses of government, right? And he was able to push through everything that he wanted. Now, 2008 election, if we go look at 2008, and we look at the election results, this is a mandate. 52.9 to 45.7. At the same time, not only did we win this election, but we also won, I believe, actually, the House and the Senate. House and Senate, 2008. So, the 111th Congress. If we look at the party summary, do you see the majority that we had in Congress? This is a larger majority than the Republicans have now, currently. We had 55 seats to their 41 in the House in 2008. What about the Senate? Well, we had 49, and they had 49 before the election. In the end, we ended up with 57 to 41 in the Senate. Do you understand how much larger of a mandate Obama had back in 2008? Now, we could have pushed through the ACA in a much better framework than it was. Obama had a super fucking majority, and the only motherfucker passed the ACA, and the shittier, watered-down version of the ACA, Schwarzborg. If you remember, the original ACA was better than what we ended up getting. Dems getting actual mandates and just coast. How many of those Democrats are taking donations from the same people as Republicans? Well, I mean, that's my point. The world is bad. We could have done so much more in 2008, but not only because Democrats are spineless, but because the corporate donors didn't want this. The healthcare companies still needed to make more money. Corporate donors pay the DNC to not do things. Exactly, Greg17 Prime. You could have done this shit. You should have kicked Fox News out of the press pool. You should have forced them to get your version of the ACA through. Why did we spend all of this time kowtowing to Republicans when we had an actual fucking mandate?
The same parties that are silent now would have tolerated.
Why would have let them win?
Like that from me.
We could have had Medicare for all long ago.
A whole bunch of my predecessors. I say this not on a partisan basis.
And that's the problem. Be fucking partisan. You were the Democrat president for 2 years. For 2 terms, rather.
This has to do with something more precious.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Which is, who are we as a country and what values do we stand for?
We're fucking Hitler. That's what we are.
Imagine
like the audacity to say something like this when you genuinely should and could have done these things. We would have had a real country by now. I don't know. But back to the tariffs, right? Being partisan against fascists is necessary, let alone laudable. Yeah, you should be. I am a hyper partisan on the left. Fuck everyone on the right. If you want to come over to the left, that's fine. But I'm not working with anybody over on that side. And they are wrong, by the way. Remember all of those manufacturing jobs that were going to come back to America that, first of all, Americans don't want to work in anyway because they have no fucking idea what working in a textile manufacturing job looks like? Like suicide nets are placed outside of these buildings where we currently have them. Another factor is that the way our system is set up, it's much easier to take apart than it is to build up. It doesn't need to be. I'm so sick of nonpartisanship. One of the parties is literally disappearing people into concentration camps and gulags, really. Half of America is so stupid they believe that their bottom line when billionaires get massive tax cuts financed by us. Guys, people couldn't pay their rent, so they elected a landlord. That's the country we live in. But again, none of this shit's happening. Nike won't build factories in the US to make sneakers. That would add more cost than the 40% tariffs. Plus, they need to stay competitive to selling customers in other countries that don't impose tariffs. The result will be fewer sneakers sold in the US at higher prices. Look at this idiot. What if Nike absorbs the tariff hit to maintain their market share while quietly building US factories for the future? Why the fuck would they do that? That's not how capitalism works. Now, ideally, yeah, the company should eat that so that the consumer doesn't have to pay more, but this isn't how reality works. This is not how capitalism works, and this is not how companies work. You have fiduciary responsibility. That would be illegal, in fact, to do. The meme going around is that the multi-year-old street interview where a libertarian asked a guy trans rights or economic security, and the guy said both, with the punchline the GOP and chose said neither. Yeah, seen it. What if they grew wings and shit sherbet? Yeah, literally. Why? They will sell sneakers at a higher price in the US. The sneakers they don't sell in the US, they will sell to consumers in other countries instead, like China. It's a way better strategy. They'll eventually sell more sneakers to consumers in other countries that buy American. Also, guys, why the fuck would a company build factories in the United States where they have to pay US workers more and avoid these tariffs that could theoretically in 4 years just disappear and double your losses? Because now you've spent the money to build this factory, you've employed Americans who you're paying significantly more for their labor. By the way, like, your goods would cost an immense amount of money. And what? The tariffs go away eventually, and suddenly you are at even larger loss because you wasted all of this money to avoid tariffs, where you could have just made more money, not building in the American, economy, not adding the extra factors of different wages, different factories you have to build. And not to mention like the fact that you can't just build a factory or even train like workers. Americans don't know how to make shoes. Are you fucking joking? But none of that matters. They don't care. I mean, look, this is Donald Trump getting asked about, what about people's 401ks? The rich literally hate us for existing.
We have a very good dialogue, and I think he was very happy about how we treated them on tariffs.
Sir, there are a lot of people who were upset about how the Daily Mail. A lot of people were upset today about how their 401ks were doing. Do you have investments? Were you looking at
I think our markets are going to boom. We've got to give it a little chance, but we're taking in jobs, and we're taking in industry, and we're taking in trillions of dollars.
Industry, jobs. What jobs are we taking in? Because all I see is people getting fired. All I see is people losing their jobs. You can't invest in an economy. There's an earthquake level financial and economic upheaval every 4 days because Trump feels like it. Yeah. What was it? Jeep wasn't going to bring shit into America? Jeep manufacturing. Saw this just earlier. I forgot to grab the actual link for it. But yeah, here you go. Jeep and Ram trucks are laying off 900 workers. There you go. Yeah, there's your jobs coming in. Yes, investors famously love uncertainty. Well, shit, Visora, you want me to redo the math from our last stream? We just paid 7,000 extra for the last container. The next one, if it's less than 15,000 extra, then I'll eat my hat. Jesus Christ. These have to be the leftover aristocrats from like 1100s who are still angry at the peasants. Basically, that is the wealthy. Gonna build a factory. What do I need? Lumber, tariffs. Electronics, tariffs. Robots, tariffs. You know, like, your Switch 2 is gonna cost like $800 now. Everything that has computers in it is affected by the car tariffs. It turns out everything really is computers. So, have fun with that. And here we get into the fact that you're not going to get any jobs. They actually are planning for all of you to die.
He announced it, and he wasn't kidding. The tariffs are coming. Of course they are.
Okay. Is the administration considering any kind of offset, any kind of subsidy? You mentioned the first administration, there was some bailout to farmers to help them deal with the pain from Chinese retaliation. Are you looking at that now?
Not that I have not participated in any meetings.
We're fucked. Like, are you going to even give exemptions to the farmers? You did this last time. No, we're not even thinking about that. We haven't considered it at all.
With respect to that, the country is focused on, you realize trillions of dollars of factories are going to be built in America. That's huge GDP. The factories being built in America are huge.
That takes
GDP.
years, and you've said that robots are going to fill those jobs.
Yes, and as we're going to see in another clip, robots are going to fill these jobs. The low-wage manufacturing jobs that we're bringing in, they're going to put robots in them. You don't get your job. Robots take your job. You get nothing.
So those aren't union
No, it's really automated
jobs.
It's automated factories, but the key is who's going to build the factories, who's going to operate the factories, who's going to make them work. Great American workers. You know, we are going to replace
on other
the
networks.
armies of millions of people. Well, remember, the army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones.
That's your job now. You get to do you're the army of screwing screws into iPhones. Automated factories are robots. Yeah, you don't even get, he's lying too. You're not even going to be the one screwing the screws into the iPhones. That's the robots going to do it. You get nothing. Your job is to build the factory and build the robots so they can take your job. Which, by the way, almost none of you are in this country are qualified to build robots. So they're beyond the Taliban now. I think at this point I would prefer the Taliban. Genuinely? Kinda, yeah. Like, I might actually prefer to live under Al-Qaeda than Al-Qaeda. Whirlpool also laying off workers. They used to buy 150K from us a year, all gone. They laid off like 500 just last week, doesn't it? iPhone doesn't even have screws. He's such a dumbass. It doesn't matter.
thing is going to come to America. It's going to be automated, and great Americans, the trade craft of America, is going to fix them, is going to work on them. They're going to be mechanics. There's going to be HVAC specialists. There's going to be electricians.
How many of you have your HVAC specialization? How many of you? I'm genuinely curious. Comrade Lennon, you're right. We're going to be starving in the streets. The clankers are going to replace you as consumers. The robots screw screws, and some of us get paid pennies to troubleshoot when the robots mess up. Your job is to slave away and give your money to billionaires until you die, hopefully quickly, so that the state can seize the remainder of your assets. Yeah, I almost did HVAC for school. Well, it turns out maybe long like Homo sapien, you should have, because otherwise you might not have a job.
Trade
Taliban 2028.
Craft of America, our high school educated Americans, the core to our workforce is going to have the greatest resurgence of jobs in the history of America to work on these high-tech factories, which are all coming to America. That's what's going to build.
Are you concerned?
I have a chauffeur's license and can drive a forklift. Why do you need to drive the forklift? The robots will drive the forklift. And just the cult of these people, like, this is how they think. It's not that they don't understand, they just don't care. Try more. I lost 93% of my 401k fund and will gladly lose the other 9% if it makes making America great again. I stand with Trump. I will lose all of my 401k for the state. Supreme Leader. Popped in here for going for a smoke. What's up, Lucas Salvador? This is fascism, by the way. This is fascist thinking, is I will give everything for the state. That is what they try and build in you. What degree should I get? I'm thinking sociology. I'm thinking just fuck college. I mean, I don't have a degree. He will lose 102% of his money. Yeah. They're dumb as shit. He wants to pay 2% to the stock market. I can't put into words the level of insanity that we're living through. The 1984 emote is going to get quite a lot of use.
Now, we're not going to have all factories come back. Like clothing manufacturing, that's tough to bring back. But what kind of manufacturing are you talking about returning here?
Well, you can't just give that away.
Jeez,
See, what's going to happen is robotics are going to replace the cheap labor that we've seen all across the world. I mean,
Lennon, there is no law. What degree are you going to get for being a lawyer? There is no law. We erased all the law. At this point, you might want to just get like a poli-sci degree. I do manufacturing. Exactly 150% of everything these people say about manufacturing is wrong. Tomorrow is going to be a bloodbath. Russell 2000 futures hit their down limit of 7%, -7%. Black Monday. Kamikazed ourselves to punish Cambodians. Not the first time.
I mean, think of what our factories did. They went to the cheapest labor in the whole world, slave labor, cheap labor, the worst environmental conditions, polluting the heck out of it. And then we bring back those cheap products here and we feel good about ourselves because we don't see the pain. But
now, we're not going to have all factories come back. Like
they're talking like libs. You understand that, right? We don't see the pain of all of these suffering garment workers. I agree, by the way. I agree. They shouldn't have to suffer like this.
That we've seen all across the world. I mean, think of what our factories did. They went to the cheapest labor in the whole world.
This is bad.
Slave labor, cheap labor, the worst environmental conditions, polluting the heck out of it. And then we bring back those cheap products.
Since when do you care about the environment? You sound like libs. I agree with everything you just said here in that last little segment, except what you're doing about it is not going to fix it. It's going to make it infinitely worse. If the factories come back, then why do the goddamn tariffs? Because that doesn't matter. Because up is down, the sky is green, and bananas are Parmesan cheese.
Here, and we feel good about ourselves because we don't see the pain. But
now we're not
the
going to have
woke
all
Reich. Now, I want you to understand that they're going to keep lying. Again,
great American
enjoy your sweatshops that you won't even get to work in.
Of millions of people. Well, remember the army of millions and millions.
We already watched this clip. I don't care. Here's dye workwear, by the way. The idea that you're going to reshore this type of manufacturing is laughable. Wheat Timbs would cost $500 if they were made here. Basic Vans would cost $200. A North Face jacket would be $750. Americans are not paying that kind of money for clothes and shoes. right-wingers when they discover lying. Yeah. I'm hoping they discover truth eventually. It's entirely disingenuous. Their words literally mean nothing. Dye Workwear has been going off on right-wingers talking about bringing like textile manufacturing back to the United States, and I think it's incredibly funny. I once interviewed a woman who works as a sewing operator at various Los Angeles garment factories. I asked if she's ever seen a native-born person working as a sewer, and she audibly laughed, saying, "Americans don't take these kind of jobs. Simple reason, very hard work and low pay." Half-truths are worse than lies. And then we have Nate Silver, pretending like this is going to be a good thing. Honestly, he's lost all credibility. He lost all credibility during the election, but... And it's not like they're trying to hide what they're doing.
The president retweeted a post that said the market drop was part of a deliberate strategy to force the Fed to lower interest rates. Is that the president's strategy? If not, why did he post it?
Yeah, the bottom line is the president has been talking about tariffs for 40 years, and this has been absolutely the policy that he's focused on.
He's saying here that it's on purpose. If you notice that
campaign and throughout his political career, and the cyclical cycle of the Fed, it comes and goes. That's a different matter. But this is President Trump's desired policy. He's been arguing for it ever since I think he was on The View 30-40 years ago, and it's exactly the baseline tariff is exactly what he put into the convention. So this is not a surprise for anyone.
Is it his strategy to force the Fed to lower interest rates, and that the market crash was part of that strategy?
We understand the Fed is an independent agency. We respect the independence of the Fed.
So
the president's allowed to have an opinion.
What was that quote? What was that quote from 1984? The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command.
It's allowed to have an opinion, but there's not going to be any political...
We elected a guy who hasn't changed his mind since 1985, and he just crashed the stock market. Ha ha. Yeah, it's on purpose. This is them admitting that it's on purpose. The president retweeted a post that said the market drop was part of a deliberate strategy. Is this the strategy? Ha ha. The bottom line is the president's been talking about this for 40 years. That's a yes. Yeah, mostly just talking about CNC because that's easier to quantify. Additive isn't even close to production ready, and most of the skilled operators are on the research side. The welding automation, you need to be experienced chaps to automate anything. You can't train a newbie on welding and automation. You have to go through traditional... we don't have the workers to do this. Vivek Ramaswamy was correct when he said Americans are too dumb to do a lot of these jobs. Why does evil have a monopoly on violence? Because we let them. That's the real answer, White Camera Inc. It's because we let them. That's our choice. Just some more embarrassing shit from Jesse Waters.
I think this guy, what's his name? Bill Burr?
The woke Reich.
Okay. I don't know if that was material he was doing the other day when he was making fun of conservatives. Maybe it was. Let's just pretend it was real. He said Musk and his Doge boys were nerds who couldn't get girls when they were young. Now, I went and did a deep dive.
Is that really what you feel is important to do? Is you want to look into, the people that Elon Musk was banging when he was a teenager? This is the level of sycophancy. Sycophancy, rather.
On the girls they were getting.
Of course.
Musk's girlfriend in college was very pretty. Very pretty. And she was thin, and she had a nice face, and she was very pretty. And then he had another girlfriend, and they ended up getting married together and having 4 children. So he had never...
Well, yes, we know that he is a gooner and has had many children through IVF, but, he's... Why? Why is this what you're thinking about? Why? These people are, the gayest motherfuckers on earth. This is the woke Reich. I thought newspapers were held accountable for spreading Nazi propaganda. They definitely should be. This should be illegal. Jesse Waters should go to prison. In my opinion, all of the right-wing media apparatus should be dismantled. Every single person, even on CNN, MSNBC, take all of them. Every single piece of mainstream media and all of the live streamers, influencers. I want every single one of us, including me, to face a courtroom and explain what the fuck we were doing. And I want the people who were spreading open, deliberate lies and propaganda to go to prison. It should be illegal for news channels to lie openly, on purpose, on television. If Trump only works for billionaires, then why did he impose tariffs that would harm the market? Because billionaires profit from a recession. Luke Weber, if the market crashes, And the billionaires that are rich enough to coast through the economic crisis see all of these other companies going bankrupt, then they can buy them all at cheap and have monopolies, and then have further economic control, and you get less competition. You have shittier quality items because there's no competition. That doesn't create innovation, as well as you have no ability to go find a different place to work. You can't unionize for your wages. They own everything. That's the point. The point is the Greatest Depression, because the 8 or 9 people rich enough to coast through it benefit from it. Trump is going to scheme people into buying back into the stocks when it recovers, and then they'll dump it again. Well, Axial, you're right, but I see them doing that with crypto instead of stocks. Also, like, the monthly crash of the stock market is very close to, like, a crypto schedule, so, you know. Schwarzborg, manufacturing, please. We're barely just starting to make headway in advanced manufacturing. China and Germany are half a decade or more ahead of us, and they have the infrastructure, the institutional knowledge required to train the next generation. Not to mention that American workers are leaving. We have brain drain. American workers are fucking off out of America. Fox isn't legally considered news. Well, I know, but they used to be. And that should have been the end of Fox News anyway, Solitaire. That, like, trial where Tucker Carlson lost his job and Fox News had to pay, was it $800 million for lying about Dominion voting machines? That should have been the end of Fox News. All of them should have gone to prison.
Had a problem with getting girls. That's what I'm here to.
You want to see, like, the obsession these people have. I'm just saying that the guy's got kids on every continent. He's married, divorced, re-engaged, and still finds time to tweet at 3 a.m. about Mars. Yeah, he's a loser. Meanwhile, Trump's got 5 kids, 3 baby mamas, and his ex-first lady, who looks like she's been blinking help in Morse code for 7 years, says the co-host. And don't forget, Ashley Biden, Trump brings her up more than his own daughter, Tiffany, and that's saying something. Honestly, this administration has the energy of a celebrity custody battle, except everyone's fighting over tariffs instead of toddlers. This is on Fox News. Musk tweets, "Love me" in binary code. Trump tweets in all caps like he's yelling on TV. And somehow we're supposed to believe that this is the brain trust behind our economy. This is Jesse fucking Warren saying this. At this point, I'd rather let Melania and Grimes run the Fed. At least they understand emotional detachment and chaos. So what you're saying is we're in a polyamorous digital age version of Succession? Exactly, except instead of Logan Roy, we got 2 billionaires, a golf cart, 14 kids nobody remembers the names of. Fucking true! That is the truest thing I have ever heard on Fox News, or rather read. Are you kidding me? And that is honestly an apt depiction. I would rather let Melania and Grimes run the Fed right now. And we are in a polyamorous digital age version of Succession, except instead of Logan Roy, we got Trump and Elon, a golf cart, and all of their kids that nobody gives a shit about. Unfortunately, Rupert Murdoch, their owner, also has Sky News, which is pretty big in Australia now. Yep, also, Murdoch owns like 94% of Australian media, and a lot of British media. But you know shit's getting bad when you're, like, Fox News is saying this shit. But remember, it is dualism. They will give you both sides. We watched this in Contra. They will give you a little bit of truth, and then will give you a lot of lies to counter that truth, so that you have at least a basis of understanding of what's happening, so that they can flip it over. Enough pie to go around the oligarchy. You know, you're absolutely right, though they do want to create a vacuum and monopolize. Of course. It's in Project 2025. You do realize we've been going page by page through Project 2025 for months now. You can just open the book, like Mandate for Leadership. You can Google it, open it, and read through. We have been going page by page. Isn't the vast majority of billionaire wealth tied to shares? Not necessarily, Luke Weber. Most billionaire wealth is in overseas, like, bank accounts that don't get taxed. And most of them, like, some of them are tied to shares. Elon, for example, is feeling the hurt because of Tesla stock going down. But at the same time, Elon has more than enough money that Tesla could go bankrupt and it wouldn't matter to him. And then he could buy other companies anyway. His wealth in SpaceX isn't necessarily tied to shares. SpaceX is a government contractor. It's a military contractor. And again, almost all of these billionaires keep a lot of their wealth in overseas bank accounts so that they can't be taxed. I'm not going to cry when Rupert Murdoch dies. No, I'm going to fucking celebrate. Are you kidding me? Here's Stephen Miller, Goebbels. Why are American streets filled with cars from Europe and Japan, but their streets are empty of American cars, even as we provide defense and security for both? Well, because their cars are better, more fuel efficient, last longer, cost less, have good resale value. This is like asking why your wife thinks about Brad Pitt while she's fucking you. It's not just because he has hair and you don't. Genuinely. Project 2025 completion tracker. Yeah. We've been just going page by page by page. There's no hiding it. The book is online. They put it out a year ago. Americans just didn't read. American cars are also too big for their streets. This is true. Here's a woman who just lost her small business.
I had to look through various websites to even believe what I was reading. 54% tariffs on imports from China. 54%. And that means my business is fucking done. That means I have just lost my business because of him. This is a tax on me. So now I suddenly have a 54% tax on my product just to bring it into the United States. A product that I cannot make in the United States. There are no factories to go into, right? So typically tariffs are used when there is manufacturing in a country. You put that tax on it to retain your manufacturing here in the US. That ship has sailed.
Like, for example, net tariffs can be useful. Europe tariffed Chinese EVs because there were too many Chinese EVs coming into Europe, which was fucking with the European market. That was something that was sensible. We tariffed, well, actually, we didn't tariff. We sanctioned. Who we sanctioned? Hold on. Let me double check that. I don't want to give you the wrong information. We issued new restrictions against China, which is not a tariff. It was a ban on selling microchips to China because they were taking our microchips. This is another protectionist policy. They could work in certain instances. We did that because we didn't want them to buy our chips and then have better chip manufacturing while we were trying to get the manufacturing from TSMC to move to America, build factories here. By the way, that is still happening, and Donald Trump's going to take credit for it. That was Joe Biden with the CHIPS Act. I'm getting tired of winning. Comrade Lenin, I'm getting tired of being right.
Our manufacturing left starting in the 70s. So my borosilicate glass sippy cups to help families avoid plastic, no, that's
also
over.
True, Exhale. The EU sanctioned, the tariffs are like 2, 3, 5%. Yeah, not sanctions,
Is Trump going to build me
different
a $10 million factory?
No.
For my borosilicate glass sippy cups and every other product?
Which, by the way, I would love a glass sippy cup. That sounds awesome.
No. Nothing is made without raw materials from another country. And
which are also tariffed.
4%? That just put me out of business. Trump is literally just killing small businesses for no fucking reason.
It's not no fucking reason. It's because they are going to steal your wealth. They want to take your small business, kill it, and absorb it.
I'm supposed to suddenly make that up.
You can't. It's not possible.
Are my customers going to pay $60 for a sippy cup? Fuck no. There's no one that will make it here in the US. So I don't know where we're going with this, but
you're not going anywhere with this. It doesn't work. Reality doesn't work this way. We're pretending. We're in fantasy land. They just fired all the staff at the low-income heat and energy assistance program in the USDA. If you're poor and they want you to pay more for heat, light, or freeze in the dark. Hence why I keep telling you, make friends in your community. It's a lot easier if maybe on a really cold day, you and your neighbors can hang out in one person's house that, you know, you all pitch in for the heating, and you can take turns with that. It's a lot more cost efficient when, I don't know, you, the person next door, the person across the street are all hanging out in one of your houses on the really cold night so you can all stay warm together and take turns with that. You know, next time the other one hosts, you can make it a little party. But these are ways to cut down on costs, is by sharing the heat with others, for one example. The only company that I know of that does anything borosilicate glass is Owens Corner, and they really only do research in the U.S. and all their manufacturing is overseas. Of course it is. They would rather be millionaires among homeless than be billionaires among millionaires, because that's actually exactly right, Long Live Homo sapien. That's the other thing, is they don't care about losing some of their wealth. They would absolutely rather be a millionaire among a homeless population than a billionaire among millionaires. Would you rather have $10 billion and everyone around you is rather wealthy, hundreds of thousands up to $1 million, or would you rather have $1 billion and everyone around you doesn't even have 100K, can't even get there? What about pipes bursting? You're fucked. You got to learn how to fix shit yourself. It seems like a lot of you can't buy the rich people. You can't buy the rich people. They have enough money. Forget that the net worth above 100 million is just a measure of how much control you have over other people's lives. The money itself at that point is useless. If you have like $200 million, yeah, your money just makes itself. You're not actually doing anything. These rich people don't work for a living. And cruelty is the point. They do get off on it. I mean, here's an example from Tim Pool and Wick. Tim Pool, after the tariffs increased the cost of my bananas from 58 cents to 65 cents, I've decided to invert all of my positions on free speech, gender ideology, war in Ukraine, wealth and taxes, and DEI. I'm sorry, but do you understand that bananas going up in price, is food in general going up in price, is bad for America? 12% increase in food price is going to hurt everybody. 12% increase in your food prices. Exhale, oh my god, did you see the thing off topic, but a Ukrainian OnlyFans girl went to Dubai for a party and was found in the street with a broken spine? Jesus Christ. I mean, like, I wouldn't go to Dubai as a woman to begin with, but, you know, that's just me. Tim gets paid to say stupid things, it's his brand. Oh, of course, they all do, though. I'd rather everyone just be able to live and be able to afford life comfortably. Guys, we have gone beyond... we're at Pol Pot levels of governance now. I genuinely would prefer the fucking Taliban to this government. We didn't used to have bananas and we were fine. No, we weren't. We fucking died like all the time. Food going up 12% is huge. It's huge. Look at this. Some right-wing influencers turning on Trump because of the tariffs.
Welcome back.
Also, where the fuck is my no tax on tips?
To America Decides. Republicans, it's fair to say, exercise sort of outsized influence in the last presidential election cycle. Well, now some of those influencers who helped President Trump capture the so-called bro vote, well, they're a little displeased about all this tariffs. Let's listen.
I'm down $7 million in stocks and crypto. If this was Biden and he did some sort of scheme like this, a test scheme, what do you want to call it? He did tariffs and he absolutely tanked the stock market. He would be getting crucified, and front of the line would be Trump.
He would.
It is a tax paid for by Americans. So this is a massive tax increase on American consumers. That's what it is.
I want to bring in our political panel.
That was fucking, that's wild, guys. I mean, yes, fuck all of these people, but still, that is incredible to see. Really quickly. We are fucked. We really have gone to the dark ages. What if money was unlimited? The Fed keeps printing money. So, if they can print unlimited money, why do we pay taxes? These people don't know how literally anything works. That's Rothmus. There's one of the biggest shit posters on the right. Gotta build alliances wherever possible. I'm not working with those people. Those are still fascists. They're just fascists that want a different kind of fascism. Tomorrow's gonna be bloody. Look, honestly, I have some savings in the US, and I've told my dad to take that money out of the bank and send it over here because I don't trust my money in American banks anymore. Ben Shapiro, welcome to the resistance. Give him a little bit more time. Once they get a bit more openly Nazi-ish, he might actually. How do you feel about a MMT? Can you tell me what an MMT is? Because... or like a modern monetary theory? Is that what you're talking about? NASDAQ is down 20% year to date. Jesus Christ. If the economy looked anywhere close to this under Biden, they would have impeached him. They genuinely would have impeached him. I don't know. I haven't read anything about that, Ilrita. I can have a look in a second, but modern monetary theory. Let's look it up. Principles. Main tenets are that the government issues its own fiat money, can pay for goods and services, financial assets, without the need of first collecting money in the form of taxes and debt issuance in advance of purchases, cannot be forced to default or on debt denominate its own currency, is limited in its money creation and purchases only by inflation, which accelerates once the real resources, labor capital, and natural resources of the economy are utilized at full employment, should strengthen the automatic stabilizers to control demand pull inflation rather than relying upon discriminatory tax changes, issues bonds, a monetary policy device rather than as a funding device. This sounds ridiculous. I don't see how you can put that into the American economy and make it work. The answer to the question is, why do we pay taxes? The question is monetary theory. Yes, you need to pay taxes. Like this doesn't work without the taxation. The part where this fucks with me is like without the need to first collect money in the form of taxes. Taxes is what funds the government. That's the point of the government, is to take your taxes and to fund programs for you. That's why the government exists. It is genuinely, it is the big corporation that's job is to look after you. This chap likely has 14 video playlists on already. Yeah, look, that's not my concern. I'm not really interested in that, plus we have our own massive video playlist to go into today. We have huge military buildup in the Middle East. We're going to war with Iran, guys, just straight up telling you. I want to learn about some Turkish history, and I was right. We are going to see China invade in 2 months in Taiwan, within May or June. But we'll get to all of this. Let's just finish up with how they're stealing your money.
Joel Payne and Kevin Sheridan. Joel, CBS News political contributor, Democratic strategist. Kevin, among other tasks, former spokesperson for the Republican National Committee and a former senior advisor for way back when, Romney-Ryan 2012. Back by popular demand. Gentlemen, you were here earlier this week. So, Kevin, I asked you a couple of days ago how this was all playing. We've had 2 down days on the stock market, so how's it playing?
I think a little nervousness.
This is just recently. We have a massive financial deficit with China and the European Union and many others. The only way this problem is cured is with tariffs, big letters, which are now bringing tens of billions of dollars into the USA. They're already in effect, and a beautiful thing to behold. The surplus of these countries has grown during the presidency of sleepy Joe Biden. We're going to reverse it, and reverse it quickly. Some say people will realize that tariffs for the United States of America are a very beautiful thing. This is fucking insanity. Did I already hear that Israel is already moving tanks and shit into Syria? Yes, you did.
This is starting to get into the Republican members on the Hill. You've heard, Ted Cruz and.
I'm too excited. Long like Homo sapien. Did you know that we have currently sent in 2 carrier strike groups, 6 B-2 bombers, 3 Patriot THAAD systems, at least 8 to 15 more F-35 stationing in Jordan, all to the Middle East. We moved a carrier strike group out of the Pacific and brought that to the Middle East. We're going to war with Iran. And we're not going to win it, but that's just a little tease for what comes next. I want to see more about these right-wing influencers and how they're feeling.
Rand Paul were expressing some concerns. Look, Republicans don't like tariffs. That's just been we don't like taxes and we don't like tariffs. But if this is a means to an end that they can articulate, the White House can articulate, and
the White House can't articulate
Republicans
anything.
And his base that this is going to provide jobs and manufacturing in the United States. Every one of these countries, every company can get around these tariffs.
It's so funny to watch them struggle to lie.
To build here, if that's feasible.
These people are boring. By the way, this really does encapsulate Republicans who voted for Trump twice. The president hasn't changed his mind since 1985, yeah. This is what voting for Trump twice is like. That's what they are. This is it, guys. This is a Republican who's realizing in real time that this party never cared about free markets, except they did, long like Homo sapien. They were the party of fucking freedmanism. They were the laissez-faire, free market, let like the invisible hand guide you party. They just went full ANCAP instead. I mean, the goat is only gonna learn if, well, that's what I mean, it has to hurt. Goat hurt or burn down the country, yeah. Now, we're going to move on to the protests. But first, I hope you guys know that the word tariff is in Project 2025 200 times. 200 times in Project 2025 is the word tariff used. So, this is part of the plan. We are going page by page through Project 2025. If I had it in me to read again through this, like, schizophrenic ramblings on this 900-page document, I would just open it and show you we've gone page through page, but I don't want to. This hurts. We are actually at a time where I would prefer to live under the Taliban. We need to arrest the cult of Project 2025. They ruined the country. Well, I mean, yeah, but we let them. We voted for it. They put this out a year ago, and Americans refused to read it. The Mandate for Leadership, it's still available. You Google it. Mandate for Leadership, Project 2025. You can go straight to the Heritage Foundation, or you can just grab the open PDF. It's right here. It's been here for a year. Americans are the ones that refuse to read it. What did we start off with? White House, Executive Office of the President. Well, we did all that. Department of Defense. We had in fucking Hegseth, drinking, fucking up with Signal. Instant, perfect. Homeland Security. We got Kristi Noem. These two are working on the Insurrection Act, which is going to land on the president's desk in 14 days. But he said he had nothing to do with it. Hey guys, see this 900-page document here? Let me just search Trump. How many times does this come up in this document? Oh, 312 times is Donald Trump's name mentioned in this document. 312. He previously served as chief counsel for the Trump transition and earlier clerked for Associate Justice Samuel Alito. This is just one of the authors. 312 times. And no, of course he didn't know. How could he know anything about it? 121 with an S at the end. So 200 times is the word tariff mentioned in this document. And if you add an S, it's even larger. Hold on, go right up to the beginning. Tariff. For some reason, we just lost 18 of them. $121. That was the entire point. We just didn't choose to read it. You know, considering the film industry was forced out of Jacksonville, Florida by bigots, I think the U.S. forsaking money in the name of bigotry is unfortunately quite normal. Oh, no, this is par for the course. This is why I keep saying these are extremely precedented times. There's nothing new here. Pretty blatant that they didn't even bother to hide it. True. I would not prefer to live under the Taliban, but I don't disagree that living under the Heritage Foundation is no different than living under the Taliban. Oh, like, see, the thing is depraved ambiance. I feel like it's actually slightly worse because the Taliban at least wants their people to not die. They don't like them. They want to oppress them. They want to exploit them, but they want them to live. Whereas it doesn't seem like we are all that keen on, I don't know, Americans living. You know, if you uploaded some doc called Mandate for the New Caliphate and you were the major Democratic strategist, you probably would have been arrested by now. True. True. Are they going to make us a theocracy? Well, yes, pre-breakfast banana. They want anarcho-capitalism and theocracy at the same time. None of these are capable of, you know, working with each other, but it's a tiered system. The uber wealthy, the elite, the billionaire class get anarchism. They have no law. They get to do whatever the fuck they want. Then the level below them is the theocracy. Their job is to control the rest of us, which are all the way at the bottom, who have a police state. Depends on the type of people the Taliban is. Well, I mean, yes, of course, depraved ambiance, but at the same time, so are we. I just mean, like, in general, groups like the Taliban don't want their entire, like, the whole groups, that, like, everyone they control, their entire population to die. Whereas America doesn't care about any of our population dying at the moment. You know what I mean? Like, that's the distinction. They want at least some people to live. America only wants the very, very wealthy to live. Maybe like 10, 20,000 people. And by the way, they call us domestic terrorists for going out and protesting. Do you know that the 1,200, the 1,300 protests we had yesterday, they were all paid by Soros, fake protests? They don't care. None of them are real. But not only are they not real, but somehow are also domestic terrorism from the left. But then we have right-wingers who do shit like this. Yeah, just, you know, pull out your fucking rifle when you're in front of a bunch of anti-Trump protesters.
911!
It's funny that he's saying 911 because he's the one that got arrested.
911!
We had robots auto-deny healthcare claims. People are sick and need help and insurance, and they pay for, like, a robot says no. Yeah. Why do you pay for insurance if it's not going to help you when you need it? Why do you pay taxes if the government's not going to do anything with it? You pay taxes so that goes into, I don't know, social programs. You pay taxes to fund the government. You pay taxes to fund your Social Security fund, which is your money that they're stealing. You pay taxes for Medicare and Medicaid. Yeah. They aren't real, but also they are criminals. These aren't, like, they also aren't popular, but they're also very dangerous. It's double think. It is. It's double think. Everything is both correct and not. It's the dualism aspect that we saw with Contra. Soros is really getting up there. Wonder who they'll blame once he passes. Mark Cuban isn't Jewish to my knowledge, but it'd be surprising if they weren't blaming him. From my view, they of course will attack Mark Cuban. They have to. Shotgun diplomacy, agree with me or I will shoot you. Remind me again, what did we fight for in 1939 or 1945? Hey, remember what we fought for in 1776? I think we should have a free America. Yeah, the tariff list was made by AI. They're saying robots are going to take your jobs. They're out here with guns, with brainwashed fucking morons trying to protect the state. This is fascism. Don't let these right-wingers ruin beards, guns, and trucks. You know what? Honestly, take it back. Take it back. Someone asked earlier, why do they have a monopoly on violence? Well, they pretend that we do. If they're going to say things and claim that we are doing things when we are not doing it, why are we pretending that, you know, that we can't? That it's just them? I'm not saying do any violence. You shouldn't do violence. But you can defend yourself. You can defend yourself. The enemy is very strong and very weak. One of the defining characteristics of fascism. It's true, Solitaire. Look, again, the state told you to ignore what your eyes see and what your ears hear. It's their final and most important command. They need you to not believe in reality. And this is the result.
No, he's gonna take off. He's gonna try to go.
This guy probably has some insane thoughts in his mind that he's coming out, like he thinks these people are terrorists, that they're trying to groom children or some shit. Like, no one is walking around New York City with a rifle like this, going after protesters on the day that there was hundreds of thousands of protesters on the street without having some kind of psychosis in his mind. He could be ICE for all we know. That's also true. They wear plain clothes. How the fuck would we know? They're all ICE. In a 5G hoodie. Literally, like, all of these people are insane, and we need to start understanding that we're not safe around them. I think he's likely anti-vax nutcase. He does sound unvaccinated. Which, by the way, is one of my favorite insults when I hear someone, like, just exceptionally stupid. Just you really sound unvaccinated. This physique should tell you everything about why you should never take health advice for Trump and RFK Jr. True. Don't take health advice from these people. Exactly what the Charlottesville killer said. They were all terrorists. Oh, I'm well aware.
Stop talking about egg prices. Why are you bringing up egg? You were the one who said egg prices. It was you. You said it. Now everything's more expensive. Oh, I can't afford groceries. You could afford groceries. You couldn't afford rent. Your landlord raised your rent, so you elected a fucking landlord to be president who has dementia, who's insane. He's a crazy, racist moron who paid people to write his college papers. He doesn't even know what a tariff is. He thinks tariff is a stripper.
He probably, like, honestly.
Everything just became more expensive. Everything. Do you know how much shit we ship in from Vietnam? It's more than you expect. How about how the Vietnam V-necks looking, you t-shirt love drop shipping pieces of shit? Oh my God. Oh, no, they're going to bring back manufactured jobs. You don't want to work in a manufacturing warehouse. Are you kidding me? You want to sit at your mouse clicky job. They want to get rid of the mouse click. They're going to replace the mouse clicky jobs with AI, and you're going to have to sit there and put together computer server parts because you never got your HVAC certification.
I have nothing to say.
The last job left in America for human beings is going to be building the HVAC to keep the server farms cool enough so we can do AI war with no one.
He's correct. 100% correct. Accurate. His voice is going to be gone tomorrow? Honestly, yeah. But, like, what are you supposed to do? They're fucking psychotic. These people are insane. Every last one of them. And they have been made to be this way. It is on purpose. It is a manufactured effort of insanity. Oh, wow. Thank you for the raids, chap. Welcome, welcome, welcome, raiders. Everyone go and drop the chap a follow, base streamer. Welcome, welcome, raiders. We are just transitioning from how fucked the economy is and how much of a bloodbath tomorrow will be to just some of how insane these people are. It's very fun. But, like, here's your average Trump supporter right now. He won't actually put up the tariffs. He's bluffing, you see. It's a negotiating tactic. No, these tariffs are good for America. We're at the point where Republicans are saying you should be happy with nothing, that you don't need to own things to be happy. You will eat the bugs. That's where we are in our reality now. I hope you did have a good stream, the chap. I really do. Now, continuing on. It's also the fact that they're all selfish. As long as it doesn't affect them, they don't care. I have no 401k. You think I or my friends give a fuck? We voted for cleansing fire to burn it all down. We know we can rebuild, and for our ancestors built this, but our enemies rely on the infrastructure as is. Burn it, and they crumble. You're a loser, man. You're gonna get poorer and angrier. Nothing in your life will actually improve. Okay, so if nothing will improve as it is, I will happily see it reduced to charcoal. Like, genuine idiocy. I had like 110 viewers organically at some point. Base, that's awesome. Guys, by the way, I am doing the partner push, so help me get to 70 concurrent on here. But also, go and drop a like and a follow on YouTube. I need to hit 1,000 subs on there. You gotta support your favorite streamers in these hard times. We also need to be able to get rice and beans, which I hope that you are getting. I feel like we just need to keep repeating things as they move goalposts. I feel like you just need to not let them move the goalpost. You need to control the conversation. You need to not play defense. Keep these idiots on defense. They can't, like, you can explain everything about why they're wrong, and they will never believe you. I want you to try and get them to explain why they're right. Because they'll never be able to. A cleansing fire to start anew, this is death cult stuff. It literally is. Isn't it a virtue to be poor or something? Void? No. Why the fuck would it be a virtue to be poor? Poverty isn't a good thing. Biblical language should scare everybody? Of course it should. Housemate got a popcorn machine, 25 cents a kernel for a big snack. Honestly, popcorn is good food right now. It's cheap. Supersonic pivots and whataboutisms? True. Guys, hop in the Discord. it's not just that it's the death cult shit. It's because they don't care about anybody but themselves. They don't think it matters. Again, this is now like we've gone beyond a Taliban government. Now, I'm going to give you guys a little break of the horrific stuff, because then we're going to look at some positive. We're going to cover the protests from yesterday, which were great. First, though, look at this cute little kitty cat. I want them to explain to me why they're right. You're exactly right, Packass. Cutie pie. Oh, speaking of Backcast, since you're here, I'm going to show you this because this made me very happy. Jeremy Corbyn spoke out against Gaza, and Jeremy Corbyn is based. I wish you guys would have had him as Prime Minister. Hope you're good. Thank you, Zeodug. We're doing great today. Today's going to be a long stream, actually. It's Sunday Funday. We're going to go to war with Iran, so I'm going to cover the military buildup in the Middle East after we cover the protests, and then I'm going to talk about some Turkish history. I want to cover like Gallipoli, Ataturk, and all that. And I did make some mantas, so I'll show a clip of that. I'm just gonna have some fun today because we've been in the weeds for a while. You're gonna go for like a whole 9 hours or something today. I'm hoping for at least 10. Long like Homo sapien. Was a North England native. Corbyn being robbed of his leadership was the final black pill in my bottle to write off me from believing. Honestly, like once that happened, I did declare the UK a dead country, but at this point, we're more of a dead country than the UK. Do you have a fez? My parents do somewhere in their house. People in Australia should officially be asleep now. It's 9 a.m. Zeodok, what do you mean? It's literally 9 a.m. in Australia. I gotta lurk for a bit, but for the Sunday Funday. Thank you, long like Homo sapien. That's okay. We got a lot to go through, so feel free lurking. And just to cap off, though, to show you that these people hate reality, it's a death cult, that they want to tear this country apart, that it is the Taliban government.
The morning of January 6th, I went to the Washington Monument where Trump was to be speaking at the Ellipse at 11 a.m. I saw the Proud Boys arrive.
It's important to never forget.
This was the third rally I covered since Trump refused to concede. At each one, the Proud Boys grew in numbers and violence. They were all there for one reason, to stop Mike Pence from certifying the votes at 1 p.m. The Proud Boys had been given a plan, 1776 returns, to storm the Winter Palace and
1776 returns. You guys understand that, like, the fact that we didn't arrest every single one of these motherfuckers, put every single person at January 6th in prison, is insane. They were literally here for 1776. They wanted to overthrow the government. That is what they're saying. That is what they were advertising this event on Facebook as.
The Proud Boys had been given a plan, 1776 returns, to storm the Winter Palace and occupy the buildings, but they couldn't do it alone. They needed the mob. Trump supplied the true believers.
Fuck, I wish
the fuse was really
real.
ignited in Charlottesville.
I really do. It's important
I heard there was going to be
forget.
the largest gathering of white supremacists in the country at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville.
This was so much worse than any of us remember.
It was there I first saw young men in khaki pants with red MAGA hats and swastika flags, where I got pepper sprayed by Nazis, urine bombed.
Hold on, look at these un-American fucks. Also, you are not an American if you fly a Confederate flag. Fuck you, you traitorous piece of shit. We tried a little bit too much to push back, but they got a blanket pardon regardless of the particular crime they were charged with. Yeah, all of them should have been in prison. Donald Trump should have been in prison, like, the day after Joe Biden became president. Every single one of these people should have been tried for treason.
Sprayed by Nazis, urine bombed, broke my arm and cracked my head open.
I could hear it crack.
In a real country, all of these people would have been arrested, charged for treason. We would have had mass trials. We would have dismantled right-wing media apparatus. Fox News would be illegal. Every executive, every pundit, all of them would have to go to trial and explain themselves. And it would be illegal to lie on television as a public figure, an elected official, a media figure, openly, knowingly, willingly, 100%. You have to prove that, by the way, in a court of law, that they knew that it was a lie, that you were doing this on purpose. If you could prove this, you should go to jail. Biden really fucked up? No, he didn't, Greg 17. He didn't try. Biden got into office and told his staff that he didn't want his presidency defined on prosecuting his political enemies, when that is literally what we elected him to do. Thank you. Lex Deus Lurkchaffen. Lex Deus Lurkchaffen. I'll try and remember that one.
I got the opening statement.
This is what the right is. These are the people on the right.
You also had people.
We used to kill Nazis as a country. I hope you remember that.
That were.
We went to war for this.
On both sides. You
we
had
had a
people
world
in
war
that group. Excuse me.
for this.
Excuse me.
Well, look at this shit. What are you, so much of a fake ass Nazi that you bought this online and what opened it that day? You just got this in an Amazon delivery and took it out of the package and went to the rally. Look at that shit. You went to war to revenge Pearl Harbor. I mean, true, but we were at war with the Nazis. We did kill Nazis as a country. That's not why we went to war, but we were at war with the Nazis. Of course, like we all here know that the Nazis took a lot of their ideas from America. Jim Crow laws inspired a lot of what Hitler's policies would be, but we did kill Nazis. Deusler's like pronouns pay for your dues. Plusler. Deusler. Cool. I like it. I like it. Not just a world war. Everyone look up Bloody Kansas. Oh, Bloody Kansas. That's a good thing to look up. Hold on. But like, these people are fake. You don't do this shit if you're a real Nazi. They're not. These are brainwashed idiots.
People in that group. Excuse me. I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue.
No child should grow up into this. These people raise kids. These are the child groomers. I tell you that the right, every accusation is a confession. They call, like, the left groomers, they call queer people specifically groomers. You want to know what the polar opposite of a transgender woman is a Nazi. The direct opposite. And that's what they're grooming their kids to be. Loser, coward, wimp, failure of a person. Yeah.
Of a park from
and to be
Robert
fair,
E. Lee
Russia
to
did
another
before.
name. Excuse
The
me.
Soviets
I've
killed the
condemned neo-Nazis.
But also,
I've
we
condemned
helped.
many different groups, but not all of those people were neo-Nazis, believe me.
Oh no, some of them were just Christian nationalists who were also neo-Nazis, but under the surface. Give a shit.
Not all of those people were white supremacists by any stretch.
This guy twice. This is our country. This is what the country wanted. Now, yes, 84 million Americans didn't vote this time around. Most of the country doesn't want this, but clearly we didn't care enough to get up and stop it.
The sleeper cells have been activated. Armed militia in red hats stand back.
Red hats are basically swastika armbands now. I need you to understand that. I want you to see every red MAGA hat as a swastika band on their arm.
Stand by.
These are the ghouls. These are the zombies. The people that we're listening to, like Trump, are the demons. Some master race you got here? Yeah, no, honestly. We gotta build a like a little guide to all of the different species of horrible monster that the right is. Literal White Walkers. The others. They're called the others in the books, and I feel like that is a pretty apt analogy. Again, Nazis and fascists are basically just a zombie horde. They function the same way. They're infectious. They want to kill everything in front of them. They consume everything they see, and they have one mind. They have one thought. They have one will. Top to bottom. Species of monsters. They are. They are. I've always known that having pronouns was an online version of pink triangle armbands. It was. It was always. It never will not be. How many are horribly inbred? Probably quite a few of them. Oh god, David Duke Emanuel actually was reanimated. Evil fucking ghouls.
A turning point for the people of this country. We're going to fulfill the promises
Liches.
of Donald
No,
Trump.
see, the Liches depraved ambiance are the really loud ones on Fox News. Like, Jesse Waters is a demon, but he borders on Lich. Then you look at, like, I don't know, Tim Pool is a Lich. Tim Pool is a Rich. He raises the zombies. You got to look at the media apparatus for the Liches.
That's what we believed in. That's why we voted for Donald Trump, because he said he's...
This is Charlottesville. This was the Charlottesville Nazi rally, and this was in 2016.
Broke my arm and cracked my head open.
I could hear it crack.
Since you just came in, your boy John Doe, I really want you to see it. Sorry, this was in 2017, not 2016.
You also had people that were...
This is
I've
our country.
condemned many different groups.
The sleeper cells.
It's an insult to Liches. The 5E stat block gives them +5 to int checks. Sorry, this isn't D&D. This is real life now. And one more cute post before we jump into the actual protest and the meat of it. This is the saddest thing I've ever seen of a cute cat.
They're calling you fat on there. Yeah. Hey, they said I need to stop giving you treats. I know. They said you're too fat and to not give you any
Whoever's
treats
calling
anymore.
this cat fat needs to stop it.
Yeah, the comments on Instagram. How do you feel about that? Yeah,
Poor thing.
I figured you wouldn't like
It's fucking crying.
that.
I didn't think cats could tear up like that. Like, genuinely. Made this cat very, very sad. Oh no, the kitty's
They're
tearing up. She's crying! She's crying! Don't call this cat fat! You gotta give her treats! Look at that! I know, poor baby. And this looks like Frank, too.
How do you feel about that?
Gotta show love for the kitty cats. And genuinely, actually looks like Frank. Jews fought to make sure Nazis could march for free speech. What the fuck does that mean, bulletproof balding? Alright, now, let's start. The hands-off protests yesterday were successful. We had quite a lot of people out in the streets. I was surprised at certain places in the country, and I was very happy to see it. I've been begging America to go take a look at Europe and see what they're doing. Now, it didn't follow into the second day, because Americans won't, you know, do that, but this was still a huge deal. So, thousands in New York City. Quite a bit, you know, everywhere. New York was fucking packed, as it should be. We got Syracuse in upstate.
Who need to be hearing from you in these troubled times. Y'all also have authority figures in your life. Do you work or study? Who need to be hearing from you?
I mean, Syracuse, upstate New York, shit's not common to have big people out like this. Like, people generally keep to themselves. Albany, more wealthy people live in these places. People have been out almost every day, not large groups like Saturday. Of course, there have been people out every day, but I'm talking like enough people to make an economic impact. Take Turkey, for example. Turkey right now, to deal with their protests, are doing an economic boycott. Here, hold on, just to cut in. This is what America should be doing.
Opposition is trying to ramp up economic pressure on President Erdogan with nationwide shopping boycotts. In some Istanbul neighborhoods, many stores decided to remain closed for one day in solidarity, and typically busy streets looked pretty empty.
This is what
Anti-government
America should be doing.
protesters and the opposition CHP party had called on people to avoid all forms of spending, including grocery shopping, restaurant visits.
In Turkey, people are not buying food to fuck the government over. Like, shops have closed. People are, like, just not opening their businesses. This is closer to a general strike. It's not quite, but...
And online purchases.
Bugün para harcamıyoruz.
We're not buying anything today.
Çünkü bir şekilde ekonomiyle ses getirmek
ve bazı
Yeah, we're gonna have a look at the Hassan
boykot yaptığımız
speech in
markalar
his
var,
big Gaza
büyük
rally.
markalar.
Bu %85
Our sales are down 85 to 90%. 85 to 90%. If you want to make an impact to the state that you have no control over, that's arresting protesters, that arrests dissidents, that locks up opposition, economic warfare is your only tool that you have left.
%90 satış etkilendi.
Well, that and
Genellikle
big
bizim
public
müşterilerimiz
protests.
gençlerden oluşuyor. Dolayısıyla bu etkili oldu diyebiliriz.
This was effective. Young people stopped buying shit, shutting down consumption.
Consumption is going to be hurting the people who are supporting the opposition ranks too. So I think that should not be repeated. But as many small businesses across Turkey have joined this general boycott, I think that means something.
Goods and services
Again,
from
general
companies
boycott. We're getting closer to a general strike.
with perceived ties to the government had already been targeted for the long term, including a number of TV channels, bookstores, and a popular coffee chain. The boycott campaign follows days of mass protests
This
against
is what New York and Boston look like. We can combine these two
the
tactics.
arrest of Istanbul's opposition mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, a key rival of President Erdogan. He was jailed pending trial in March over...
I want us to try a little harder. But Rashida Tlaib showed up at your protest. That's really, really cool. Who linked this? Rundo. A wild Rashida Tlaib appears. That's fucking wild. Like, that is good. I want more Democrats out here talking about this. If you notice, the Democrat, establishment Democrats have not supported this. They're quiet. They haven't said a fucking word about it. They don't support the protests. The Democrats don't support these protests. You understand that?
Here's a live look at Boston.
The leaders all over the world have been screwing everyone for a long time. I think a lot of people are just standing up at the same time because we're sick of it.
Massachusetts now, as we check back in on
Boston.
one of our top stories, anti-Trump protests taking place
You want to
across
know,
the country
historically,
today
in America, what happens when Boston gets pissed and protests like this?
Tumultuous week, to say the least, on Wall Street and the economy. We want to point out, just a few minutes ago, we did show you a protest. It was...
Speaking of, the solidarity, Ledeus, you told me how to say your name earlier. Lex Deus Chaffin. The solidarity is, it's not the normal crowds that you're seeing here. Normally, when we have protests like this, it's people of color, it's queers, and right now, there are a lot of veterans and old white people here. Lex is fine, thank you. I'm bad at reading. At this point in time, you're right, Bulletproof Baldy, but there is a difference in some of them. Some of them actually give a shit. The last time Boston got mad like that, they killed the British, threw tea in the harbor, and started a revolution. Yeah, so I hope they do it again. Except, don't kill the British. The British are fine this time. The rally that Hassan went to was not the same as the other rallies. No, of course not. But, it was still a rally on that day. The idea was just protests all over the country. It doesn't matter what you're protesting. Hassan was protesting for Gaza. Great, that's cool. That's just another protest. Basically, 5051 and PSL had rallies on the same day, which is good. Seeing old people Fed posting with their protest signs was crazy. Yeah. God, what I would give to be like a 64-year-old white man who could just say whatever the fuck I wanted to the government. IDK, if I would be adding random R's to the end of words, fine. Damn Brits. The Brits add random shit into words all the time. Like aluminum. You know aluminum was called aluminum by the guy who made aluminum? But he's British, and the British will insist that it's aluminium, even though the guy who, named it aluminum. Oh, thanks, I'm sorry, official. Good to know that, my folks are fine this time. Well, you guys are on our side. It's everybody against America right now. Anyone who's not America, is a comrade. And any American who wants to fight against the zombie horde is also my comrade. We are very lucky our political opponents are so fucking stupid. Yeah. Could you imagine if these people were, as intelligent as, Xi Jinping? If Donald Trump had Xi's brain? Even Putin's brain? Could you imagine the situation we would be in? we would be utterly, totally cooked in our entirety. Here's Concord, New Hampshire. Lock him up. That's what I want to fucking hear. This makes me so happy. This makes me so happy. Prescott County in Arizona.
Come on, everybody!
Hold on, I'm opening the links for all of the other ones. Now you're gonna see that some of these places are more empty than others. And you have to remember that a lot of America isn't big cities. So, like, you're gonna have that issue. Now, hold on. 2 secs, because I got so many links to open. We genuinely did basically have protests in every major city in the country. Holy shit. Okay, fine. I'll just stop at Georgia for now. Look at these crowds in North Carolina. I'm sorry, this is Providence, Rhode Island, actually. In fact, don't tempt me. I am tempting you. I am tempting you. GOP intelligence died with Kissinger. I think he was GOP. What the fuck happened to the CIA is my question. Like, because, like, this, everything that's happening is bad for the CIA. We used to, like, overthrow people in other countries to institute, like, our neoliberal and neoconservative policies. Did all of the neocons in the CIA just become ANCAPs, I guess? I mean, Rhode Island, hands off healthcare, education, human rights, super callous, fragile, racist, sexist, not my POTUS. These are like resist lib signs, but we had some good ones. At least eggs are cheap. Oh, wait. Again, that's Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Here we have Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. I'm not a big fan of poutine because I don't like gravy on my fries, but you know, even Nancy Pelosi showed up in Scranton. I mean, like, not that I like Nancy Pelosi, but her showing up makes a big deal considering the vast majority of the Democrats are opposed to these protests. The CIA was caught off guard and they were like, he's on our side, right? No, I really think that they just all went ANCAP. I had a choice to go to the protest in Dearborn or go to the other protest in Ypsilanti. Which one did you go to? It was a picture of a lib protest sign held by someone's mom wearing a defend, deny, depose hat. Goddamn cafe. Goddamn. Like, by the way, you can get arrested for saying that. The defend, deny, defend, depose shit. Like, they will arrest you for that. But it's based. And honestly, like, the CIA now is run by John Ratcliffe, which is directly a Kremlin asset. So, like, what does it matter anyway? Like, the Russians actually won the Cold War. There was one sign comparing Elon to Gaius Cassius. I don't know what that is. I saw one that said, grab him by the Teslicles, and that made me happy. Harrisburg. The idea that some lives matter less is the root of all that is wrong with the world. True. Do not get lost in the sea of despair. True. Yeah, we need some Game of Thrones shit. New Philadelphia, Ohio. Very red district. Ohio. Which, I'm not a fan of politician, but Andre Carson isn't all that bad. I'm not a fan of, like, any politician, but I'm perfectly happy to give them props. Like, Cory Booker, not a fan. Cory Booker just actually signed to give more weapons to Israel. But he was in support of this. He did do his 25-hour thing. Now, yes, he's arming Israel, but at this point, like, there's nothing to stop them. I wouldn't vote for it. You're still a piece of shit for doing it. I still don't respect him for it. But they're doing something. There were a lot of pro-Palestinian voices intermingling with the resistance libs. That's great, Kim and Key, because we all have one movement now. It is just fight against the genocidal crazy people, the zombie horde. I would have thought Russia would have taken over Poland by now. Russia's too weak. Russia can't even manage to keep its ground in Ukraine. Ukraine is kicking their ass. There is reports that they're going to try and go into Lithuania to grab Kaliningrad, or rather do some cross-border testing from Danish and German intelligence within the next 6 months. But honestly, if there's no ceasefire in Ukraine, they will not be able to do that. NATO can work without us. It's better with the USA, but it can do fine without us. We're not in NATO anymore, basically. We have said we will not come to their defense. As someone who hitchhiked all over the USA, Arizona is most surprising to see protests so far. Weed is a felony in Arizona. Crazy over there. Exactly. Arizona was wild to see. I've also, I didn't hitchhike, but I road tripped across the USA. I've driven pretty much through most states. Did the attempt by Bernie to stop the 9B going through to Israel fail? Yeah, of course it did. Of course it did. Why is Ukraine doing so much better than Russia at warfare? Is it morale? Oh no, it's because the Russians are dumb. Most of their good soldiers are dead. They only have like recruits of teenagers, people that they grab out of prison. Like, I'll show you some. We'll do some more Ukraine coverage after we look at like the protests. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They genuinely don't. Zomi in the chat, if you're here, literally geolocates stuff in Ukraine as their job, and yeah, no, they have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Ukraine is fighting to exist. Russia is fighting for nonsense. Absolutely. It's really difficult to take a country and occupy it by force. And they can't do it. Russian logistics is fueled by donkeys. They do have a larger military. They do. But they've taken double the losses. Because the Russians are not fighting for their own lives. The Ukrainians are. And the Ukrainians are smarter, better equipped with Western, like, shit. And they kind of upped their game in the drone warfare to the point where, like, Russia's fucked. Do you know how many Ukrainian drones have struck Russian oil refineries in the last couple weeks, for example? Why do you think that we had the ceasefire specifically on energy infrastructure? It's because Russia was whinging because Ukraine kept blowing up their oil refineries, and that makes them poor, and it affects their war effort. The Free Palestine March in DC is what we're up to now. And this was cool. This was a scroll of the names of everyone who died because of Israel being unfurled in front of the Capitol in DC. There's a countdown of Russian tank types when they will be gone. Actually, I just saw something on that today.
I remember.
Look at this. This is all of the people that have been killed by Israel.
When he was beheaded by an American bomb. And the only thing that stayed was this trust that...
Officially, I think their numbers are lower than that, but likely it is higher than that. This is, yes, insane. And remember, these numbers are lower. Officially, we have announced, what, like 50,000 dead people in Gaza? The unofficial numbers are upwards of 300,000. And we're just, we're not counting anymore. We're just... Have you guys heard about the open war crime that they lied about? The paramedics, the video of them just, you know, being paramedics, showing up to do something, get out of the car, and they all get shot to death. And then the IDF lied about it. The evidence is out there. This has been the case with Israel for a year and a half. They do something, we say that it is, like, a crime, and then they lie about it. That's it. That's it. People were literally being bussed into Washington for this too, which, of course, they're gonna think is like Soros bullshit. That's what terrorists and TV shows do, literally. What's up, Erratic Cookie? Good morning to you, or good evening, rather. They really were claiming that all of these protests were funded by Soros and fake. Every single one of them. The official number is actually reduced. Of course it has, Hazemaker. Whatever they say. Supreme leader and all that.
It gave us the right to speak freely, to publish freely, to worship freely, to assemble freely, and to petition government for a redress of grievances.
I just linked in the chat to someone who might know more about military technology than me, about Russian results of research tests of the BMP Bradley M2A1 ODS-SA, like our American tank, versus their tank. I had this explained to me this morning, but I'm not smart enough to get that.
As Dr. King said, we've got the right to protest for what is right,
True.
Without being arrested, deported, or fired. We got the right to read the books 1984 and The Handmaid's Tale.
Which are things you should read, by the way, because 1984 and The Handmaid's Tale are pretty fucking relevant in this time period.
Even if they now belong in the...
You all hate Israel because they're lying bastards. I hate them because they're Russian. We're not the same. Honestly, Arundo, based as fuck, and I agree with you. They are all Russian. All of the crazy Israelis are Russian. Genuinely.
The non-fiction section. We've even got the right to call the president deranged for crashing our economy, destroying $6 trillion.
That's, by the way, Trump's dream, to make it illegal for you to insult him. Like in Turkey, it's illegal to insult the president. You can just get arrested for talking shit about Erdogan.
Of wealth and turning my 401k into a 201k.
God damn, Raskin. But just on Ukraine for a second. Here's a Russian ballistic missile strike on school number 35 in Kryvyi Rih. Just the other day. Just yesterday, I think. They just bomb parks, children. We've covered on this channel and before that they literally send their new recruits for drone pilots to go hunt down civilians as target practice before they send them to an active part of the front. The most annoying part is that they don't ever disprove what the internet exposes about their behavior. They just get pissy about people knowing how to use technology. Yeah, well, that's why they want to make it so you can't get any fucking information, like, ever. That's the point. Let's finish through the protests, because we got a lot of war shit to talk about. Imagine being such a sensitive little cream puff that you take over a country to outlaw people that insult you. That is literally the right wing. New London, Connecticut. Like, no one lives in these places. They're very small populations, so these protests are big for the scenes. Milwaukee. Yeah, I remember now the troops you said were going to the Baltics. I actually don't think that's going to happen now, Exhale. I don't think the Russians have the ability to push through Lithuania, take Vilnius, and go into Kaliningrad. Those 160,000 went into Ukraine. Yeah, exactly. They left because they need their help in Ukraine. We're not getting the Russian invasion of Lithuania yet. That will probably be next year. We are getting America go to war with Iran, and China's going to invade Taiwan within the next couple months. Yo, yeah, thanks for reminding me that that's Kendrick, because that's probably going to copyright strike this video. Jesus. Boca Raton in Florida. This is Trump's backyard. Kendrick Lamar has become the symbol of resistance. I need you to adopt the Kendrick Lamar method. I need you to hold a grudge, to hate openly and happily, and to fuck these people up. Take joy from their suffering. Hate with pleasure in it. They're not like us. They are not. They're zombies. Here's Tampa.
Hey, JD. So yeah, if you are in Florida, we are almost at every city hall. If you are near Tampa, come to Tampa because you are not alone. Everybody is here.
You guys see, like, the demographic of people, just really quickly? I don't see a single black guy. Protests like this are usually have people of color in them. I haven't seen a single black guy.
Hey, JD.
We got two over here. Cool.
In Florida.
The
Tampa.
demographics of these protests are old white people. All old white people. These are Trump supporters. Here's Sarasota.
You gonna give him a horn?
The fact that, like, Florida of all fucking places, deep red Sarasota, home to Mike Flynn, Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, Sidney Powell. Like, this is where they came from. And we're seeing this here? The country hates these people, all of them. Jacksonville. Every time I hear Jacksonville, Florida, all I can think of is Jason from The Good Place. God, I love that guy. That was such a well-written character. The protest I went to had a Metamucil problem. I was one of the youngest people there. Yeah, the old people are pissed. I'm mad that the young people didn't show up too. Like, but these protests were massive regardless of that. The president has made a monkey out of MAGA. Would not surprise me if the people are upset they got swindled. They are. They all are. These are MAGA people protesting, or rather former MAGA. But I do still think that they'll all get brainwashed right back into the cult very soon. And I'm 40. Jesus, you were one of the youngest people there and you're 40. Think a general strike will happen? I don't know if America has the sauce for it, Greg's Prime. I hope it will. And at this rate, maybe, but I don't think that we can take the suffering from that. Because a general strike requires you to accept suffering. Political apathy is a problem with younger people. I hope that evaporates quickly. Like, we're literally disappearing folks to gulags right now. And thousands of hands-off protests in retirement communities of the villages rather. Oh, that's a good sign. Oopsie poopsie. Egg Seth drinking. That's a good sign. Disgruntled MAGA gonna do a reverse J6? Please, please give me a reverse J6 from MAGA. Remember, you know, because like they say that J6 was a movement of love. It wasn't an insurrection, so I'm allowed to say I want another J6. I want a reverse J6 right now. Red hat equals hatred. Again, demographics. These are not your usual protesters. After 5 once-in-a-lifetime disasters, it can be hard to get some people's attention. It's true. True. I saw one. Yeah, one. Man, one. These, like, think about every massive protest we've had in America. It's mostly been queer people, people of color, and young people. Up until now, these were always the counter-protesters. They've switched sides. I choose democracy over fascism. America will never be destroyed from the lose freedoms. We destroy ourselves. I can't read the sign, but like you get the gist of it. Executive order, hands off, all of this shit. Not my king. Hot dog must go. True. This is Montpelier in Vermont, the second smallest state in the country.
Our community.
I do see people reclaiming the symbols of US and patriotism, which is great, and which is exactly what I said would happen. Depraved ambiance. The right wants you to submit to fascism. Fascism requires you to give up yourself for the state. You exist for the state. You work for the state. You breed for the state. You breathe for the state. You consume for the state. And all of this is coded in libertarian rhetoric, which is not compatible. Every bit of the right-wing messaging in America has been built on patriotism and freedom. We are free. We are like, don't tread on me. That's the right wing. And you expect them to flip on that to, yes, I obey, great master, and will give everything for you. Some of them are, but no, most of them have spent their entire lives being programmed in the opposite direction. Oh my goodness, another raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, Nina. Everyone go and drop Nina a follow. Bastass streamer. Now, like I'm saying, what I was just explaining is that we're looking at these protests all around the country, and we're looking at symbols of patriotism and like American historical symbols being reclaimed by mostly old people. Most people at these protests have been veterans, have been the elderly, have not been the regular people that you tend to see, the people of color, the queer people, the young women. This was a different kind. And the right wing has been trying to build this system of fascism by making you commit to the state. You have to give everything. But then all of these people spent 40 fucking years being programmed with liberty, freedom, justice for all, that I am, above the state. They work for me. You expect these people to give up everything after 40 years of that? No, that's not going to happen. Americans are a country that would rather kick a homeless person than give them food. They're not going to give up everything for the state, especially when the state is run by the dumbest people on this planet. Thank you for the sub, Headless Chicken. Get your commie hands out of my pocket, damn it. Literally, they've gone reverse to basically, I mean, they're doing National Socialism. Let's be real here. The rhetoric of that sounds communist, that sounds class-based, they're just gonna flip that into National Socialism. That's the plan.
Give a damn about you and treat you with the respect and dignity that you have earned.
I do have hope that a lot of people won't be consumed by the zombie horde. Free Yemen, free Sudan, free Palestine, free Syria, free Georgia, free Ukraine. We can keep going. We can keep fucking going. Atlanta.
When we spoke, people were still gathering inside of Piedmont Park, and now we're right at that time when the march is going to start from here in Piedmont Park in the heart of downtown Atlanta, all the way
again,
toward the state capitol.
This is Atlanta. Now, look at the demographics of the people. This probably looks the closest out of all of the ones I've seen to your average protest, but no, again, this is Atlanta, Georgia. And look how many white people are standing in this line. Give me other close-ups of the crowd. I saw fucking white people. There's some, people of color here. That's fine. It's not the issue. The issue is this is all ex-MAGA. I saw a "Don't Tread on Me" flag. Exactly. What's up, the Calby? Free Luigi. Free fucking Luigi. Piedmont Park in Atlanta again. Let me get some more links up. We're going to finish off with the protests, and then we got a lot of other shit to cover. Today's going to be very fun. For the Raiders, just a little sneak peek. I am certain that we're going to war with Iran, and I'm pretty sure that China's going to invade Taiwan in the next 2 months. So we're going to talk about all of that. We're going to talk about some Turkish history. We're going to talk about the protests happening everywhere in the world. If you didn't realize, it's not just us. Turkey's been protesting for days. Georgia's back out on the street. There are 2 different protests, both pro-fascist and anti-fascist, happening in France at the moment. Serbia's back up on the street. Hungary's been out there for weeks. So, people are pissed and standing up. We're not we're in an era of we either defeat the fascists and gain our ability to rule ourselves back, or we don't. And to be fair, it is terrifying to see, because these protests in America are not enough. They're not enough. Yesterday was great. It was huge. I liked it. It's not enough. Ireland being super quiet, yeah. So, here we go. This was Louisiana. We got Michigan. Liberalism is fucking dead. It's either socialism or barbarism. I am shocked at all of Florida, Ilrita, all of it. Here we have fucking North Carolina. I'm so proud of North Carolina, because this is another state that I lived in. Madison, Richmond, Raleigh, and then Portland. But that shit's huge. Some of these signs have been also fucking excellent. I have one specifically for signs, but hands off, middle fingers up. True. 2 months, damn, I wouldn't expect, be surprised if it was happening in the next 4 years. No, it's 2 months. I'll explain why when we get there at the Calby. Don't worry. I've been covering this for a while, and my predictions tend to be coming true. Here's South Carolina. I really just want to get through this. I'm so excited to talk about the war stuff. I'm clearly just becoming a war streamer. New Jersey, South Jersey, y'all. South fucking Jersey. This is MAGA homeland. Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Where the fuck is Bobby? Sam and Dean, bring them out. I got some demons for you to go after. Here's Nashville, Tennessee. They make me happy. I need to see more of them. I've heard theories that Trump will invade Iran and use its wartime excuse to declare martial law. No, we're just getting martial law on April 20th for the Insurrection Act, a broken demo disc. If you had seen, he passed an executive order on day one. It was January 20th. And in that executive order, he ordered the DOD and Homeland Security, so Kristi Noem, as well as 419. I still think it might be 420. Kristi Noem and Pete Hegseth to write a report that is due in 90 days, which ends on 420, about the Insurrection Act. Yeah, Kyle Klinsky also made a video about it. I've been talking about this for a while. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't do it. And also, you got to remember that Peter Thiel owns JD Vance, and Peter Thiel went to the last school on earth that greeted each other with Heil Hitler and celebrated Hitler's birthday, which also happens to be April 20th. Not that I think that has a significant impact on this, but it is a factor that you really should probably consider in your mind. Oh, by the way, guys, please go and drop a like on the YouTube stream. It definitely helps. Got to get those numbers up. Your favorite streamers also need to be able to afford rice and beans in these coming hard times. And we'll continue. Police shut down the street in Texas. Texas was the only one that I saw any record of cops being out here for. Also, Elon will want it to be the 420 meme for the meme reasons. Also, he also has those same, like, Nazi traits. His parents were Nazis. He's named after a character in a book written by Nazi rocket scientist, something von Braun, in Canada. His parents moved from Canada to apartheid South Africa because they liked apartheid, and then left when apartheid ended. That shit, like, we did a whole documentary on this, I think, last stream.
Alice, we're in Dealey Plaza, and the police have shut down the road, and people are walking back and forth because it's literally too crowded on each.
It's so easy, pre-breakfast banana executive order, all children eat for free in public schools. Remember, we watched that video of Obama saying, imagine if I had done any of this? Motherfucker, why didn't you do some of this? Yeah, that book is crazy. A broken demo disc. He's literally, and he's not even like a fascist in the book. He is in charge of a, like, anarcho-communist society that lives underground on Mars. Whoa, that's gonna be copyright music. Can't play that one. Here is I want my Social Security.
I will be turning 65 in 2 months. Thank you, and I want.
Oh yeah, no, we'll lose the war with Iran. We'll get there.
Medicare. I want my Social Security. I have paid it. I started working when I was 16. I have paid into the system, and my employers have paid into the system for close to 50 years, and I want my money.
Yeah, I want my fucking money. That's how you should feel. You pay your taxes for this. Your money is what Social Security is. Your money is what funds Medicaid. Your money funds Medicare. Your money funds SNAP. Your money is what's being used to fund schools, or, you know, was until we got rid of the Department of Education. They are stealing your money, as well as stealing your money from crashing the economy, because remember, more Americans earn their living off the stock market than they do wage labor.
I mean, I really do. I need my money. I want my money. And I got my Social Security benefit statement recently, and my employers and I collectively over the last 50
Why are you paying taxes if you're getting nothing out of it? That's the whole fucking point of taxes. It's so the state can do shit for you. It is a collective. You pay taxes to the state so that they can do things that require more organization that you don't have the time to do. If they're not doing their job, then they're not our government. They don't work for us. They don't rule us. They're just stealing from you. They're the invaders, the colonizers. You have been colonized. These are entitlements that people are actually entitled to. Welfare queens like Elon can't understand that. Depraved ambiance, anytime I see Elon Musk, I turn into a 2008 fucking Republican. Why do we care about this African illegal immigrants car company? All cars matter. Deport this motherfucker. That's what I turn into. I feel gross after I say it, but still. FDR did a little investment in the people and managed to extend the lifetime of liberal capitalist system by like 100 years. And they still tried to coup him. I made 2 videos on the business plot. FDR did a tiny little bit of liberalism and they still tried to coup him. The job of the government is to put public money into private hands now.
years have paid in close to $250 million.
They're your invaders.
I want those benefits.
Elon Musk is an African-American immigrant. Illegally. He illegally immigrated from South Africa into America. His brother admitted it on television. Here, you want to see the clip? You want to see the clip of Elon's brother outing him on like a show about them being illegal immigrants? Hold on. It's not like it's hidden.
David, for us to hear, we'll give you $3 million.
Yeah, it sounded extremely. We thought they were crazy. Like, why would they do that?
It was literally like, these people are insane.
So they obviously do not realize we're sleeping in the office.
In fact, when they did fund us, they realized that we were illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean,
yes, we were.
I'd say it was a gray area.
Yeah, yes, we were. We were illegal.
Deport this motherfucker. All cars matter. Grab him by the testicles. Excellent sign, by the way. Like, the thing is, like, I don't like saying that shit, but we need to take some of the some of the right's tactics and turn it against them. Americans are dumb as fucking shit, and we have built in a woke filter into half of the country's mind. If you don't sound like one of them, they're not going to hear you. Let them eat tariffs. Which, by the way, Marie Antoinette never actually said this, but, like, it doesn't matter. That's shit and robbing. Fuck the right, but they do know how to do politics. I've literally made videos on how to take the right's messaging and flip it. Go listen to the old set, like the 10-year-old videos, the alt-right playbook, and just listen to what they did. Flip it on its side. Control the conversation. Don't play defense. Never explain yourself to them. Just keep gish-galloping them. Make them explain themselves. We're smarter than them, and we're right. We have actual, like, I don't know, beliefs. They don't believe anything. They're zombie horde. The liches, like fucking Alex Jones, Tim Pool, Matt Walsh, the liches create this zombie horde. And what, we're just gonna let them eat us, devour us, infect us? No, fuck these zombies. Where was everyone during the election, guys? I was here yelling exactly the same fucking shit since April of last year. I've been doing this for a year now. Yeah, Nashville. We had protests in other countries. Your alt-right playbook? It's the alt-left playbook now, Trashnomancer. And honestly, again, we watched that ContraPoints video on conspiracy, and the word that she coined there, mediamancy, that is exactly what they do. The entire politics of the right wing is based on mediamancy. It's magical thinking. They are trying to divine the future out of what they see on Twitter. Thank you, Trashnomancer. Like, Frankfurt, Germany? Really? In Berlin and Frankfurt, they had fucking protests. I want my money. You're stealing it. Mediamancy, yeah? Sorry, I don't know why I opened these a couple times. They're eating the checks. They're eating the balances. That's my favorite sign, by the way. This one is my actual favorite. They're eating the checks. They're eating the balances. And it's true. That is exactly what they're doing. Except America knew that this was what they would do. As I said before, we're literally just going page by page through Project 2025. They put out their evil master, like, plan, their super villain, Marvel cartoon villain plan out a year and a half ago, and America just didn't read it. Oh, sorry, Trump said he wasn't, like, he didn't know anything about it. Again, like, I looked this up, but you guys rated, so let me show you again. Mandate for leadership. You open the document really fucking quickly. Wait, hold on, this is the, document cloud one. Mandate for leadership PDF. Give me that. Here's the PDF. Control F. First of all, tariffs. 121 mentions of the word tariff. How about just tariff without the S? 188 of that. How about we just type in the word Trump on this? How many times is Donald Trump's name mentioned in Project 2025? 312 times. And America was dumb enough to believe that this guy had nothing to do with it after he was giving it props? For months. He was talking this shit up for months until we made it unpopular, and then suddenly, nah, it's not real. It's not real. It's doublethink. We live in 1984. Honk if you never drunk texted war plans. Dog tick, deer tick, lunatic, know your parasites. Know your parasites is true. We in a bestiary. We got the demons at the very top. We got the ghouls. And the liches who spawn the ghouls and the demons. The ghouls are the like lower level mediamancers. The upper level mediamancers are the liches, like Fox News and all of them. I'm changing it now. The higher level is liches, then we have the ghouls, then we have the zombies. But Anna from TYT told me that Trump wouldn't actually do Project 2025. Yeah, exactly. If you're still listening to Polymarket Studios, the people that sold out to Peter fucking Thiel, the guy who owns JD Vance. Yeah, I'm sure you would believe that. You know what I mean? Like Captain Buggy, like obviously. This is how dumb we are as a country. Gulf of stupidity. I want to include imps in there. I'll find a spot for them. Go for it. Let's make a fucking bestiary. IKEA has better cabinets. Signs from the anti-Trump anti-protest. That's gonna have like copyright issues. I'm gonna have to sound up. Grab and buy the Tesla Pulse. Other one. This is wild. Whoever drew them, first of all, excellent fucking art. This needs to be up in a museum somewhere. Let's describe Trump's denial of being bold budget 2025. Like Agenda 47 is just budget 2025. The title crossed out with that crayon to Agenda 47 wrote above it. Literally, yeah. This is how you do art. I've been saying for a while is we need art that actually reflects what's happening in society. Because for such a long time, we didn't have that. Like memes are part of the discourse. They're not art that is separate from the discourse. And art that reflects society has started. The artist that I've been only just started watching on TYT should stop. You should stop. Please, Canada, annex the US. Full of shiticus. Excellent fucking ones. Let them eat cake. Let them eat tariffs. We're all trying to find the guy that did this. My favorite sign so far is it's so bad that even the introverts showed up. To me, that does not beat they're eating the checks and they're eating the balances. Great. And by the way, a broken demo disc. I don't adore Kamala, but you're insane if you think Kamala would have been doing all this. The statistic, ICE deportations, the tariffs on 180 countries. First of all, they're not deportations. Stop calling them deportations. Deportation means that you have been to a court and you have been convicted of a crime. None of these people have seen a court, a lawyer, a judge, a jury. They're not convicted or even accused of any crimes. They're kidnappings. We're sending people to gulags by they're disappearing them, just kidnapping them. It doesn't matter who you are. And slave selling, that is also true. Doesn't matter who you are or where you are. This is called extraordinary rendition, and it is kidnapping. Secondly, of course Kamala Harris wouldn't have done all this shit. I said this for months and months and months, and it still breaks my brain that no one would listen to me, because even people on my side didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris because of the genocide, and I'm trying to explain that yes, we don't expect Kamala Harris to make any positive change. I didn't think she would make literally any positive change. Maybe like 1% chance that she might have reigned Israel in a little bit. But why the fuck would you choose the more difficult opponent for you to fight against if you don't agree with the policies of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden? And you thought that Trump was Hitler, because he kind of is. Why the fuck wouldn't you vote for Kamala Harris? Would you not want the easier opponent to fight against? When I call them Stasi, you know, the Nazi police, I hate ICE. I mean, they are the Stasi, but honestly, they're all just zombies now. It's the zombie horde. I'm making left-wing dog whistles. That's amazing. That is amazing. That makes me happy. I like, I wouldn't call Trump a cunt because he lacks depth and warmth. That's great. This is the equivalent of sending people to West Africa and grabbing people in the 1400s. Basically, yeah. Yeah. Guillotines are having a fashion moment currently? Yeah, you're telling me.
I already see a major problem
now,
with this setup.
This video is specifically for entertainment purposes. I am not advocating for you to do anything. This is just entertainment. Keep that in mind.
Allows for a lot of wiggle room between these railings, and that could easily
no Fed
cause
posting.
a derailment, which is the last thing that you want with a guillotine blade. So for safety reasons, I'm gonna have to go with the backup plan.
Maybe this is all a terrible idea. Socially
because
unacceptable
Black Lady,
nonsense.
Foxpacker.
Just a frivolous little project irrelevant to the hearts and minds of anyone.
I want to
But I
reverse
don't
January
believe
6th. Remember, they said January 6th was a movement of love. We can do it. We can do exactly what they did on January 6th. I mean, they'll arrest us and shoot us with like live ammunition, but like, still, They're saying it wasn't illegal.
Why am I building this? Because it needs to be built.
Merely a prop,
Better
yeah.
to have
You know what?
one
I'm just
and
gonna
not need
turn the
than
sound off
need
here
one and
because
not have one.
the sound is a
Because
little
there's
too
an
bedposty for my
unspoken
liking. This is just
understanding
a
that
prop
everyone
and
is
an
beginning to
education,
feel
not
in their
educational,
core.
entertainment
A
video.
growing
I'm not
awakening to
educating
the
you
reality
anything.
of our
It's just a metaphor, exactly.
Every day the divide
in fact,
grows
what we're
wider,
really talking
and
about
we've all
here is
fallen
parmesan
into
cheese.
enslavement
And
under
lemons,
fraudulent
you know?
authorities.
Those lemons
Those
really,
who claim to serve our best
need to
interests,
pay.
who continuously pulls the rug from beneath our feet the second we feel secure enough to stand up.
Well, for the first time in response to some of these policies put in place, not only by Donald Trump, but by Elon Musk, there is a series of protests that's been dubbed hands-off that have been organized across the United States and abroad as well, at least in a few cities. That includes here in Paris. Well, we're going to cross now to Bob Vallier, who's the spokesperson for Democrats Abroad France and a board member of Paris Against Trump. Thank you very much for joining us today, Bob. So what is the objective? Why organize these protests
in fucking France?
Here in Paris.
Well, here in Paris, we're just simply joining what is now a global movement of these protests. We know they're taking place in Toulouse, in Lyon, in the Riviera, also in London, Berlin, Tokyo, Sydney, and all across the United States, both in the big towns, New York.
You know how insane that is, right?
DC, Chicago, Seattle, Los Angeles, but also in university towns, small towns. They're happening everywhere. And millions of Americans are coming out, not just in the United States, but really around the world.
You guys should see Turkey.
And in places that are not in the United States, we're being joined by our French friends here who are equally disgusted by what's happening in the United States. So it's not surprising that we have a good turnout. In fact, it's a great pleasure because it shows the world that even here, we care about what's happening at home.
Bob, so Americans here in France are obviously watching and concerned about what they see happening, but do you think that there are ways in which Americans living abroad, particularly here in Paris or even elsewhere, have felt the effects firsthand of this second Trump presidency?
Well, absolutely. I don't know if we've felt them just yet, but we're going to feel them. I made the mistake yesterday afternoon of checking my 401k, and I'm still recovering from the nausea that I experienced.
Yeah, no shit. Viva la France. Look, everyone hates us, by the way. Everyone fucking hates us. But I need you to understand, these protests are great. They're fucking excellent. You want to know what's better? Georgia's been protesting for 3 months. 3 months. 3 months.
All right, joining us now is Christina.
Oh, I don't care. Sorry, don't care. Oh, and I just want to show you. This is their excuse. Terror. Soros-funded Indivisible is openly admitting that they are behind 1,300 paid protests happening today in all 50 states. Democrat billionaires are funding this uprising and should be legally held accountable for vandalism. Terror. Nationwide protests organized by Soros-funded Indivisible. How much are these paid protests costing an NGO? My guy, George Soros does not have enough money to pay all these people.
Feels like it, right? That said, may I suggest that you go to bed kind of early. Hydrate, eat your Wheaties in the morning. Maybe put off the Friday night cocktail to make it a Saturday night cocktail.
It's not just copium. It's the.
I'm only saying that because tomorrow's going.
Like, they want you to believe what they say. You're not allowed to believe this. You can never. The state will ask you to forget what your eyes see and your ears hear. This is the final and most important, demand of the state. Soros is like $7 billion and is like 94, sits in a wheelchair all day, drooling, and is somehow funding all this shit. Yeah.
Going to be very busy. Saturday is going to be very busy. I said at the top of the show there are more than 1,200 protests planned for tomorrow in all 50 states. I stand corrected. It is more than 1,300 protests planned in more than in all 50 states. It's expected to be the largest.
Like, it was huge, right? Right. I feel like we got our fill of those protests. Now, let's jump to some other news. I'm going to jump around a little bit here because we have several topics that I'm going to talk about. Today's going to be
full of energy.
A long stream, so I'm going to jump from country to country and back.
The first ever EU Central Asia
Oh,
Summit
please
where
don't
the EU
autoplay. I didn't ask you to autoplay. Shut up. No, you know what? I'll save you for the Russia segment. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Check the concurrent viewer count. Oh my goodness. Hello. 82 of you. That's insane. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please drop a like on the stream on YouTube and join the Discord. Like, I want this community to grow. We need to fight back. And the only way we can do this is by coming together, is collective liberation. Does he distribute these secret paychecks in one night like Santa Claus? Yeah, exactly. He has a little sleigh. So, outside of America, we've seen in the last month protests in Turkey, protests in... Thank you for the sub, Too Real for this. We've seen protests in Turkey, Serbia, Hungary, Greece, Italy, France, Germany. What else am I missing? Romania. The entire, like, of Europe is up in arms. Drummers, get in the streets. Honestly, yeah. Bring your fucking instruments. Here's Serbia.
This is something of a protest tradition here in Serbia. For decades, people who have taken to the streets here have made sure to drown out the sound of what they say is unvarnished state propaganda.
Which is what you can use your drums and your instruments for.
Disinformation, smears, veiled threats. In these latest protests that have engulfed Serbia, the 7:30 p.m. wall of sound remains a protest staple.
For 5 months now, a cross-section of Serbians, led by university students, have been protesting virtually every day.
I want to see this in America.
Was the collapse in November last year.
Wait, is that a poster with the with the death from Puss in Boots? Yeah.
Of a newly restored section of train station roofing in Serbia descended on
Belgrade protested against what was his name? Yeah, Vučić, Alexander Vučić, like a week ago. This was Belgrade, guys. America needs this. Yeah. Yeah.
The capital, Belgrade.
Citizens in Serbia have a long and rich history of protests, but this one is truly unique.
It warms my heart.
These are the largest protests since the current ruling party came to power. In that sense, they are unprecedented. This is a decentralized movement led by young people, and public support is greater than ever.
Also, like, still my favorite protest that will ever exist. You see the laser pointers? Laser pointers are quite useful, actually. Buy some laser pointers. This is gonna be you in like 2 weeks, just so you know. If you're lucky. 'Cause they might just use live ammunition. Remember, Trump last time ordered the government to shoot live ammunition at protesters. And the only reason it didn't happen is because the generals were like, no, what the fuck? All of those generals were fired. Is that Atlanta, Georgia? No, this is Georgia, the country. Where's my firework cannon? Wait, hold on. I got a better one. I want to see my firework cannon. Aha. This right here. I still haven't found the actual video that I'm looking for. God damn it. Is it this one? Yes, finally. Here we go. This is fucking Georgia, guys. Also, hello, Astolf. What's up? Green lasers, fireworks are pretty. It's a celebration. Yeah. All of this is a movement of love. All of these people are celebrating how much they love their country. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Look, there's hearts and shit. It's glorious. Now, we jump to France, and here we get some bad news. But we also have good news. France is having two different kinds of protests. The Nazi side, the liches, the ghouls, the demons, are bringing up a protest in favor of Le Pen, using the exact same talking points that Trump used in his defense, whereas we have massive counter-protests against Le Pen.
Supporters of France's
And I don't
Marine
think
Le Pen
Le Pen's
are
going to make
preparing
this
to rally
work.
in support
I don't think
of
she
the
can make it
convicted
work.
politician after she was banned from running in the country's next presidential election.
Also, yes, actually, thank you for saying that, Long Leg Homo Sapien. I probably should mention, this was Georgia's reaction to something infinitely smaller than anything happening to us. It was just simple corruption of suspected Russian puppetry. It's like in 2016 when we had Russiagate, if we did it then, that's what it would have been.
Le Pen had called Sunday's rally the starting gun of her 2027 presidential campaign.
Remember, this woman has been sentenced to 4 years in prison, as well as being barred from running.
Guilty of embezzling EU funds. A counter-protest organized by the left is also taking place in downtown Paris.
I hope this grows the left everywhere.
Our correspondent Lisa Lewis joins us now from Paris.
Manafort, Flynn, who still works for the Russians, Kash Patel has been on Russian state TV, Tulsi Gabbard has been on Russian state TV, hell fucking, what's his name? The guy who pretends to be a leftist because of Gaza, but is also like one of the liches, was also on Russian state TV with Kash Patel. Not Hegseth. God damn it, what was his name? He's like an influencer. Well, it doesn't matter. The entire government. Ratcliffe, CIA director, Russian asset. DNI director, Tulsi Gabbard, Russian asset. Kash Patel, FBI director, just like an idiot. Jackson Hinkle, thank you, that was the one. Jackson Hinkle went on Russian state TV with fucking Kash Patel. We've seen it.
So, Lisa, we'll get to Le Pen in a second, but for a moment, tell us about the counter demonstrations that are also happening today.
Now, I think. I'm too mad about them.
Well, that protest at the Place de la République in northeastern Paris is organised by the Green Party and far-left France and both. There are hundreds of people who've come together to say we are here to defend democracy. They are outraged after Marine Le Pen said the judgment handed down on Monday was a politically motivated judgment.
And they're being mean to me. They're not letting me just openly commit crimes. What did I do wrong? I'm just a birthday boy. I did nothing wrong. I'm special. You can't arrest me.
They're saying, you know, a functioning democracy also means an independent justice system that holds politicians to account. For the people to be able to decide.
Here's Le Pen urges supporters to follow the example of Martin Luther King. Why couldn't you be more like America? To the literal American government? Yeah.
France 24's Antonia Kerrigan is at the National Rally protest in Paris. Good afternoon, Antonia.
Yeah,
what is the atmosphere like at the rally right now?
A broken demo disc. Like, after all of that, the French really have stuck
well,
to their
the rally's
protesting.
just wound up. The speeches have just come to an end. But the square behind me was not quite full. The capacity is 8,000. We're not sure exactly how many.
Right-wingers invoke MLK instance 9,051,000,051 after getting rid of MLK Day. I know time and place and all, but you should add anti-capitalism in the opinion when you join the Discord. I really should. I mean, honestly, that's kind of assumed at this point. Your boy John Doe. At least in my community. Now, we can do some... You know what? Yeah, we'll do some Turkey, and then we'll talk about Russia. Because all of these connect. Turkey is kind of key in this instance. As I've said before... When in our current context now, just like a little recap of where geopolitics is sitting. America has said we would not defend Europe in case of Europe being attacked. Now, the highest likelihood of where Russia would go is Lithuania, because Kaliningrad is Russia. Russia currently does not have the capability of doing this. They're losing the war in Ukraine. They need America's help. That's why we're helping them. But at the same time, Turkey is a big player here. Turkey can go either way. Turkey is in a weird position of Turkey can just get whatever they want. Erdogan will only make the decision that benefits him and his family. He does not give a shit about Turkey. If he did give a shit about Turkey, we'd be on Europe's side. But at the same time, he pulled some fashy shit in Turkey, and now there's massive global uprisings. I know Turkey invaded Syria. Everyone's invading Syria again. We're getting the Syrian civil war too. There's massive protests, economic boycotts. They want him out. They want early elections because Erdogan is a piece of shit. Now, how this goes could be incredibly effective for either Europe or for Russia. So far, Turkey has claimed all of Ukraine is Ukrainian. They don't support any of Russia, and all of Crimea belongs to Ukraine. Turkey would benefit quite strongly from being able to have a port in Crimea. They want one. At the same time, Turkey sells a lot of shit to Europe. Turkey is also now the largest military in NATO, aside from the United States. And since they're out, they are the largest military in NATO. Turkey is a manufacturer of drones, of aircraft, of guns that rivals Germany's production. In fact, currently Germany is still ramping up production. I'm not sure if they've surpassed Turkey yet, but Turkey is incredibly crucial here. What happens with Turkey will depend on Erdogan, will depend on whether there's an early election, will depend on what happens when Erdogan comes to America to speak with Trump this week. There is a realistic possibility, as we've said, the fascists have carved up the world. Alexander Dugin's talking about great China, great India, great Israel, great Russia, great America. They are sectioning off these countries, and Israel's going to get all of this. Fucking India's going to get half of Iran. China's going to get all of this shit. Russia takes all of Europe. That's the plan here. Now, whether the plan actually follows through, that's a different thing. They get to make their optimal scenario. That would be their optimal scenario. I can see, in exchange for Turkey flipping to the Axis power side, maybe an offer of, hey, you guys can keep Cyprus. Hey, maybe you guys can have northern Syria. Hey, maybe you guys can have Armenia. If Russia's desperate enough, hey, maybe you guys could hold on to Crimea for 10 years. These could realistically be offered to Turkey. And we don't know how that will go. Now, whether or not that happens is a whole other thing, but all of these are open possible scenarios because we are in a World War III situation that for some reason we started for no reason. I did like it when borders didn't change. Yeah, well, borders are going to change a lot now. This is the era of small countries being cannibalized by larger countries. Trump just said Spain was part of BRICS. Trump's brain is soup.
This is good news, however. Is sticking to its plans to enforce new laws on social media platforms like X, TikTok, and Facebook, despite pressure from the U.S. In an interview with Euronews, European Commission Executive Vice President Hanna Verkunen, who oversees security and technology, explains that these laws are vital to protecting democracy from disinformation and market abuses.
Our rules are very fair because they are same rules for everybody who is operating and doing business in the European Union. So we have same rules for the European companies, for American companies, for the Chinese companies.
Good, fuck our tech companies.
The Digital
Europe,
Services Act.
Please make a European Twitch or YouTube variant so that once I'm banned off this site for being a political dissident, I have somewhere to go. I'm begging you, Europe, come on.
Act which addresses disinformation and the Digital Markets Act aimed at ensuring a fair digital economy have come under significant scrutiny from Donald Trump's prominent advisor, Elon Musk.
EU will not
Both Europe and Australia have threatened to fine Elon now, billions, in fact. Now, he will never pay them, but...
From implementing the DSA and DMA where and when needed, despite
Syria,
the confrontation with the United States.
It's super important for us that we are fully enforcing DMA and DSA because when it comes to DMA, there we want to make sure that the big players, that they are not the dominant players, they are not...
Unfortunately, as much as social media has created the ability for marginalized groups to form communities, it's also brainwashing all of society. Australia banned social media for people under 16. Incredibly based law, one that puts the onus on the companies. It is illegal for a 15-year-old to have an Instagram in Australia. But if you are 15 and you're on Instagram, you get caught. You don't get in trouble. Your parents don't get in trouble. But Meta has to pay $50 million to the Australian government. That's a good way to do that.
Misusing their market power, that also new
I don't want
can enter
13-year-olds to Google, how do I get a girl to like me? And the first link they see is Andrew Tate. I don't want someone to Google, hey, why is the stock market crashing? And see some insane conspiracy bullshit like QAnon shit. That's what they want. They want all of that front and center because they want you to think what they want you to think. That like literally we quoted Goebbels in Congress the other day. Hold on. Saying exactly this. Here. Genuinely, like I'm not exaggerating, literally in Congress yesterday.
You should check it out. That's all that happened, sir.
So I'm going to leave you and I'll yield back.
You think Congress can be trusted, pre-breakfast banana? You think Congress functionally exists anymore?
A little bit of my time a direct quote from Joseph Goebbels. It is the absolute right of the state to supervise the formation of public opinion, and I think that may be what we're discussing here, and yield back.
Just openly quoting Goebbels as a positive, in fact.
With that,
you want to see Gaza? I'll show you Gaza in a second.
Ms. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to respond to what my colleague from Texas just said. When you're quoting Joseph Goebbels about the role of state in the public debate.
Do you understand what the quote was? It's not even the fact that he's quoting Goebbels. Listen to the quote.
Of my time, a direct quote from Joseph Goebbels. It is the absolute right of the state to supervise the formation of public opinion, and I think that may be...
I don't know why there's videos like this, but it is the right of the state to supervise the formation of public opinion, as in the state should decide what you think. We said that in Congress. Yeah. Yeah. But on the other end, Europe met with several Central Asian partners to create a economic deal. Europe has moved all the way to the east. Europe is making deals with Uzbekistan, all of the STAN countries, as well as in Vietnam. China and Europe are being hosted for trade summits this week.
Antonio Costa and Ursula von der Leyen were present has concluded after 2 days.
So like no freedom of press, yeah. Actually, it's the
Samarkand.
opposite. It's literally 1984. That's what he's saying.
Leaders of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan.
That's based.
In today's international context, the importance of a function rules-based...
They're moving away from it, Bulletproof Baldy. And Russian gas production is going down because Ukraine keeps blowing up Russian oil refineries. The Russians barely have enough gas for their own military equipment anymore. Europe ain't buying shit from them soon.
Multilateral order cannot be overstated. Our meeting today encourages even more European Union Central Asia cooperation in multilateral fora, reinforcing our shared...
Right-wingers think that George Carlin would like them, Zizek's. Right-wingers don't believe in anything. They hear anything that remotely fits in their worldview and they adopt it, but then it's like a bastardized version of it.
Commitment to a peaceful and prosperous global order.
Regarding the new strategic partnership between Central Asia and Europe, Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said she believes this...
You understand, like, looking at a map, now the alliances, again. Remember, just this week, we're going to see Vietnam host Europe and China for talks. But Europe just made economic deals with Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. Like, that is a big fucking deal. Europe's economic ties getting closer and closer to China. Now we meet in Vietnam next week, and that's even more. We don't need America. America's dead. America's fucked. America shot themselves in the foot. Jesus, Kazakh is fucking huge. Yeah, it is. I mean, to be fair, this map isn't necessarily accurate to size, but Kazakhstan is a big country. My favorite right-wingers are the ones who think Rage Against the Machine is on their side. Yeah.
Lead to new opportunities, especially in the energy, tourism, trade, and transport.
There you go, energy. That's quite important as well.
Location can open global trade routes and investment flows.
We're going back to the Silk Road. Remember, if we're getting ships that have to go through the Suez Canal, and Israel over there might fuck with some of those shipments because they're American allies, then we're going to want to bring stuff in by ground using what the old Silk Road was. Where does that have to go through? Turkey.
And these new investments will enhance sovereignty.
I mean, we can go around Africa, but then that should cost a lot more money.
Your economies. And most importantly, they will make new friendships.
At the Samarkand summit, the EU sent out a key message that they want to be a big economical player in the region of Central Asia, and they are willing to put big money on the table in order to do this. The 12 billion euros investment plan is focusing on climate action.
12 billion euros on climate action. That means energy infrastructure, water management.
Water management, infrastructure, and mining. These are areas where European companies are traditionally...
Like Kazakhstan and all them, they have rare earth minerals that Europe will have a need for, which is great because that's That's rare earth minerals that are currently in the Russian sphere of influence, but the Kazakhs fucking hate the Russians as well. So this really is going to turn into Europe versus Russia. And right now, Russia can't do shit. Like, NATO, fuck NATO. Poland could take out Russia right now, alone. Elon is after all the lithium and cobalt, which, by the way, I fucking hate electric vehicles because they're not cleaner than fossil fuel cars. The extraction of lithium and cobalt is just as destructive to the environment, and EV batteries are biohazards for hundreds of years. Conservatives are not known for their media literacy. Americans are not known for their literacy, period.
Additionally, very good. And they are
now, we'll get to Turkey in a second. Someone wanted to see Israel. You want to see Israel? That's Rafah yesterday. Rafah yesterday, guys. There's nothing left. You want to know how these people talk about folks? Oh, sorry, the post was deleted. Literally, post in question. Gone. Grandson eliminated. They were talking about the leader of like a Hezbollah commander and said the grandson of this has been eliminated. Poor kid. Poor fucking kid. I'm not sure how much of this one I'm allowed to show you, but have a look for yourselves. I'm not sure I can actually play this one on stream fully. This was paramedics who went to do their job. They get out of their vehicle and they get shot to death. This was, by the way, like a trap. This was almost certainly a purposeful setup because it looked like a car crash. It looked like someone drove off the road partway through and the paramedics go to help that person who drove off the road. And immediately after exiting their vehicles, they get shot at until they die. I see it on the TikToks? Yeah. Okay, fine. Then that's not TOS. Here. There you go. It's just murder. Oh, really quickly before we get to that, I want to show you the fact that they're wearing high-vis. It's not like, here you go, high-vis. It's very clear. A drone can see that this is not just a regular person, that this is emergency services. Everything has lots of TOS. Just risking it is scary, all right? Immediately after you get out of the car, that's a setup. Like that is properly, fully a trap. This is a war crime. And they lied about it. What was the IDF statement? The Israeli Defense Force said in a statement that during the operation in southern Gaza, 23rd of March, several vehicles were identified advancing suspiciously towards IDF troops without headlights or emergency signals. Their movement was not coordinated in advance, thus IDF troops opened fire on suspected vehicles. That's what they said. That's a literal lie. Sorry, you can't say that one. That's a Fed post, but you are correct, Bulletproof Baldy. Sorry. Like, I might get banned for saying that. But yeah. Following initial assessment, it was determined that the forces had eliminated a Hamas military operative. No, the fuck they didn't. No, they didn't. That's a lie. Civil Defense Red Crescent crews eventually exhumed a mass grave where the bodies were discovered. Many zip-tied hands, signs of field execution. One had clothes removed and another was beheaded. So there's that. That's what's going on over in Israel. You guys want to see what's happening with the Russians, though, really quickly. I'm turning into a war streamer. I mean, I guess that's what happens when we live in times of great war and conflict. So first off, any British people in here, you should be pretty fucking mad. I can't open the Times UK one because I don't want to pay for it, but there's the link for it. Russian censor boats in UK waters. These are looking for defense. These are looking for bombs that might be placed for, submarines. These are looking for UK submarines. These are looking for undersea cables to cut. The Sunday Times withholding certain details, including where they were found. It follows a 3-month investigation into how Russia is using underwater capabilities to map, attempting to hack, and partially sabotage critical national infrastructure. We'll also uncover that the British military have found Russian unmanned underwater vehicles lurking next to secret deep-sea cables. The assessment at the time was that this was beyond reasonable doubt that they were trying to tap and hack the cables. They've been doing this for literal months. It can also be disclosed that prior to the full invasion of Ukraine in 2022, there was credible intelligence suggesting super yachts owned by Russian oligarchs have been used for underwater surveillance and reconnaissance around Britain. I covered housing, rent, homelessness, welfare, landlords for 80% of the day. A bit of war in there too, war everywhere. I did a bit of the economy early in the morning. That'll be mostly next stream. I want to see what the markets are going to look like tomorrow. Actually, I want to see what the aftermarket trading looks like now. We looked at it earlier and it looked like pretty fucking bad. Oh, it's gotten a little bit better, the after hours trading. I mean, they've been cutting cables for a while. Denmark, Finland area, they've done that like 3 times in the last year. And do not use Starlink. There are European variants that are better than Starlink. Get the European Starlink and not give any money to Elon. Fuck these guys. But here's General Christopher Cavioli, head of the United States European Command, spoke about Russia-Ukraine war at a Senate hearing and gave an overview of the general situation on the battlefield.
We've learned a lot. Before you continue, in February of 22, we would not have dreamed of such a loss from
in Australia as a chap, yeah, but we'll get to that when we get to Australia.
Russia of tanks, would we?
We would not have. I did not anticipate the war to go this long, and I did not anticipate Ukraine to be able to destroy so much of Russia's warfighting capability.
I hope I didn't break your train of thought.
Ukraine's
so
fucking them up.
No, so as we watch the Russians, we see that their level of skill in some technical areas is very high and is evolving during the course of the war, but it's mainly isolated in specific pockets. It does not appear to be generalizable across the force, and overall, the quality of their force, especially their ground force, has been decreasing throughout the conflict.
Go Ukraine.
On the Ukrainian side, we see sort of the opposite. We see a military that started pretty much from an almost cold start. We had been helping them before the war, but not at the scale.
Also, I need you guys to know that even without American assistance, Ukraine's good for like the next year. Till 2026, they have enough ammo, they have enough munitions. They're fine right now. Europe is also going to help quite a bit. All of these countries are increasing their military spending because they're scared of Russia. And as I've said before, the one thing that I hate about how Europe's doing this is instead of taxing the rich to increase military spending, they are doing this through cutting social programs, which is going to bite them in the ass later. But I suppose you need to make sure that you have a country before you can fix your country.
We began to after the war, and they've evolved and developed very, very quickly. So we've learned a lot about institutional adaptation from watching both sides as well.
If we or our NATO allies had to face Russia ourselves in a conflict,
again, Poland alone could take out Russia right now.
Because of what we learned, would we be exponentially better off today because of the lessons we've?
Because, ya boy John Doe, if there was a ceasefire in Ukraine, what would happen is Russia would take a year or two to rebuild its military strength and learn from their mistakes. It would give them a chance to catch a breath and regroup. Right now, they're on the defensive. They're trying to go do some offensive shit, but they're also trying not to lose ground. There's a reason why the 150,000 troops that were in Belarus just got resent to Ukraine. Because if those troops pushed into Lithuania, Ukraine would have pushed into Russia. Because they can't hold with that much. So we need to keep this war going to make sure that Russia doesn't have a chance to regroup. Russia's economy is collapsing. If this war goes on for another year or two, Russia might just collapse on its own. We don't need to beat them. They could collapse. Economically, Ukraine is fucking them up day after day after day after day. Like, Russia's just taking L's everywhere.
We've learned in the last 2.5 years.
Oh yes, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I will actually.
Say a word or two in half a minute about the Russian economy.
So the Russian economy has been both bolstered and distorted by this war. Specifically, the Russian government has had to turbocharge their defense sector. And in so doing, they have created a very strong inflationary pressures throughout the economy, but especially in the civil sector. They've responded to that with high interest rates to hold inflation down. The central banker, Elvira Nabiullina, has the overnight rate, the prime rate is over 21% right now. That is choking off the viability of the civil economy. So one has a...
What is considered losing a defensive war? Haven't the territorial lines held? Well, depraved ambiance. The territorial lines are holding. Like, hold on, let me pull up the actual map. Are Russian nukes even operable? Probably at least like a quarter of them, but I've been saying for a while that almost certainly, like, they're not maintained. The USSR was known for its corruption. Half of these probably sold their like uranium out of their warheads back in like 1973 to buy some like liquor or some shit. But so these lines have held. These red parts and these purple parts are what Russia has taken so far. The green is what Ukraine has liberated. All this green used to be held by Russia and has been liberated by Ukraine. Now, what's losing this defensive war is while Russia's still sitting on this line, Ukraine is liberating bit by bit by bit, but at the same time is launching long-range strikes into Russia all over the place, hitting airfields, hitting oil refineries, hitting prime economic targets. So if their economy crashes, they lose this war. That is winning through defense. Because the Russians have a war economy. They can maintain this war for quite a long time. But all of that relies on their ability to sell goods to other countries. Europe is going to cut off their gas. America is going to enter into a trade deal because we have sanctioned Canada to no end, and we need potash, fertilizer, for our food. The only other source we can get this much from is Russia, which is why we dropped agricultural sanctions on them. But if they keep having their fuel refineries blown up, that's their money. They can't pay for anything without it. Just the agricultural trade with us won't help. We might have to go into Ukraine and help the Russians. That's not it sounds crazy, but it's a non-zero chance that America will go in and help the Russians. We're basically openly stating that we're allies now. The funnier thing is that Russia doesn't give a shit. They're laughing at us. They don't respect us. 4 U.S. troops died in Lithuania, and the Russians are making memes about it.
A huge, oversized defense sector, but an anemic civil sector. And that defense sector, as you know, Chairman, is...
it's not a proxy war. It's not. It's a direct war.
Not a productive center, not a productive economy for the nation. It's productive for the fighting of the war, but beyond that, it has pretty much swamped things out. It appears that it will be very difficult to unwind such an imbalance, and we'll need to consider that as we...
Thank you. General Cavoli, could you give the committee a brief assessment of the battlefield? We hear a lot about Ukraine's challenges, but as I understand it, they are still holding significant territory. They are taking the fight to the Russians and innovating on the battlefield daily.
Also, innovation in military technology always comes in times of war, which is why we're making AI drone swarms, which is like straight out of the worst horror movie that you could think of. It's definitely not a proxy war. That implies that the war was started by outside powers. It was not. Russia invaded Ukraine and Ukraine got assistance. Yeah, it's a direct war. It's not proxy.
Sure, Senator Reid.
We are at war with Russia.
All of the above is true.
At least,
so
like
if
I
we
am.
take just a moment and go down the front line of troops, if you don't mind. So,
impeach? What the fuck are you talking about? Impeach, Transclick. You can't impeach these people. You have to arrest them. And there's no impeachment. There is no impeachment. The entire government is complicit. There's like 6 people in elected office that are not complicit. And yeah, you didn't know about the AI drone swarms? Mini drones with AI? You ever watch Dune? We made the little hunter-seeker drones. We made dozens of them. You can impeach the cabinet. You don't have the votes because both the Democrats and the Republicans will not vote to impeach. All of the government should be removed. We need to take everyone out of elected office and try again. And also, you're not getting a free and fair election in 2026. I'm positive about it at this point. I showed earlier Greg Abbott trying to rig an election in Texas.
We start in the northern part of the battlefield, the active battlefield area. That's the place where Ukraine last summer pushed.
If you're not going to get free and fair elections in 26, why would you get one in 28?
An advance into Russia in an area called Kursk. And they took a large part of Kursk. This is where the Russians introduced North Korean troops to help push the Ukrainians back.
Yeah, the war did start when Russia invaded Bulletproof Baldy. Yes, it did. The war started when Russia invaded Crimea in 2014.
back out. They set an original goal of the end of September to have the Ukrainians out of Kursk.
Oh yeah, not to mention
the Ukrainians
the
today
South Carolina fucking court race. Sorry, I wasn't listening to him, so we're gonna rewind that. But yeah, not to mention the South Carolina with the Supreme Court case. We don't have democracy, guys. Democracy's dead. And hold on, let me show the AI drone swarms. They're fucking terrifying.
The U.S. military is developing a new weapon that could be used to wipe out entire armies. The program, called Replicator, is designed to create cheap, disposable drones that can be deployed in large numbers. The drones would be able to fly in formation and attack targets autonomously. The military is particularly interested in using swarm drones to counter China's growing military.
Wait, hold on. I'd find a better video on this. Military, AI, drone, swarm, assassins. The little assassin. Here we go.
See that?
This is what we made.
Device these days.
We're making
it has
lots
cameras
of them.
and sensors.
They're already on the battlefield. No shit. Goddamn Zombie. Also, good timing.
And just like your phones and social media apps, it does facial recognition.
Uh-huh.
Inside
facial
here
recognition
is 3 grams of shaped explosive. This
exactly
is how
what
it
I
works.
want. Yeah. I'm starting to get a trauma response to the drone noises. Jesus Christ, I'm not even in Ukraine. Hunter Seeker drones.
That little bang is enough to penetrate the skull and destroy the contents.
We plan to throw these out with swarms. Here's some on the battlefield now. Ukraine has developed FPV with radio direction finder capabilities. 2 antennas banded to a 60-degree angle to each other to help FPV operators locate radio emitters, such as enemy FPV operators with the EW jammers. That's fucking cool. The operator then attacks the emitting target when he locates it visually. Now that's some real innovation from Ukraine. Goddamn right. Yeah, sorry, you can't say that, Adrian Bear. You can only joke about it, like the lemon cutter that I showed earlier. It's not just like the human motivation for war toys. It's it's capital. It's money. Money wants this. This is profitable. War is profit. Robot murder hornets. It's powerful enough to penetrate the human skull. Why are we proud of that? We really failed as a species. I genuinely, I think, if I had the power to snap my fingers and bring us back to fucking agrarian times, I would.
Виявлення і знищення з установок РЕП.
Innovation is crazy during war. Every time, no matter what, throughout history, it's always been this way.
And they took a large part of Kursk. This is where the Russians introduced North Korean troops to help push.
Who got their asses kicked, spent the first week having a wank until Russia had to block their internet access, and then died, all of them.
The Ukrainians
They had to
back
pull
out.
them out. It was special forces that had to get pulled out because they were just getting slaughtered.
Set an original goal of the end of September to have the Ukrainians out of Kursk. The Ukrainians today are still in Kursk. There is a sizable force holding a sizable.
Wait, Zomi, I thought we pulled out of Kursk. Or I say we now. God damn it! I've joined the war. I'm fucking. I'm gonna join the Ukrainian Legion or some shit. Who is America's enemy this week? Ourselves, mostly.
Diminished but sizable chunk of ground inside Russia in Kursk Oblast right now, and they're holding on very good defensive terrain. South of there in Belgorod, the Ukrainians a couple of weeks ago pushed a smaller counteroffensive back into Russia. So we still have a back and forth going up in that area.
That's why I said that they can't invade Europe. Ukraine will just push further into Russia and take their lost territory back. The Russians can't hold this ground. They need that ceasefire because they're losing. They need us to help them. That's exactly why we made that fucking don't hit energy infrastructure deal that Russia immediately ignored. Yeah, no, that's pretty impressive. You guys went past Sumi. Grab Sudza. If Ukraine can take Sudza, I will laugh very hard.
We come down inside of Ukraine
Again,
to some of the
Poland can
big
do this.
battlefields up in
Just send
Luhansk. And
Poland.
first of all, there's the city just west of the old Bakhmut called Chasiv Yar. The Ukrainians and the Russians have been fighting over this city and the city to the south of it, Toretsk, for about 8 months now. In recent weeks, the Russian offensives have sort of petered out. They had been decreasing in scale, moving from company size to platoon size. Now basically small groups of infantrymen trying to rush forward under artillery fire.
They also have no idea what they're doing. They just instantly die. They're walking. The infantry that they send are walking. They send like 4 carrier vehicles. The people get out and then they just like wander aimlessly until they get hit with drone strikes. And that would be here. I would show you some of it, but like, question, if Russia needs a ceasefire, why does Putin keep butchering the ceasefire offers? Because he needs a one-sided ceasefire. If the war actually ends in Russia, everything for Putin falls apart. The war needs to end in Ukraine, but not in Russia. And that's the point, Astolf. The world needs to think that, yeah, there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, but there's no actual ceasefire in Ukraine from the Russian end. It's also untrained conscripts, yeah. If Putin ends the war, he loses power. That's how he holds power. Fascists need eternal war to continue to ramp up their, like, population to support them. That's how it always works.
And they have failed to gain ground in the last couple of weeks. In fact, the Ukrainians have taken a little bit of ground back from them. If we come farther south from that, we get to Pokrovsk in Donetsk province, where the Russians continue to try to take
Before we talk about Pokrovsk, it's not a surrender. It is a handicap. They want a handicap. They're playing Civ, and they want the enemy Civ to have like a debuff because they're too strong. Russia mobilized another 160,000 a couple weeks ago. Were not those the ones from Belarus that got redeployed into Ukraine? Like they brought them back?
Pokrovsk in Donetsk province, where the Russians continue to try to take Pokrovsk. They are stalled out on their axes trying to encircle it. They got pretty close, but the Ukrainians have held the Russians back. That's on the ground. The Russians seem to be suffering from a paucity of armored vehicles and a lack of manpower. The Ukrainians on their side have assumed very strong defensive positions, well dug in, and appear to have solved some of their manpower problems that were so acute last.
Which, by the way, Zomi, correct, they mobilized 18 to 24-year-olds for the first time. You go on right-wing grift media, and they're talking about how Ukraine is training child soldiers and forcing children to fight the war, which is a lie. When Russia literally is doing that exact thing. Every accusation is still a confession. It's the whole world. The 72nd Brigade received the first batch of 18 to 24-year-olds. Best of luck to them, comrades.
They've increased the pool of people available for mobilization. They've increased the pool of people available for voluntary recruitment, and they've done a good job squeezing
the Russians
people out of
literally are
headquarters
kidnapping Ukrainians to do that.
to the front.
I've shown the video of the Russians who are holding Ukrainian children hostage, teaching them like propaganda and making them go fight. Zelensky blasts the world's weak response to Russia's ballistic missile attack on Kryvyi Rih, where kids died. Silence on Moscow killing with ballistic missiles is dangerous. It fuels their war. Again, this was a fucking school playground that got hit with a ballistic missile. A school playground. Sorry, wrong video.
Замовчувати те, що це саме Росія вбиває дітей балістикою, це неправильно. Це небезпечно.
I wish this guy was our
Це тільки
president.
підбурює покидьків в Москві. Продовжувати війну та надалі ігнорувати дипломатію.
Of course it's voluntary.
Слабкість ще ніколи не закінчувала.
If it wasn't voluntary bulletproof bullet, the West would be screaming their fucking head off. They had to make it that way. And to be fair, fine. And honestly, I would fight for my fucking country too. This was last night after they hit Kyiv. Which is again our fault because we stopped putting pressure on them in the Black Sea, or not the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, and they were able to move ships close enough. Again, let me open them. I should just keep this map open. They were able to position close enough to fire into Kyiv. That's our fault. We did that.
People have been injured after overnight airstrikes on the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. The city's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, said in a social media post that 3 districts were targeted and fires were reported in residential buildings. Residents sheltered in the metro system during the attack. DW special.
Captain Buggy, massive W. I still think it's awesome that a Jewish dude sent a bunch of Nazis to the front lines. W. Zelensky getting rid of the Nazis in Ukraine. Yeah, he sent the Nazis to go die in fucking Mariupol. Rest in piss. Russia used an airburst version of their Iskander ballistic missile on a playground. This is an example of an airburst from an Iskander on a decoy Patriot system last year. Thank you. That's actually helpful, so we don't have to look at children dying. They used an Iskander missile on a fucking playground. Why? What do you need to, like, I know that they're testing on civilians. They're training drone operators on civilians. What the fuck is the point of this one? Other than just death and cruelty. It's the point. Watching the film All Quiet on the Western Front should be mandatory in second school history, social studies, civics, or politics. I haven't seen that. I should watch it.
Correspondent Nimisha Jeswal is in the Ukrainian capital. Nimisha, tell us more about those overnight attacks on Kyiv, and we understand other parts of the country as well.
Well, Michael, it was a very loud morning here in Kyiv. Explosions ringing out, multiple explosions over the city as air defense got to work. Now, overnight already, there were drone attacks and the air raid alert was already on. But at about 5 o'clock this morning, local time, we had the air raid alert go off. And moments later, we heard explosions. And that gap is significant because when it is a ballistic missile, it comes in so fast that as soon as it's detected, it might already be reaching here. Usually when it comes to drones and other kinds of missiles, there's more of a gap and there's time to take shelter, but that is not the case when it is a ballistic missile. We know that at least 3 districts...
Yeah, like, this is a very expensive missile to launch. They only produce 30 a month, and each launch cost them about $3 million. Yeah, also, don't worry about that supersonic one that they psyoped everyone with before, too. That's way too expensive. They can't even... I don't even think they have another one. Can't remember what it was called. The fucking hypersonic... That wasn't hypersonic missile.
Were hit with, there were fires in at least 3 districts. There aren't details about if those were caused by debris or by the missile actually finding its target. But as I was scanning Telegram as these attacks were ongoing, we saw messages go out by the mayor calling for medical help. So we knew that there were injuries, and it was confirmed later that at least 3 people were injured.
I am doing Australia next as like a palate cleanser because I have good news, but vote on what segment you guys want next. I got a lot today. We're going to watch a bunch of like long videos and learn about history. Kinsale is the hypersonic missile. That wasn't the one I was thinking of. It was like, start with an O? Oshuri, whatever. I don't know. It was a PSYOP.
And there were also attacks late last evening on Mykolaiv, where at least 2 elderly women have been injured, as well as a KAB bomb.
Yeah, the Orshnik. Yes, thank you. These people are evil. Meanwhile, though, you want to know what some of the innovation Ukraine is making? Because this is some cool shit. And then we'll get a palate cleanser.
For frontline troops, this is the future. UGVs, or uncrewed ground vehicles, are going to become commonplace on the battlefield, and this one, called Themis, is among the most advanced there is. Developed in Estonia, 15 of these have already seen action in Ukraine, transporting ammunition and supplies and evacuating injured soldiers.
So this vehicle was developed to support dismounted troops. So it's like a wingman for a soldier. So you can have different versions of it. You can put the machine gun on top of that. You can put radio equipment, different sensors, anti-tank systems. You can also transport the wounded persons. You can use the vehicle for logistics, mine clearance, whatever is there.
This is really cool.
Themis is short for Tracked Hybrid Modular Infantry System. It weighs just over 1,600 kilos and is powered by a hybrid diesel-electric engine. It has a top speed of 12 miles per hour. Fully fueled, it can operate in the field for up to 15 hours and carry a payload.
Why don't we just play Rock'em Sock'em Robots to decide geopolitical conflict? How about we just do diplomacy like we did for, you know, I mean, to be fair, we never really did. We were always colonizing shit anyway. I don't know. Like, honestly, I'm conflicted. The crash of the U.S. economy makes me happy. I'm an accelerationist now. But a lot of you, my friends, my family even, live in America. They're suffering. I'm fucking terrified for my parents who have thick, like, Turkish accents, that they could just get disappeared and sent to a gulag at any fucking time. They're citizens, doesn't matter. I'm terrified for all of you who's not going to be able to afford food, heating for your house, health care. I'm terrified. But I want the hegemony to collapse. What comes after, though, is the other issue, because Europe is moving towards their own type of fascism, because they're going to need it in the environment that they're trying to create. If they're trying to cut social spending to fund a war effort rather than taxing the rich, they're going to need to use some of that media manufactured fascism, the thought manufacturing that we see in America more and more and more. I need people everywhere to stand up. The global proletariat, stand up for collective liberation. Look at Eastern Europe. Look at some of Western Europe, and we need this to spread. I want what we saw in Georgia, in Belgrade, happening all over the world. That's our way out.
Of 1,200 kilos, about
the
weight of a Ford
Historically,
Fiesta.
we can learn from that. When we talk about Turkey later, because, you know, Turkish history and all that, we're going to see how that can actually function in society. You can do this.
Operated remotely, so that there is an operator, human operator, who steers the vehicle and manages it, but also it has autonomy functions. So you can give the point where it should go, it goes there. You can say to the vehicle, go home now, it goes back to home, the same route that it came there. You can
We're moving
also
towards
create
a situation where war is going to be fought mostly with robots anyway. And again, like, they're taking this job too. Not only are they taking your jobs at home, your manufacturing jobs, but they're also taking your jobs in the military. You get nothing. You get nothing. If you missed it earlier in the stream, we were covering the economy. Lutnick talking about how robots are going to take all the cheap labor jobs that we're trying to bring back to America, while everyone in America is losing their jobs. What the fuck are you supposed to do? Anyway, I think we can have a little bit of a palate cleanser. Let's jump to some, like, good news. The Labour Party in Australia is kicking fucking ass. Like, they have stepped up their game. They've stepped up their messaging. And, sorry, the Labour Party, yeah. And the Liberals look like dog shit. Like, the Liberals really look like dog shit. You will own nothing and be happy. Genuinely, like, have you seen some of the posts on Twitter from these people? Hold on, 1 second. You know what? Before we get there, I really do want to show you. They want you to be poor. Look at this. Right here. Primor, I lost 93% of my 401k, and I'll gladly lose the other 9% if it makes America great again. First off, can't even do math, but, like, fully willing to own nothing and be happy. At least this likely bot account, if not just, like, one idiot influencer. We're seeing less and less and less of that, though. So, you know. You got what I voted for. This is what you voted for. Anyway, let's jump to Australia. Let me just pull this up. Where are you? Yeah, that's my favorite image. So first of all, Albanese and the Labour government has promised to give subsidies for home batteries for fucking solar energy. So solar panels are objectively the cheapest way to get energy in Australia, but installing them is very expensive. Yes, I did see when he fell over on the stage.
Why do Australians love rooftop solar? Because it's the cheapest way to power your home. It's about to get even cheaper. Labor will cut the cost of installing a home battery, saving you $4,000.
That's huge. $4,000 subsidy for people who want to install solar panels in their house, which is the majority of Australians. Majority of Australian houses already have solar panels on their houses. But installing new ones, fixing them, like, this stuff is important. And this is all about cost of living. They've gone in for this.
Slashing power bills. Peter Dutton's nuclear plan would push up your power bills by up to $1,200. But Labor's focused on helping with the cost of living.
In fact, likely more over time.
Here and now. We'll also roll out another $150 in energy bill relief for every household. And with cheaper home batteries, we're helping bring down power.
You get $150 off your energy bill per year, no matter what, on top of the $300 that they passed last year those two combined, because that was renewed. So you get $450 off your energy bill. You get $4,000 subsidy to install solar panels. On top of this, we've also covered him saying TAFE, being trade school, is free for everybody. They're making GPs, general physicians, take bulk billing with Medicare again. Sorry for all of you Americans who don't have socialist healthcare, but we have public healthcare system, and it was getting privatized slowly during the liberal government's ruling, made it so most general physicians wouldn't bulk bill because they weren't getting enough money. They're fixing that. So you get money, you get a tax cut, by the way. Every single Australian household gets a tax cut. You get $450 off your energy bills. You get free TAFE. You get your doctors to, you could just go to the doctor without paying money again. This is what the Labour Party is offering you. You want to know what the Liberal Party is offering you?
So the cap on foreign students is as a percentage of the total number of students at the university. Can't universities circumnavigate this by just increasing the number of domestic students? And also, we're in Donnybrook, that's like an hour and a half away from the University of Melbourne on the train. How is a student cap in the city going to help someone buy a house out here?
Well, a few points. First,
neoliberalism is preferable to fascism right now, Gust. So, I'll take it. It's the Labour government, too. Like, they're not as bad as you think. They're not like the UK Labour government.
We have looked very closely at the way in which the agreements work between the government and the universities, and we can put requirements in because the Commonwealth...
Also, listen to him talk and tell me he doesn't sound like Elon Musk made him in a lab, underground, versus Albanese, who sounds like an actual Australian man.
Bills by up to $1,200. But Labor's focused on helping with the cost of living.
This sounds like a person. This sounds like a robot.
Obviously,
also, he's not answering the question.
Of the universities. In relation to the travel time that you raise, an hour and a half. If you're spending an hour and a half in a car, even a little Mazda 2, or if you've got a bigger sort of gas guzzling car, you're probably going to save, as a university student under our policy, maybe 2 tanks a week. It's very true. You're right. It's a good point. And
that's a lie too, by the way.
2 tanks a week if you're driving. Well, hang on. I'm just talking about petrol. You raised a very good point of how good our petrol policy is. I just want to finish this point.
That was her question that he's not answering and is saying, wait, let me finish my point before I don't answer your question.
2 tanks a week, I guess, is your point. And so that's probably $30 a week you're going to save as a university student.
The question was, how does cutting foreign student visas help me in any way?
That is a huge
That's
savings.
not,
I think that is
none
a
of this is true.
Fantastic point, Claire. Now, in relation to housing, students are buying houses, people are buying houses.
Again, what was the question?
So the cap on foreign students is as a percentage of the total number of students at the university. Can't universities circumnavigate this by just increasing the number of domestic students? And also, we're in Donnybrook, that's like an hour and a half away from the University of Melbourne on the train. How is a student cap in the city going to help someone buy a house out here?
Literally, how is saying there can't be more students in the city going to help me buy a house an hour and a half away? No answer. Nothing. They have nothing for you.
Doug Perez has an inverter ready to connect his solar panels to a battery, but the cost of installing storage hasn't added up financially.
We anticipate
because it's not a good policy, and honestly, we need to reform that here as well, because Australian universities are people come here for tourism universities. We need to fix that.
Battery prices coming down,
put standards in.
But they just haven't come down enough yet to make them economically viable for the life of the battery and the return on the cost based on our power use.
Labor's promise of a 30% discount on solar batteries is being pitched as a way of reducing household energy costs.
It is.
Allowing families to use the power they've collected.
Look at this. This is what the average rooftop of the Australian household looks like. Also, again, fucking single family housing. I hate it so much. We need more apartment buildings.
During the day.
When batteries stop catching on fire, I'll get one. That's not a problem here. Ever. The batteries don't catch on fire. I don't know what you're talking about, Zhejex. This, solar power is the second safest form of power. It's actually nuclear power. Sorry, no. It's solar power, nuclear, then wind power. That's the level of safety. So this is the literal safest and most economically efficient source of energy you can get in Australia. Yeah, those are Tesla batteries that explode, not like solar panel batteries.
When they need it most, in the evening.
We can have cheaper energy prices day and night, avoiding the high energy costs of expensive coal and gas.
I've laid out a plan myself. I've laid out an Australian housing and electricity plan that not a single Australian in my chat has been able to tell me anything wrong about it.
Yes.
We want to make sure that everybody's included, regardless of their postcode or their
maybe in America
bracket,
where you make shit shitty.
If they're in an apartment.
Sorry, Australia makes good products. We have a strong beef that lifts, and you guys have shitty batteries that read poetry and drink mineral water. So
we've got more work to do.
The typical battery being installed for an Australian home is between 5 and 10 kilowatts.
Get that
at
out
a
of here.
cost of $5,000 to $10,000 before the subsidy. Labor's modelling says coupled with solar, this could save a household around $1,100 a year off their power bill.
Ludwig, born in Australia, I live in Canada now. Every time I hear my friends tell me what change happened there, I'm always surprised by how insane the ideas are. Ludwig, the Liberal Party is fucking insane. On my YouTube, I just linked it. You can find a video of the Australian, like, mining lobby having a Christmas party video that they secretly posted that wasn't supposed to get out, where they're just wearing MAGA hats talking about make coal great again. Peter Dutton makes an appearance where he says that he'll be Gina Reinhardt's best friend, whereas the Labour Party is like, let's do some real shit. Everyone hates Labour, or rather hated Labour until Trump kind of flipped the script on that, because they was perceived that Labour did nothing because Murdoch owns all the media. Meanwhile, Labour had excellent ideas for housing policy, for the NDIS reform, for like energy reform, for cost of living reform, and all of these were blocked by the Green Party. The Green Party voted with the Liberals to block all of these ideas because they thought they didn't go far enough. It's not perfect, so it's not good enough bullshit again.
With this 30% discount, it will totally stack up to buy a battery and it will lower your energy bills.
But there are calls to go one step further, allowing households as a group to bid in energy markets, giving them access to higher prices for the electricity they feed into the grid.
That's the other thing here. If you have solar panels on your house, the excess like energy that's produced, because your battery can only fill up so much, feeds into the like actual energy grid, and then like you can make money off of it. In some places, I think you can actually sell the excess energy you get from your solar panels to the state, and this would be expanding that.
Essentially
I might
giving
be wrong,
consumers
but I'm pretty
access
sure
to
you
the
are
same
allowed to
market
do
that
that.
utility batteries have access to could give them a 5-fold increase to their revenues from those batteries.
With Australia's energy market in transition, the coalition...
What's up, Coco Kitty? But Ludwig, no, see, you're misunderstanding here. The Labour Party is worth voting for, and they do a good job. It is the Greens that have blocked everything that they've tried to do up until like the last couple of weeks. And I want you to think about this. Under the Labour government, wages went up every single year they were in power, whereas under the Liberal government, they didn't go up at all. The whole time. The full, like, the full ScoMo term. Wages went up nothing. Every year under Labour, it's gone up. I have solar. The rebate is getting smaller and smaller on the feed-in tariff. Well, I mean, yeah, that'll happen. But this would expand that. This would fix it. This would make this a federal thing so that you would get more from it. It's called net metering and states you feed back into your company's local grid. Yeah, this would be opening that market so you can make more money from it, from the excess that you produce from the panels on your house. Free energy from space. You can't beat that. No. Also, we live in a giant flat country. Just put some windmills. I was thinking about the apathy I was talking about earlier. Oh yeah, absolutely depraved ambiance. Labor has done well with wages. Labor has done well with like Woolies and Kohl's price gouging, the two fucking supermarkets that own everything, the duopoly. Like, have you just get credit for the surplus energy you put into the grid? So basically you don't get paid, you just get credits for your electricity bill. Yeah, this would make it so you get paid. Sorry, the credits, I said it's getting paid, but if it's going back into your electricity bill, that makes more sense. Thank you for the correction there. This would make it so you can actually get paid from it federally, which is excellent.
In this area. Fiona Blackwood, ABC News.
Again, like Labour wanted to build several 100,000 houses, and the Greens didn't let them. Also, Peter Dutton has been shit for trade with China. China hates him. The Liberal Party has been terrible with China. Last time the Liberal Party was in charge, we had sanctions on goods like lobster being exported to China. China is also our largest export market. They import most of the goods from Australia. It's America and China.
Sure, that we're a government that can deal with our trading partners effectively.
Australia suspends importation. China suspends importation of Australian beef as trade battle escalates.
I want to make sure that we're a government that can deal with our...
The Libs do, because America does. The Labour government wants to make a trade deal with China because Europe does.
Deal with our trading partners effectively.
Australian cotton, latest casualty in trade tensions with China, again, under the Liberal government.
I want to make sure that we're a government that can deal with our trading partners effectively.
China suspends barley imports from Australia's largest grain exporter. This was all under the Liberal government. I want Australia to make trade relations and get closer to China, to Vietnam, to Europe, not to the US. We need to honestly, Australia should expel all US military personnel and take back fucking Pine Gap. It's the Gina party anyway, exactly. Hey, look, you want to see our version of Doge? ScoMo, $21 billion in external contracts last time around. Scott Morrison, our previous prime minister. What would Dutton do? Let's sack 36,000 hardworking Australian public servants and replace them with multinational consultants who donate. It's privatization. It's the same thing as America. They would fire you and they would employ contractors, private contractors from other companies. You know, Australians pay more for our energy bill because we sell our energy overseas and then buy it back for a loss. Why do you think we do that? Because it helps our elite. It doesn't help you, helps the elite. Now, also, China has also been fucking around with Australia. Just a couple weeks ago, they had live fire testing of their strongest military fleet in the waters between Australia and New Zealand. That fleet then circumnavigated the entirety of Australia. Now we have Australia monitoring Chinese research vessels off the south coast. We need to make friends with China.
Authorities are tracking a high-tech Chinese research ship that's making its way across Australia.
Your taxes should come back to benefit you, pre-breakfast banana. That's the point of taxes. If your taxes aren't benefiting you, then the government's not doing its job.
Southern coast. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he would prefer if the vessel wasn't in Australian waters, but says it's operating within international rules. For more, Defence correspondent Andrew Green joins us now. Hi there, Andrew. So tell us about this research ship and what it's been doing.
Mel, this research vessel has not been a real secret for several weeks or even months. It's been operating out of New Zealand and has in fact been cooperating with that country's scientists as they've done a series of deep sea experiments off the New Zealand coast. It carries a submersible vehicle with it, so a mini submarine of sorts that is able to go to depths of several thousand metres below surface, and for some time this research has been happening off New Zealand, as I say, but in recent days this vessel has
Following international rules with China is a choice. It is a choice, and right now I think that might not be the worst choice. I think right now we need to make friends. I'm very leery of making nice with China. So am I, Harundo. But with World War III, you gotta make decisions here. We can't fight America and China. America is our colonizer. If we want America off of Australia, we need to make friends with China. And China is the more coherent, functional military and the larger risk to us because Australia is filled with rare earth minerals, has lots of access to resources that Russia wants. They're going to try and take them. They can take them via trade or they can take them by force. I would rather not have them take it by force. The USA needs a bogeyman. If it was Russia, now it's switching to Russia and Iran. No. America's going to go to war with Russia in the next couple of months, whereas China is going to invade Taiwan within May and June. Let's finish this and I'll explain why.
Making its way back to China and very close along the southern coast of Australia.
Could closer ties between China, EU, and Australia diffuse China's pressure on Taiwan or diffuse the craziness with North Korea? It'll diffuse the craziness with North Korea, but it will not fix Taiwan. They're going to take Taiwan in the next 2 weeks. You mean Iran? Yeah, America's going to war with Iran, and China's going to invade Taiwan within the next 2 months. I said weeks, months. May, June.
And that's, of course, where recently a Chinese task group caused all sorts of headaches for the Australian Defence Force as it was making its way also around Australia's coast.
Gotta listen.
So, Andrew, what's the response been to this?
Well, interestingly, the Prime Minister...
I'd be happy to bet on that. Which one, China or Iran?
Minister has decided to weigh into this.
You might want to wait until you hear my evidence first, though.
That suggests the government isn't entirely happy about.
Okay, you bored me. Again, just two more things on Australia. Pick one. And again, you might want to wait until you hear me out on my evidence first.
My opponent started his campaign measuring up the curtains at Kirribilli House. Some Queenslander. While telling everyone else they can't work from home. He's dreaming about Sydney Harbour. We're upgrading the Bruce Highway.
Authorised by Anthony Albanese.
This is them saying they want to end you working from home. Peter Dutton wants you to not be able to work from home. And this is my favorite photo. I'm going to be printing these out and actually go and post them around town. Because why not? Our election's next month. So that looks fun. Protect Australia from Donald Dutton, 2025. All right. Now, let me get my stuff open for Taiwan. Let's start with that one.
China is known as the factory of the world.
For decades, China has been eyeing Taiwan. Bold statements, threats.
and Taiwan have reached boiling points, sparking fears of a military confrontation that could engulf the entire Asia-Pacific region. In a significant development in the Taiwan Strait, the People's Liberation Army, PLA,
the Taiwanese military is finishing up.
Recently took an alternative route to the east.
Please be quiet. I did not ask you to autoplay. We watched this one last week. Wait, no, this was the boring one. Whatever, it'll do.
For its own defense.
Up a week of rapid response exercises aimed at boosting the island's ability to react to threats from China. Beijing claims Taiwan as part of its territory and has vowed to take the self-ruled democracy by force if necessary. Recently, there's been an uptick in tensions after China sent dozens of military planes into
19 of their Navy fleet and 23 aircraft they used to do live fire testing drills specifically on targets that would be required for them to do an amphibious landing.
areas near Taiwan. DW's East Asia correspondent James Chater reports now from Taipei.
Taiwanese tanks this week are rolling through the streets of the self-ruled democracy.
Find a better video.
They're taking part in exercises responding to a potential surprise attack by China. The drills came as they monitor China carrying out exercises of its own, in which Beijing's warships and drones encircled the island. It's the latest dialing up of friction between the two sides. Taiwan's ruling Democratic Progressive Party, or DPP, recently unveiled no less than 17 new strategies to counter what the president called Chinese infiltration in
Wait,
Taiwan.
no, this is about Taiwan. Fuck that. Hold on. I want to see the China drills Taiwan. It's like 2 days ago. Here we go. Better video.
China is staging military exercises off Taiwan's north, south and east coasts, involving its Navy, Army and rocket forces.
Bad.
In a statement, Beijing's Eastern Theatre Command says it's deployed ships, aircraft and artillery to practice blockading the island, strikes on ground and maritime targets and air interceptions. In a video accompanying its announcement, it called Taiwan's president a parasite and depicted him...
Exactly. That China's waiting for us to invade Iran. And also, we learned while covering this the last time, I can't remember which specialist it was, the ideal time for landing craft, ground troops to land on the shores of Taiwan is May and June.
...as a green bug held by chopsticks over a burning Taiwan. The command called the drills a stern warning against separatism.
The exercises have been thoroughly prepared to send a stern warning to the Taiwanese authorities. The more they pursue their separatist agenda, the further the PLA will advance its actions. The message the PLA is sending to Taiwan and the entire world is clear. Any form of Taiwan secession, whatever its slogans, disguises, or means are, will only lead to a dead end.
Teeth marks on it, blood soon. Man, just say it. Just fucking say it. Who cares at this point? If you want a Fed post, just like keep it. Make it satire.
Is democratically governed Taiwan part of its sovereign territory and considers the Lai government separatists. Taiwan says at least 71 Chinese military aircraft and 13 Navy ships are involved in the exercises.
Okay, I heard 19 and 29, but okay, that's fine.
The PLA's forces have not approached closer than the island's 24 nautical mile contiguous zone.
Right. So that was a couple days ago. They finished those drills and they brought them back. Those drills were finished. What came after? Oh, fuck. I deleted all of the goddamn things I had open. 1 second. Whoopsie daisy. I am silly. So we got you. We got you. We got... Where is the post from my specialist friend? Here we go. So, starting off, we got this. Teresa Fallon, who is Director, Center for Russia, Europe, and Asia Studies, Senior Fellow, Geopolitics, Energy, Beijing, Moscow, London, Paris, blah, blah, blah. Reliable source. China will launch an invasion of Taiwan in the next few months. According to intel sources, this is being prompted by belief among the Chinese Communist Party senior leadership that the U.S. administration in D.C. will either be unwilling or unable to prevent an invasion by the People's Liberation Army. Now, because of America's chaoticness, think about this. Theoretically, the timeline was within 2 years. 2027 was when it was expected that China would invade Taiwan. America has lost its fucking mind. Our military is run by a drunk who's leaking classified information left and right. And our economy's in the shitter. This is the perfect time. Like, if I'm Xi Jinping, I'm not missing this opportunity. Europe is coming to me, begging for economic ties, meeting with China and Europe in Vietnam this week. Australia also doing so. The world is moving closer to China. Trump and the United States don't want this invasion, and they will fight back. But guess what? They're prepared for that. Wait, hold on. Is it this one? It's this one.
Simmering tensions between China and Taiwan have reached boiling point, sparking fears of a military confrontation that could engulf...
It is literally a once-in-a-century chance. If I'm playing Civ, I'm taking this chance.
Asia-Pacific region. In a significant development in the Taiwan Strait, the People's Liberation Army, PLA's Shandong aircraft carrier, recently took an alternative route to the east of Taiwan.
Yeah, that's because we're going to invade Iran.
Has raised eyebrows.
Well, we're going to go to war with Iran. I don't think we're going to invade Iran. Ground troops in Iran would lose. America would lose a war like that with Iran.
Analysts who believe it was a strategic move to simulate countermeasures against nearby U.S. warships.
Their fucking carrier fleet is simulating fighting against American warships going off to the eastern side of Taiwan. Like, this is them practicing. And in the next 2 months is the ideal time for landing craft. Like, it tracks. You get my logic? Like, it could not happen. But I think it would be stupid to not, from their perspective. Like, I hope they don't invade Taiwan. That would be bad. But if I'm Xi Jinping, it kind of feels stupid not to.
Experts also suggest that Shandong's route was not just about showcasing naval power, but also aimed at exploring alternative maritime pathways. These routes could prove critical in a conflict over Taiwan, highlighting China's growing focus on enhancing its naval readiness in the region. China's first domestically built aircraft carrier, the Shandong, conducted joint military exercises.
And that's why I think that this is going to happen. Have I convinced you?
Aerial units in the waters southeast of Taiwan.
Excess has taken away the fear of the U.S. military. Fucking this DUI hire Kegseth said that the American Navy would lose to the Russian Navy, a country whose Navy, the Black Sea Fleet, got destroyed by another country that doesn't have a Navy. If they wanted to invade, they would have done it with Weekend at Bernie's? No. No, they wouldn't. The best time to do it is within the next 2 months. We're going to invade Iran. Twinkletoe, you're going to war, mate, so...
Abilities of PLA's integrated operations both inside and outside the island chain.
Yeah, the bet is off.
This week's drills are the biggest since February when...
Unfortunately, Bulletproof Bullet, I think Donald Trump is right. I am tired of winning because I've yet to make a prediction that has been wrong. Like, maybe 2 small ones within the last year. I got hope with the what was it, Spritzer poll during the election, the last like couple days. And that's it. That's all I can think of. Says me. Yeah, says me. Says me showing you evidence of why.
Space age China staged
Iran's
a
next, don't you worry.
combat drill with aircraft and warships off the island.
Yep, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and South Korea. No. China, South Korea, and Japan are having economic talks. These countries fucking hate each other. Do you know what it takes to make them work together? America is like the laughing stock, and right now is the best time to do this.
Had rejected
Iran's
the claim
next.
at the time, calling it pure hype from Taiwan over PLA's routine
Bullshit.
training. The escalation comes after U.S. defense.
I'm not a big fan of this channel, but here's some like basic explanation of stuff that is important here.
One viewed nearly 200,000 times on X, formerly Twitter.
we'll
For
lose
many,
to
this was the
Iran.
first real glimpse of what could be China's newest invasion weapon. However, this was certainly not the first time these vessels had been spotted. It was only the first time they were seen in person. But prior to March 3rd...
We're not going... Okay, fine. You guys are really curious about Iran, so I'm just going to give you like a tiny little... We're not sending ground troops. But what we have done is in the last 2 weeks, we have sent 140 cargo planes to the Middle East. We have reinforced with 6 B-2 bombers, 6 B-2 bombers, specifically used for bunker busting, like high capacity bombing. We've sent in several, I think it's about 8 A-10s, 15-ish more F-35s placed in Jordan, 3 more THAAD Patriot defense batteries, and 2 carrier strike groups in the last 2 weeks to the region. The US only has 20 B-2 bombers. We sent 6 of them there. First of all, that's a big deal. This is all a huge fucking deal. We have everything we need to invade invade Iran right there. The fact that we pulled a carrier group from the Pacific also helps that China will invade Taiwan. Because we had a carrier group there and we pulled it and brought it to the Middle East. The B-2s also cost a fortune to take a ton of maintenance per flight hour. Yeah, 6 B-2s being transferred there, 8-ish A-10s, don't quote me on that number, several F-35s, 3 THAAD Patriot air batteries, and 2 carrier flight groups. Do you understand carrier strike groups? Do you understand how much that costs? We've already spent $3 billion bombing the Houthis, by the way.
13th, the world had only caught glimpses of them from space. On January 8th, 2025, satellite imagery published by All Source Analysis revealed strange new structures along China's coast. Military analysts immediately took notice. The purpose of these structures wasn't officially confirmed, at least not yet, but to many, the answer seemed
Iran,
obvious.
I have a
Just 2
lot
days
more to show you. Like, this is China, I'm speculating based on what's likely and what's logical. I have a lot more for Iran.
later, on January 10th,
fucked,
defense
guys.
analyst
We're
H.I. Sutton
screwed.
broke the story in Naval News. His report called them what they appeared to be, invasion barges. He wasn't the first to spot them, but this analysis brought them into the spotlight. Then the speculation was bold. After all we had were grainy satellite images. But now, with this new footage from Guangdong, the pieces were coming together. We now know that there were 3 barges filmed on Nansan Island, located off Zhangjiang, over 200 nautical miles southwest of Guangzhou. The barges arrived there late in February, though their exact journey remains unclear.
He lied. That's what happened, Bulletproof Bullet. Sorry, I was opening up a bunch of tabs for the next
Did they
section.
travel under their own power? Were they towed? Or transported by heavy lift vessels? We don't know for sure, but what's clear is that these barges made their way to an area tied closely to China's amphibious forces. The barges stayed on Nansan Island between February 27th and March 22nd, during which the People's Liberation Army, or PLA for short, used them to conduct a series of tests. At least 2 civilian roll-on, roll-off ferries were seen connecting to the barges, likely
they used
simulating
this one
loading
right
and
here. Hold on. They used this one right here on the test with Taiwan just 2 days ago. They were just using this.
Also known as Orca, as an example. This large, optionally crewed vessel is designed for drones and equipped with everything from a vertical launch system to a retractable main gun. Oh, and a helipad. So when we see these barges coming out of GSI, it's not surprising the shipyard has got the tech and the track record to back it up. But what makes these barges so special? Well, for starters, it's the fact that they're entirely unique. Now, for other navies, this wouldn't exactly be breaking news, but for China, this is huge. You see, we're used to seeing China just copy US designs. From stealth bombers to aircraft carriers, the story's been the same for decades. China takes an existing design, tweaks it, and makes it its own. This is no secret, but this is something
the age of Chinese supremacy, whether you like it or not, and I don't, but, you know,
truly
we're
different.
here.
For the first time, China isn't following in anyone's footsteps. There's nothing like them in the civilian or military world, and that's a huge deal. Sure, they use some tested technologies, but this overall design is entirely original. At first, analysts compared these new Chinese barges to a few bring its own.
I'm gonna skip it to the build-up. All of that was just explaining the different military assets that they're building up. If you really want to watch that, I will show you. I don't really care, but
an invasion made possible precisely by these barges. What do we mean by that? Well, for decades, Taiwan's defense strategy relied on the assumption that China would have to land its forces on a small number of beaches suitable for amphibious assaults. Beaches that could be heavily fortified and defended. But these new platforms throw that entire playbook out the window. China no longer needs to fight its way onto a few predictable beaches or capture a port. Instead,
okay, this is new information to me, and this is more likely now.
It can bring its own. These barges allow China to turn nearly any section of Taiwan's 973-mile coastline into a landing zone. Whether it's rocky shores, seawalls, or soft beaches previously thought unsuitable for an invasion, these mobile piers can extend over obstacles and drop China's forces straight onto key coastal roads. This flexibility drastically complicates Taiwan's defensive planning, as the PLA could now land troops and heavy armor at unexpected locations, bypassing traditional choke points. And it's not just about opening up new landing sites. These barges also make China's vast fleet of roll-on, roll-off ferries far more effective. Instead of needing a secure port, these platforms allow ferries to unload directly onto Taiwan's shores, delivering massive amounts of troops, equipment, and even heavy battle tanks at a rapid pace.
Yeah, Chinese takeout delivered straight to your door.
But wait a second, wouldn't these barges be easy targets for Taiwan's defenses? After all, the island has invested heavily in coastal missile systems, drones, and anti-ship defenses.
Which is why China practiced hitting those exact targets 2 days ago, or a week ago, rather.
Reaching $19.1 billion in 2024 alone. Well, not quite. To be that vulnerable, these barges would have to sail across the strait in the first wave of an invasion, which is a common misconception about their operations. That's not how China operates. Military analysts agree that these platforms would come in later, after an initial landing force has secured a beachhead. By then, the battlefield will be chaotic, missiles flying, naval gunfire pounding defensive positions, and waves of amphibious assault vehicles already engaging Taiwanese forces. In that environment, these barges wouldn't be sitting ducks, but a critical second wave, rapidly reinforcing the invasion with tanks, artillery, and logistics. In short, China won't use these barges recklessly, and Taiwan can't afford to assume it will.
The thing is, the ideal time to use them is the next couple of months. Now, all right, let's jump to Iran, because this one's some wild shit. Hold on, let me make sure that all of these don't autoplay the second I open them.
Groups.
So we got a lot of news on here. At least they're being pretty upfront about it with this one. I mean, Trump has been threatening Iran all day and yesterday, saying like, oh yeah, we'll bomb Iran. So you should probably take that one seriously. Every accusation is a confession, but every admission of desire is a plan in fruition. It's not like they don't hide what they want to do. They just kind of say what they want to do. So you got to believe them. So first and foremost, here is Trump's hot take. I'll take this, the least of our worries China taking Taiwan. I think I would protect Taiwan and support one to take it. The thing is, like, yeah, Coco Kitty, I don't want China to take Taiwan. But right now, we got way bigger problems to worry about. If Trump was a military commander, he'd send in the barges first, but no one's that dumb to have him actually make commands. Well, you'd be surprised. So, Trump has issued a warning to Iran, rather. Iran has played the, quote, innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but it hasn't lost control. They're dictating every move, giving them weapons, supplying them with money, highly sophisticated military equipment, and so-called intelligence. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran. Iran will be held responsible and will suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire. As in, he's saying any attack by the Houthis is Iran. Guess what happened today? The Houthis attacked again. Hold on. True, Trump put a guy in charge that accidentally gives out war plans to reporters. Literal DUI hire. Just today, we had the Houthis attack another U.S. ship, which would be considered an attack by Iran. So what comes next? Well, here's what Khomeini says.
Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, says his country will retaliate
if the U.S. or its allies attack first. The warning follows U.S. President Donald Trump's threat to bomb Iran if the Islamic Republic does not agree to a new nuclear deal with the U.S.
The one that Trump took us out of, mind you.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei arrives for prayers in Tehran to celebrate the end of the holy month of
I'm basically
Ramadan.
Gandhi.
In his speech, a clear message to the U.S.
The enmity from the U.S. and Israel has always been there. They threaten to attack us, which we don't think is very likely. But if they do commit any mischief, they will surely receive a strong reciprocal blow.
Iran is a real... I want you to understand something. Iran is 3 times the size of Afghanistan. We got stuck in Afghanistan for 2 decades and got slaughtered because the fighters would just run into caves, hide, come back, and attack us. Iran is entirely mountains. Like, you want to look at the geography of Iran? Just docked myself there for half a second. Whoopsie, I'll have to cut that out of the clip. Let me just put that there. If you look at Iran, and we take this, and we go to... Where is it? How do I make this? Layers. There we go. Terrain. All of Iran is mountains. And it's 3 times the size of Afghanistan, which we were stuck in for 2 decades. And is stronger than Iraq. Trump is not hearts and minds kind of human, though. No. The thing is, like, we'll lose. We would lose. The only way for America to beat Iran is to glass it from the sky. Can I... This is a Fed Post-ish video, but it's comedy. It's satire. I want to play it really badly. I don't advocate or support any of what this guy is saying. This is satire and is very funny. But think about it.
Credit to Luigi Mangione. Good job. You know what's funny is nobody was really mad at Luigi, right? You notice everyone.
I know it's off topic.
It is what it
give
is.
It to me.
I think assassination's a lost art form. You know what I mean?
Satire.
Gotta bring it back. Bring it back, huh? The fact that he's Luigi Mangione, he's Italian, feels like a mob hit, doesn't it?
No,
Hey,
I'm the Onion erratic cookie. I work for the Onion now.
What do you mean me to do, boss? This fucking cocksucker. I can't get my fucking health insurance. Get him! Silencer. Bada bing, bada boom, and you're fucking out. All right, boss. Love it. Assassination. A lot of people got assassinated. Everybody was getting assassinated back in the day. Huh? Abraham Lincoln was just trying to watch a play. Well, me, oh my. Shut the fuck up. That's how they talked in the 1800s, right?
He's good.
I do declare. Shut the fuck up.
He's good with accents.
Big ass hat. Everybody was getting shot. Gandhi, all right? Shut the fuck up, Gandhi. Put some clothes on, bitch.
Like, the ability to say stuff like this, by the way, is only under threat to the left. The right got to say shit like this forever, openly. No one gave any shits. So, we're doing satire here.
The 60s, everyone was getting shot. I believe. Give a fuck what you believe. Ask not what you... Fuck yo, I don't want to ask shit. Where's your brother? Fuck him too. Where's the guy that shot your brother? Fuck him too. They just can't seem to get Trump. They just can't seem to get Trump.
Okay, and now that's a bit too much for the satire now. But, you know, it is hilarious because it's true. Knucking Fut's cultists, correct. The only way to do that is to glass the place. We would never go in there on foot and make any real changes there. We would all die. Like every soldier we sent in would die. I've heard Iran has underground cities with missile stockpiles. They've been preparing for conflict with the USA for years. They do indeed. That's why the B-2 bombers are there, because they carry munitions that can penetrate into mountains underground and then blow up. They just want your money. It's easy to negotiate them. They just want, like, Iran is unironically the most sane country in the region right now. For some fucking reason. And they're not a sane country. But I enjoyed that too. It was good fun. It was a nice little palate cleanser.
It was Iran's supreme leader's response to US President Donald Trump's demands for a new nuclear deal between the two countries. Trump recently repeated his threat that Iran would be bombed if it does not accept his offer for talks. He has also threatened to impose new economic penalties on the country.
We're going to make a decision on secondary tariffs on Iran based on...
Oh, also, I forgot to mention when we were covering the economy, you guys know that China retaliatory tariffed us back, right? 34%. So, like, real fucked now.
They're going to make a deal. If they're going to make a deal, then we're never going to put secondary tariffs. We can hope they have a great, long, successful life as a country. But we'll see what happens.
Since taking office in
Iranians are lovely fucking people. Like, genuinely. Everyone I've met has been amazing. Does that mean we're like 75% or something now? Yeah, kinda. He's getting more orange by the day. Trump really is trying to destroy America. Yeah, absolutely. Again, like I said this multiple times, we have the Taliban government, but they are worse than the Taliban now. They just want us all to die. Like, genuinely, covering some of the stuff that's happening in America, I feel like I would be better off under, actually, probably not me, but like a regular, like any American man would be better off under a Taliban government. Right-wing theology, absolutist nations are serious like people. Yeah, like they're trying to make Gilead in America. Not even fucking kidding. But you have to, they want the rapture. Thank you, Coco Kitty. You have to understand that America, working with Israel, is being pushed by 34% of the country who are evangelical Christian who literally believe in the rapture. They think if Israel goes to war with Iran and wins, then Jesus will come down and bring all the good Christians to heaven. They actually believe this. Hegseth, or DOD sec, he has Deus Volt tattoos. He has the fucking like Crusader cross. They're trying to fight the Crusades, okay? These people are fucking insane. Those are the people making those, not Donald Trump. He's not making shit all decisions. He's a dancing monkey.
January, Trump has reinstated his maximum pressure policy.
Thank you for the follow.
In his first term, the US withdrew from a landmark agreement.
Okay, I don't care. Give me, yeah, you. Give me like an expert.
Joining me now is Alex Vatanka, a Middle East analyst and founding director of the Iran program at the...
Guys, they are a literal death cult. They want the rapture, the apocalypse. They want Israel to fight Iran so the apocalypse, like the biblical Book of Revelations apocalypse happens. They are a death cult. You're saying all my normal rants that get me dirty looks, keep up the good work? Goddamn right. I am the Alex Jones of the left, goddammit. I'm taking up the mantle. I declare it.
Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. It's good to see you again. You know, it was U.S. President Trump who took the U.S. out of the original nuclear deal.
Oh, fuck you. We have better shit to talk about than that. Come on, let's talk about some of the military assets we've deployed to the region. Oh, also, Israel has invaded parts of Syria, so has Turkey, so there's already shit going on over there. Israel has also knocked out about 95% of Syria's air defense, which Syria... if you didn't know, prior to the end of the Syrian civil war, had the largest concentration of air defense in any place in the world. Now, why does that matter? Actually, really quickly, before everything else, I do have to explain this because this is quite important. Now, if you look at Israel, I'm going to switch this back to like regular layer. Okay. So Israel, Syria, Iraq, Iran. Israel has taken out all of the air defenses in Syria. They have F-35s that want to go do a bombing mission in Tehran. Now, what's the limit on how far can F-35s travel? Can F-35s travel again? Give me the exact number. 2,200 kilometers. With 2,200 kilometers, you cannot launch an F-35 to go and do a bombing run into Syria and then come back. Oh, thank you for the subs, Cat Thrower. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. They can't do that. They can't just have their F-35s go do this mission. But what they can do, now that all of the air defense in Syria is cleared, is they can send their refueling craft to hover around eastern Syria. Then they can send their F-35s to go and do their bombing runs in Iran, come back, get refueled by these fuel planes that are now over Syria, and then go back home. They couldn't do this before because the F-35s, they're fine. The Syrian air defense was not taking those down. But the refueling craft, those were in danger from those anti-aircraft and just regular anti-bomb guns. Well, I'm losing my mind. Anti-aircraft weaponry. They've taken all of that out, so now they can do this. Now, we also have them invading parts of Syria, and all over this region, we have Americans. We have 2 carrier strike groups. We have F-35s, A-10s, like...
with the B-2 bombers stationed at Diego Garcia and warships converging on West Asia,
the bet is off
Washington
now.
is
Thank you, Bulletproof Bullet. I'm glad that I've been able to back up my claims, actually.
Its military muscle. Tehran, defiant as ever, vows retaliation, setting the stage for a dangerous showdown in an already volatile region.
That's so funny.
Our next report brings you the latest on this.
Oh, yeah, they are. Why do you think the CIA didn't interfere? Because the military-industrial complex is making bank. They're the only stocks still going up. That and prisons. Okay, why does Indian news always have that, like,
the stakes
super
couldn't be higher. Iran and the US are locking horns. Both sides are gearing up for what looks like a dangerous confrontation. US President
Parasites, knucking futz cultists.
Donald Trump has issued a stark warning to Iran: sign a nuclear deal or
Demons,
face bombing,
ghouls,
the likes of which we
liches,
have never
zombies,
seen before.
parasites.
And Trump's threat isn't just rhetoric. The US has moved stealth B-2 bombers to Diego Garcia,
Again,
a strategic base in
we have sent quite a sizable... We have 20 of these.
the Indian Ocean, capable of launching precision strikes on Iran's underground nuclear facilities. In these satellite images, 6 B-2 bombers can be seen. That's 30% of the US Air Force's stealth bomber fleet.
30% of our stealth bomber fleet. Again, by the way, with all of the risk with Taiwan, we still pulled a carrier strike group.
These bombers can carry 70,000 kilograms of munitions.
I promise you, it's not the Houthis we're afraid of here. We don't need these to attack the Houthis.
Has been trying to negotiate with Iran over its rapidly advancing nuclear program. Trump even sent a letter to Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but the Iranians wrote back
The point isn't to make you safe. It never was.
Saying that they did not want to have direct negotiations, but rather indirect talks with the United States. Indirect talks under the Biden administration, however, really didn't go anywhere. So the Trump administration might be using these B-2s, this deployment, as a means by which to push the Iranians towards negotiations.
I don't see that working.
The US is also adding
considering
more...
Israel keeps also threatening them. Remember, the only country in the Middle East right now that is claiming to attack others in self-defense that is justified is Iran. Iran kept getting attacked first. Israel bombed, literally Tehran, bombed the Iranian embassy in Syria, that took out several Iranian commanders. Iran's not at war with Israel. They went to the United Nations saying, hey, we need to, we're being attacked. Does Iran not have the right to defend itself? Clearly not. Your grandma can't get her new meds, but we have enough fighters and bombers to black out the sun over a small country. Yeah, literally.
More firepower to its already strong military presence in the region. The Carl Vinson aircraft carrier is joining USS Harry S. Truman in West Asia, further amplifying American presence in the region. Pentagon officials assert that these deployments...
Again, I've shown this a few times. This is what's happening in the fucking king and queen's house at Mar-a-fucking-Lago while you can't afford food, you can't afford medicine, you can't afford housing. Your house, if you have a house that's being burned down by fires, ripped apart by hurricanes or tornadoes, you have no help from the government. They have nothing for you. They just want to steal from you. Every single one. All they do is steal from you. All they do. Hunger Games ass fucking government. Yeah.
To deter aggression and protect regional stability. Iran remains resolute despite mounting pressure. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei dismissed Trump's threats, warning that any mischief would be met with a strong reciprocal blow. Tehran has showcased its underground missile cities and advanced
someone mentioned that before.
Capabilities, sending a clear message that it is prepared to defend itself.
The Americans have at least 10 bases and 50,000...
Yeah, that's because this is WION. They always have that dramatic-ass fucking music. I am here for it too, Vaguebler.
...forces near Iran. This means they are sitting in a glass room. Someone sitting in a glass room would not throw rocks at others.
And also, correct. Stop throwing rocks at others. We have a glass fucking house.
Iranian officials have even hinted at accelerating their nuclear program if attacked, a chilling prospect given their ability to produce...
Iran has a nuke. I need you to know this. We won't say it, and they won't either, but they have a nuclear weapon. A small one. Not a big one, but they have one. Is this news station in India? I believe so, WION. But they're good on some things, bad on the others. I watch literally every news station on this channel. Like, we'll watch Fox News, we'll watch Newsmax. I can do the media literacy, read between the lines part, so...
Weapons-grade uranium within weeks.
They have nukes.
The announcement comes as US forces hammer Yemen's Houthi rebels with near daily airstrikes in a campaign aimed at ending the threat they pose to civilian shipping and military vessels in the region. France warns that a military confrontation is almost inevitable if Iran nuclear talks fail. Moscow warns that targeting Iran's...
Don't be surprised, like, they're a real fucking country. They have a pretty strong military force. Hold on, Iranian total troops. They have 960,000 total personnel, plus another 350,000 in reserve. Approximately 610 active duty, 350 reserve. So they have nearly 1 million soldiers.
Nuclear sites could trigger catastrophic consequences.
India is also fascist now, though. Bulletproof Baldy. They're great India. Modi is also part of the cabal of billionaires that are carving up the world.
America's key Gulf allies, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait, have refused to permit the use of their air bases or airspace for any potential U.S. military operations against Iran.
Yet we bombed Yemen for like Saudi Arabia for about a fucking decade while Bush and Obama were in charge. Yeah, Modi did take over there. He's a fascist as well.
And Gulf states.
Alexander Dugin has mentioned him as well. It might be insane, but I believe when Alexander Dugin says something that the Russians plan it, and this is the international like back channel. That's surprising. Saudi Arabia and Iran are mortal enemies. Yeah, but there's economic concerns there as well. Saudi Arabia is trying to form closer relations with Israel, but at the same time doesn't want to look like bad to the rest of the like Muslim world. Turkey's trying to take up the mantle as the leader of the Muslim world. There's a lot going on in there. Trump, Putin, Netanyahu, Modi, Orban, Milei, Xi. Don't forget Xi. They have Le Pen, who is still trying to take power in France. They have Meloni in Italy. They have the AfD is actually gaining popularity. Apparently, Merz is losing support before he's even in office in Germany. Like Autocracy Inc. Yeah, literally.
Distance themselves from conflict.
It's bad. U.S. forces in the Middle East mapping the military presence. So we have a considerable force. Yeah. So here, U.S.-controlled bases of operation for the last 15 years, other sites with U.S. military presence, and U.S. naval deployment as of March 24, 2025. So currently, we have the Harry S. Truman Strike Group sitting in the Red Sea, and we pulled another one in the USS Carl Vinson Carrier Strike Group on its way from the Pacific Ocean. The fact that there are 2 carrier strike groups here, we'll know if the Harry S. Truman fucks off, then we're not invading Iran. If the Harry Truman stays, when the Carl Vinson arrives, then we're definitely invading Iran. But I still think that even with that, there's still probably a high chance. Independently deployed destroyer sitting in the Mediterranean here. We've got military bases in Turkey, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, Qatar, and we have F-35s in Germany. Not Germany, in Jordan. Why is the right rising across the world? Same reason it did last time. People are poor, and liberals don't know how to talk to people. The right does fake economic populism. Nazism grows in power. And when you have fake economic populism bring you to power, you need an enemy to keep that going, because once, like, if the population chills out, they'll realize you're fucking them. So you need to scapegoat somebody. Fascists need constant war, and that constant war creates more constant war. And all of this really gets traced back to the Syrian civil war. The Syrian civil war happened, a bunch of refugees moved into Europe, and the racists used that as their scapegoat and gave all of Europe the hatred of foreigners, which then radicalized them to the right slowly, with that same economic populism. It really goes down to the Syrian civil war, which again is Russia's fault. So Russia is the reason for the right rising across the world. In fact, prior to Trump winning again, Russia was the largest exporter of right-wing, white nationalist, and Nazi propaganda in the world. Now that's us, but you know, I want to see the headline, France discovers fusion oil now useless. Hopefully. I mean, like, we saw China working on fusion reactors recently. I covered that one. Another big CCPW. Damn, I will just be quiet. You are killing it, Visora. Gotta say, I know my shit. I when it comes to like war stuff, I know my shit. U.S. build up a military Middle East amid fears of war with Iran. Of course. Includes F-35 stealth fighters, Patriot air missile defense batteries. Like, these are not cheap. F-35s are dog shit, by the way, but like, still, they're our highest technically advanced plane. We got satellite images showing 6 B-2 stealth bombers, a third of the fleet of 19. Where is the A-10s? Who mentioned the A-10s? Oh, thank you for the bits, Knocking Futz Cultist. Flight tracking report data analyzed by Harat shows that 140 U.S. Air Force transport planes have landed in Qatar, Bahrain, and UAE and Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Jordan in the last month from several U.S. bases, marking a 50% increase in flights over the previous monthly peak. Do you guys really think that this is all for the Houthis? No. God, no. This is not for the Houthis. The Israeli newspaper also reported A-10 ground attack aircraft were deployed to Jordan alongside F-35s being deployed from Saudi Arabia. Flights from Japan and a U.S. airbase in Oklahoma were likely carrying Patriot and THAAD anti-ballistic missile batteries. We are so fucking going to war. This is, do you know how much money it takes to just bring this shit here? Like, ungodly amounts of money. On top of the $3 billion we already spent bombing Yemen in the last, like, what, 2 weeks? It's wild. And now Netanyahu is coming to America tomorrow to talk with Trump amid speculated plans to bomb Iranian bases. I wonder what Trump and Netanyahu are going to talk about. Well, it's definitely going to be Trump Gaza, but this is ramping up, so I don't see why they wouldn't talk about it. Who would win, Iran v. USA? It depends on how we do it. If we try and glass them from the sky, we'll win. If we put ground troops on the ground, Iran wins, 100%. Again, 3 times the size of Afghanistan and is entirely mountains.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is making another trip to the White House as speculation over the prospect of the US or Israel bombing Iranian military facilities. Middle East correspondent
The most
Matthew
likely thing to happen is we will bomb them with Israel, but we won't send ground troops. We'll keep our forces there waiting for a counterattack, and we'll try and draw the Iranians out of Iran to fight on in the Iraq and Syrian playing field. America's objective is likely to bring Iran's military out of Iran into Iraq and Syria to fight with Israel and American troops there. Have we tried talking it out? Yeah, we had a whole like deal with them. Trump took us out of it and then is bitching about them not wanting another one after he ripped up the last deal. Our relationship with Iran was just fine under Obama. It was just fine. They absolutely were trying to work on nuclear weapons, but it was very, very, very slowed. They were doing everything they needed to do. They were agreeing to the deal. We had monitors coming in. We had looking. They weren't really doing too much cyber attacks on us. That's ramped up since Trump took power. They cyber attacked the shit out of us during the election, trying to help Kamala Harris win. Didn't really work out that way. They are the only rational actor in the region left. For some fucking reason, I've never thought I would say that Iran is the only rational actor involved in this theater.
is in Jerusalem.
despite having a war at home to contend with, one which has recently expanded with more
military
operations on the ground in Gaza and Israeli plans to seize large tracts of land across the territory. The Prime
also, invading the West Bank. That's like a thing that happened. Maybe we should fucking talk about that. Again, this is Rafah today. Sorry, yesterday. We just sent more money to Israel. We just sent more money to Israel, too. You can't afford food or medicine, but, $7 trillion gazillion to Israel.
Minister is still abroad, this time heading to the United States. Benjamin Netanyahu has spent the last 4 days in Hungary, seeking support from the country's far-right leader Viktor Orban, and getting such backing in the form of Hungary announcing plans to withdraw from the International Criminal Court, which issued an arrest warrant against Mr. Netanyahu for alleged war crimes in Gaza. The Prime Minister's visit to the US is his second since the start of the year. His office saying he wants to speak to the President, Donald Trump.
Bombing pre-breakfast banana. Do you want to know what my experience is every morning looking for the news? Because every single morning I sit down, I open like YouTube, I open Twitter and Blue Sky, and I go on like, the AP and Reuters. But I tend to scroll Twitter first because that's where a lot of the news breaks, and I get to see, like clips and stuff. 70% of what I see is horrible shit. The other 30% is dead children, is bodies flayed, mangled, headless babies, corpses, schools, refugee camps. Not just Israel either, Ukraine as well. Like, I see this in Gaza, I see this in Lebanon, I see this in the West Bank, I see this in Ukraine. All of these are genocides, by the way. All of these. There are like multiple genocides happening. China's genociding the Uyghurs. Russia's genociding Ukraine. Israel's genociding the West Bank, Gaza, Lebanon, Syria. America's genociding trans people, queer people, black people, Hispanic people, just anyone who's not fucking white American. I'm missing some too. There's quite a bit more. There's Southeast Asia. We got like fucking Africa is full of this shit. The Wagner group is all around Africa right now posting their war crimes. Hell, Donald Trump tweeted a photo, like a video of a war crime of us bombing so-called Houthis that were hanging out. They were just fucking guys doing calisthenics in the desert. I'm sick of that shit. Can I ask you a serious question? Absolutely. Honestly, this stream is also meant to be like a kind of Q&A because I'm going long today. So feel free to ask me whatever. I do have to go pee in a second though. I'm mad, guys. We gotta do something about this shit. We can't let these people have a monopoly on decision making. We, the people, pay their salaries. They fucking work for us. They're stealing our money. We should steal theirs. Well, not really stealing, but how about you don't buy shit tomorrow? Look at what Turkey's doing. Nobody in Turkey is buying anything to the point where stores have shut down temporarily. That is a way to use your power to fight against the fascist government that is arresting dissidents, that is attacking children, that is kidnapping and sending folks to gulags. You can do that. Also, like, look how fucking crazy these people are. I don't know where the fuck they're getting these numbers from. This is not... It's honestly likely the other way around. Switch these numbers, and that is more likely to be true. If anyone is able to just get up and go to work every day and feel normal with this shit right now, I don't trust them. Well, that's the thing along with Homo sapien. All of this is manufactured. Think about it this way. 2008 financial crisis happens. There is a large increase in class consciousness. The capital class, the wealthy in power, they don't like this. So what do? They want to make your life harder. You have to work longer. You have to spend more money on things. You are more economically stressed. You are more tired. You have less ability to risk so that you don't try and stand up. We have a lot of veterans that put their lives on the line. We didn't need them to. We can't keep asking people to do stuff like this. You know what's even, like, we have veterans who are fighting in Ukraine right now. American soldiers fighting in Ukraine as volunteers. That, I think, is noble. Knocking Futz called us. How do they deport a guy for being anti-Semitic, then remove books about Holocaust that's somehow not anti-Semitic? because they're not deporting anybody. They're kidnapping them and sending them to a gulag. These people don't see a judge, a jury. They don't have a lawyer. They don't get due process. Secondly, they're anti-Semitic. I call them zombies, but they are Nazis. You do have to, like, keep that in mind. I mean, we last week were watching Laura Loomer, who managed to get 4 national security advisors fired, just openly being a Nazi, talking about how it's the American... You're not here. I found it. Here's the video. We watched this last week. This is... Actually, that's the wrong one. That's her trying to, like... Here we go. This is the right one. This currently, under, like, today's new laws on anti-Semitism, would be illegal if I said it.
Right? And I'm going to say that. It is always the Jews. It is. And I say
Have a
that
lovely
as a
night,
Jew
the Caldi.
myself. I don't understand why the rich Jews of this country are so hell-bent on trying to destroy our country. But for
every accusation is a confession, Knucking Futz cultist.
some reason, so many rich Jews have a fixation on trying to destroy America. And it's not an anti-Semitic statement to make. I say that as a Jew.
It literally is. The Jews are trying to destroy America. That's not anti-Semitic, is what she's saying. By the way, again, Jews can be Nazis. This is a Jewish Nazi. We've seen a black Nazi during the election. Remember the guy who was running for governor of North Carolina? He was a black Nazi that wanted to bring slavery back.
Myself, okay? I am very pro-Israel. I am a self-identifying Zionist. And I'm
not even allowed to use that word on this platform. I have to say ziophilic.
Not hateful towards Jewish people, but I will say as a Jew, the Jews' worst enemy is the Jew themselves. And I am really sick and tired of watching all of these Jews with large amounts of...
Okay, I think that's enough of Adolf Hitler for the day. But you understand what I mean? That's how they justify it, because every accusation is a confession, and it's doublethink. They will do one thing and tell you it's the other, and then they'll tell you it's the same thing, and then they'll tell you it's the other. They don't want you to believe anything. They want you in a blank identity. Identity doesn't prevent you from adopting political position. That would oppress people with the same identity. That's what a pick-me is. This is true. They want you to have no identity. They want you to be a blank slate that they can fill at any moment in time and swap out. You're an NPC. They're programming you. Like, we watched the conspiracy video on from Contra, and that explains the mindset and the mentality of MAGA to a degree that is... I can't... They do mediamancy. Guys, these people have magical thinking. They don't believe anything. They're zombies, which is why I call the people who are radicalizing them liches, ghouls. The demons are in charge. It works. I gotta pee. I will be right back. Let me remind you also, I want to keep this stream going quite long. Last week, someone asked me, like, why wouldn't I talk about something? It was, like, towards the end of stream, and I brought it up. And I said something like, oh, like, my throat's sore. I've been talking for 5 hours. And Shardspork made a joke saying, well, you know, Cory Booker did 25.3. And now I want to keep this one going for as long as I can. So... we're going to keep going. Keep me motivated, and we'll keep this going for a long time. I have a lot of shit that I want to show you. I want to talk about Turkish history, but I also want to talk about how I basically blame 2008 for where we are now. Like, everything that we're living through began in 2008. I feel solidarity with the population of ancient Egypt living perpetually under rulers who claim that they have divine power. Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, Trump is closer to Pol Pot mixed with Osama bin Laden. The liches raise up the zombies and foster them. The demons delight in the suffering. And planet. The ghouls want to consume all and have no regard for human life. And the zombies are the horde that they use as their tool. Knucking Futz called us. I think and hope most people get the poor people just trying to raise kids and go to work every day in every country are rarely involved in any of the crazy shit and governments get up to. Like, it's possible to feel bad for poor Russian dudes who are being forced to go to war and people who are rightly defending their homes. I agree to an extent. I don't feel any sympathy for people who are forced to go to war for a fascist government. Like, if I lived in America and we started a war and they said, no, you have to fight or we'll kill you, I would literally rather die. That is the right choice. If you choose to fight for the fascist and to kill more innocents over dying yourself, then I don't have any sympathy for you. But the Russians in Russia, they have them I have sympathy for. And your family was being held at gunpoint? Yeah, I would still choose that because it is less death than I would bring upon the world. It would be a difficult choice. I can understand that. I respect people who make it, but I don't have sympathy for people who don't. It's a lose-lose, but I don't have the sympathy for the people who choose to not die. I can't moralize it. It's not a moral decision. That's a choice of, like, personal resistance. Goddamn, that was for a joke for the record, but I'm here for it, Fizz. I know you were joking, Short Spork. I want to give it a go. I have joined the chat. I hope that's motivation enough. Absolutely, Arvelin. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 100% this should have repercussions of 2008. There should have been a 20-year recession. We shouldn't have bailed out any of these fucking banks. We should have put all of them in prison, all of these bankers. Do I have a kid? No, I don't have a kid. And I know that's, like, that is the more difficult one if they have your kid. But at the same time, they're likely trying to force your kid to go to war too. So at that point, like, it's kind of a moot point. I know someone who took jail instead of serving for the IDF. Zero sympathy for people who choose to commit atrocities. We've covered people in Israel who go to prison regularly. Like, they go and they get out and then they go back in because they keep refusing military service. I respect that. And I can understand why somebody would not choose death. I can, like, yeah, if you have a kid, they're threatening, I can understand it. I don't feel sympathy for you, though. That's another thing. I feel sympathy for the average person. Don't feel too bad. 90% of Russians at the front signed a contract for money. The conscripts are in Russia proper. That's also true. Right now, they're advertising in Russia with Trump's picture, actually. Thank you, Zomi. That's a good point. Most of the conscripts are still, like, in Russia. Anyway, let's jump back to war with Iran. Great chat, all East Coast Canada here, just about midnight. Hope all the Southern Hemisphere and West Coast-ish comrades keep on surviving. Have a lovely night, Greg17. Yeah, look, the numbers are going to go down through the night, but I'm keeping this up. I don't care. It's like midday for me.
About tariffs imposed on Israeli products, despite Israel hastily removing all tariffs on US products hours before President Trump's Liberation Day announcement.
We're doing Turkey next.
A failed bid to avoid such measures from the White House. The war in Gaza will also be on the agenda, with some Palestinians fearing Mr. Netanyahu is effectively seeking permission from President Trump to go even further than he has done already.
Yes.
Israel resuming its bombardment of Gaza.
That's exactly what's happening.
3 weeks ago, hundreds killed in the days since, and Israeli officials are regularly referring to the implementation of the Trump plan for Gaza, resettling Palestinians outside the Strip before any rebuilding begins. But
1776, Ludwig.
One other thing on the agenda will be the topic of Iran. President Trump says Iran needs to negotiate on the issue of its nuclear program or risk being bombed, with President Trump going so far as to write to Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, about the issue. Now, Iran has rejected that and has gone a step further, warning some other countries in the region that if they are involved...
That's actually what I have up over here. Iran threatens its neighbors. Any country involved in U.S. strike is in the line of fire. Tehran refused to hold direct negotiations with the U.S. after Trump's threats, but is ready for indirect talks, maybe in Oman. As U.S. transfers air defense batteries to Israel, an Iranian senior official warned its neighbors, including Qatar and Turkey, any assistance to attack will be viewed as a hostile act. Iran is pushing back. Again, they have a nuke. You mean the nuclear deal Trump ripped up? Yeah, he wants a new one, and they said no. So, like, Trump's mad about it. He's like, no, give me a deal or I'll bomb you, after he took us out of the last one, ripped it up. They have a nuke. I'm telling, they do have one. They have threatened their neighboring countries to not work with America, which right now, like, Turkey might actually go with, because Turkey doesn't want to go to war. Turkey does not want to go to war with Iran right now, and Turkey's not really in a political space that they could even remotely survive that. Like, Erdogan would get Mussolini'd.
In any mission by the United States to bomb the country, they will face the consequences. So, for example, if they were to allow US fighter jets and bombers to use military bases in their countries, they will be seen as undertaking and carrying out an act of hostility against Iran. One of the real issues here, and one of the things to keep an eye on, will be the behaviour of Israel, with many suggesting that Benjamin Netanyahu may go it alone if he sees or thinks that there is not enough progress being made on any negotiations between Iran and the United States on that nuclear mission. And we know that in recent days we've seen reports the United States has been trying to bolster Israel's air defences, moving anti-missile systems into the country here just in case there's any retaliation from countries such as Iran.
I forgot to show you guys actually I can't decide if this one is my favorite sign from the protest or not, but it was the Gulf of Mexico at birth. 10 out of 10, kid. The other one is they're eating the checks, they're eating the balances. I loved both of those. Those were great. 10 out of 10 signs. All South Australians get found out when they say the word example. What do you mean? Like, I know the South Australians have, like, a more British accent than the rest of Australia, because South Australia you weren't allowed to live in if you were, like, one of the convicts. You could only live in South Australia as a British colonist. That sign was brilliant. It really was. 10 out of 10, guys. Oh, before we go on, we should check the U.S. markets, shouldn't we? I want to see what after-hours trading looks like. It was looking pretty bad earlier, and they started to make it get a little bit better. Okay, cool. The drop has been dropping. They're doing a rally in the after hours. Let's see what happens when the markets open, because this was it this morning in the after hours pre-market trading. So I still think tomorrow's a bloodbath, even if right now we're here. But like even another 2% down on the Dow, the S&P, and another 4 or 3.5 on the NASDAQ is already fucking insane. But yeah. I'm several minutes late on topic, but in my last year of high school, I made a choice to join the Marines once I graduate. I ate the propaganda up. I felt a call to duty. After medical exams, I learned that I was born with only one kidney, therefore I couldn't join. I was devastated, but in retrospect, I'm glad I was not able to join the military. Having one kidney is a blessing. Yeah, you probably would have gone set to, like, Afghanistan or Iraq. So, Tehran is constructing 2 Ghadir radars in southern Iran, which would be important for air defense.
All right, now to give us more perspective in terms of what is happening in West Asia at the moment, we're joined this broadcast by Professor Giorgio Cafero, who is a professor at the Georgetown University and CEO of Gulf State Analytics. Now, Professor, let me in fact start off by asking you this. The clear build-up by the Americans of moving their B-2 stealth nuclear bombers to Diego Garcia, and also these repeated attacks that they've carried out on the Houthis. The fact that Donald Trump is meeting with Netanyahu this coming Monday, does it indicate that the United States is preparing for some kind of a unilateral strike on Iranian nuclear facilities along with the State of Israel?
Thank you. Good to be on your network. You know, that certainly is a very, very possible outcome right now. I do think Trump does want...
They're going to wait until after April 20th. At this point, I don't see why they don't declare martial law. Like the Insurrection Act report lands on his desk, I don't see why he doesn't sign it. Also, today, President of El Salvador said he would be willing to take American citizens in federal prison population.
El Salvador, the president there said he would be willing to take American citizens in the federal prison population. Is that one of the ideas you're going to be discussing?
Well, I love that. If we could take some of our 20-time...
Yeah, let's take our American federal prisoners and send them to the gulags. Yep, I love that. Why the fuck would he not sign the Insurrection Act?
People into subways and that hit people over the back of the head and that purposely run people...
we don't need the weave. But I reckon they'll do that, and then they'll do this. Because this would be very unpopular, and they will need the martial law to quell the civil unrest. They tried to shoot live rounds at protesters last time. What do you think they will do this time when they fired all the people that fucking stopped them? 20-time wisely. It's because Trump is literally Tony fucking Soprano. That's why he says it like that. He literally is Tony Soprano. Oh, that's bad? We're fucked? Yeah. Yeah. Remember Trump tariffed Diego Garcia, an island with a population of 0 because it's our own military base? Fucking penguins. The penguins were even wearing a suit, y'all.
Diplomacy to succeed, and he does want to see the U.S. and Iran reach some new understanding and to get a second nuclear deal in place. But at the same time, I think what he's trying to do is intensify the pressure on Tehran, sending a message to the Iranians that the window of time for diplomacy will not be
Y'all, I can see how many of you are in chat, and I can see how many likes I have on my YouTube stream. So please go drop a like on the YouTube stream.
Open forever, and that Iran needs to come to the negotiating table, make huge concessions to the U.S., and the alternative would be being attacked by the U.S. and
they have no desire to do that.
So basically, I think this is a pressure tactic. But it doesn't mean that a military confrontation is inevitable. Trump does want to broker. He wants to have brokered another nuclear deal. Whether or not that's going to be possible.
No, it's not. They have said over and over and over again. Iran has been saying for like 3 months, no, we're not going to do a nuclear deal with you. Why the fuck would we?
Donald Trump in 2018 described it to be the worst negotiated deal in American history and unilaterally walked out of the JCPOA. With that being the context, why should the Iranians trust the Americans this time now? Because there could be a change of guard again in 4 years' time, and the next president may rubbish a deal signed by President Trump.
Well, you're absolutely right. The Iranians complied with JCPOA. The U.S. did not. It was the United States that decided, as you said, in May 2018 to unilaterally sabotage the JCPOA. You know, in Iran, there was not a consensus in favor of the JCPOA. There were voices in the Islamic...
All right, I don't care about you. Tell me about the fucking radars. Here we go.
After what Trump did in May 2018, those voices were rather vindicated. So you're completely right to point out that Iran has no reason to trust the United States. But the question is, what are Iran's options? The Iranian economy is in a horrible shape. Iran desperately needs sanctions relief. For better or for worse, well, certainly from the Iranian perspective, for worse, there's no way to achieve sanctions relief without some sort of...
Not necessarily. I can see a scenario here in which America starts confrontation with Iran, China starts confrontation with Taiwan, America starts confrontation with China because they don't want China to take Taiwan. We don't have the factories for the chips in America yet. We haven't built the TSMC factory. We haven't trained the workers for it. We can't have China take Taiwan. We're gonna have to fight back on that, which is really fucking stupid that we just moved a carrier strike group out of the Pacific. Then I can see Iran moving closer to making a deal with China for protection. World War III, I've been saying this for months. What is a Gadir radar? it's something we're going to find out. I imagine it is a high capacity, like it's a high altitude radar to spot B-2 stealth bombers is what I think it is from at least this.
Negotiations in one form or another with the United States.
Right.
So absolutely, Iran has no reason to trust the United
States. It's a phased array radar Qadir. Iranian radar with a range of 1,100 kilometers, capable of tracking targets at a height about 300 kilometers. The radar was unveiled. Yeah, okay. It's a radar specifically to look for high altitude stealth bombers. There's 7 known ones as of 2023. I'm not sure if this includes the 2 new ones they just built. Has the ability to detect air targets, stealth aircraft, styles, cruise ballistic missiles, low orbit satellites. Cool.
United States, but
built 2 more of these. These are not cheap.
Question: what are the options that Iran has?
Well, they're bolstering their air defenses in general, right?
And
you know what? Hold on. Fuck you. This one's important. I don't like this guy because he's very pro-America pilled, but he is right on a lot of stuff. So we'll have a look at him. Look, it's fucking Andrew Cuomo on Newsmax saying how we need to go to war with Iran. New York, if you vote for this motherfucker over the guy who wants to give you public supermarkets, like publicly funded supermarkets, I'm going to smash my head into a wall and crash out.
About signal, okay? Take the real sign, which is what's happening with the Houthis is something you got to watch in Yemen because they are just a proxy for Iran. And the United States has spent $3 billion in less than 3 weeks on those attacks, okay? Trump just gave Iran an ultimatum. Make a deal on nukes or face the wrath of the U.S., saying, quote, if they don't make a deal, there will be bombing. It will be bombing the likes of which they have never seen before. If he goes as big with the bombing as he did with the tariffs, there may be no more Iran. So is that a legit threat? What are the variables and concerns? Joining me now, former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, General Wesley Clark. General,
the way that Cuomo is already fucking framing this is insanity.
Let's put to the side the fact that we don't know what they're doing in Iran because Trump got out of the deal that was in place there. So there was no safeguard at all. But putting that in the past,
that does often
what are your concerns and what are the variables?
Always true. There's plenty of people in this community that were more liberal than before, before they joined this community. Not always, but a lot of the time. U.S. Air Force is not to be toyed with. They are good at blowing people up. But that's the thing. That's kind of our only option, is to just keep bombing Iran. But we can't beat them like that. We can't just bomb them to glass. We can nuke them, maybe. But we have 20 B-2 bombers? They have radars to detect them. Sure, okay, we can hit some of their underground fucking, bunkers and shit. But you think that they won't take some of those out? Those cost $1 billion to build each. Maintenance is expensive. Their bombs are expensive. War is expensive. And the reason that we wanted to go to war with, Greenland and Canada was to get resources. Going to war with Iran makes no fucking sense. If I'm the fascist dictator, I'm going for Greenland and Iran and Canada right now. Why the fuck are we going for Iran? If I wanted to be Hitler, which I don't, Canada and Greenland are my first 2 targets. Oil, fucking rare earth minerals, shipping lanes, water, lumber, steel, aluminum, potash. We need everything Canada has. The tariff war with them exists because we want to blame them for the economic crisis in America. Canada is going to be our scapegoat so that we can invade them. But we would have done this way earlier if we were smart. War is expensive unless the 1% who are all heavily invested in the military complex. Well, absolutely. But they still need the things to do that. Their money has to be spent somewhere, Knucking Fut's case. And if everyone in the world doesn't want to trade with us, has incredibly high tariffs on us, the plan was to just take it. That was always the plan. Now we're changing it to Iran, which makes no sense. This gains us nothing. It only loses us. Whereas Canada and Greenland would have gained us if done successfully. Now, these people couldn't have done that successfully. Canada would have ended up in a 50-year perma war that destroys the United States and Canada. But I could do it successfully.
with this state of play between
You
Iran and the
probably
U.S.
could too.
and getting a deal on keeping
Anyone
them
who's
from
not
nukes?
drunk all the time.
I think they understand that the only way they'll be safe is to have a nuclear weapon. I think they're working on it right now. I think they'll have it
Remember the Budapest Memorandum? What happened to Ukraine when they gave up all their nukes?
soon. How soon? 6 weeks, 6 months, less than a year. Will it be deliverable in a missile? Don't know yet. Might be.
We're just gonna
And
pretend
don't
that they don't
forget,
already have
Russia
one. Remember, I talked about this last year. January of last year, there was a very nuclear weapon testing, like seismic activity detected underground in Iran that coincided with the timetable that Netanyahu had laid out for when they would likely have nuclear weapons in front of the UN in 2021. It coincided almost perfectly with that timeline. Never give up your right to your own weapons. I mean, like, in America, Pam Bondi wants to come for the left's guns. So, like, there's your First Amendment.
is their strategic ally.
So the idea of we're going to bomb you or else, what comes along with a threat like that?
Nothing. We're bluffing. Like, we'll bomb them, but we're not
Well, I
getting
think
anything
once you
from
make
it.
a threat like that,
It's not going to win us anything.
you have to follow through. I'm sorry he made the threat like that, but he did make the threat like that.
The funniest thing is that there is a chance that Trump doesn't follow through. That Iran says no, fuck off, and we actually fuck off. Because he's done it before. He did it with tariffs. Why not? He might pussy out.
Already, the supreme leader in Iran has said, no,
He's
we're not
already
going to
a
bow to
weak
your
leader.
threat. We're not coming to the table to talk to you directly. No. So I would assume that the reason we have a second aircraft carrier there, we're building up forces, we're bringing A-10s into the region. Yeah, we're going to do it. But can we do it with air power alone? And what is the end state we're seeking?
As I said, we can only fight Iran with air power. The ideal method of doing this would be to get Iran's military to leave Iran and to fight on Iraqi soil or Syrian soil, not in Iran. Trump has the same plan every time, do a big thing for a scare factor, dial it back to get what you're really after, every time, yeah. But you guys understand what I mean, right? And how do you bait Iran out of Iran? You can't. Like, I can't think of any way to bait them out of Iran. Who starts a fight by showboating? Most of the time, the people who lose in surprise lose the fight. Yeah, exactly. I've said this before. If you're confronted by a fascist, I can explain how you should deal with these people because they're all the same. First of all, if you live in America, England, Australia, France, Germany, I don't care where you are, if the person that you're talking to doesn't have a felony, they've never been in a real fight. You get fighting somebody will get you a felony charge every time. If you have not had a felony charge, you've not been in a real fight. So these people don't know how to fight. You need to control your emotions, match their energy. Like, let's say you're sitting down and there's a fascist sitting across from you. Don't move around too much, just keep your posture. But if they stand up and come at you, don't let them close that gap. You stand right the fuck back up, but don't let them get in your face. Like especially men do this, where you go like head to head. Never do that. You stand up, you put your arm out, you get ready to strike. You declare that this is your zone, and you say, stop, don't come any closer. And if they do, you can hit them. That's self-defense. You have declared your arm's reach is your zone. If they pass this, then they are assaulting you. They will never do it. They will pussy out 99% of the time. Whether you're a man or a woman, you can do this, by the way. In fact, it scares the shit out of them when women do it. So maybe if we resurrect the Athenians and the Spartans and the Persians, we'll leave Iran to fight somewhere else. Yeah, maybe. That's like, there's no way to do this. Fascists don't like being confronted. They are trying to make the world their safe space. They really are. There was a story, someone in chat told me, back in like the 80s or something, there was this Klansman militia that was pestering this town somewhere in the South, would show up with like guns and all this stuff. And one day, the town, couple veterans showed up with their own guns. And the right-wingers showed up. And there was a standoff, and the right-wingers left and never came back. They are pussies. They're terrified. You can't win a war through airstrikes alone. You're right, Asu. This is stupid. This is entirely, like, ridiculous. Nugging fuck cultist. Hi, broke a dude's nose in boot camp who did that shit to me with a headbutt to the bridge to the nose. I mean, that's another option. But, like, I'm talking trying to avoid anything like that. Trying to avoid conflict. The question is, what will happen after the airstrike? How will Iran respond? We'll enter a war of attrition. The biggest loser will be the United States of America. Thank you for the sub back, guys. And I see... I don't think it'll be a war of attrition because I don't think U.S. troops will enter the ground. Has it really been 6 months? Damn, my IRL relationships that didn't last this long. I'm just that good. Like I just they're gonna avoid us and we're gonna avoid them, and it's just gonna be us bombing while they chill and we stop because we're wasting money. Now Israel is actually the real danger to Iran because they're gonna be the ones that are really gonna be trying to do some of the cross-border raids, some of the more deadlier airstrikes. America's mostly here for support, which is still why I really don't understand why we need 2 fucking carrier strike groups. Surprised they don't bring out Sports Cup for Desert Storm 2. Don't give them any ideas. Now, just to like really hammer this down.
Force at this time.
This guy's like very pro-America, but still.
Stop, or we're coming for Iran. Now, I should mention that as of this recording, the Houthis have carried out at least 3 attacks against U.S. warships in the Red Sea in the last 72 hours, and they've also claimed responsibility for shooting down 2 U.S. Reaper drones.
Based Houthis.
One of those we have confirmation of because we have the footage of it. Not heard anything officially from the Defense Department for what it's worth. The other claim was just earlier today, so we haven't seen the footage quite yet, but there is very much a hot war going on right now between the United States and the Iran-backed Houthis, so they haven't stopped. We need to keep that in mind moving forward here.
How about also the America-backed Israelis? Can we start calling them like that too? Can they be our proxy, or are we their proxy? How does this work?
Moving into the military buildup
sure
here, which is arguably the most substantial buildup in the Middle East of some of our most advanced equipment that we've seen in a long time. I don't know if we have to go back.
Guys, exactly. We tried this in Vietnam, but the Viet Cong just went underground till the bombing ended and they came back and carried up fighting. That's exactly what they're going to do, which is why we have the B-2 stealth bombers there that can penetrate deep into their mountain-like fucking bases, but they're very expensive to use and fly. We have a very limited number of them, and they have like radar that can detect this now. We'd have to take those out first, which we can, but how much money are we willing to spend just bombing aimlessly into the mountains? A ground war there would be a fucking nightmare. Would end up like Vietnam all over again. Exactly.
Back to 2003, but we got to go back quite a ways here. Starting out, of course, with the 6 B-2 stealth bombers that have now been forward deployed to a naval support facility, Diego
America's
Garcia.
a sick fucking country.
Look, we don't have a lot of these. These are
I'm
not...
sorry. I know a lot of you live in America, but America needs to suffer. This is a sick fucking country. It needs to hurt when you touch the fire. It needs to. America needs to suffer to learn its lesson. I'm sorry. A lot of you don't deserve it, but Nazi America is not going to wake up one day and realize, oh, it's all... You know the Nazis in Nazi Germany, you know the Germans that just lived in, like, Berlin, weren't part of the war, just, you know, the regular shopkeep in Nazi Germany, was aware of what they were doing. They just didn't like to think about it. It was cognitive dissonance. Stupid goats, literally, like, we're all this. All of us are this. I mean, not all of us, but... Trump voters, right here. That's your average MAGA Republican. The goal isn't to destroy Iran. The goal is to destroy supposedly nuclear research facility. That is a lie, cat thrower. The DOD is run by a guy who thinks he's fighting the Crusades from like 1100 AD. Deus Vult, Crusader, cross tattoos. Like, have you seen what Pete Hegseth looks like shirtless? The Deus, he just actually got a new tattoo on his arm that says, what was it? Not infidel. It was, fuck, what was it? I think it was infidel. It just says, like, a slur. He's happy with it. Look at him. This is an old picture. Crusader tattoo. Deus Vult is on his arm over there. American flag with a gun. This guy is fucking insane. Hold on. Pete Hegseth. New tattoo. Kafir. It says kafir. Here. His new tattoo appears alongside Deus Vult, a phase attributed to a rallying cry of the First Crusade. Peg says tattoo drawing criticisms from some say a sign of hostility against Muslims. Where is what the actual word is? I can't fucking remember. What does kafir mean? He has actual extremist tattoos, yeah. Non-believer, fucking heretic. Yeah. It's like heretic, it's infidel, enemy of Muslims. This is like the kill all Muslims type people. That's the people in charge. Of course they want to destroy Iran. None of this has anything to do with research facilities. Iran already has a nuclear weapon. They pretend like burning flesh wasn't real despite it being right next to them. True. Best example of a true story called Hamburger Hill. The U.S. bombed the living hell out of this hill and killed more of their own than Viet Cong. True. True. And remember, this is our country. You better be right with your tariffs. You just cost the middle class trillions and have added extra couple years of extra work for people like me in our late 50s before we can retire. Still love your policies, but again, you better be right. You just made my life harder, but I still love you. What the fuck do you do with these people? What do you do with these people? And mind you, this is the kind of shit that they get. Here is the tweet from Marco Rubio. Met with Danish Foreign Minister Rasmussen in Brussels today to talk about their defense priorities and our shared by our two nations. We discussed the importance of increasing burden sharing within NATO and addressing threats to the alliance. Now you look at Rasmussen. Honest and direct meeting with Secretary Rubio yesterday made it crystal clear that the claims and statements about annexing Greenland are not only unacceptable, disrespectful, they amount to a violation of international law. How the fuck do you deal with this when half the country gets their news from here, when everyone else in the world knows that this is reality? They're brainwashed. They're zombies. You can't reason with a zombie horde. It can get worse. It's getting worse every day. You can't impeach him. There is no impeachment, pre-breakfast banana. There is no rule of law. The United States has died. We watched the funeral together. That was the inauguration. This is Nazi America. There's no impeachment. You don't have rights. You get sent to the gulag. Christian zealots are in charge of the military now. How could it possibly lead to more death and suffering? Oh, right, yeah. They're fucking crazy and can act right around only one. The guy's a DUI hire who passes out on the floor drinking, and classified information is falling out left and fucking right. It's not just him. Mike Waltz is another one. Fucking, we got tariffs on exporting to PDFs now. Sorry. We're gonna make life harder, make you hand-draw documents great again. Yeah. He needs to be treated like a czar in Minecraft. He needs to be treated like a czar in reality. I'm sorry. I can say that. You can't.
Not aircraft that you need to hit militia groups or terrorist organizations. This is for carrying heavy bunker-busting bombs to go after something.
Despite the denotion of kafir arguably being applicable to me, I'd rather not get a kafir tattoo because kafir is objectively... Like, literally, like... Yes, you can be an infidel and a non-believer. Getting a tattoo of that while you're talking about killing all Muslims, which is what he did, by the way. When he got confirmed, he went out and shouted, "Kill all fucking Muslims."
Like Iranian underground nuclear or missile facilities, right? So there's a clear purpose what the B-2s are doing there that we would not be able to do with other aircraft. That said, there are some other aircraft. We'll get to those in a minute. The Pentagon just this week confirmed that the Harry S. Truman's deployment currently in the Red Sea will be extended. So that's the carrier strike group there. And we have a second carrier strike group.
Okay, so I was wrong. They're definitely being extended. They're not pulling that one back. We're going to war, guys. There's no reason for us to have two carrier strike groups in this region at all, especially when there's a high risk of China invading Taiwan and us still needing to defend it. Every U.S. citizen needs to get a member of Congress demand a no vote of confidence. Good luck with that. Try it. Go for it. Give it a go. You should try.
This was originally reported
try
by
hard,
ENLS,
like actually try.
Description below. Great resource over on X. The second carrier strike group, the USS Carl Vinson, is leaving the Pacific and heading to U.S. Central Command Area of Operations, set to arrive sometime in the next week to 10 days. So 2 carrier strike groups, 6 B-2 bombers, but it doesn't stop there. Defense News earlier today reported that additional F-35s have been dispatched to Jordan. Now, it's not clear if those F-35s are in addition to or the same ones that arrived from Hill Air Force Base in England on March 20th. Either way, additional F-35s arriving in theater. And then, of course, from England, they would be able to possibly be used to strike in the Middle East. We've got multiple A-10s from Idaho Air National Guard deployed to the Middle East over the course of this weekend. More than 300 airmen from the 124th.
You know that bet that you tried to sucker me into? Well, that is so off, I tell you. I wish we should have made that bet already. I would have been like, give me like 5 tier 1 subs if I'm right. And, fucking, I'll make you a mod if you're right or some shit. Damn it, I lost my chance there.
Fighter wing, along with attack aircraft, were sent to Central Command's area of responsibility on March 29th. And then NBC reported just yesterday that the U.S. military has transferred THAAD and 2 Patriot batteries from the Pacific to the Middle East. So just real quick there, 2 carrier strike groups, 6 B-2 bombers.
We do actually have to worry about them giving our planes, but yeah, look at this. This is what we have in the region, and tell me we're not going to fucking war.
And 2 Patriot batteries from the Pacific to the Middle East. So just real quick there, 2 carrier strike groups, 6 B-2 bombers, additional F-35s, maybe a lot of additional F-35s, A-10s, and 3 air defense batteries. That's a lot.
On top of the carrier strike groups.
Moving into Central Command area of operations. Additionally, we have Arab sources across a couple different channels here reporting more than 140 American cargo flights just over the course of the past 2 weeks. So this is a lot of stuff moving into the Middle East. And there's a cost associated with that, right? So you can't just flex for the sake of flexing all the time. And you have to, how many of these different things here? We've got the carrier strike groups and the air defense systems here that are moved out of the Pacific. One of the arguments...
After this one, we'll do something fun. Did he just say about getting England to help by letting them launch planes from here? Never going to happen. We're actively being told not to travel to USA. Well, we did put our planes in England, and we might try and launch them from there. I don't think you get to tell us no, mate. I wish you would. I really, really do. You guys got to get Corbyn in charge. Put Corbyn in charge. He'll tell us what's what. Oh, back guys, I don't know if you were here and if you saw this or not, but did you see the Russian spy ship in British waters that was found yesterday? War is very stupid.
Consistently, for the last few years at least, has been we have to be focused on China. So you have to, there's trade-offs happening here. And clearly, right now, Iran is being viewed as the most immediate issue.
After this, we're going to do something fun. I want to do some history. Let's learn about Turkish history after this.
Be taken care of before, say, China. Now, Iran did respond to all of this.
I think that's enough. We have a decent understanding of the amount of shit we have in the region. And I think that really makes the point pretty clear on its own, doesn't it? Now, I got a couple terrible things I want to show you. And then I'm going to stretch, and then we're going to do Turkish history. Got a lot here, actually, because right now, Turkey is on fire. Like, there is massive, massive protests. It's, like, day 15. Erdogan is arresting his political rivals. What am my 2008 theory? We can do that one after. It's a video. Like, I want to do this one first, because this is more fun. So, first off, remember Dan Bongino? The assistant director to the FBI? Well, he posted this. In the best interests of openness and transparency, I'll be posting regular information updates on this account. The director and I are engaged in a thorough top-to-bottom review of policies and procedures. We're ensuring we are delivering results, reforms, and accountability to the people we answer to, the citizens of this great country. If you are an abuser of children, a terrorist, a gangbanger, or someone who is singing anti-American songs in your grandma's basement, then we are coming to make your life really difficult. Watch, it's coming. Don't doubt us. Ironic, considering they are the party of abusers of children, terrorists, gangbangers, rapists, and all that, and the most un-American people in the planet. But yeah, no, sorry, you can't sing anti-American songs. This just means you can't say anti-American things. The funniest thing, though, is the person posting this, Nick Let's Go, is on SNL and has made this song. God, I hope this isn't copyright. I can play maybe 5 seconds of it.
I wanna be at the RNC. Like Dan Bongino, Grandma tries to tell me not to go.
It's a very funny song. I'm scared to play it because I'm also on YouTube, so YouTube might actually copyright me for that one because he is on SNL. So Donnie will have to be deported. Again, no one's getting deported. There are no deportations. Deportation means you have faced a court and you have been convicted of a crime. No one gets a lawyer. You don't get due process. You don't see a court, a judge, a jury. This is just kidnapping and sent to the gulags. There's no deportations. I need everyone to stop saying the word deportation. It's not deportation. The Nazis did this too. Straight up, like the Nazis actually did this too. Glad you're accurately using rendition instead of deportation. Like, I mean, rendition is one thing too, but it is, kidnapping is just easier. But it is extraordinary rendition. That is what it is. By definition. A lot of people, especially media people, just say deport. Yes, I know, but I'm mad at it. We gotta yell at them. Guys, every one of you listening to me, get mad when someone calls it deportation and tell them. When is it gonna be a crime to say something bad about Trump? Everyone has lost their minds. I would say about a week for that one. He's begging for it. Robert King, a U.S. citizen, was recently taken into custody in McKinley, Texas, for making terroristic threats against ICE agents. King's alarming social media posts included intentions to open fire if agents are seen in his neighborhood. They fucking blacked out the agent's face. What is this guy? Is he like a... Is he... The lead... First of all, his hands and legs are chained, but what is he? Like, Ken Klippenstein, what did you say about it? They blurred their faces like it's El Chapo. I guess the Republicans could kidnap Trump if they tried. Sure. I still don't think Trump will live till the end of this term. He's loud and annoying and messes with their plans. I think he'll die in about a year and a half. He'll die probably right before the midterm, and then J.D. Vance will take over. If I am the puppet master cabal at the top, that makes sense to me. Using deportation to mean what ICE is doing currently is a way to make it sound legitimate. Exactly. It's not deporting. There is no deportation happening. There is none. It's just kidnapping. Did he make a threat, or did he inform people on self-defense of plainclothing men kidnapping people? Probably that one, Captain Buggy. He likely said, if I see ICE agents in plainclothes kidnapping people in my neighborhood, I will open fire, and that's what they arrested him for. I'd be sure of. Vance is 10 times worse. I mean, look, again, like, these people are Nazis. I mean, Matt Walsh over here is a lich, but... If I told you that a young man stabbed another young man to death for telling him that he was in the wrong seat, and then I told you that one young man in this altercation was white and the other was black, and then I asked you to guess the race of the assailant, every single person would know the answer immediately. Young black males are violent to a wildly, outrageously disproportionate degree. That's just a fact. We all know, and it's about time we speak honestly about it, or nothing will ever change. Motherfucker, if you asked me that question, I would 100% have assumed that it was the white guy doing the stabbing, but... straight up Klansman territory, which is what Hassan says. Rather than crying like a child, why don't you explain how my statement is correct? This is just like Nazi shit. I literally would have assumed white. Yeah, why the fuck would I assume it's the black guy stabbing you for not getting out of his seat? That is absolutely the kind of whingy snowflake shit you would get out of a MAGA white guy. And also the stats, but like just the vibe, really? Even without the stats, like it's not... difficult to see? Let me get some links ready, and then I'm gonna do a nice little stretch, and then we can go on to Turkey. You guys want to learn about Gallipoli? And Ataturk. I don't know. I want to talk about like how countries are built, not like war and destruction for 5 seconds, you know? Might be nice to just get some information on not death cult shit. We all know Rosa Parks was the one who told the poor white woman to move to the back of the... Oh, yeah. Every accusation is a confession. Hold on, I gotta use my... Don't get a gym membership, just get yourself some of these. Oh, my body is fucked. Churchill did something in Gallipoli, no? Yeah. Well, speaking as someone who lives in Australia, Anzac Day is quite important. It's about, you know, how Australian and New Zealander troops got, just wrecked on Gallipoli. What is that stretchy thing? It's called a resistance band. You can buy... Hold on, let me get them all. this set of resistance bands for like $10. This being the thickest one, which is a higher weight. Like, think about this as dumbbells. You can use these to pretty much, you don't need to go to a gym. You can do all of your exercise with these. This being the heaviest, this being the lightest, second lightest. Black one I use regularly for, like, my neck hurts. So what I do is I put this right behind my head and then stretch my head back and forth, which is good for, like, your neck. And I'm not particularly strong, so this is my preferred one for good stretches, strength training. Like, you can just step on this with your foot and hold it. And then I'm too weak for this one. I would normally use the black one for this, but strength training. You can do all of your exercise with these for like $10 instead of paying a gym membership. Cardio heart rate, go for a walk. If you have a bike, go do some bicycles, bike riding. Go walk in the morning. Run if you can. Get to a Muay Thai gym and have someone punch you in the face. It's amazing. I'd rather not. What I would do is hold my arms out like an airplane and hold it there for like as long as I can. A couple minutes. That's quite a lot. Back in high school, that's how I bulked my shoulders up. I mean, I suppose you can do a lot of things with them. You can hook them onto something like pretty fucking sturdy. Motherfuckers need to touch grass. Yeah, genuinely. Like, you don't need to go hard. Just go buy some resistance bands. Go to like Target or Walmart. They're like $10. Buy some off Amazon or some shit. And that's what you need. Go outside and take a walk for your cardio. That's how you do that. Go for a run. Go for a jog. Walk around your community and talk to people. That can be both exercise and socializing. Spend your time, like an hour a day. I mean, I do this in the middle of the night because I'm a psychotic person, but like, if you're a normal person, you can go for a walk in the middle of the day, in the evening, walk around, I don't know, check in with a bakery, say hi, you know, grab a coffee on your way back. You can do a lot and still exercise. Ah, fuck, I sat down. I need more water, and then we're doing turkey. Sorry, guys. A normal person, what's that? Someone who touches grass, Batgas. First things first. I told you guys I was gonna make mante, which is Turkish ravioli. I did. I haven't put the video together just yet, but I do have a couple, like, clips that I got made that I can show you. So, first off, I got this one.
Oh.
The lighting in my kitchen is horrendous, but
yours looks more beautiful.
If you would
It has
stop
more color.
with the fucking bottom thing. This
Do you
is
wanna mix it?
Turkish ravioli. They're tiny little
Sure. I mean, it doesn't-
ravioli balls. Cooked them, covered them with this tomato paste and pepper paste sauce that I made. Covered that with Greek yogurt, and then just poured browned, bubbling hot butter on top of it. And some dried chili. Realistically, you should be using Syrian pepper, which is... It looks like chili, but it's not spicy and it doesn't taste the same, but it's close enough. And then oregano, which the Turks actually use mint, but I prefer oregano. I'm better.
But that is essentially
It is amazing.
That look gooey
Absolutely
as hell.
delicious.
And chat, it smells good.
I don't know why I don't have the sound on. Oh, I messed that up. And then we have this one from our lovely mod Cat Piss, who helped me film this, assisted me. And for me personally, because I'm the original.
None for me, I'm Caucasian.
Yeah. That one was very
Chats,
funny. So someone in my YouTube comments is gonna get mad at that and call it racism.
Girl.
No, I'm not even kidding. I'm
Oh,
not
no.
it looks delicious, and it is delicious. And I'm excited to put the video together fully, and I'll put that out probably tomorrow, because I probably won't be streaming tomorrow if I'm going to go as long as I plan to today. I mean, it's already been 5 hours, so. I got a dumb question. What are Turkish delights made of? Gelatin, mostly. Is it lamb? No, there's no meat in. Well, it's beef in the ravioli, but you can have it with lamb if you want to. It's usually beef, or you can have a vegan version of it, I'm pretty sure. Turkish delights is a family of confectionaries based on gel of starch and sugar. Yeah, basically just like gelatin and sugar. That's it. Now, let's talk about Turkey.
On the evening of March 23rd, 2025, a quiet queue descended over the square in front of Istanbul's city hall, and a woman in a brown overcoat began to speak. "We are a big family, and today has been very hard for all of us," she began. "But we will win by resisting step by step. They think they can get rid of Ekrem İmamoğlu by..."
Anyone who hasn't been watching me for a little while, just because I know that there is some new chatters here. Ekrem İmamoğlu was the main opposition candidate for Turkey. He was the most popular in the country to go against Erdogan. The election's not for another 2 years, but what Erdogan did is they revoked his university degree. He was the mayor of New York, not New York, mayor of Istanbul, which is very similar to like governor of New York. Like that's the level, the governor of California level of mayor. If you're the mayor of Istanbul, you're likely to become prime minister or president one day. It used to be prime minister, now it's mainly president. Erdogan fucked around with that a lot because he was prime minister, then he became the president. Him having his university degree taken away means that he is not allowed to be neither the Istanbul mayor nor run for president. That is a requirement in the Turkish constitution. Thankfully, most Turks get a university degree because it's funded by the state. So they took away his university degree. They put him in prison, called him a terrorist. And then now they went after the mayor of Ankara, who's the opposition's second most likely candidate. He actually polls higher than İmamoğlu, but he's older and less popular.
Arresting him. Ekrem İmamoğlu has defeated you before. He will defeat you.
I want to get like the down on type Erdogan in this video, and then we'll go into history from there, because it's going to connect all together, because everything Erdogan wants is directly tied to fucking Ottoman history. He's like Putin, who wants Imperial Russia back. He wants the Ottoman Empire back.
Times if needed. Whether he is a candidate or not, he will win, because he has become the symbol for a nation's fight for dignity. End quote. With each statement, the tens of thousands of people in front of her erupted in rapturous applause and chants of President Ekrem. Many carried Turkish flags, some of them featuring images of the state founder Mustafa Kemal Atatürk.
We're going to learn about him because his beliefs are secular. He wanted a country that wasn't a Muslim country. He worked very hard to do that, and that is the thing that Erdogan hates the most about him. He wants a theocracy.
All were there for one singular purpose. The one on stage was Dilek İmamoğlu, wife of Ekrem İmamoğlu, the detained mayor of Istanbul. 4 days previously, he was arrested by state authorities and soon sent, awaiting trial, to Marmara Prison, a high-security facility known to house journalists, activists, and political
is the gulag.
Figures who'd fallen foul of Turkish President Erdogan's regime. The arrest led to an explosion of outrage and massive protest.
2.2 million people
have raged in Istanbul and multiple other cities.
That's what I want to see in America.
Here's what you need to know about that.
Every day. They did this for 11 days.
March the 19th was the day İmamoğlu, who'd served as mayor since 2019, representing the opposition Republican People's Party, was arrested. İmamoğlu's detention was on the charge of alleged corruption, extortion, bribery, money laundering, and supporting terrorism.
Genuinely, every single thing that they would say in America. They all have the same playbook. Everywhere, no matter what. The gulag like a theme park, maybe the entrance.
In particular, the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK.
Also, this came after basically the PKK was like, all right, we're done, we give up. And then they still were like, oh no, you're PKK, so we're going to arrest you. They tried this against Trump already? What do you mean? If they tried this against Trump, it would have been correct. İmamoğlu did literally none of these things. Trump literally does almost all of those things. Oh yeah, no, like, the thing is, this had no basis in reality, like at all. Like at all. Even Erdogan denied that he did it.
had been in the government's sights for many years.
It's not lawfare when the person committed the crimes. You can't apply that to Trump. Trump was guilty of all of those crimes. Trump should be in prison for the rest of his life.
His party, known shorthand as the CHP, is the long-term bitter rival of
committed the
Erdogan's
crimes.
Justice and
There was
Development
no
Party,
court
or
for this.
AKP. The CHP candidate, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu,
And not that it would matter because, you know, Erdogan has all the courts anyway. Not that, like, the law matters when the fascists will use... The law is only right when it supports the people in power. If the law is functioning in a way that it supports the people that are not in power against those who are, the law will just be changed. That's how it always has worked.
Kolu narrowly missed out on defeating Erdogan in the country's presidential election in 2023. Erdogan has served as president since 2014, when he won the first direct election in Turkey's history. Previously, presidential elections have been held every 7 years instead of the current 5, using a system of indirect voting. In other words,
the Labour Party is the only good party in the UK. You are going to make me tear my hair out. The only party in the UK that should be arrested and put in prison is Reform.
The candidate of the most popular party would assume the office.
And
the final
honestly,
indirect vote
the
in
Tories
2007 was also the first victory of the AKP, and its candidate, Abdullah Gül, became president. The party had been established 6 years earlier by Gül, conservative lawmaker Bülent Arınç, and Erdogan himself, who was by 2007 serving in the role
Oh yeah,
of
of course,
Minister.
of course.
The following years saw huge...
But like the right wing is always using the same playbook. Wait, no, UK Labour is shit, yes. But they are also the least shit party in the UK that has any chance of winning an election. They need Corbyn back. They are shit, but they are also less shit than the Tories and less shit than Reform. And right now, the choice you have is Reform, which is Hitler, or you basically have the same choice America did. You got Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Take your pick. Greens aren't going to win. Sorry. Reform and Labour are head-to-head. Oh, hold on. Reform and Labour are head-to-head right now. You get to pick between these two. 24%, 24%, 23%. Greens at 8. You can pick between Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Those are your choices. UK Labour sounds like Democrats. Pretty shitty, but it's that or slave-driving fascists. Exactly. Pick the easier opposition to work against. There is no other option. It's either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. No, I don't want to put Labour. I don't want to put liberals in jail for being lame ducks. I want to put the liberals who actively and knowingly collaborated with the fascists in jail, which is quite a lot of them. Depraved ambiance, if we're being honest. Like Chuck Schumer, for one, liberal, should be in jail. Who else? Richie Torres, liberal, should be in jail. Who else? Give me another one. Give me a fucking congressman or senator on the left. Give me a Democrat. I'll tell you whether she... Cory Booker? Cory Booker should be banned from ever running for Congress again, but should not be in jail. Cuomo should be in jail. AOC? Nah. AOC's not in jail. Crown her the president, honestly. And have her take the crown off and bring, democracy back. Pelosi should be in jail. Most of the Democrats should be in jail. Just generally, most of the judicial branch that, let's say, almost all of the Supreme Court should be in jail. Jasmine Crockett should be barred from running for Congress again, but she should not go to jail. That's what you get for supporting Israel. If you voted to send money to Israel, but on everything else you were pretty good, I think you should just be banned from running for office again, and you should probably get some other consequences, but I don't think you should be in jail forever. You might get jail for 5 years, maybe. Interesting. Why that about Booker? No, it's because he should not be able to run because he funded Israel. He just voted to fund Israel after that big speech. So I don't want them back in government. They probably could have a couple years in prison, fine, sure. I don't think they should be in prison forever. Yeah, Oof is right. After that speech, then he went and did that. I think you should be banned from running for Congress. Isn't there any Democrats who didn't fund Israel? There's a few. I mean, I don't think AOC has voted to fund Israel. Bernie has, but then flipped, so he's fine. And honestly, Bernie gets a pass. Most Democrats are neoliberal or conservative, not really liberal. I was speaking globally. Oh, yeah, no, that's what I mean. people should be held accountable for their crimes. Politicians should be held accountable for their actions and their words. That's all I want. That's all I want is some reality where there's fucking consequences. Can you link me something to that, Captain Buggy?
Turbulence in Turkey, characterized by increasing authoritarianism, the beginning of expansion of military operations against Kurdish factions in Syria and Iraq.
Honestly, the reason that I really want to go into Turkey like this and go into the history of it, because you're going to see a lot of shit that kind of relates to the situations we're in, and see the choices that we have in front of us that we can make.
A massive influx of Syrians fleeing their country's civil war and a flailing economy. With it,
oh look,
also
the entire issue
pronounced
of
division in Turkish society,
yeah,
as well as
the Syrian civil war brought all of the Syrians to Turkey and to Europe, brought all of the racism and authoritarianism up in Europe, but in Turkey they were different. In Turkey, they are being paid by the EU to not let them into Europe. Like, there's about 3-4 million Syrian refugees in Turkey. Hold on. Syrian refugees in Turkey. Amounts. My half-sister, actually, her job, there's 3 million Syrian refugees in Turkey. My sister's job is literally to distribute the funds that come from the EU to these people. Like, that's her job. The EU pays to keep them in Turkey and to keep them alive in Turkey. And so that's my sister's job. 3 million of them. Erdogan uses these people as a threat. When he doesn't like what Europe says about something, he threatens to just put all of the Syrians at the border. Like, hey, I'll just flood your country with Syrians. Which is not helping with the increased racism, authoritarianism combination going on there. On top of that, the Turkish society has become increasingly polarized against the Syrians. I've had to have this argument with like several... Last time I went to Turkey, I was constantly arguing about this shit. Because it's the same idea of like how the US government talks about undocumented immigrants. A bunch of the shit they say is a lie based in like 1/4 of a semi-truth. Who is backing Turkey? Well, I mean, like they are a pretty strong economy on their own, but they are part of NATO. They want to join the EU really bad. They were just about to until Erdogan pulled this shit. If Erdogan didn't pull this, Turkey would have joined the EU. So the EU is like, take all these brown people because if they get in, the fascists will win elections here. Well, no, it's more like the EU is like, take all of these brown people and keep them away from me. Because even the non-fascists in the EU are still quite racist. It is what it is. We should have historians give a lesson to Congress. They would literally hang the historians rather than sit and listen to them.
Evolving three-way tussle between the largely conservative voting central regions of Turkey, the CHP voting west and major cities, and the Kurdish-dominated southeast. Amidst all this, Erdogan overcame an attempted coup d'etat in 2016, allegedly orchestrated by adherents of the Islamist Gulen movement, referred to in Turkey as Hizmet. The coup saw an attack by members of the military on the AKP headquarters in Ankara.
If only that coup succeeded. My parents were in Turkey when that coup happened too. If only they had succeeded. The Turkish military has a history of loving coups, so...
...which led to the deaths of around 300 people. Erdogan responded with a vicious crackdown, purging both the military and civil society. Many of the arrested ended up in Marmara, the same facility where Imamoglu is currently being held.
Again, the gulag.
As the years progressed, Turkish society only became even more fractured. The 2015 election had seen 4 parties sit in Turkey's unicameral Grand...
This election was rigged.
National Assembly, the AKP, the CH...
Not rigged in like, it's not like rigged like Russia rigged. Turkish elections, I think Hassan said this, they are free, but they are not fair. They are always tilted in the like favor of the ruling party, but they are free. Sure, I'll take a look.
The Ultra-Nationalist National Movement, or MHP, and the Kurdish People's Democratic Party. But by the end of 2022, there were no less than 16. Various defections and resignations led to the rise of the conservative Kemalist, Ili, or Good Party, and others like the Communist Workers' Party re-enter parliament.
Based. Let's see what you got here. Donald Trump. Wow, the April 5th protests fake, totally staged. I'm hearing very reliable sources that George Soros paid 5 million people, 5 million people. Can you believe it? 100 million each. $100 million each. Yeah. 5 million people, $100 million each would equal, more money than George Soros has, as I have stated several times already. He couldn't afford to do that. Yeah. You know, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't believe anything. You can say anything.
The May 2023 parliamentary election continued this path of electoral chaos as yet more groups appeared. These included the Conservative New Path Alliance, several Turkish or Kurdish Islamist parties, other left or right-wing groups, as well as 9 independents and 7 empty seats. Although Erdogan's AKP suffered consecutive seat losses in 2018 and 2023, it continues to govern chiefly through an electoral alliance known as Cumhur, which it entered into in 2008 with the National Movement. This has allowed the AKP to maintain power through the following 2 elections, despite not reaching parliamentary majority by itself and ruling instead as a minority government. But by the 2023 presidential election, in which Erdogan sought a 3rd successive term, the divisions had reached boiling point. Erdogan was successfully re-elected, but only narrowly so.
It was so close. We almost got him out that time.
2018, the closest runner-up had received only 30% of the vote against Erdogan's 52%.
And by the way,
on this occasion,
in 2023, the only reason that Erdogan won is because of a shitty third-party candidate.
The president failed to secure a majority in the first round of voting, leading to a second-round runoff between the top 2 candidates. Erdogan finally triumphed with 52% of the vote and narrowly edged out the CHP's Kılıçdaroğlu with a fraction under 48%. Despite this success, the following year was not kind to Erdogan.
Well,
in the 2024 local elections, the
watching.
AKP lost 15 municipalities, and its ally, the MHP, lost a further 3.
I don't think he can
the
survive
Kurds gained
what's
2, while the
happening.
CHP, in what was by far the largest gain, held most of its cities and won an additional 40.
Like, not even just electorally, I really don't think he can survive this. There's literally, people are not working or buying shit in Turkey. Businesses are shutting down of economic strikes.
Surpassing the AKP by more than 1 million more in what was
They're
the party's
investigating
best
the
electoral
boycotts to see if they're
performance
paid
since
by
1977. The
secret
CHP
billionaires.
is now the governing party in 6 of Turkey's 7 largest and most economically vibrant cities and controls 35 of its 81 provinces.
So imagine a scenario where the Democrats control every major state and yet can't win the presidency.
All of this no doubt angers Erdogan, who, while mayor of Istanbul in the 1990s, was ominously quoted as saying, "Democracy is like a tram. You ride it until you arrive at your destination, then you step off."
He did say that.
Quick plug for our fantastic newsletter. Look, imagine never missing the critical details behind today's global events. Those
The ruling class
decisive
has no
moments and
fucking
hidden
cards if you
narratives
just
that
stop working
shape our
buying shit,
world.
yeah.
And that's exactly what you'll get with the War Fronts
Like,
news.
it's hard to stop buying shit. Like, again, in Turkey, people are not buying groceries. You gotta go hungry to fight the state.
Newsletter. Every week, you'll receive expertly curated insights into global conflicts, powerful military strategies, and analysis delivered directly to your inbox. No fluff, no noise, just crystal clear clarity, wrapped in compelling stories and fascinating historical connections that you just won't find
Thank you,
anywhere
thank you,
else.
thank
It's
you.
completely free.
We're gonna watch
it's
this ad, 'cause
genuinely
we're watching
valuable,
his video.
and
We might as
signing
well.
up just takes
It'd
a
be
few
rude not to.
seconds. There's a link below. Understanding the world just got a whole lot easier thanks to our newsletter. And now back to it. All right, so let's get some background here. Who exactly are the CHP and what do they stand for? The Republican People's Party was officially founded the same year as the modern state of Turkey itself in 1923 and more than 8 decades before the AKP. But the party was unofficially established 4 years before that by Mustafa Kemal, commonly known by his honorific surname Ataturk, or Father of the Turks.
His name
His
is
worldview,
literally-
Kemalism, is a blend of Westernism, secularism, Turkish nationalism, economic statism, and, since the late 20th century, social democracy.
I don't agree with everything that Ataturk did, but the man was fucking based for the era.
Latter has put it especially
There's
at
some
odds
stuff
with
that I
Turkey's
genuinely
right-wing
disagree
factions,
with, but-
not least the AKP, but perhaps especially groups like the MHP, the most significant of the
These
four
are the fucking nationalists. These are the Turkey should rule everyone with the Ottoman Empire.
party conservative alliance which sustains the AKP government. Now, although the CHP has taken a progressive stance on current topics including gender equality, democracy, and the rights of Turkey's large Kurdish population, which we'll return to later,
which is
this
important.
wasn't always the case. The party is the only surviving successor of the Committee of Union and Progress, a group to which many early CHP members belonged. Founded as an underground student movement in 1899, the committee became the foremost political faction of the Young Turks.
Okay, I want you to understand, these people did some really bad shit, but these were students that formed an underground political network that then became one of the main political parties in the country that still lasted till today. Now, these people do some evil shit. We're about to hear in the very next section. But understand that this was students forming an underground, like, Discord server to do politics and then became this. It's possible. Many Kurds in Turkey, yes, but also there's a lot of Kurds in Syria that we like to bomb because the Kurds do terrorism in Turkey. More like we bomb them and then we get backlash, but you know, whatever. Oh, everyone had nicer clothes back then. Don't get me started on that. I'm going to turn into a Vosh stream.
For several brutal massacres during the late Ottoman era. The committee owes the organization which Talat Pasha led, and to which Enver Pasha and Jamal Pasha belonged, collectively the three Pashas who directed the Armenian genocide. That said, one of the group's first leaders was Ahmed Reza, the most significant public intellectual to oppose the genocide while it was ongoing. The CHP
again, like that was base.
Intellectual to oppose the genocide while it was ongoing. The CHP rose out of its forerunner in 1919 and modeled itself on secular organizations in the West and the cult of personality of Mustafa Kemal. Nevertheless, it was under the CHP.
We just don't make shit anymore, depraved ambiance. Like clothes are not made the same way. Everything looks shitty. Clothes are all either super tight or super loose, or they're not fitted properly. We don't have tailors or seamstresses anymore. All of those are gone. Like in America, gone. I have one near me in my vicinity. And you can't even take fast fashion like Shein clothes to these people because you can't do alterations to Shein clothing. They're not made of the same type of fabric. They're made of plastic. Education is always a threat to power. Students are special. They have fresh minds being educated. Wow, that sentence was super obvious looking at it. Yeah.
The notorious Varlik Vergisi tax was levied on non-Muslim minorities during the Second World War, leading to financial ruin for much of Turkey's remaining Armenian, Greek, and Assyrian communities. It was over the course of that same war that the party began to move away from Turkish ultranationalism, and it purged members accused of racism or the unification of Turkic nations, an ideology known as...
I kind of like that, purging the nationalists, in some ways. I still don't know what Shein clothes are. Here. Let me just make sure it won't, like, put my address or something on it. I don't know why it would, but... Fucking pop-up ads every time you open it, too. Okay. This is Shein clothes. It's like cheap clothing and bullshit from China. I mean, it's not as cheap for you in America anymore, but like, you know, it's just cheap bullshit. $2 for like this handbag. This shirt's like $10. These pants that look horrible are $20. It's cheap clothing from China, cheap trash from China. Everything is made with plastic. It's no mistake that Trump and his team are doing everything to lock up dissidents in universities first, of course.
Over the course of that same war that the party began to move away from Turkish ultranationalism, and it purged members accused of racism or the unification of Turkic nations, an ideology known as Turanism or Pan-Turkism in the late 1940s, through trials led by CHP leader İsmet İnönü.
So as in, they took power and then put all of the racists and the anti-democracy folks on trial and then imprisoned them and executed them. That's a thing that happened. The students started a movement that led to the racists and the anti-democratic people being put on trial, convicted, imprisoned, and executed.
Centre-left during the second half of the century and joining the Socialist International in 1995. As of 2025, it sits as the largest opposition group in Turkey with 134 MPs, or a little over 1/5 of the 600-seat Grand National Assembly. As mentioned, it benefited from a steep surge in seats during the 2023 parliamentary elections, in part due to dissatisfaction with the AKP, the faltering of the economy, as well as...
The AKP being Erdogan's party. And speaking of the faltering of the economy, that was directly Erdogan's fault. This idiot, when inflation was up, was saying that interest rates are a conspiracy theory, and so he cut interest rates instead of raised them when everyone else in the world did, and inflation went to like 200% in Turkey.
Mass defection from the Democratic Left Party, a fellow Kemalist group whose leadership bizarrely announced support for the AKP and Cumhur prior to the election. Now, although Ankara has been the capital and seat of government of modern Turkey since 1923, it is not really the most significant city, either economically or demographically, in the country. That remains Istanbul, Turkey's most famous, and at 16 million inhabitants, by far its most populous city. While much of the country, especially the Anatolian hinterland, is AKP or MHP dominated, the city of Istanbul is characteristically divided but has been run by the CHP since 2019. Perhaps unsurprisingly, claiming Istanbul back remains a keen objective for Erdogan and his conservative backers. And their first attempt to do exactly that came in the wake of the same 2019 election, which turned out a surprise victory for the CHP through a man.
This is basically like Turkey's getting fed the fuck up, and by the end of this, we're just like, no, fuck it, we're out in the streets. That's what it is. We're watching the lead up of every shitty thing Erdogan did up until this point, so that we can talk about why he's not going to survive this.
Who was generally at that time a relative unknown, and his name is Ekrem İmamoğlu. In some ways, the rise of İmamoğlu to the Istanbul mayoralty must come as a source of huge frustration to Erdogan, given that he'd once held the same office himself. Aside from İmamoğlu's political orientation, and unlike Erdogan himself, İmamoğlu isn't actually from Istanbul. He was born in 1970 in the Black Sea city of Trabzon and moved to the city to attend university at the age of 17. His political career began in 2008 when he joined the CHP after several years working in his family's construction business. His first success was to be elected mayor of the Istanbul district of Beylik.
I don't think he's going to lose electorally. I think his life could be in danger, but it's complicated. There's various ways it could go. Like, realistically, this could result in Erdogan stepping down and trying to put his son in his place.
Duzu the same year Erdogan clinched the presidency in 2014. But it wasn't until 2019 that İmamoğlu shot to fame by becoming mayor of Istanbul proper as an underdog in what was one of the most dramatic political upsets in Turkey's recent history. Despite polls predicting otherwise, he won a wafer-thin victory in the election in March, taking 48.77% of the vote against the AKP's candidate and former Prime Minister Binali Yildirim with 48.61%. The result came as a shock and setback to Erdogan, who'd been re-elected president the previous year and had secured a slim parliamentary majority through his alliance with the MHP. But Erdogan was not willing to give up the city easily. He had previously claimed that if his party, quote, lost Istanbul, we would lose Turkey. Close nature of the result was enough to allow the AKP to successfully push for a by-election, and İmamoğlu's win was controversially annulled. But rather than boycotting the repeat election, İmamoğlu wisely doubled down on the fervor it generated and the increasing displeasure with both the AKP's ham-fisted tactics and the declining economy. In the rerun held in June,
no, I don't think he's already dead. He's just in the gulag.
Won by a wider margin, taking 54% of the vote to Yildirim's 45%, and a total of 28 of Istanbul's 39 districts. İmamoğlu's campaign to win over the Istanbulites was based on pragmatism, and he regularly attended neighborhood meetings and iftar dinners to discuss local issues with the public.
This guy's fucking popular. It's like Bernie Sanders
with the AKP's Yildirim, an obvious second fiddle to Erdogan, who was rarely central to his party's rallies in a way that would have probably helped his campaign. Still, Yildirim did at least enjoy the blanket support of pro-government media, another feature of the AKP's reach. But İmamoğlu managed to draw votes from both the city's Kurdish minority, unhappy with arrests of several of their politicians, as well as working-class AKP voters suffering from rising unemployment and an inflation rate now above 20%.
It literally hit 200 at some point. The Turkish government was trying to buy Turkish lira with its foreign currency to keep their currency from dropping in value even more. Backups always go to magnetic tape. What did Elon do? He got rid of magnetic tape. That's like, I don't know what the fuck that is, but it's gone now.
The result broke the Islamist or conservative
I was going to look it up
party's
later.
grip on
I figured
Turkey's
one of you might
economic
know.
heart for the first time in 25 years, a trend that had begun with Erdogan's own election victory in 1994. Following Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu's narrow defeat in the 2023 presidential election, he emerged as the CHP's leading light, ahead even of its leader, Özgür Özel, and seen as a replacement for the aging Kılıçdaroğlu. He succeeded in being re-elected as mayor in 2024, this time seeing off the AKP challenge by 51% of the vote to 39.5%. It was expected by many that he would challenge Erdogan for the presidency in 2028. But now...
I'm gonna assume that that's a big deal. I put it in here because I don't know what that is, and I figured one of you might. That's bad, like really bad. Like national security bad, like they're gonna steal from us bad. Like, just general, like, crumbling of society bad? Like, apocalyptic bad? Okay. Can you explain? why this is apocalyptically bad? Here, let me put it up on screen. Department of Government Efficiency, the US GCA IT team just saved $1 million per year by converting 14,000 magnetic tape, 70-year-old technology for information record storage to permanent modern digital records. It like all of our backup data is now gone. Like the government's backup data. Like if everything, I mean, to be fair, they have private server backups now, but like I'm talking the federal government, all of their information has no backups whatsoever. Data degrades on every data storage format, it corrupts. So what magnetic tape is the most stable? Oh, okay. Good to know. This like death cult shit. Good, yeah. Apocalyptic bad death cult shit. Love that. Sorry to stun lock us in the middle of this. I just I saw that and I was like, that looks real bad.
That may be in jeopardy. With his arrest, Imamoglu automatically vacated
Offline
the mayor.
storage. Oh my god. So like everything. Like in 20 years, when we want to look back at historical data of today, there won't be any. I mean, it'll be on Elon's offline private servers or whatever we can connect, but we can grab, but that's it. That's Jesus. And they get to keep all the really important stuff like launch codes on tape. Right. Yeah. Death of society.
Morality, a fact which, unironically, mirrored the experience of none other than Erdogan himself. At the time Erdogan was elected mayor, he belonged to the Welfare Party, an Islamist party in the opposition. But 2 years after assuming office, he recited a controversial Turanist poem at a 1997 rally in Siirt, a Kurdish city in Turkey's southeast, once heavily inhabited by Armenians and Assyrians. This was seen as an incitement to violence by the governing Motherland Party, curiously a party to which Ekrem İmamoğlu's father, Hassan, belonged. Erdogan was arrested and charged under Article 312, a religious hatred clause of the Turkish Penal Code, and one which was, in a twist of irony, mainly used to silence journalists speaking out about Kurdish issues. But unlike Erdogan, whose arrest resulted in a trifling sentence and a fine, the prognosis for İmamoğlu does not look good. This is far from the first time that opponents of Erdogan have been targeted, with many...
You know, the funniest thing is Erdogan probably doesn't actually have his own university degree. Like, there's the protesters out on the streets, in the United States, or like not in Turkey, are making fun of the fact that he doesn't have a university degree.
Them later languishing under heavy terms in prison. In the wake of the coup attempt in 2016, the government handed out over 117,000 convictions, dismissed over 130,000 public servants, cancelled almost 250,000 passports, and even pursued Turkish nationals residing outside of Turkey.
I remember this. I helped someone escape from this by like translating their records to English. Teachers, professors, doctors, lawyers, media, everybody. Arrested hundreds of thousands of them.
150,000 passports, and even pursued Turkish nationals residing outside of Turkey. Heavily blamed by the government was the Gulen movement's leader, Fethullah Gulen, living in exile in the United States. In May 2016, Ankara began referring...
Gulen was a former ally of Erdogan, just for some, background. And the, ideology that Gulen had was much closer to Atatürk, but it wasn't quite the same. He wanted religion, but he wanted secular-ish religion. Like, he wanted people to be Muslim, but he said that, women should have rights, and gay people are fine, and, we should... It was more just like, you can have your religion, and that stays between you and God, and everyone else is separate, which was all right. In a case... I'm still anti-theist, but that's all it was. And the fact that he left Turkey after a falling out with Erdogan, and then the coup happened that year. He was blamed for the coup. I'm pretty sure he did it because he was a CIA asset. He's dead now. He died of old age. And after that, a lot of people that were in any way connected to him just got arrested. The magnetic tapes are usually the backup to the backup to the backup. They are ultimate failsafe, insanely high data density, slow read, write speeds, immune to most forms of data corruption, and are also completely vibration proof. Boy, am I glad to not live in America. They're kept off-site and only updated at regular intervals, and all the data can't be accessed at once. Yep, I'm really glad I don't live in that country.
Into the movement as the Fethullah Terrorist Organization, or FETO, and suspected membership or affiliation was used as a severe charge to target large swaths of the public. The British government estimated in late 2023 that more than 12,000 people were still in prison, and investigations were underway for almost 68,000 more. Massive sentences were handed to figures like economist Osman Kavala and social activist Selahattin Khan-Atalay, who were ultimately sentenced to life and 18 years in prison respectively in 2022. The year after the coup, the AKP introduced reforms which expanded the Turkish parliament from 550 to 600 members and which granted the president sweeping new powers. These included the scrapping and subsuming of the role of prime minister, the ability to directly appoint top public officials, the right to 2 further terms of 5 years each, and the power to intervene in the judiciary, which Erdogan has accused of being influenced by Gulen. It was later revealed by an Erdogan ally that most of the army personnel
It's okay, the mag tapes are stored in Grok now. Nothing will ever go wrong. Unless you fucking stop using them and destroy the tapes. This is so bad. This is how they cover up all their crimes. This is why I've been saying y'all need to keep records of everything you see. I keep records. Write that shit down. Oh, what's up, Nonfon? Welcome, welcome, welcome, Raiders. Shout out to Nonfon. We are just doing some Turkish history. We're talking about Erdogan right now. In like how Turkey got to where it is, because there's quite a lot of people out on the streets protesting. People are very mad about that because he arrested the main opposition leader for like fucking no reason. And then we're gonna do some more like Turkish history. Today I'm doing a Funday stream. We're gonna learn about Gallipoli and like the Ottoman Empire. But at the moment, apparently Elon Musk got rid of our backups, our tape backups. What is this called again, Shardspork? Magnetic tape backups, yeah. So basically we have fucking nothing to back up our data for the government. This is how they cover up their crimes. Keep records of what you see. So literally petabytes, potentially exabytes of data. I didn't know those were things. Talking about Erdogan, go directly to jail. Yeah, sorry. I live in Australia, so Erdogan can't put me in jail, thankfully. Not talking about Erdogan, also jail. Elon Musk is a massive fucking criminal and a terrorist and a foreign asset. You can keep those off-site in case of fires. If a building burns down, you can bring stuff back. Yeah, they're gone now. Sorry. There's all our backups. All our government backups are gone. We don't need them. They're all in Grok now. Trying not to imagine a future where, like, all American history is gone and everyone grows up believing Trump had been in power since he was born. Well, you know, I feel like this emote kind of does its job there.
Dismissed in 2016 had no direct connection to the coup attempt, and the dismissals were largely based on a dubious piece of intelligence software known as the Fetometer. The hunt for dissenters has continued ever since. Only 2 months prior to Imamoglu's arrest, another prominent politician was sent to Marmara. This was Umid Ozdag, an ultra-nationalist, and once member of the AKP's backer, the National...
You deserve to go to prison. Go straight to jail. Don't pass go, collect $200.
Movement, or MHP. Ozdag ran for MHP leadership in 2016, but failed and was dismissed from the organization a few months later. He eventually founded the anti-immigrant Victor Party in 2021. Only a few months after that, he infamously challenged Turkey's interior minister and AKP member Suleyman Soylu to a fight in front of the ministry following an argument about
I can't believe Trump started a trade war, tariffs in the stock market, and the USA crash leading to global recession. Soon people are... You can't believe that? Like, this is what he ran on, mate. Crazy Crab Jr., if you can't believe that that happened, I don't know where you were during the election. He literally ran on this.
Migration. The fight didn't happen, and in January 2025, Ozdag was arrested for insulting the president. He's remained in prison ever since. Ominously, the charge of insulting the president or other AKP members has been wielded against Imamoglu as well. In 2022, he was arrested for calling public officials idiots and was sentenced more than 2...
Honestly, good for you, Crazy Krabby Jr. Good for you. It's fucking brain damaging.
2 years in prison. He appealed, but the case remained ongoing at the time of his renewed
I'm gonna
arrest
skip a
on
little bit
charges.
closer to Oh, look, now we're gonna talk about Erdogan's fake degree. Literally, the reason that they're trying to say Imamoglu can't be the opposition candidate, even though everyone in the country, 2.2 million people were out in the streets in Istanbul supporting this guy. But, you know, apparently you can't run because the government says that your fucking university degree is fake. Does it matter that the president also has a fake university degree? I mean, Imamoglu doesn't have
the
a fake
huge
one, but
turnout.
base Grim
The
Reaper.
opposition party that
Look at that.
was hosting
That
the
many
rally,
0.2 million people,
said
guys. Of course, you know, that's not subverting the will of the public ever. You and Hassan should collab. Crazy Crab Jr., the funniest thing is I'm Turkish and I grew up in New Jersey. So I would love to, but you know, I'm a bit small for Hassan to notice.
Himself holds a valid degree.
I am the
has been
hotter
subject
Turkish
of the
streamer,
lingering
I will
dispute.
argue.
The following morning, Imamoglu posted a video to his Twitter from his residence in Istanbul in which he emphatically declared, quote, "We are facing great opposition, but I will not give up. I entrust myself to my nation." As he spoke, police swarmed around his home. At 7 a.m., he was arrested and swiftly taken into Vatan Security Department before later being transferred into detention at Marmara.
Again,
He wasn't the only one.
gulags.
Around 100 others were rounded up, including 2 other loyal CHP mayors, several prominent business figures, and Imamoglu's aide, Murat Ongun, who joined him in prison on March
That's okay,
24th.
I live in Australia now,
Imamoglu's
so I'm
lawyer,
fine.
Mehmet Pahlavan, was also later arrested but was released after a few days. The Istanbul chief of the public prosecutor's office accused the Istanbul
I'm
mayor
not
of
fine,
being the,
actually.
quote,
I live in Australia now. I got out, which is great. Yeah, big W. But, you know, finances-wise, it's a bit hard. So please go and drop a like on the YouTube stream and go drop me a follow. Support small streamers doing the work that we do. We're fighting the good fight. You look at any of the media anywhere else, how many people are telling you the truth? Like, Hassan tells you the truth, although I don't really like his takes on China. Vosh is good, but he doesn't care enough to actually go deeper into it. Kyle Kalinske, great, love him. Breaking Points, great, love him. Emma Vigeland, the Majority Report, they're doing great, but like there's not many. Most of the media environment is all right-wing fucking glitches and demons.
Leader of a criminal organization, citing a string of allegations relating to the misuse of municipal contracts. Prosecutors also charged him with aiding the PKK through his electoral alliance with the Kurdish People's Equality and Democracy Party in the 2024 municipal elections. Further used against him was that during his mayoral campaign in 2019, Imamoglu had been paid an unprecedented visit by the lawyers of Abdullah Öcalan, the PKK founder, imprisoned on an island near Istanbul since 1999.
And that's why they charged him with terrorism, by the way.
Reportedly,
this was after the PKK was like,
all
all right,
also
we give up.
many of Imamoglu's assets, including the family's construction company, whose general manager was also
thank you
arrested.
for the sub,
The news of the mayor's
Shubabuber.
arrest spread rapidly on social media.
Oh, yeah, Midas Touch is all right, but they don't talk about everything. True, there's Brian Tyler Cohen, who's all right, but I still feel like still lives a bit too much in the old world. Like, we haven't... Most of the people that are good on the left haven't transitioned to the, oh, we don't have America anymore. We watched the inauguration, and I was calling it America's funeral, so... libs. Daily Show is funny, but, like, you know, not good for news. So this means that if we're hacked or systems are compromised, we literally have no way to restore the systems. It sounds like something someone with direct ties to Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping would do.
And what followed was mayhem. Turkey saw its largest demonstrations since the Gezi Park protests in 2013,
this has
and
been
by
amazing.
far
It's
the
still
largest
going.
throughout all of Erdogan's time in office. Hundreds of thousands of outraged citizens
Millions.
spilled into the streets, with enormous crowds
Millions.
gathering before the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality building
11
and in
days.
other cities, including Izmir and Ankara. The protesters included huge numbers of students and representatives of a wide variety of political spectrums.
We
Similar
literally watched students begging for more tear gas and give me more of those rubber bullet croutons. Look, this lasted 11 days, but now there are protests like this every weekend. And there is an economic boycott. The people of Turkey are amazing. Honestly, the people of Turkey were pretty fucking stupid for a long time, but after 20 years of this, they kind of got sick of it.
protests took place among the diaspora abroad and in Turkish
We need a
occupied
Turkish
northern
revolution.
Cyprus. Erdogan labelled the unrest evil, and the government responded with force, unleashing riot police.
Shortsborg, I'm sorry I'm not giving this the proper attention. As soon as we're done with this video, I will, I promise.
Water cannons and massed detention upon the protesters. Major roads and rail networks in central Istanbul were shut, as were bus routes around Ankara's Middle East Technical University. The government media...
Crazy Krabby Jr., there's two different types of protests happening in France now, because Le Pen was charged with fucking stealing money from the EU, was sentenced to prison and barred from running for office, but now she's running around saying this is lawfare, and there's protesters for her saying you can't do this to Le Pen. There's counter-protesters from the left, so like France is kind of getting heated up as well. Thank you, Shardsborg.
Out on. The protest was put in force, and RTUK, the state agency responsible for regulating media broadcasts, restricted several opposition media sites. The BBC's Southern Europe correspondent Mark Lowen was accused of being a threat to public order and was deported.
Yeah.
A day later, a Swedish journalist who arrived to document the protests was arrested on arrival, accused of terror-related offences and hauled into prison. By March 28th, Ankara announced that almost 2,000
Le Pen is a criminal and a Nazi.
Protesters had been detained by security forces. Even so, the protests continued with vigour for 9 consecutive nights following Imamoglu's arrest on March 19th. Multiple foreign governments condemned the arrest and resulting suppression, and the beleaguered Turkish lira fell a further 16% in value as instability rose. It was suggested that the CHP would then reduce the scale of the protests, but with few updates as to the status of Imamoglu, they have since only continued and risen in temperature. The criticism has since expanded to not only the arrest of Imamoglu, but also the intensity of the state response.
They're going after Ankara's mayor, which is the second candidate that's more likely to win as well. The backup candidate. Crazy how everyone on the far right in the same country basically has the same goals that Hitler had. They all have the same playbook, the same language, the same rhetoric. Look, I've explained this before. Fascists cannot create. Creating things, arts even, funny things, jokes, language, rhetoric, all of this requires creativity. Creativity requires a fucking soul, which requires empathy. None of these people can produce, which is why they all dick ride Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is not ideologically a fascist. He is a fascist. He's not, not a fascist. He loves fascists. He hangs out with Nazis, with Christian nationalists, all kinds of fascists. But he himself is not ideologically a fascist. He ideologically is an idiot. All he wants is attention. He wants people to like him. He wants applause. He is essentially a TV show host. Like that is what his mind is. So he can create. And he did. Now, over time, he's become more and more ideologically fascist, and so now he's not doing it. But every country in the world uses MAGA rhetoric because they can't come up with their own. That's too hard. It's just easy to use the one that Trump did. That worked.
The protests remain ongoing at the time of writing, with many attendees having described the events as Gezi Park 2.0. One student protester declared that they would continue resisting until Imamoglu was released, and called also for the release of other prisoners, including Osman Kavala and Kaan Atalay. Many expressed dismay at the EU, pointing to a lack of support against the AKP, not only in the wake of the brutal suppression of the protests, but also the preceding years of increased authoritarianism.
And again, like, the EU really fucking needs Turkey if they're trying to prepare for war against Russia. They're currently the largest military in NATO if America's not going to help them.
The same sentiment
Which
was
they're
pointed
not.
out in a Deutsche Welle report,
We're going to war with
noting
fucking Iran.
that the AKP government had successfully made itself strategically indispensable to the West by way of the migrant crisis, which it described as explaining the flaccid response by EU leaders to the unrest. CHP leader Özgür Özel singled out the UK and its Prime Minister in particular for lack of reaction. Özel noted that while much of the rest of Europe had at least spoken out on the events in Turkey, that the CHP felt abandoned by both Starmer and the Labour Party. In a statement to the BBC, he declared, quote, "While all of Europe is reacting, the English Labour Party and Starmer have said nothing. The cradle of democracy, England, and our brother party, the Labour Party. How can they stay
England is not the cradle of democracy. That's Greece, you dipshit.
silent? We are really hurt."
Not the guy talking, but the person who wrote this.
Aside from the revulsion felt by much of the public and the indignance displayed by the protesters...
Oh, yeah, no, Crazy Krabby Jr., you missed it. We're going to war with Iran, and Israel wants us to within the next 2 months, and China's invading Taiwan in the next 2 months. I covered it in the beginning of the stream. In fact, one of the chatters here was like, "You want to bet?" And then I was like, maybe you should listen to why I think so first, and then they no longer wanted to bet. So you might want to watch the stream from the beginning.
And the CHP leadership, calls for the release of Imamoglu were made by others in Turkey's political sphere. The leader of the EE party,
guys. It's World War III right now.
questions the evidence of the corruption case made against Imamoglu in the Istanbul municipality. The main
I don't give a fuck about your electoral politics anymore. That's not how Turkey saves itself. Turkey saves itself by doing this.
Wide shopping boycotts. In some Istanbul neighborhoods, many stores decided to remain closed for one day in solidarity. and typically busy streets looked pretty empty. Anti-government protesters and the opposition CHP party had called...
I've been called female Hassan, I've been called Lady Vosh. Just call me the Alex Jones of the left, alright? I'm the one sitting here talking about how liches are spawning zombies on the right that are controlled by the demons at the very top, alright? That's how reality works now. That's how it works now.
On people to avoid all forms of spending, including grocery shopping, restaurant
That's how you fight back.
and online purchases.
Grocery shopping, restaurant visits, all that's gone. No money being spent.
Bugün para harcamıyoruz.
We're not spending any money today.
You might still have bir şekilde ekonomiyle ses getirmek ve
I mean, voting for Kamala was the right answer. She wasn't good, but it was the right answer.
Bazı boykot yaptığımız markalar var, büyük markalar.
Bu %85, %90
Our sales are down 85 to 90%.
satış etkilendi. Genellikle bizim
Most of our
müşterilerimiz
customers are young people.
gençlerden
Use
oluşuyor.
your money.
Dolayısıyla
Economic warfare.
bu etkili oldu diyebiliriz.
Shutting down consumption is going to be hurting the people.
If you actually started going full conspiracy, claiming the demons actually came from underground, I'd be inclined to believe you. No. The demons are just like, these people are billionaires. That makes them mentally ill. Having too much money makes you mentally ill. You lose your empathy to a point where you just become a demon. And again, like, demon is kind of fitting considering half of these, like, not a third of these people want to literally start, like, the apocalypse, like biblical war. Israel goes to war with Iran, and then Jesus will come down from the sky and, like, Sky Daddy will take you all up. It's all Freudian psychosis as well, honestly. There's, like, several deeper layers of psychosis. The further down you go, it's just worse and worse and worse. But I still do believe demons are the people in charge. They have the liches, who are the media. The liches spawn the ghouls, who are the lower tier content creator media, who then spawn the zombie horde. The zombie horde is your average Republican who wants to kill everything in front of them, everything in front of them, consume and kill.
People who are supporting the opposition ranks too. So
I got
I
them
think
open, Short
that
Spark,
should
thank
not
you.
be repeated. But as many small businesses across Turkey have joined this general boycott, I think that means something.
Hogs, I don't like. Zombies. They want to kill everything in front of them. They are infectious, and they have a single-minded horde of top-down, like, command structure of kill this. It's a zombie horde. Also, it's a good dog whistle.
Goods and services from companies with perceived ties to the government had already been targeted for the long term.
Maybe we should
including
make a list of every company that has any tie to the people in charge right now and boycott them.
TV channels, bookstores,
Might be a good
and
idea.
a popular coffee chain. The boycott campaign follows days of mass protests against the arrest of Istanbul's opposition mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, a key rival
This
of
is
President
still happening
Erdogan.
every week.
He was jailed pending trial in March over corruption charges, which he denies. The opposition's calls for a boycott certainly got a reaction from Erdogan's government. Turkey's trade minister denounced
Well, I
them
mean,
as
as
an
much as you
attempt
can,
to
yeah.
sabotage the economy.
Yeah, it is an intent to sabotage the economy. Good. You should try not to buy. But if you have to buy, try not to buy and give money to the people who are, like, the demons.
And the interior minister even posted a video of himself shopping at a supermarket. Turkish authorities also briefly detained several people who had supported the opposition's spending boycott on social media.
You get detained if you say don't buy shit.
The boycotts hit an already ailing economy with a weak currency and an inflation rate of nearly 40%.
Buy
Targeting
Canadian.
companies who are closer to the government, I think it's
Well, I mean, to be fair, if you live in America, it's really hard for me to tell you to go buy Canadian or European. That shit's gonna hurt.
It's an effective way of opposing the government's ways of running the country, and it's really effective in hurting these companies financially.
Even international stars like the British rock band Muse and Norwegian singer Anne Brun have postponed performances in Istanbul.
You know your control is waning when you need propaganda your population into, you need to propaganda your population into buying some fucking groceries.
Following a backlash from...
I decided not to play in Istanbul this October. I was looking delighted to playing for you, but unfortunately, this is not the right time. I dream of playing for you some soon. I stand by you. Peace and love.
Fans at the Turkish concert
So
promoter
many people
who
stopped.
criticized recent anti-government protests. It may be too early to quantify the actual economic impact of the boycott
Billions.
campaigns, but the opposition and its supporters say they want to continue their protest.
Right now, during the week everyone goes to work, people are trying not to buy as much as they can. On the weekends, people shut their stores down. They don't work. They don't like buy. They just protest. All right, let's talk about what Elon Musk just fucking did. So apparently, what Elon Musk just did, this is going to be like a little side tangent, is this. The U.S. Department of Government Efficiency IT team just saved $1 million per year by converting 14,000 magnetic tape, 70-year-old technology for information storage, to permanent modern digital records. Why the fuck do you, like, why? Why is this? This is really bad. This, according to the people who know about this shit in our chat, is the backup to our backup to our backup to our backup for our information. This is offline data storage kept off-site. This is where we, like, these are non-hackable records. Yeah, now we have easily hackable records. If you're a programmer, whistleblower, it's probably a good idea to make a canary that will squawk if you're in prison for too long. Not a bad idea. I think I need that. They're gonna fucking drone strike me, y'all. Permanent digital does not exist. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. It just doesn't. That's not a real thing. 1 million terabytes. Here's how the world's highest capacity tape library. Meet the Spectra T-Finity Exascale tape library. The arrival, blah, blah, blah. Well-known provider of tape measure systems and organizations, including McDonald's and NASA. The library has been upgraded. TechnologyNet offers over 1 exabyte of native storage. That's 1,000 petabytes or 1 million terabytes. To match it, you would need 56,000 18 terabyte hard drives, which would cost about $26 million without the chassis to house them. Yeah, okay, that's really bad, guys.
Have some Michael Jackson.
Hold on. Here we go. Which one should I watch first? This one.
Jackson or Led Zeppelin albums on cassette tape lying around your house, but chances are these days you're listening to MP3s of Billie Jean or Stairway to Heaven
I don't know
instead.
shit about this,
But
so
even
we're
though
learning
magnetic
together.
tape has been long obsolete for music, it's still going strong for data storage. Wait a sec, Luke. How is that even possible? Haven't modern SSDs and hard drives displaced everything else? I mean, even optical discs are becoming a thing of the past. But believe it or not, tape has some pretty significant advantages that have made its popular storage medium last for over 60 years. In fact, the first tape drive appeared all the way back in 1951.
This really does sound like something a foreign asset would do. Jesus Christ, I can already tell.
It had a name that made it sound like something out of a Jetsons episode.
I don't even like calling him that,
Uniservo.
because he's not a
This
foreign
was
asset.
actually-
He's just part of the billionaire class cabal. But I guess sometimes they do work with the foreign countries that are our enemies, so.
The tape drive that was used for the famous UNIVAC 1, the first ever commercial computer built in the US. The UNIVAC took up an entire room, and not surprisingly, the Uniservo was a behemoth as well, holding nearly a quarter mile of tape on large reels, but only about 225 kilobytes of data. Later, though, tape storage became more practical due to switching from heavy metal tapes to plastic tape coated in magnetic substances that store the actual data.
And this is what
more
they
advanced
just got rid
recording
of.
methods, such as using the entire width of the tape to increase data density, helped bring capacities over the years to 10 terabytes today in a package that weighs only half a pound.
God damn.
But then why don't we see people using tape drives in personal rigs very often? Aside from the drives being very expensive, they also tend to be very slow. Think about how long it took to rewind a tape from Blockbuster way
As you
back
said
in the
earlier,
day when they were still a thing.
the point is that, like, it is difficult. You can't access them all at once. They're slow. These are, like, a protection. This is a national security thing. This man just put our entire country in danger. Not only that, but also made sure that there will be no records in 20 years of all of the fucking crimes they're committing unless we take those records. Like I told you guys before, start journaling. You have no idea. In like 30 years, your journal might be a historical artifact.
Unlike hard drives or SSDs, which can go directly to the data you want in a small fraction of a themselves back and forth sequentially to access files, meaning they're just too sluggish to use in day-to-day computing. But even though a tape storage solution requires a large upfront cost for a drive, the tape cartridges themselves are pretty darn cheap compared to other forms of storage media, and they tend to have great longevity, making tape a great choice for archival storage and data backups. Not only is magnetic tape pretty hardy,
like, this would have gotten better over time,
but the fact that most organizations use it strictly for backup and aren't constantly accessing their tape drives mean that they're less prone to wearing out than something like a mechanical hard drive, which is constantly spinning, shortening their lifespan.
Basically, they last longer. You keep them off site. You update them every now and again at regular intervals, and they are your backup to your backup to your backup. They're the permanent copy. I mean, they won't last forever, but they'll last significantly longer than digital storage, which makes sense that they switched us to digital storage. They don't want records. That's why they're using shit like Signal. If they wanted records, they would do things the normal way. This
And
is
tape's
fascism.
appeal for mass backup storage doesn't appear to be going anywhere. In fact, Sony recently developed a new type of tape that can hold 185 terabytes on a single cartridge. So if you miss your cassette collection from the 1980s, you can always digitize all 20.
Jesus.
Here in 2022, IBM rolled out a cutting-edge new archive system that it promised to be the next generation of storage technology. The weird thing is, this shiny new box is filled with this stuff, and while this stuff might also be shiny, it's far from new. In fact, next to paper punch cards, this magnetic tape is the oldest form of computer storage technology that exists. It's the same stuff that you'd—
Look, I don't think we need to watch this. I think I can really just cover this in a tweet really quickly. I think this tweet right here, where are you? Did I not save this tweet? Hold on, it might be in my likes, not in my bookmarks. Oh shit, I guess I didn't keep it. Never mind. I have a different tweet. I can explain it in this one. Here's Russian state media.
Трамп очень переживал о судьбе доллара.
Trump was very concerned about the fate of the dollar.
Грозил нам пальцем.
He was shaking his finger at us saying, don't you dare.
Думаете, да. Но вот сие деяние,
But look at what he just did.
думаю, ну, так
не доставайся же ты никому.
It's like if he can't have you, nobody will.
Да, да. Потому что, понимаете, ну так а если торговля,
Yes, because trade that was built on the dollar.
так сказать, та, которая веками под доллар строилась, ну, уничтожена.
Это
веками, десятилетиями.
For decades, I mean, I misspoke.
Признаю, оговорился. Десятилетиями под это
It was built this way for decades.
Вот. Ну так зачем тогда? Если системы нет,
If there's no system, then there's no need for the
и
dollar.
доллар не нужен. Но это действительно последняя надежда на...
That the global economy will become regionalized. We are doing the same thing they want. They're celebrating. Sorry for getting all nerdy on you guys. If you're interested in tech stuff, go check out Linus Tech Tips. They do a great job and they're Canadian. No, don't be sorry. I put that in the chat because I didn't know what that was and I was hoping one of you would nerd out and tell me.
Регионализацию, ну, планетарной экономики.
Multipolarity, guys.
Trump
seems to be looking in this direction. Like this, we're not shocking that we're gonna go out of our way to fuck up our protection from the countries that we used to consider enemies. Oh, before we jump back to Turkey, just a little reality check from America, you know, just to not forget that we do live in a hellhole. From the White House! No, hey, goodbye to people that are being kidnapped and sent to a gulag. Again, like not a single one of these people have been convicted of a crime, seen a court, seen a lawyer, a jury, a judge, just kidnapped, thrown to the gulag. No. That's the White House Twitter page, like official White House tweet. And here we have Goebbels.
It's a great point, Mark. It is a budgetary issue. As a scholar of the Constitution, you know well the district courts are not mentioned in the Constitution. Congress has the authority to create the inferior courts. They have the authority to fund or not fund these courts. So yes, Congress has to step up here. but we would just implore the Supreme Court to do the right thing and protect our democracy. In the meantime, President Trump will not be bowed, will not be swayed, will not be deterred. He will rein in the bureaucracy. He will restore democratic government. He will keep that border sealed. He will send the illegals home. He will keep our streets safe. And he will protect the freedoms, the rights, and the sacred liberties of each and every American, Mark. It's a great point, Mark.
Unfucking canny. We're being ruled by idiots? No, we're being ruled by demons. And they're being, like, we're being ruled by idiots, but they're being ruled by demons. They know what they're doing, they simply don't care. Yeah. The demons don't care. Why would they? So, do you guys want to do history or see maybe about the downfall of Erdogan first? Up to you. So we got Turkish history in 10 minutes. We're going to learn about Gallipoli, and we're going to learn about Ataturk's reforms. I feel like we should start off with Erdogan. Let's see if he can get kicked out of here. The global market is going into recession soon. Motherfucker, we've been in recession. We're going into depression soon. Like, I know that, like, technically that's not how that works, but it is how that works. Downfall of Erdogan, goddamn right.
Full of energy, determined, angry, hundreds of thousands have taken to the streets in Istanbul.
Holy shit, sorry. I just checked on the aftermarket. So this was up in the, like, negative 2,000 range this morning. Last we checked, it was down to, like, negative 600. They rallied. Now it's going back down again. Another 5% drop for the NASDAQ in the after hours, 4% for the S&P, 3% for the Dow. Tomorrow's going to be fucking bloody. Trump started it, by the way, so to all the zombies out there, you can't blame Biden. Oh, no, you can blame Biden as well. It's just Trump started it. Biden is complicit, but that's a whole other story. Biden literally got into power and said, I don't want my presidency to be defined by prosecuting political opponents, which is why we elected him.
And across Turkey.
You should take your money out of your bank account and keep it in cash, or maybe translate it to like a, I don't know, euros or some shit, a more stable currency.
They're demanding the release of opposition leader Ekrem İmamoğlu and a return to democracy.
Up through the roof.
Many protesters are young, but 67-year-old Ufuk Derinsu is out there too. After years of political paralysis, the retired university lecturer is taking a stand.
This based as fuck. Oh, by the way, what are you talking about? Clearly the records say that Biden did all the bad stuff. Yeah, of course they do.
We felt buried, but the past few days gave us room to breathe again.
That's what
now even people you'd never expect are out on the streets. It gives us hope. At the same time, we're cautious. What will come of this? How will it end?
This is how I feel right now. This is how I feel right now. We were looking at the protests in America yesterday, the 1,200 all over the country, and it was people that you don't expect to see. It was all old white people, veterans. They aren't doing enough, though. Turkey's doing a whole lot more than America is. I mean, like, Erdogan can't survive this. I genuinely think he will step down and either put his, like, son in his place, try and make that work, or he'll get Mussolini'd.
It's erupted after the arrest of Istanbul's popular mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu.
I mean, also, you guys gotta know the Turkish military has a history of loving to just a good coup every now and again. It's good for the country.
Before he was set to be nominated as the opposition's presidential candidate. Police responded with tear gas and arrests. The CHP, Turkey's largest opposition party, is demanding not only his release, but also a snap election.
Which is amazing. They don't want to wait 2 years for an election. They want one now in this political climate.
This is a coup against the next president and the next ruling party. They're using state power to block political rivals and silence.
You know that asteroid's not going to hit us, right? Like, they changed, like, the projections say it's not going to hit us. It actually might hit the moon. I do like the idea of the opposition saying this is a coup by the government to stop the next government. That's technically not wrong either.
It's the people's vote at the ballot box.
President Erdogan, meanwhile, shows little sign of backing down and has even threatened the protesters.
They're committing dangerous
If only it would land directly on DC cosmopolitics. It wouldn't even be that bad. Like, most of Maryland would be perfectly fine.
acts under the guise of justice.
Nah, no one's launching a nuke.
Acts that have nothing to do with democracy or the law.
Yeah, It's the
Our
same
security
rhetoric.
forces will act against anyone who hides their face or attacks police
It's the same rhetoric everywhere. Russia, France, America, Colombia, Venezuela, India, Israel, everywhere.
ordinary citizens
One
going about
playbook.
their work.
gerekli müdahalelerde bulunacaktır.
Will Erdogan succeed in crushing the protests as he did in 2013?
This one's
Back
bigger.
then, mass demonstrations had little impact.
The Americans will look at this and they'll say, "Oh, you want people to be rioting in the streets? Yeah, I fucking do."
Little impact. But many observers believe this time is different. İmamoğlu's CHP party is leading in the polls.
Get your fucking laser pointers and your fireworks if they're legal in your state. They're not weapons. It's not doing. You're not harming anybody. You're not assaulting anybody. This is for celebrating. Remember, January 6th was a movement of love, and if we wanted to celebrate that, that's perfectly legal. I mean, look, the president says that that was not an insurrection. It was a movement of love. Get your green laser pointers and your fireworks to celebrate the love of your country. How much you want
One of
America
Erdogan's
to be
aims
great
is to weaken
again
and divide the
back.
CHP.
Make America great again.
The opposition party won the last local elections. By arresting İmamoğlu, he's trying to spark internal conflict, but he's ignoring Turkey's youth. When an authoritarian regime loses majority support, it won't be able to hold on to power for much longer.
Ufuk Derinsu's sons left for Western Europe years ago. Not only for political reasons, but also due to economic hardship and widespread corruption.
All over the country, people with no real skills are put in charge.
That sounds familiar, doesn't it?
If you speak out, they make your life difficult. Ambitious young people lose hope. My sons no longer saw a future here.
Most Turkish media is now owned by Erdogan-linked companies. As Derinsu
Sounds
flips
really
through the channels,
familiar, yeah.
there's no sign of the
I can't
nationwide
put my
protests.
finger on it, though.
And the government frequently restricts access to social media.
Many say we'd better stay home. The police are outside.
Fuck that.
Of course the police are coming.
Your job at a protest, I've said this before and I'll say it again, you're not there to fight the police. You're there to get your ass kicked by the police on camera so that other people can see it. Also, yeah, sorry, you got to be careful with that. I can say things that you can't say, Crazy Krabby Jr. There's a bunch of new laws, and that was both TOS and could be incitement of violence, put channel in danger, so hence the purge for that. Yeah, I know. I can see it.
And I understand the fear. I'm scared at protests too. You never know what could happen.
Okay.
Still, Derinsu returns to the streets. She says she has less to lose than the younger generation.
Hell yeah.
And that they shouldn't be left alone in a moment like this. Once again, thousands have gathered. Most are covering their faces, afraid of surveillance. And
you can wear an N95 mask to a protest. You can't do so on a university campus. You can't do so in Florida, although there is leniency there. Like, it depends on how, privileged of a person you are. Bring masks to the protest, like COVID masks, N95 ones. They're good for tear gas, but also for this. And even if it's not legal in your state, depending on the situation, you might be able to get away with it by, saying you're sick, that you have a bad cough or some shit. I don't know. You can make that work if need to, but do so at your own risk. I never advocate for breaking the law. I'm advocating for keeping yourself safe from the measles and the tuberculosis and the dysentery and the bird flu spreading all around the country, you know?
Facial recognition technology. Hundreds of students
No,
have
that's
already
illegal,
been
Sean
arrested.
Spark. You can't do that. That's illegal. What I said is not.
Their caution is
Depending on your state, of
understandable.
course.
We, the youth, we're fighting for our future here. We're standing up against this depressing lawlessness.
Amid the noise of protest, Derinsu offers words of encouragement.
Take care of yourselves and stay open to the world.
I love this
Now
woman.
it's time to march.
I love this woman. What if my mask matches my outfit? I don't think the cops will care. I think that if you start coughing and pretend that you have measles, they might back away a little bit.
Ufuk Derinsu knows the future of Turkey could be decided in the weeks ahead.
I would be fucking ecstatic if Erdogan got kicked out of office. All right, I gotta pee, and then we're gonna learn some Turkish history, and we're gonna start off with like a quick overview of 10-minute long Turkish history, and then we can go some like deeper into it as we go along, because I don't really know. I haven't watched any of these videos. I don't pre-watch, so we'll see where we go. What can we do more that we haven't already done? Tax them 99.9% for the top marginal tax rate. Actually, 100% really. Depraved ambiance, correct. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, I know. Crazy Krabby Jr. I know. I'm jealous. You know what? I did think of something you could do, Crazy Krabby Jr. You could tax the rich all that much more, and then you can use that to... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Got new followers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the channel. Now, Crazy Krabby Jr., you could tax your wealthy at 99 100% top marginal tax rate, use that money to fund your defense spending, which you are increasing to defend yourself from Russia, and then use that success to convince the European Union to do the same instead of cutting social spending to fund defense instead, which is what they're doing, which is fucking stupid, which is going to lead to their own kind of fascism, their own kind of civil unrest. You can't cut social spending to defend yourself from Russia. You should tax the wealthy instead. Shortspark's still going strong. Love the long stream. Guys, it is hard. I'm surprised I've gone this long. So help me out here. Drop a like on the YouTube stream. Drop a follow on my socials. Go and join the Discord. And if you feel inclined, drop a dono. I would very, very much appreciate it. All right. Now, let's jump to 10-minute history of Turkey. I can go for a lot longer if I get the energy boost. Like, there's so much shit I've wanted to talk about on this channel, but we always have so much news to cover. It's very rare that I get like a day where I'm like, you know what, fuck most of the news, let's just have fun.
The history of Turkey. From this title, we can understand as the period between the formation of the Republic in the 29th of October 1923 and the present days, or the period of Ottoman and Turkic beyliks. but we are going to refer to the entire period of known history of this land.
Ludwig, come on, you know that's a Fed post.
Practically, the history of the region
You're
now
right, though.
forming the territory of not only the Republic of Turkey, but also Anatolia. The earliest representations of culture in Anatolia were some Stone Age artifacts. Due to its strategic location at the intersection of Asia and Europe.
You know, I went to Troy last year, like the ancient city. Did you know that there's actually like 9 Troys that were just built on top of each other? Like the city of Troy was built, then got destroyed, then got built over it again, like 9 times. And you can tell when you're there, based on the like elevation of some of the remaining like ruins versus like the types of materials used, that you can be like, oh, that's Troy 2, that one's Troy 4, oh, here's Troy 6. And it's actually really, really cool. And you can stand at like a high point and you can see that there used to be ocean well over like right in front of where you're standing, but that was eventually turned into farmland. Like somehow the ocean receded and all of this was built into farmland. It got destroyed so many times. Yeah, there's like 9 of them. It was really, really cool. I also got to go to Ephesus, which is another ancient city in Turkey last year. That was really cool. I'll see if I can find
Anatolia
some
has been an
pictures for you guys
important
on
place of
Discord
several
for that.
civilizations since prehistoric times. At the start of the Bronze Age, metallurgy spread to Anatolia from Transcaucasian cultures in the late 4th millennium BCE, and it slowly entered in the sphere of influence of the Akkadian Empire. Many civilizations existed here. Speaking about one, the Hittite civilization was a member of an ancient Indo-European people.
Oh,
who
also,
appeared
like, we're gonna learn again how many times I've said this, that nationality isn't real because there's no such thing as like a single nationality based on one single ethnic group in any one country at any time.
in Anatolia at the beginning of the 2nd millennium BCE. By 1340 BCE, they had become one of the dominant powers in the Middle East. The remnants of Bronze Age civilizations such as the Haitian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Hittite peoples provide us with many examples of the daily lives of its citizens and their trade.
This is cool.
After the fall
Ancient
of the
history is
Hittites,
cool.
the new state of Phrygia and Lydia stood strong on the western coast as Greek civilization began to flourish. They and all the rest of Anatolia were relatively soon incorporated into the Persian Empire.
Tracks.
More from the east, a new power emerged. Persia grew in power more and more and influenced the lands of the west, expanding in Anatolia. Their system of local government in
That's a wicked
Anatolia
bird.
allowed many cities and ports to grow and to become wealthy because of the influx of trade and
Sparta is still a real city in Turkey, by the way. We call it Isparta.
road networks between the east and west.
It's like
The region
not
of
a city, but you know.
Anatolia got divided into various regions, satrapies, ruled by satraps, governors, appointed by the central Persian rulers. In the earliest 5th century BC, some of the Ionian...
It's not necessarily like a city, but come back here. Isparta. The Turkish Sparta. TripAdvisor, go away. I didn't ask for you. Pretty cool. Nice place.
cities under Persian rule revolted, which culminated into the Ionian Revolt. This revolt, after being easily suppressed by the Persians, led to the popular Greco-Persian Wars, one of the most known and crucial wars from the ancient history. This Greco-Persian War led to more conflicts in the Greek peninsula. Fights for power and influence happened, and a revenge sentiment mixed with good leaderships led to the growth of
I'm just getting flashbacks to playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey for a second.
Macedonian kingdom under Philip II and his son Alexander the
Base
Great,
depraved ambiance.
who gained control of the whole region and conquered Persia in successive battles. From this point,
Messed up.
Anatolia was more and more influenced by the Hellenic world. After Alexander's death, his conquests were split amongst several of his trusted generals. The Seleucid Empire, the largest of Alexander's territories, and which included Anatolia, became involved in wars with Rome more years later. The rise of Rome was felt across the Mediterranean basin. The control
I really
of
didn't think 10 minutes of Turkish history was gonna start off with fucking Assyrian civilization going into like ancient
Anatolia was strengthened by Rome, allowing local
worries.
control to govern
Have fun, Larkin.
effectively and provide military protection, expanding deep into Anatolian territory. The territory here developed in Roman
Yeah, there's
times
a lot going on already.
due to the rise of instability in the empire and the permanent raids from foreign invaders. In the 4th century AD, the Emperor Constantine the Great established a new administrative center at the city of Byzantium, called Constantinople after his name. And by the end of the 4th
Istanbul.
century, the Roman Empire split into two parts. The western part, with Rome as its capital.
The textbooks about the time period we're living through right now is going to be fucking insane. Let's hope that there are textbooks about it, Shardspork. We got to make sure that that happens first. That's on us. If we don't make sure that happens, there won't be any. That's on us. That's what happened the last time, too. There wouldn't have been any unless people got mad about it and stopped it. It's on us.
And the eastern part, with Constantinople as its capital, an empire referred to by historians
We're the
as the
fucking Fire
Byzantine
Nation.
Empire. The process of Hellenization that began with Alexander's conquest accelerated under Roman rule, and the ancient Greek language and culture was predominant in the region.
The textbook will be r/Reddit page ATP KEKW. You know what? I can see that future and I hate it.
Turkic peoples and related groups migrated west from Turkestan and what is now Mongolia towards Eastern Europe, Iranian Plateau, and Anatolia.
Which, by the way, that's why you have groups like the Uyghurs being genocided in China. Like Cenk Uyghur, his last name, he's a descendant from the Mongolians that traveled over to Turkey. Istanbul was Constantinople, now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. Been a long time gone, it's Constantinople, now it's Istanbul.
The Seljuk Turkmens created a medieval empire that controlled a vast area, stretching from the Hindu Kush to eastern Anatolia, and from Central Asia to the Persian Gulf. Many wars, the emerging of new empires, migrations, raids,
talking
and the
about
incompetence of some
Constantinople, you
leaders
gotta-
created the slow process of the Byzantine decline throughout time. Their
The
decline
coolest
and the growing
thing
power of the
about like Istanbul is you can go and you can see the like castles, you can see the palaces, you can see you can go to like Greek islands and see Byzantium walls that were like conquered.
Seljuks led to conflicts and to the famous Battle of Manzikert
So
on
much,
26th
like,
of
ancient
August,
history there.
1071, which is believed to be the open gate for the Turkic people, which will come in Anatolia in the next decades and centuries. This important battle was fought between the Byzantine Empire and the Seljuk Empire near Manzikert. The defeat of the Byzantine Empire and the capture
Move
of
the
their
camera.
emperor Romanos Diogenes IV is an important chapter in the history of Anatolia and in the history of what will be known as the Ottoman Empire and the Republic of Turkey. The Sultanate of Rum seceded from the Great Seljuk Empire, and they
Rum.
ruled central Anatolia.
Where's the rum gone? Can you see Turkish weapons and armor? Oh yeah. Last time I went to Istanbul, you can go to one of the big like palaces, and they have an entire museum of armor, weapons. I'll post some of the photos of this on the Discord. Actually, it's pretty cool. If you haven't joined it, feel free to hop in.
As the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum started to crumble, many other smaller regions emerged, ruled by different leaders. These small
Oh no,
kingdoms
where's
were
the
called
rum gone?
beyliks. One of them was ruled by Osman, which will be known as Osman I, the founder of the Ottoman
Osman.
Empire.
Come on.
It's believed that Osman's early followers consisted both of Turkish tribal groups and Byzantine renegades, but not all were Muslims. It is not known for sure how this beylik started to dominate the region, but one thing was sure: the Byzantine Empire was very vulnerable. The new empire expanded into Europe, defeating local leaders and taking profit from the instability of the region. By the year 1400, the Ottomans were a true power, having control of much of the Balkans and western Anatolia. The collapse of Constantinople in the year of 1453 and the end of the last vestiges of the Roman Empire consolidated their power and their notoriety for the next centuries.
Does
in
it
which
not have natural protective area like you mean Istanbul? Well, like first off, the old city of Istanbul, because there's the old city and there's a new city, was built on a very, very high like hilltop. There's like a founding myth of some guy from Greece who like fucked off because he wanted to be a king somewhere, and he just traveled until he found Istanbul, and he was like, that's a really big hill. Or like some oracle gave him a prophecy of like, you're gonna found a shining city on a hill or something. And then he found the hill. How long ago was the first city built? Well, I mean, the first city of the Ottoman Empire or the first city in the region? Because there's ancient cities like Troy, Ephesus, everywhere. Like Ephesus is this one, Ephesus rather. This is down over by here, by Izmir. Like massive, like Greek column libraries and shit. There's actually, I have photos of me in front of this, but it's all marble. Like this is way back, like in the Roman days. You know, honestly, this predates the Romans, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, honestly, I will say, visiting this place fucking sucked. Because it was 47 degrees Celsius when I did. Hold on, 47 C to F is, it was 116 degrees Fahrenheit when I visited this place. And the entire place is white marble with no shade. At all. None. Zero shade. There's no cover. Unless you're standing right under this. That sucked. But it was great. They have a whole, like, they have, like, a amphitheater and everything there. Really? Oh, that's the walkway that, like, most people take their pictures from. You can get a nice photo of the amphitheater. That'd be nice. Ah, that's the amphitheater and that'd be the city. Right over to the left over here would be where that, like, library was. That was a library, by the way. This thing. Now, this city was in 129 BC. The temple was famous in its day, completed around 550 BC. I mean, hold on. Oldest civilization, no, hold on. Oldest settlement in what is modern day Turkey. They have a Colosseum? No, probably not. Göbekli Tepe, that's right. I can't believe I forgot about this. This is 9,500 BC. So 12,000 years ago is the earliest city in the region. Göbekli Tepe. Potbelly Hill, Kurdish is a different word for it. The Wish Hill, the Neolithic archaeological site in Upper Mesopotamia, modern day Turkey. Here in Norway, we find old Viking items every other month. Yeah, that tracks. There's a lot of, like, cool historic shit you can do. In Turkey, in Istanbul, I got to go and visit, like, an underground water storage facility that the Romans used. And it's just, like, big pillars. And it was just, like, you would have just kept water there back in the day for the city.
The empire will expand even further, reaching its peak in the 16th and 17th centuries. Inflations, lost battles, the defeats against the Russians and the Habsburgs, and some crisis and rebellions.
Thank you, I couldn't remember the word. It's the Basilica Cistern. I have pictures of this too. Honestly, I might just, like, post a bunch of photos from my trip to Turkey. This place is fucking sick. It's, like, in Istanbul, it's underground. There was a hippodrome, the Palace of Antigua. This is way back in, like, the Greco-Roman era, by the Hagia Sophia, near the Great Palace. Like, this shit was cool. It's kind of what it looks like. You can just, like, walk around. There's water. It's very damp and moist in here, too. Like, it's just dripping water. They had, like, university students and, like, artists commissioned to create little, like, art projects to put around in there. There's a really cool one of Medusa's head. And the lighting shifts while you're in there, and every now and again, the lighting shifts so it looks like there's snakes coming out in the shadows. Like, in the shadow of Medusa's head, looks much more like a real, like, live Medusa. Also, Norway is the best place to find dinosaur skeletons, as most of the terrain has been untouched by humanity. That's pretty cool. It is a really beautiful country. It's a shame that we're ruled by a fascist.
It's marked the decline of the Ottomans. The start of the 19th century was marked by national movements. Many people from different ethnicities lived in different empires or administrative forms, and rebellions started to happen. The Serbian Revolution, 1804 to 1815, marked the beginning of an era of national awakening. Also, even some Arabs, led by the Al-Saud family, revolted against the Ottomans. In 1821, the Greeks declared war on the Sultan, achieving independence. In 1830, the French invaded Algeria, which was lost to the empire. In 1831, Muhammad Ali revolted and created a civil war with the aim of making himself sultan. As we can see, the Ottoman experienced huge instability, marked by defeats, bad administration, revolts, and national movements across the empire, due to its
This map induces Balkan rage. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
overextensions on lands with different
like
peoples
that.
and cultures. The empire continued in the next years of the 19th century to lose wars and territories, and to fail in the creating of new reforms. The collapse of the empire is
Wasn't
more
the Turkish Empire close to taking over the world? Yeah, it was actually. Which is why when I hear people talking about like historic land claims, which I like blood and soil bullshit that the fascists do, I'm like, y'all were all fucking Turkish, all right? Make the world Turkey again. Is that what we're gonna do? Because I have historic land claim to wherever the fuck you live.
detailed subject. But if you want to know more about that, we already made a more detailed video about their collapse. At the start of the First World War, the Ottoman Empire was at its final days. Joining the Central Powers in the conflict after their defeat, the empire crumbled and many of their territories were conceded in favor of
So we got the Italian influence zone, the French influence zone, the British zone, the Armenian zone, Greece. We're going to take a look at Gallipoli in close detail because it was a very interesting battle. And I was there. I saw it, so you know.
Greece, Italy, Britain, and France.
It wasn't Turkey, it was the Persians, not the Turks.
The start of the Turkish national movement, which will be known as the Turkish War of Independence, led by Mustafa Kemal.
Based.
By September 18th, 1922, the occupying armies were expelled. On November 1st, the newly founded parliament formally abolished the Sultanate, thus ending 623 years of Ottoman rule. The Treaty of Lausanne of July 24th, 1923, led to the international recognition of the sovereignty of the newly formed Republic of Turkey as the successor state of the Ottoman Empire, and the Republic was officially proclaimed on October 29th, 1923, in the new capital of Ankara. Mustafa Kemal became the Republic's first president of Turkey, and subsequently introduced many radical reforms. More rights for women were established. A new writing
Radical reforms, like more rights for women.
system in the Latin alphabet for the Turkish language was created, and many others.
Yeah, actually, the Turkish language is really cool because they use some of the Latin alphabet, they use some of the old Ottoman alphabet, and some of the Armenian alphabet, and combine them together to make this language. Nihil, the only time I was in Turkey, my dad had a fight with a Russian. Yeah, that happens. Especially, like, recently, because that's, like, the only place the Russians can go for vacation. It's really fucking annoying. Does the fascist government of Turkey even care about your country's past? Oh, Erdogan wants to, like, remake the Ottoman Empire. He built a bridge in Istanbul a couple years ago and named it after an Ottoman sultan that caused, like, a uproar.
Turkey was neutral in World War II, and they refused German requests to allow troops access to its borders into Syria or the USSR.
Now, see, one really important thing about the formation of Turkey is this right here. This is where Istanbul is, and this is the only passageway from the Mediterranean Sea to the Black Sea. And part of the formation of Turkey, part of the end of World War I, resulted in a treaty that said that Turkey has full control over who passes through this strait, and they still do till today. The Russians can't they can't send more troops into the Black Sea, more ships, because Turkey would have to let them pass. You have to convince Turkey.
Due to the growing tensions of the Cold War,
although they
the
are, I
US
think, building a second strait that won't fall into that for God knows whatever reason.
guaranteed the security of Turkey and Greece. Turkey joined NATO in 1952, an important member, especially
This is
due
why
to its
they're so important for Europe's defense.
geographic position.
Think about this. The Black Sea is very, very important to the Russians. They were just able to bomb Kyiv because we stopped fucking around with the Black Sea. They could park their ship close enough that they were able to hit Ukraine. Turkey has said that all of Ukraine should stay Ukrainian, including Crimea, because Turkey would benefit from having a port in Crimea.
At the border with USSR. On the island of
This
Cyprus,
used to be
instability and conflict
the
started
center
to
of the world.
exist, and a military coup of July 1974, overthrowing President Makarios and installing Nico Samson as a
of course,
dictator.
Cyprus.
Turkey invaded the Cyprus in 1974. Later, the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus was established, but just Turkey recognizes it.
Yeah.
The single-party period was followed by multi-party democracy after 1945.
Because they don't have a navy. Although they did wipe out most of the Black Sea fleet even without having their own navy, Crazy Krabby Jr. Like, Ukraine doesn't have a navy. They still wiped out half the Russian Black Sea fleet. Actually, probably more than half. without having one.
The Turkish democracy was interrupted by internal problems and by military coups in 1960, 1971, and 1980.
Yeah, lots
Since
of
the
them.
liberalization of the Turkish economy during the
They won't, because then that would be direct combat with NATO troops and Russia, and we're not there yet, even though we should have been here like 2 years ago. Poland itself could take out Russia right now. Turkey could take out Russia easy. Russian troops are weak. Their infrastructure is crumbling. Their logistics are dog shit. I covered that earlier in the stream too. I talk a lot about Russia.
1980s, the country has enjoyed stronger economic growth
I kinda
and
say the
greater
same shit
political
every time,
stability.
don't I?
Also, a boom in population happened in this country, growing from 17 million people in the 1930s to over 80 million today. We know that there's more to discuss about this topic, and we will cover more details in future.
I just love the Mediterranean in general. Russian troops are all bad at fighting as they get put right into war without any training. Oh yeah, no, don't worry. Like I fully cover Russia pretty deeply in detail, depth wise. Actually in this stream even as well before. I was thinking for a while that Russia might try and invade Lithuania to get Kaliningrad, but the Americans are not helping them enough. They had 140,000 troops in Belarus that just got pulled back and redeployed to Ukraine because they can't open another front. They can't handle it. All right, now let's learn about Gallipoli. The Ottoman perspective and the non-Ottoman perspective? Hell yeah. Russia said they were so proud. They stalled out like 3 meters outside of their fucking territory.
On the 9th of January 1916, the final remaining Allied troops on the Gallipoli Peninsula withdrew to the sea. Despite catastrophic predictions, the evacuation went off without a hitch, and the entire force escaped with only a few casualties. It was the only success in a campaign marked by failure. After naval attempts to force the Dardanelles Strait had failed, the amphibious landings fared even worse. Fierce Ottoman opposition stopped the Allies in their tracks, and trench warfare quickly took hold. There were heavy casualties on both sides, not only from the fighting, but from
Let me pull up a map really quickly, because this is going far too much into it really quickly. All right, so here are the Dardanelles. So during the war, this entire area was mined like fucking crazy. The French and the British wanted to get in. This is where Anzac is. And there was a lot of battles happening. So Anzac is kind of the big one that I want to talk about, because that is the biggest loss for the Australian and New Zealand troops, which kind of resulted in everyone pulling out of the region. I'm going to keep this one open because we're probably going to need it again.
terrible conditions. After a succession of failed attacks, the decision was finally made to withdraw. So what went wrong? Why did the Dardanelles campaign fail so badly?
The Turkish perspective is going to be interesting.
And why were the evacuations the only success? Well, to find out, we first need to go back to the end of 1914. A stalemate took hold.
The evacuations were a success because Turkey didn't have the means to attack them. The Turks that defended Gallipoli had, like, very little actual weaponry. Like, it was pikes and shit, man.
On Western
They had
and Eastern
guns,
fronts,
but they ran
British
out of bullets.
strategic thinking was increasingly divided.
You've got Westerners and Easterners. Now, a Westerner is somebody who wants to concentrate all forces against Germany on the Western Front because Germany is the main enemy. Easterners are looking back to an old tradition in British strategy where you use the Navy to go around the periphery of the enemy and look for weak points. So it's looking for a cheap victory to avoid big casualties on the Western Front.
The Easterners believed that Germany was being propped up by her allies, Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire.
Basically.
If they could knock either of them out of the war, Germany would be deprived of vital manpower and resources. The Ottoman Turks in particular were a tempting target. Defeating them would create a new link from Russia to Britain via the sea and open new routes into Austria-Hungary, allowing the Allies to attack via the back door.
By the way, as you can see, why that strait is so fucking important.
Open new routes
Same,
into
but
Austria-Hungary,
reverse.
allowing the Allies to attack via the back door.
1911, they lost to the Italians in North Africa, and in 1912, they lose to a coalition of Balkan states and lose most of their territory in Europe. So Turkey is looking a bit like a busted flush and an easy country to turn over, especially by the British and French armies.
At the centre of this plan for a quick and easy victory was the Royal Navy. While the army was tied down fighting on the Western Front, the navy had ships to spare. Many outdated battleships which were unfit for service against the Germans could prove very useful against the Ottomans, who had almost no navy to speak of.
Jesus
the
Christ,
plan
I don't know
was to
how
send
you do
a
that.
Royal Navy force
How
through
the fuck are you the Ottoman Empire and you don't have navy to speak of?
Dardanelles Strait, which separates Europe and Asia. They would then threaten to bombard the Ottoman capital of Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, which would then force the Turks to capitulate, essentially knocking them out of the war within a couple of days. The plan sounded great, but it wasn't the first time it had been suggested.
In 1906, a Committee of Imperial Defence in Britain did a study. The fortifications and potential threat of minefields made this a very, very dangerous mission.
Yeah.
So it was decided
I would mine the shit out of that area too. Like the etymology of Istanbul. Yeah.
by 1907
It is fun.
that this was not a feasible option.
But by 1915, the study had been forgotten, and so despite the warnings, an Allied naval force was put together. It primarily consisted of pre-dreadnought battleships, 9 British and 4 French, but also featured 2 modern vessels, the new dreadnought HMS Queen Elizabeth and the battlecruiser HMS Inflexible. The all-important task of clearing the minefields, however, was to be carried out by 35 civilian fishing trawlers.
Now they've got a very dangerous job, but they're being crewed by their civilian crews, men who have really no experience of this job.
Just very clear, like old school colonialist mindset. Let's get the poors to go blow themselves up to clear the minefield.
Won't be particularly keen to do it unless it's going to be well covered by the Navy.
Facing them were a large number of Turkish fixed fortifications, both at the entrance to the strait and at its narrowest point. These housed dangerous shore batteries, but they could be engaged and destroyed by the Allied fleet. There were also a series of minefields which covered the strait, plus a ship called Nusret which could come out at night and lay new ones. Worst of all for the Allies though were Turkish mobile howitzer batteries, which could hit Allied ships from hidden positions before moving to new locations.
At least they knew that this was a weak point.
The mobile artillery are normally hidden in ravines, and a naval gun is absolutely useless to try to knock out something that's hidden in a ravine. You need something that can lob a shell in an arc, not fire a shell in a flat, straight line. So they're difficult to knock out, and they will probably be the biggest threat facing the naval forces.
Naval operations in the Dardanelles had actually begun in November 1914, before a formal declaration of war had even been made, but these mainly had the effect of alerting the Turks as to where attacks were going to take place. Those attacks began in earnest in February, as Allied ships successfully bombarded the outer forts at the entrance to the strait, allowing the main attack to take place on the 18th of March. As the Allied ships steamed into the Dardanelles, the Turkish shore fortifications fell silent under sustained naval fire.
Well, this was during World War I, where Turkey, like the Ottoman Empire at the point, this wasn't Turkey yet, was supporting Germany. And the British and the French wanted to pass through... Give me the map again. They wanted to pass through the Dardanelles Strait up to Istanbul or Constantinople at the time and besiege it so that the Ottomans would capitulate and then Germany would lose an ally in the war. This is, again, like World War I era.
But as the minesweepers moved in, they too came under fire, this time from those Turkish mobile howitzer batteries, forcing them and their civilian crews to withdraw. In their place, the Allied battleships pushed forward.
And at that point, one of the French battleships, Gaulois, is badly hit by shore battery fire and has to withdraw. The battleship Bouvet blows up and sinks within 2 minutes of about 700 crew.
That's a nice hit.
Only about 10% of them actually survive.
Soon after that, 2 more British ships were hit by Turkish mines and later sunk before HMS Inflexible was severely damaged, and that...
I'm taking a little bit of joy in this. I'm sorry. It's my cultural heritage. I do like to know that we fucked up the French and the British with like nothing. Decimated.
was the final straw.
They came in with like modern tech. We don't have a navy. They're like, oh yeah, we'll fuck them up. Yeah, good luck.
Any more hits to its most important ships, the Allied naval forces withdrew.
This is us when we invade Iran.
The strength of the Turkish defences really catches the Allied commanders by surprise. Because our minesweepers can't get in to clear these mines, and the Turks are coming out at night and laying other minefields, it's obvious to naval commanders that they're going to lose too many vessels if they try this again. They need to get the army involved in this to nullify those Turkish defences to make this a success.
To do that job, the Allies pulled together the Mediterranean Expeditionary Force. This included the 29th Division, the Anzac Corps of Australian and New Zealanders, the Royal Naval Division, British Territorial Army.
The one thing I really respect about Turkey is that not only does Australia have Anzac Day, where, like, they honor the dead, Turkey holds their own Anzac Day on the same day and holds a ceremony every year. So that, like, Australians watch this shit on TV. When I lived with, like, a old partner's family, her dad was very military, like, brain. He liked this shit. And every year he would be watching, like, the Gallipoli ceremony, the Anzac Day ceremony. I wonder how many ships are at the bottom of the waters around there. So many battles, probably quite a lot. I mean, especially if you think about, like, the Greek battles in the region.
Units and a small contingent of Indian Army soldiers, all of whom lacked experience in battle.
The
well-equipped
colonies.
French division completed the force.
Jesus Christ. Like, the English were like, all right, where's the colonies? Some Indians, we got some New Zealand, we got some Australians, send them in to do it. Jesus Christ.
Of around 70,000 men, led by General Sir Ian Hamilton. His plan was two-pronged. The 29th Division and elements of the Royal Naval Division would land on 5 beaches at Cape Helles, and the Anzacs would land on 1 beach at Gaba Tepe. A diversionary landing would also be made by French forces at Kumkali across the strait. Once ashore, the Anzacs
means sandcastle.
Were to push across the island to Mydos and cut off any reinforcements heading to Cape Helles, where the 29th Division would have captured the high ground. From there, the combined Allied force would sweep the rest of the peninsula, capturing Turkish forts and gun emplacements and allowing the navy to complete its mission. Standing in their way was the Ottoman Fifth Army. This was under the command of the German general Liman von Sonders, who had previously been in charge of modernising the Turkish army. Other German officers took charge at divisional level alongside some very capable Turkish commanders, including Mustafa Kemal, who would go on to play a key role in this campaign and Turkey's future.
Literally, like, this man, like, just put Turkey up with his own 2 hands. With, like, no help and everyone trying to kill him.
The other thing about this Turkish army is it's actually packed full of Anatolian Turks. So these are men that are defending their homeland. The British army have met the Turkish army in Mesopotamia before Gallipoli. But there, most of the troops were conscripted locals from Iraq who don't have any love for the Turks and don't really want to fight for them. So we've got this idea, again, that the Turkish army isn't up to much. But here, we are facing basically the flower of the Turkish army and their best commanders.
The Ottoman strategy was based on the defence in depth that had worked so well for the Germans on the Western Front. They placed only a thin line of troops defending the beaches, who would hold off the Allies for as long as possible, before the main reserve held in a central location could make counterattacks and push them back into the sea.
That's a smart
The
tactic.
landings commenced in the early hours of the 25th of April, 1915, but very little went to plan. At Cape Helles, the troops landing at S, X and Y beaches faced almost no resistance, but failed to advance inland or reinforce their positions, losing valuable time. Meanwhile, the main landings at V and W beaches were opposed by 2 companies of Turkish infantry, who inflicted heavy casualties thanks to thick barbed wire and accurate rifle fire from the cliffs. At V Beach, the SS River Clyde, a converted collier, was used as a landing ship and run aground beneath the Turkish fort of Sed el-Bahir.
But unfortunately, the gangways are so narrow that as the men come out onto the gangways, they're just shot down. And casualties at W and V Beach are really, really heavy.
To do
In
this.
fact, at W Beach, 1st Lancashire Fusiliers that morning win 6 Victoria Crosses in their landing.
For the Anzacs, things were even
someone who's British tell me how much of a, like, is that like the Medal of Honor or some shit?
worse. They were landed about a mile further north than intended.
Yeah, okay. This is the funny part. So, the Anzacs, back in the day, obviously, the World War I era, we don't have global, like, GPS. You don't have satellite surveillance GPS.
Things were even worse.
They wanted to land, specifically...
They were landed about a mile further north than intended.
Here. But they landed way too far up north because of the fucking tide. And where they did land was a really bad place to land.
So instead of the wide flats at Gaba Tepe, they had to fight up the steep cliffs of what would become known as Anzac Cove.
Exactly,
The
we're playing
fighting was
Civ in our head
extremely
here.
bloody, as
Or
the
as I
Anzacs
am.
tried to take the heights around the beach, but they were unable to do so due to
Yeah, they landed on a beach that is literally below a giant hill, and on top of that hill is a Turkish fort. So they were kind of fucked, because they landed at night, then it's daytime. Now if they try and leave, the fort will see them, and the howitzer will hit their ship, but they have a steep-ass hill to climb, and there's people on top shooting down. So you're kind of fucked here.
fierce Ottoman counterattacks organised by Mustafa Kemal.
It's basically a defender's dream, this terrain. The Turks have been tenacious in defence, and they're also very willing to put in these counterattacks, and the Turks suffer horrendous casualties as well.
The Victoria Cross is given to people who had an 80% chance of dying. The cross is made from the guns captured in the charge of the Light Brigade. Almost impossible to get without dying. God damn, Bulletproof Baldy. Well, I mean, that shows you how dangerous that landing was.
Because then they're attacking, and again, the terrain favours the defenders, but they ensure that there is no Allied breakout at Gallipoli.
While the Anzacs simply tried to cling on to their beachhead, the forces at Cape Helles continually tried to break out over the following months, but supply problems plagued these attempts. Gallipoli was always playing second fiddle to the Western Front, where the bulk of the British army was engaged. The supplies that did arrive were within range of Turkish guns, and there was little room to store it. Most importantly though, there was never enough artillery or high explosive shells to seriously damage the Turkish positions. The quick and easy victory had turned to stalemate. In July, hope for success...
Basically, so right here, this is the modern day memorial for Gallipoli. Imagine this basically a military base and someone landed on the beach down where you can't even see because it's so far lower down. It was kind of like you're fucked, like straight off the bat. It was kind of impossible to defend. That's somewhat what the forts would have looked like. It's a bad picture, but yeah, no, you're kind of not winning that, man. Like, you're landing down here and you have to get up here while people up here are shooting you from there. Not gonna happen.
Success was renewed when General Hamilton was offered 6 new divisions.
Not exactly
he decided
that, but
a third
basically.
landing further up the peninsula at Suvla Bay would finally enable an Allied breakout. This terrain was far more favourable and was to be supported by a simultaneous attack from Anzac Cove. However, when the offensive began on August 6th, the Allies lost the initiative once again, waiting for artillery support to arrive, and Turkish reinforcements were able to seize the high ground.
At the same time as those new landings are going in, Anzac, Australian, New Zealand and Indian troops are trying to secure the high ground.
So they got shit on the new season of COD? Kinda, yeah. The other thing being is that, like, you can go to this battlefield today and visit it. It's filled with fucking shrapnel.
They try and attack at night, but they get lost. They get lost in this tortuous, maze-like terrain. And by the time they attack, it's dawn, the Turks can see them coming. The New Zealanders heroically managed to secure the top of this ridge called Chanac Bear.
Fucking impressive.
They're pushed off by a massive Turkish counterattack.
The New Zealanders who took that is impressive as hell.
And no ground is gained.
A key reason for these failed attacks were the terrible conditions. At Anzac Cove in particular, there was a lack of water and nowhere to dispose of waste.
Hey, look at that. You're landing here and you want to climb up to the fucking base, the whatchamacallit, the fort up on the hill? That's wild, you know? Yeah, no chance, good luck.
Bury the dead. During the
so
summer,
Turkey.
huge swarms of flies went from corpse to refuse to food and back again, spreading dysentery up and down the
I
Allied
feel bad
lines.
for these guys because, again, it was just the British saying, oh, let's send the colonies up to fight them. Let's grab the Indians, the New Zealanders, and the Australians and send them to, like, the worst possible fight that you would want to have. To be fair, it was an accident. They did land a mile off course, but, like...
For many of the men, they're absolutely debilitated, which makes just even holding the trench line hard enough, let alone to actually the idea of launching an attack. And it's actually relentless. There is nowhere to get away from this. The best way you can get away from it is to basically get yourself wounded.
By October, frustration was building within Allied leadership. Sir Ian Hamilton lost his job and was replaced by Sir Charles Monro, who immediately concluded that the peninsula needed to be evacuated. But British leadership was unwilling to accept such a knock to British prestige. The event that forced Allied withdrawal.
Yeah, that would be pretty
came in the
embarrassing, wouldn't it? Like, if that ended up with the retreat, that would be pretty fucking embarrassing.
In October, Austria-Hungary and Germany finally began to make gains into Serbia, and Bulgaria joined the war on the Central Powers side. Now, Germany had a direct rail route into Turkey itself, and could begin supplying the Ottomans with the heavy artillery they needed to push the Allies back into the sea. In November, after a visit from Lord Kitchener himself, it was clear that the situation was untenable, and a decision was finally made to evacuate.
And they need to do this in great secrecy. If the Turks get wind of this, an attack during the evacuation...
Now, understand, this is from the, like, Western perspective, but right around this same time, there's a lot of shit going on in Turkey. This is right around when Ataturk is ending the Ottoman Empire and forming Turkey. It's not exactly, but there's internal politics at play here that they likely wouldn't have really spent all that much effort attacking the retreaters.
It could be total chaos and the destruction of the Allied force. Ironically, as we're leaving, the staff work is almost perfect. It is really the high point of the campaign.
The Allies introduced periods of silence, leaving entire nights when not a single shot was fired. At first, the Ottomans were confused, but eventually it became routine, and the Turks stopped reporting silence in Allied lines. The Allies also landed empty boxes on shore, marched units around on the beach to give the impression of activity, and left empty camps up with fires burning.
One innovation that's invented by an Australian is the self-firing rifle. You have two tins, the top tin containing water. The water drips into the bottom tin. Once it becomes a certain weight, that tin drops, fires the rifle. So they set these up on the last night.
Those are fucking cool. Ludwig Canada's Gallipoli is called Vimy Ridge, same story. Burma and the Kokoda Trail death list is super grim too. Shit's rough, man. War is not pretty. There, yeah, like the British, like the British and French forces, along with the Anzac forces, yes, they're pretending they're fighting while they're getting ready to retreat, but they're also not fighting at all, really.
This is a withdrawal.
Over the course of the 18th and 19th of December, the entirety of the forces from Suvla Bay and Anzac Cove were evacuated, with only a few soldiers wounded. 83,000 men, 186 guns, and 4,600 horses and mules managed to escape, with the Turks none the wiser. In January...
They had a, force of 90,000? So, 7,000 dead. That's not too bad.
The same tactics were employed again, this time at Cape Helles. Despite a Turkish attack not 2 days before the evacuation, the Allied forces once again escaped unscathed. The final act of the campaign was the single bright spark in an otherwise...
Wait, look at that photo. Do you know how shit your life has to be to be that? Do you know how much this would suck? Jesus Christ. Hold on, this is giving me, Where is it? Where is it? It's giving me... this. The music might be copyrighted, I don't know. Oh, it's Drunken Sailor, never mind. This has the same vibe as this. Nice whip. True. Alright, now I want to see this from the Turkish perspective, or the Ottoman perspective, rather. Because, interesting. I've never really spent all that much time researching this myself, so I'm learning with you.
In war, time can be a crucial asset, or In war, time can be a crucial asset, or a crippling liability. So having a reliable timepiece is vitally important.
Now fuck your ad, man. Really? Right at the start? I mean, I suppose it's better than putting it right in the middle. At least thank you for putting your ad right at the start of the video. Aye.
Karen watch or accessory today. By the early 20th century, the Ottoman Empire was a shadow of its former self. decades of internal strife.
Oh my god, now I know why every Nazi on the internet says I look like a Jew. It's my no.
And external pressures
Not
had
that I
weakened
mind, but
the
like...
once great Islamic empire, earning it the title the Sick Man of Europe. By 1909, Sultan Abdul Hamid II was deposed after a long period of autocratic rule. Power shifted to a group of reformists known as the Young Turks, who were determined to restore the empire's strength. Yet, these leaders soon faced internal conflicts and external threats that challenged their vision. Recent losses in the Balkan Wars exposed Ottoman vulnerabilities, reducing its European territories to a fraction of what they once were. As the Great
Rita, is your Balkan rage still present?
War loomed, Ottoman leaders debated their options. Some favored neutrality, but the war minister, Enver Pasha, pushed for an alliance with Germany, seeing it as the best chance for survival against Russian and Balkan ambitions. This choice became clear when the German military mission, led by General Otto Liman von Sanders, arrived in 1914 to reorganize the Turkish army. With the coming war, Enver Pasha had one main concern: the Dardanelles and Bosphorus Straits.
It's just like, you don't have to be Balkan to have Balkan rage.
These two narrow waterways were crucial for both the Allies and the Central Powers, as they connected the Black Sea to the Mediterranean and served as a key supply route. Russian grain and military supplies flowed through these straits to reach Britain and France.
Take, for example, right now, during the Russia-Ukraine war, Turkey is the one that's making sure that the Ukrainian grain shipments don't get hit by Russian, missiles. That is something that is on Turkey. It's their job to make sure that the Ukrainian grain ships are not hit. They have an agreement here. And this is why Turkey is so important to Europe, because it is a direct link to Russia. Oh, thank you for the follow, Gampelia.
If the Ottomans could keep these waters closed to the Allies, it would isolate Russia and cripple their war effort in the Mediterranean, making the Ottoman position strategically invaluable. Tensions between the Ottomans and Allied powers escalated in August 1914, just as the war broke out. Britain requisitioned 2 Ottoman battleships that were being built in British shipyards, angering the Ottomans who had funded these ships with public donations. As luck would later have it, a German battlecruiser and light cruiser would arrive in Turkish waters on their mission to raid Russian forts in the Black Sea. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the Royal Navy, both ships arrived in Istanbul to a hero's welcome.
Again, it was Constantinople at the time, but...
The Germans negotiated a transfer of these ships to the Ottoman fleet on the condition that they continue their original mission. The Ottomans accepted. The arrival of these ships dramatically shifted the balance, as Germany promised military support, and Turkish leaders agreed to a secret alliance
Yavuz Sultan Selim ve Midili
with them. Now renamed and flying Ottoman flags, these new ships sailed out into the Black Sea, bombarding Russian positions all along the coast and pulling the Ottoman Empire into the war on the side of the Central Powers. In doing so, they
this was not the flag of the Ottoman Empire. I don't know why you keep conflating Turkey and the Ottomans, mate. Come on.
Closed the straits to the Allies, forcing Russia to rely on its northern sea routes and prompting the British to devise a plan to force open the Dardanelles and relieve pressure on their Russian ally. On November 3rd, 1914, an Ottoman fort at Sedul Bahir found itself
I'm really excited to talk about Ataturk next.
Under attack by British and French ships, who struck the Ottomans before formally declaring war on them. The probing bombardment managed to hit a magazine that killed 86 soldiers. Worse still, the Ottoman defensive guns were found to be outdated and ammunition on short supply, leaving them incapable of major retaliation. Not only did this attack alert the Ottomans of Allied plans to storm the Narrows and break through to the Black Sea, it also highlighted the need for better defenses. In the following months, Ottoman forces under the supervision of General Liman von Sanders would fortify coastal forts and naval defenses all along the outer entrance to the Dardanelles Strait.
What we just saw in that other video is these forts that were being fortified. Now, here and the minefields are important, and these forts are somewhat less important because remember, in the very beginning of the battle, all of these get pretty much wiped out. It's Çanakkale here, which is Gallipoli in Turkish is Çanakkale, is right here. Now, Anzacs was over here, but this is where we had our main fort. This is where the mine-laying ships would come out at night to lay more mines. This was what they needed to take, and it's a really, like, historic place in Turkey. Hold on, I can actually show you a photo of Çanakkale. Çanakkale. Kale. The actual tower. Because Çanakkale, Kale means tower, and so this is, like, the tower of, Çanak. I suppose. Here you go. Basically, this thing. There's, like, lots of myths about this. We have our classic, like, princess locked in the tower myth, all of that stuff. This would be Çanakkale, the main fort. The main fortification.
Nets were laid out to obstruct movement. Searchlights were
my
placed.
energy's going down. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I need motivation, guys. I'll be right back. I came back with the president. Yes, yes, yes. I know you don't like being held like this. You really want to hear the 2008 theory, don't you? All right, Frank, go off. That is Franklin Delano Roosevelt that you just saw. All right, fine. After this, I'll do the 2008, and then we'll jump back to Ataturk. I have ADHD. We can do that. I'm just getting tired. I've been talking for like 7.5 hours now. Nice cat. Cute? Yeah, thank you. Cute cat. He's kind of a menace at the same time, too. Oh, whoopsie. I clicked the wrong button on my goddamn... Where's the... There we go.
To hinder nighttime operations, and hundreds of mines were laid in an effort to make the strait completely impassable. On February 19, 1915, troops stationed at the forts in Sedul Bahir and Kumkala braced for the incoming Allied assault. Dreadnoughts and battleships of the French and British fleets opened fire off the coast, hoping to pummel them at range and close in to dismantle the Ottoman defenses. Turkish forces lay in wait as British ships closed in to survey the damage, only to unleash a fierce barrage of artillery fire, forcing the British to scurry back out to sea. The Allies were unprepared by this level of Ottoman tenacity. More importantly, they were unaware of the extensive minefield that now covered the narrowest stretch of the Dardanelles, turning it into a naval death trap. On March 18, the decisive moment came when Allied fleets renewed their assault in what they hoped would be the final push. As they entered the straits, the French battleship Bouvet struck a mine, capsized, and sank within minutes, losing nearly her entire crew. Panic spread as two more British warships.
This is a better video. I do like the visualization.
HMS Irresistible and HMS Ocean met the same fate. Mounting casualties and damages to Allied ships forced their commander, Admiral John de Robeck, to recall the ships from battle and devise a new plan of attack.
Get wrecked.
For the Ottoman defenders, the naval battle of March 18th was a stunning victory. The mines, coastal artillery, and the sheer resolve of the Turkish forces had shattered any myth.
Yeah, basically.
Of Allied naval invincibility. With the aid of German advisors, Ottoman intelligence learned that the Allies were planning a large-scale land invasion to capture the Gallipoli Peninsula and neutralize their coastal defenses from the ground. However, these reconnaissance reports did not state where exactly the Allies would be landing, which meant that the Turks were left with the difficult task of defending a long coast.
How is that? It's not that difficult. You can look at this map and you can guess where people would land. First of all, yeah, Cape Helles, that makes perfect fucking sense. Göbektepe is where Anzacs meant to land. That also makes sense. They just landed like an hour, the mile off where we're planning to, off coast. So like, it's kind of really easy to see where they would want to land because this is the fort that they need to take to bring in the land army from this side, and they need to take Cape Helles to take it from the bottom to take all of these out. It's not as difficult as he's describing. Like, I take a look at a map and I could tell you where exactly you would be invading. Impressive army before navy before planning. True. And also, like, underestimating a weak enemy.
Line without the ample forces needed to completely cover the area. Taking charge of this defense was the newly created Ottoman Fifth Army. Under the strategic oversight of General von Sanders, the Fifth Army was split into multiple corps and command areas, with the Third Corps fortifying key areas along the Gallipoli Peninsula.
Again, not the Ottoman flag.
Third Corps commander Esat Pasha organized a series of comprehensive defenses to be implemented by his divisions, which included the digging of extensive trench systems, setting up barbed wire, and placing machine guns at key points to create deadly zones of fire. Von Sanders also deployed artillery batteries, both modern and older models, to cover potential landing sites with overlapping fields of fire. Special attention was given to Ereburnu and Cape Helles, where Allied landings were anticipated.
They didn't expect it to be so well defended. It's kind of like if Russia had tried to invade Ukraine, realized, oh fuck, and then left, that's what would have happened here.
Von Sanders knew he lacked the numbers required to prevent Allied landings. He adopted a different approach. Small units were positioned along the beaches to immediately engage the invaders and delay their progress, while larger forces were held back in deeper positions, ready to counterattack once the main landing sites were confirmed. This was part of a flexible tactic known as defense from the deep, or defense in depth, which involved initially allowing Allied forces to land, but then swiftly counterattacking to drive them back.
Which is smart. You don't have a navy, and you don't want to engage with their ships, so you get the soldiers off the ships and you kill them on the ground. And again, like, the main defenders that were sitting there that didn't have the defending, the support of the second, like, group, they basically had nothing.
Allied forces.
These guys had fucking, like, pikes, maybe a couple different, like, guns that had bullets, but they were low on ammo. They had to wait for that retreat, not the retreat, the reinforcements to come in and help them. And so holding that line is not easy. Etoslav, oh my god, you're streaming at my time. How are you? I'm good. I'm trying to do, like, an extra long stream today. Sunday Funday, you know. We're learning about some Turkish history. Then after this, I'm going to talk about why I blame where we are currently in our modern history on 2008. And then we're going to jump back to Turkish history and learn about Atatürk. Whew, I'm going to keep this up for as long as I can keep it up, but there will be no stream tomorrow.
To land, but then swiftly counterattacking to drive them back into the
depend if the market's like a bloodbath, I might make like a short video.
To ensure these defenses held, the 9th Division under Halil Sami Bey and 19th Division under Mustafa Kemal Pasha were positioned at the tip of Cape Helles and along the Aegean coastline, controlling the high ground to repel any potential Allied advance. To assist with this, over 30,000 civilians were evacuated from key areas to prevent any potential aid to the enemy. Interestingly enough, both Halil Sami and Mustafa Kemal disagreed with von Sanders' plan, with Halil himself later quarreling with his German superior over the campaign and getting dismissed as a result. For the time being, however, both commanders fulfilled their orders as planned. By April 25th, Ottoman defenses had turned the Gallipoli Peninsula into a formidable and deadly bulwark. Around 2:30 a.m., Turkish observers spotted a large mass of ships looming off the coast at Ereburnu.
Again, not Turkish. Turkey didn't exist yet.
After
How are you
20 minutes
making a history video, but you can't even get the sides of the battle right, man?
of observation, the moon sank below the horizon, cloaking the Allies in darkness once again. But the sighting was enough for the Ottomans, who hurriedly positioned their forces ready for the incoming transports. At 4:20 a.m., Ottoman soldiers spotted Allied boats again through the dim light at Ereburnu. Positioned along the rugged terrain, thinly spread Turkish defenders opened fire as troops from the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps.
There was like 2 or 3 of these guns, and almost everybody else had a fucking musket. So, you know. But again, it is the landing of... It is the high ground. The Anzacs landed way off course, right below a defended, like, fortress on a massive hill. That's just luck there.
Struggled ashore.
If they had landed in the right place, this might have actually been a successful assault.
Disrupting their advance and forcing them into cover.
90,000.
Despite the immediate response, Ottoman platoons at the very front were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of enemy landing parties. As one soldier put it, there were very few of us in the detachment, about 70, that's all. The sentry pointed down toward the beach,
70.
and we saw there were lots of them.
Against 90,000.
Pouring out of their boats. We opened fire, and they dropped down on the beach with their guns in their hands. As more Allied boats continued to land, Turkish firepower made it costly for the invaders to secure their positions. Squad commanders maneuvered carefully, attempting to intercept and counter enemy troops moving toward higher ground. Communication among Ottoman forces was crucial but challenging, as orders and field telephone messages were rapidly exchanged between field units and divisional headquarters, often stressing the need for reinforcements. Turkish forces managed to inflict significant losses on Allied forces, exploiting their knowledge of the rugged terrain. Yet, the overwhelming number of Anzac troops began to consolidate their foothold, moving up the ridges despite heavy resistance.
Again, you know, when you have 90,000 against, like, lightly armed defenders.
And Turkish artillery fire. Von Sanders' strategy of defense from the deep was now being tested to its absolute limits. As more Anzac units landed, the situation grew increasingly desperate for the thinly stretched Ottoman platoons, who were pushed further inland as the battle raged on. From late April onward...
See, this is way more in-depth than the other one.
The battle lines shifted slowly but violently inland, with both sides suffering heavy losses in brutal close-quarters combat. The Ottomans were successful in preventing the capture of Krithia over 4 separate battles, but at the same time were forced into a number of unprepared counterattacks. In May alone, the Ottomans lost nearly 10,000 men in 2 separate night attacks at Ereburnu. In the meantime, Mustafa Kemal continued to prove himself as a capable military leader, with the battle for Baby 700 seeing Kemal give out his infamous directive: I don't order you to attack, I order you to die. In the time it takes us to die, other troops and commanders can come and take our places.
Fucking metal, Ataturk! I don't order you to attack, I'm ordering you to die, so that while you're dying, other troops and commanders can come and take our places. Legendary! Holy sh- I didn't know that was a quote from him! Wow! I think that's just metal as fuck. I have nothing else
While
to say.
somewhat callous, this command was a reflection of the Ottoman troops, who bravely threw themselves into moments of certain death, despite suffering from battle fatigue, exhaustion, and faltering morale. Throughout June and July, the defense at Gallipoli had settled into a grueling stalemate. Both sides dug in, failing to break the impasse as costly offensives left minimal gains. Ottoman fears of a rapid Allied breakthrough began to subside. However, the protracted fighting had led to appalling casualties for the Ottoman defenders. Worse still, many local commanders had to grapple.
Again, like, that's not a small number. The Ottoman Empire at this point in time in, like, this area had maybe 10 million, 11, 12 million at most. Trench warfare is awful. This isn't even trench war. This is trench warfare from a hill. Like, you're at the bottom of the hill and then the other trench is at the top of the hill.
With a severe shortage of supplies, ammunition, and reinforcements. On August 8th, General von Sanders telephoned Kemal at 19th Division headquarters. He was concerned about the faltering defenses at Suvla Bay. During their conversation, von Sanders expressed concern over the dire situation, noting the critical state of the front lines where Anzac forces were still landing
War
reinforcements.
is awful.
Intuitively,
War is awful.
Kemal insisted on unifying the disparate Ottoman defenses under his single command. Von Sanders was impressed by Kemal's resolve and clear vision and agreed to the proposal after consulting other senior officers. He immediately placed Kemal in command of the Anafarta sector, giving him authority over all the forces in the area. This meant that the Ottoman defenses now hinged on Kemal, who was successful in preventing the Anzacs from pushing out of Suvla Bay, but soon had to contend with other sectors coming under Allied attack. Upon receiving reports of more enemy landings at Ereburnu, Kemal was forced to make a bold decision. Kemal swiftly ordered his 57th Regiment to move towards the high ground near Sarıbayır, knowing that the ridge's various peaks would be needed to repel the incoming Allied advance. The high peak of Çunik Bear became a crucial target, as troops of the 57th Regiment were rushed to the position in a forced march. Arriving near Çunik Bear, Kemal rallied the scattered remnants of the 27th Regiment who were retreating and low on ammunition, and positioned his forces along the ridge.
Honestly, this is why the Turks have such high respect for the Australian and New Zealand, like, Anzac army, because, like, that's shit certain fucking death, and they did it anyway, and they did well on it as well. Like, it's not like it's not like they just fell flat on their face. They took an impossible situation and put up a good fight.
Ridges. By mid-morning, Turkish troops, supported by artillery and machine guns, effectively used
they had fucking shovels!
the steep terrain to their advantage, creating deadly kill zones that repeatedly scattered the Anzac assaults. Despite being outnumbered, Kemal's tactical acumen played a critical role in stalling the enemy's progress toward key objectives.
Again, like, I don't order you to go fight, I'm ordering you to die while reinforcements make their way here?
The end of August saw Ottoman defenses still holding firm across the Gallipoli Peninsula. At this point, the campaign again devolved into a war of attrition, with October seeing a crucial land route established between Germany and the Ottomans, allowing for the supply of heavy artillery that devastated the entrenched Allied soldiers. With their morale at an all-time low, British, French, and Anzac forces began a 2-month withdrawal of over 140,000 men in December of 1915. It was a remarkably stealthy operation, leaving few casualties, and by the time Ottoman commanders realized the scale of retreat, most of the Allies had already departed. But overall,
the total, like, losses on each side? Casualties, the British Empire lost 200,000, 31,300 killed, 9,700 missing and prisoners of war, 78,700 wounded, 78,500 evacuated sick. The French lost 9,000 killed or missing, 18,000 wounded, 20,000 evacuated. Australia lost 8,700 killed, 18,000 wounded. New Zealand had 3,400 killed, 4,000 wounded. Turkey had 200, or rather Ottoman Empire, now I'm doing it too, had 255,000 deaths, 97,000 wounded, 11,000 missing or prisoners of war, and 70,000 evacuated sick. So, yeah, no, that's fucked. Total 300,000, 59,000 dead. Total 250,000, 57,000 dead. It was pretty much equal, honestly.
it was a resounding victory, although one that came at a heavy cost. In the end, Ottoman forces suffered 56,000 dead, 97,000 wounded, and 11,000 missing or captured.
No, I can't end this and go to 2008 now. I have to actually explain how Turkey comes about.
Beyond the immediate strategic...
Because next is the Ottoman Empire. Now, I'm not sure of. I'm not sure of. Let's go with this one. So this one, from what I saw while like checking this video out, looks to be from, wait, this is only 2 minutes? Fuck that. There we go. How did Ataturk save Turkey? Turkish War of Independence. 10 minutes and then we do 2008, I promise.
The Turkish revolutionaries found themselves at odds with their Greek neighbors.
I have no idea whether I like this channel or not, honestly. Hold on, really quickly, let me check. Is this like a trustworthy source, or am I gonna have to do quite a lot of media literacy in here? Looks like just like your average history channel, so we'll find out.
They were tasked with fighting a war and a rebellion simultaneously. But if they won, it would mean ultimate freedom. The Ottoman government in Istanbul looked to a Circassian hero to save their sinking ship. This man went by the name of Ahmet Anzavor, and he was a staunch foe of Mustafa Kemal and the rebellion. According to Anzavor, Kemal's men were wicked Unionists and Freemasons that must be put down.
My God, we really are the dumbest species. Even back in like 1900, they're the Freemasons. The conspiracy brain never leaves.
joined the Sultan in the fight against the nationalists, with the British initially right alongside them. The dynamic
Henry
changed, however,
Kissinger's ghost.
when the Brits began to
Henry Kissinger's ghost, can I please just grab you out of hell for like 5-ish days? Give me like full necromancy control. We need you, Henry Kissinger's ghost. But only under a leftist control. 5 days, give me that man from hell. Let me just drag him out. Conspiracy theories don't change much, eh? Goddamn. Nope, not at all. Unionists and Freemasons.
see the effort it would take to truly quell the growing revolution. War-weary and hesitant to upset their population back home, the Entente ringleader began to look to their Greek friends to tap in. It was clear by now that Turkey was home to two unmoving government authorities, one in Istanbul and the other the nationalists in Ankara.
I don't believe that for a fucking second, Henry Kissinger's ghost. Maybe if you fix everything in the world that is directly your fault, then maybe.
Left to their own devices, the Western powers believed that the rebels would overthrow the Ottoman government in only a matter of time. And this was problematic for them, considering the fact that a huge part of why the war broke out rested on the nationalists' intolerance of Entente supervision. The Sultan and his officials could be managed, but Kemal and his men couldn't.
Again,
Thus, there
this
was a
the
motive.
part that we were missing about the Gallipoli campaign, is that Kemal Atatürk was doing all of this shit while at the same time fighting like an internal war where they were trying to kill him. To be fair, God's also pretty fucked up, man. I bribed my way out of hell. You know what? That tracks. That actually does track. The only things controlling the world and the government of the United States is who has always been jelly babies armed with M&Ms. That's true.
For nations like Britain to assist the
100%.
Istanbul government, even if that must be done through the use of the
fucking
Greeks.
M&Ms.
By the summer of 1919, Greek troops had already landed in Smyrna, and clashes between them and the local Turks had erupted at the time. The Greeks had since been moving to expand their zone of occupation in the face of violent nationalist resistance. As the season turned to fall in 1920...
The one time I'm okay with nationalists is when they're forming Turkey out of the fucking Ottoman Empire.
They pushed more easterly into Anatolia, with the goal of pressuring the Turks into signing the thus far failed Treaty of Sevres, which would begin the process of partitioning the Ottoman Empire. The agreement had only further inflamed the nationalists, who still saw themselves in a position worth fighting for.
These were the only good nationalists in history. The ones that gave women rights and, like, progressive policy implementation, got rid of the theocracy, made everyone go... The only good fucking nationalists in history.
The aims of both sides collided on January 9th, 1921, when the outbreak of the First Battle of Inonu saw the Turks manage to halt the Greek advance and force their opponent to turn back 2 days after the battle had begun. It's believed that the success of Ismet's men at this clash is directly responsible for the possibility of the Turkish Constitution of 1921 being ratified less than 2 weeks later. The Conference of London hosted the Triple Entente over the following months and allowed the Allies to discuss their proposed reactions to these Turkish developments. Still determined to push the nationalists into signing the Treaty of Sevres, the Entente mulled over their options in the face of continued Turkish refusal. The Ankara government disdained the idea.
Nationalism is a response to colonial occupation and oppression can be justified. Progressive nationalism sounds fine in that context. Yeah, honestly. Like, Palestinians. The Kurds. These are colonial occupations and oppression that want their own nation. Like, that's justified. It's just very rare that it actually turns out well in the end.
Of entering negotiations
I mean, to be fair,
with
did
the
Turkey really
Istanbul
turn out well? Now
and
we'll
the
get it
use
now.
of the Treaty of Sevres as the basis of negotiations
damn fine
was
until Erdogan, though.
intolerable. By March,
And by fine,
the
I just
Second
mean
Battle
fine.
of Inon...
Not anything more than fine, just fine. It wasn't great, but, you know. Atatürk's opponents and the people who hate him, even now in the Islamic world, otherwise for secular reform, still accuse him of being Jewish. So this whole conspiracy thinking is, yeah, like it's been there for quite a while. I didn't know that they thought that he was Jewish, but that tracks so much. That was the first time I ever heard that, but, like, that makes so much sense.
was launched by the Greeks, who were again bested by the
Nothing
Turkish
ever
defenders.
changes.
Deals had
War
since
never
been made
changes.
between the nationalists and the Italians, French and Soviet Union, and when attempted adaptations to the Treaty of Sèvres were offered by the Entente, Greece resisted.
I'm
The
gonna
Greeks
remember that
thus
one.
found their way headed toward the river Sakarya, with another army ready for war. The river location was less than 100 miles from the rebellious Turks in Ankara, and forced Mustafa Kemal's men into a direct confrontation. The Battle of Sakarya would last for a grueling 3 weeks in total, until the Greeks were beaten down to the point of another withdrawal as a new fall season rolled around. This would be their last attempt to assault the Ankara government directly, as
Remember,
their
this is after they already had the supply lines from Russia coming in. They have already defeated, Gallipoli and all. This is what comes after. But again, even during Gallipoli, when Mustafa Kemal Atatürk was given a big portion of the defense, he still had all this shit going on behind the scenes. They didn't like him.
This would be their last
Go
attempt
see.
to assault the Ankara government directly, as their attention now shifted to protecting the lands they had already successfully captured, such as Smyrna. With the Entente unwilling to send manpower in their support, and the Soviets backing the Turks, Greece was losing its will to fight this war.
Oh
All
yeah,
the Western
we've
nations
already gotten
would
to the
do
point where
to
the Soviets
half-heartedly aid their Greek friends
exist now.
was to propose another modified version of the Treaty of Sèvres. But this still stood in opposition to the values and beliefs of the Grand National Assembly, and thus it was declined once more. The ongoing stalemate begged the question, why didn't the Turks set in motion their own offensive? So they did. Agreements had thus far been made with important Western nations. This left only the Istanbul government and the Greeks for the nationalists to take on. And the former was less ambitious when it came to a want for battle.
And remember,
the Greeks,
at
though,
this point in
taking a
time, the Turks have high fucking morale. They just, they defeated France and England, and Australia, New Zealand, and India. They just wrote their constitution, formed their new country. The morale is on their side, and that's a big deal in a war.
defensive
especially
stance
World War
around
I.
Smyrna had yet to call off the war. Thus, Mustafa Kemal, now commander-in-chief, nurtured his revolutionary forces into an army strong enough to give it one good go against their British-supported neighbor. The men were readying for what would be deemed the Great Offensive. The kickoff would come at the Battle of Dunlupinar on August 26, 1922. It would be a 4-day clash between the fighters of Mustafa Kemal and Georgios Hatzianestis.
This is just war. I wanted to
The
learn
Greeks
about,
were already tired, demoralized,
Never mind.
and fighting under the command of a man, Hatzianestis, regarded by many as mentally unstable at the very least. The Turkish attack quickly folded the Greek defense force and pushed the occupiers into a disorganized retreat. Heading toward Izmir, the nationalists chased their fleeing opponents with new poise and burning excitement.
Oh yeah, Atatürk
The
is rolling
following
in his
weeks
grave
would
based on what Erdogan's been doing. I mean, Erdogan's been doing this for 20 years. Atatürk's been rolling in his grave for 20 years, so much that he's producing electricity. Literally, I didn't even read half of what you said. I was just going off it, and same thought. He's spinning fast enough to generate free electricity for the whole of Turkey. Goddamn. Based as fuck Henry Kissinger's ghost, something I thought I would never say.
see each of Greece's holdings in Turkey fall like dominoes until everything was Turkish once more.
Except Istanbul?
The British, now watching their Greek friends evacuate the lands they so hoped to possess, began to question if military intervention of their own would be necessary. The problem was that back home in Britain, the general public strongly opposed entering another war
Well,
on
I mean,
foreign
we did the Armenian genocide around this time, so...
soil, whilst the government under David Lloyd George hoped to put a stop to the GNA fighters once and for all. Both sides of the spectrum were met in the middle by Mustafa Kemal.
There was an assault on Russia, Austria, Hungary, Bulgaria, little bits, not too much. Some surprise attacks on the Black Sea coast of Russia, which prompted Russia then to declare war on Turkey on 2nd of November 1914. Remember, like, the Russians, pre the Russian Revolution, were sided with like the British and the French, and then after the Soviet Union, they switched over to supporting the Turks. Turkish Balkan nationalists claiming half the world belongs to their country while sitting in their apartment like, yeah, true.
Himself, as he
Though I
agreed
did say earlier that every time I hear some fucking nationalist talk about blood and soil, I'm like, your country is Turkish.
to enter negotiations at Modanya. These talks, despite the great hesitation of the Greeks, were to culminate in the Armistice of Modanya on October 11th, 1922. The agreement required the Greeks to finish withdrawing their troops from eastern Thrace and put temporary restrictions on Turkish forces.
You gotta throw in while sitting in an apartment in Berlin. That's goddamn.
Which, by now, were the nationalists alone. The Istanbul government and the Ottoman Empire as a whole had disappeared into the wind with the Sultan's abdication at the nudge of the nationalist forces before the war's end. The ultimate end to the Turkish War of Independence and subsequent Greco-Turkish War would come on July 24th, 1923, in Lausanne, Switzerland. The Treaty of Lausanne confirmed the new existence of a Turkish state, the successor to the Ottoman Empire. It would take a year past its signed date for the agreement to go into effect.
They did,
8
absolutely,
months of
yeah.
negotiation.
I mean, like, the Ottomans had way more territory before the war, but they were also a failing empire, so yeah, they did lose some territory. But the fact that they got to keep the entire, like, peninsula, big deal.
Birthed 143 articles and a consensus concerning the Turkish Straits.
And
Turkey's
this right here is the key factor in today when we talk about war with Russia. This is why Turkey plays both sides, because these straits are the only way for Russia to resupply its Black Sea fleet, unless it's via the ground up by Crimea. This is also key shipping lanes. This is why Turkey is in charge of protecting Ukraine's grain shipments. Most of Erdogan's voters live in Berlin and sit and vote for him thinking he's going to restart the Ottoman Empire. I know, I'm well aware.
new borders,
Turkey fucking
regional
hates him.
trade, and more. The agreement ensured the birth of the new Republic of Turkey, in place of the expired Ottoman Empire. The new Turkish state, though fully independent and self-determining, was set to lose various Ottoman lands. Public debts once owned by the Ottoman Empire
Hey
were
guys, it looks like Turkey might have a historical land claim to Israel. Make Israel Ottoman again.
divided between Turkey and the former Ottoman states. As the articles came together, Turkey became ever more a legitimate and sovereign state in the eyes.
Russia wanted Crimea for a naval strategy that doesn't work well with Turkey controlling access to the sea. Yeah, literally. Which is why they really want to, like, sweeten the deal and get Turkey to jump over on their side. Turkey's really important to European defense, but they were going to join the EU until Erdogan decided to, like, throw his main political opponent in prison. But, you know, all that shit is a whole other thing. As a Yank, of course, I do have better geography than most of the world. Yes, of course. As another Yank, I definitely do. Although I live in Australia now, so.
Of the world. On October 29th, 1923, Mustafa Kemal officially declared the foundation of the Republic of Turkey, and he would serve as its first elected president. In 1934, the new Turkish parliament bestowed upon President Mustafa Kemal the name Ataturk. The great revolutionary and Turkish
this video
leader
really doesn't
was
go
now
into his
deemed
fucking reforms? God damn it. Alright, whatever. We'll do 2008 and then we'll talk about his reforms, because I promised. So, why I blame 2008 on everything. Now, I didn't come up with this. I watched, like, 5 minutes of this video, and I was like, no, you're right. So, let's watch, Ben a minute.
Year is 2025. Income inequality is at an all-time high. The planet is heating up at an alarming rate. Fascism is on Western civilization's doorstep. And for the past couple of months, I've woken up every single day with one question on my mind. How the f*** did we get here? And before you ask, no, this isn't one of those videos recapping The Big Short and explaining what a subprime mortgage is. Everyone's heard that story, and I want to tell a new one. One you may not have heard until now. Hey, it's been a minute, and today we're going to try to find the exact moment in time that led us to right now. I hope everyone brought their flux capacitors because we're going back in time to Rock Wars going better.
I mean, to be fair, you can go back to the 60s and, like, find the direct point in time that got us here, but, like, this is not a bad one either.
many Iraqis still smolder.
Yeah, like it's already here. It drives me mad, depraved ambiance. It's people who can't understand that we don't live in the world that we lived in, that the rule of law is gone, that no country is like the UN, the ICC, the ICJ, the Hague, they have nothing. They have no power. America is Nazi America. We watched the funeral of America together. Apparently there's some credence to the fact that he had Jewish ancestry due to the place that he was born being 30% Jewish. Who gives a shit? Genuinely, who gives a shit?
Have chosen our
the Iraq War, by the way, you can just watch the whole war on YouTube. It's there with fucking GoPros, so.
African-American president.
Hey, you think the Iraq War was bad? We're about to invade Iran in like a month and a half, so.
Oh man, 2008 feels so nice. I can go bowling on Wii Sports.
I was fucking kick-ass at Wii Sports.
Hey look, YouTube's not polluted with cancerous alt-right content and AI Jesus.
Oh god.
We're going to Candy Mountain.
We even elected a president who has above a 5th grade reading level.
Am I supposed to read it right now?
I can't believe I lived through that.
Perhaps you'd like to say what that very important paragraph...
Yeah, so... If you're like me, you kind of miss 2008. Making my way through adolescence in 2008 actually felt pretty prosperous.
Calculus just for fun. I ain't got a gap, but I got a soldering gun.
I think a lot of people around my age feel that way. We remember it as a time before the rise of smartphones, when the world just felt a little smaller.
I still think that social media has like the largest impact on why we're all dumb as fucking bricks now. Not to say that we weren't all before, but supercharged idiots.
Simpler and a little safer.
I
also think that our parents remember 2008 a bit differently. Because while we were kids, locked away in our bedrooms, blasting the Black Eyed Peas, they were the grown-ups, saddled with adulthood responsibilities like childcare, bills, taxes, and, oh yeah, mortgages. And if you had a mortgage in 2008, there's really only one thing that you associate it with.
Yahoo down 8.5%.
The most serious recession in decades. It was the worst day on Wall Street since the crash of 1987.
The effects of the 08 crisis were devastating. Tidal waves of home foreclosures, people's lifetime retirements up in smoke. 1 in 10 Americans left unemployed. Our parents' generation was traumatized. And rightly so. The American dream had been sold to them over the course of a lifetime. Yet, for so many, it had evaporated in a matter of months.
Alright, there's your poll. Personally, I lean towards he's going to die before he's deposed. Like, either of natural causes, because he's a fat drug addict piece of shit with a really shitty diet, or because the capital class isn't going to like the fact that he is very loud and doesn't listen to instructions and fucks their plans up every now and again.
A little tired of the American dream.
But in this video, I want to make the argument that it wasn't just the financial crisis itself that led to political chaos, corporate capture, and general idiocracy that plagues our nation in 2025. You see, 08 was no accident. People saw this coming. Take a look at this Money Week cover article from 2006. The danger...
No. Like, almost zero chance of that happening. I literally can't see a scenario where that would happen. The Republicans have gone full fash. They don't care about the voters.
Of derivatives.
You don't get
the
votes
exact
anymore.
issue that caused
the governor of Texas is rigging an election right now. Like, I showed it earlier on stream. He's currently rigging an election. I appreciate the aphorism that it's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. Yeah. It doesn't have to be that way either. We decided that. We make it this way.
08 crisis. You're telling me journalists at a mid-sized financial magazine had more insider info than the top executives at Goldman, Morgan Stanley, and Lehman? And yet, no bank executives ever went to prison.
I did indeed. Watched it on this stream. It was excellent. It does explain quite a bit of how MAGA got here. I personally was dating a QAnoner right when QAnon like kicked off. So I got the direct experience of getting to make fun of these idiots before it was even cool.
These banks are still around today.
Also, that should not be a thing. JP Morgan, Citibank, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, all of the executives of these banks should have been arrested and tried. Everyone in America wanted these banks arrested and tried, these bankers, these executives. Like, Obama had the mandate to put these people in prison forever and to nationalize these fucking banks. I'm not even kidding.
Reaping in record profits. Our government's response to the crisis, specifically its callous refusal to hold the wealthy and powerful accountable,
He had the mandate, exactly.
led to a profound distrust in American politics and government. And that distrust manifested in the fresh hell that is waking up every new day of 2025. But you know what?
Thanks,
We're getting
Obama.
ahead of ourselves. To really understand the
No, genuinely, right, like from right here, I could explain it, but like obviously, I don't know what his take is going to be, and we're going to watch it. But from right here, the fact that Obama did not imprison all of these executives and tear apart these banks when everyone in the country wanted it resulted in movements like Occupy Wall Street, where there was this profound distrust of the government, but a rising class consciousness, which then led to the capital class trying to defend their capital in making your life infinitely worse in every way, to leave you exhausted, to leave you too poor, to leave you in a social and material condition situation where it is unlikely that you would go and do any direct action because it would be too scary, too risky to get you to shut the fuck up and stay home. Make you work 2-3 jobs. Make it so you can't pay your bills. Make it so you're exhausted every day, so you can't fight back.
weight collapse, we need to hop back in that flux capacitor, and this time, we're going way back. Whoa! 1944!
Probably start funding women's expenses to get a passport. I mean, yeah. Honestly, at this point, just illegally immigrate to Mexico and apply for asylum. I'm not kidding. Canada, Mexico, just illegally immigrate and apply for asylum. Cross that border. Do it, do it, do it. Yo, don't wait to get a passport. We probably have martial law in like 14 fucking days. Stop waiting, get your shit, pack a bag, and cross the goddamn border.
Wait a second. Elon, what are you doing here? You see, 1944 was the birth date of a doctrine known as neoliberalism. As I've researched this video on 2008,
of course,
I've come to
comes
understand
back
that what
to it.
happened in 08 was really a direct result of this doctrine's emerging preeminence, both globally and here in the USA. And if you want
When is the G in MAGA seems like the capital class thinks it's the early 19th century? It is. It's the G doesn't stand for great, it stands for gilded.
want to understand neoliberalism, you've got to get to know these guys, Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman.
Two demons, like actual demons that came from hell and inhabited human-looking hosts. These two.
Now I know what you're thinking. Those guys are really hot, but they weren't just known for their good looks. Let's start with old Foxy Friedrich. In 1944, Friedrich published a book that would come to be known as the ideological bedrock of neoliberalism, The Road to Serfdom. The Road to Serfdom lays out some of the central tenets of neoliberalism, which include the almighty power of the free market. In Hayek's worldview, the free market is the only effective mechanism.
It's very funny that the Republicans no longer believe in the free market, and it is directly because of the people who spread this ideology. Like the Friedmanite mentality developed into ANCAPs, which also have no coherent ideology anyway. The thing is, no one knows what the debt ceiling is. It depends entirely on bond owners. We're going to default on the debt, you know that. We'll decide when it's too much and sell off their debt, stop investment. That's when you'll have a crisis. The second dude was responsible for disasters in Chile. Chile, Argentina, Iraq, Russia. Milton Friedman, like, have you read The Shock Doctrine? Milton Friedman and his laissez-faire economics is why we have Perón, why we had Pinochet, why the Iraq War was privatized, why Russia, after the fall of the Soviet Union, was entirely raped by Western companies, developing what Russia is today. That's our fault. Oh, and of course you too, Henry Kissinger. No one's denying that. I mean, we have Vietnam, we got Pol Pot, that's right up your alley, same with Friedman as well. There's a reason that all of you belong burning in the depths of hell. It's kind of sad that you get to bribe your way out. Is there money in the afterlife? Is heaven capitalist? Because if it is, I'm converting to Islam. How bad do you have to be to crush the world's greatest economy? Just a little greedy, just a little? Yeah.
for distributing knowledge and resources. So-called intrusions on the free market, social welfare programs like healthcare and low-cost education, are coercive limits on liberty. Individualism. Hayek saw individualism as the cornerstone of freedom.
And this is why, by the way, like unrelated, this is why I argue that hyper-individualism is the death of American society. That's how we got here, is that hyper-individualism. Everybody but me and my inner circle of friends and family doesn't matter. Everyone outside the walls of my house is an enemy. My house is a castle. I need 17 guns and a cannon to protect my house in case it gets broken into. That's the mentality that this is. This created that. Americans used to have community. And in fact, in rural, like, Republican towns, they still do. You need to make community or you're all going to starve to death, by the way. Remember, they just cut any assistance for heating in the winter, air conditioning in the summer. Make some friends with your neighbors and hang out in one person's house so you can pay less money for this. Makes sense why these people don't want to pay taxes to make society better? Well, they're a death cult, so, you know. There should be a balance between individualism and collectivism, or an application of each depending on the context. You can't go too far to one side. If you go too far to collectivism, that's fascism. If you get too far to individualism, that's anarchy.
He argues that societies function best when individuals are left to pursue their own.
And by the way, anarchy and anarchism are not the same thing.
Interests. He recast the citizen as the consumer and interpreted freedom as the freedom to buy or sell. Competition and greed maintain social order. Noam Chomsky said it best. The best factors at predicting success in late-stage capitalism are a combination of greed, cynicism, obsequiousness, and subordination, lack of curiosity and independence of mind, and self-serving disregard for others.
True.
I like to think of neoliberalism as capitalism.
Genuinely, like 100% true. What is this? Hold on. I had a link to... Yeah, here we go. Here's some evidence to prove your point. I showed this twice already. I lost 93% of my 401k and will gladly lose the other 9%. This is half of MAGA. And then the other half of MAGA is fucking mad, saying, hold on, where is it? I hate your policy, or I love your policy, but you better get this right person? Where is he? Where are you? Well, you know, actually, like, genuinely, this is at the point where you will own nothing, but, you know. Here, that's half of MAGA. Here's the other half of MAGA. Being a Trump hater has to be so mentally and physically exhausting. 1/18/25. Guys, did we accidentally elect a complete retard? 1 day ago. Milton Friedman is like the base reason of why society has died. The way he pronounced obsequiousness has me chuckling. I don't remember how he said it. Hold on.
Obsequiousness and subordination are a combination of greed, cynicism, obsequiousness, and subordination, lack of curiosity and independence of mind, and self-serving disregard for others. I like to think of neoliberalism as capitalism.
Yeah, they did that shit on purpose. In fact, he's made hell into free market system, so it's quite something. Jesus. Milton Friedman sitting on the throne, bribing Jesus. I am Muslim now. And Jewish and Hindu. And pagan at the same time. Anything to get me the fuck away from that hellhole.
Steroids. It catalyzes profit-generating capital owners, leaving the rest of us with nothing but vague promises that wealth will trickle down from our buffed-up billionaires. Now, it's important to understand that Hayek's new philosophy was not initially popular. In fact, it represented a divergence from the dominant economic model of
I want the afterlife to be like in the good place.
Early 20th century,
but at the end.
Keynesian economics, which viewed government intervention, especially through fiscal policy, spending, and taxation, as necessary to stabilize the economy, boost demand, and reduce unemployment during downturns. But that's where Milton Friedman comes in. Friedman can be thought of as Hayek's most dutiful disciple. He also sort of functioned as his PR man, with a penchant for translating some of Hayek's more complex and academic concepts into short, accessible sound bites.
Yeah, you know how he did that is we tortured people physically for years. And then Milton Friedman takes a look at these notes and goes, it looks like if we torture people just enough, they stop paying attention to what happens outside and we can rob them. That's basically what all of this is, this most simplified form.
If you've ever heard the term invisible hand of the market,
I'd
Friedman
rather not
coined
be
that,
rich.
and he and others
I want
set about the
socialist
task
heaven.
of injecting Hayek's economic ideas.
I will be the fucking Karl Marx and Lenin of heaven. All right, Henry Kissinger, you're going to the gallows, mate.
Around deregulation, privatization, and financialization
in
into think tanks, universities, and governments around the globe. I bet you can guess which country loved his ideas. Reagan is often thought of as sort of the intellectual godfather of American neoliberalism. And while I'm not prepared to give that guy credit as intellectual anything, it is true that his administration implemented
Who's dumber, Reagan or Trump? Because Reagan was also really stupid.
no-holds-barred blitz of Hayek-Friedman policy. Simultaneously, Reagan's reign coincided with a rapid rise in economic inequality.
Because he was also just like an actor that got put into the presidency.
Heretofore unseen in our nation's history. Check out this chart showing the relative wealth share of the top 1% versus the bottom 50%. Reagan gets elected in 1981, the wealth of the 1% spikes, and it's been rising ever since. Turns out the invisible hand of the market has a sneaky tendency to reach into the pockets of the working class. Now, it would be untrue to categorize conservatives as the only administrators of the neoliberal agenda. One of the most important victories for the neoliberal order came under Bill Clinton's administration.
Yeah, Trump is dumber. Reagan was at least functionally literate. You saw earlier in the clip, Trump gave Starmer the paper to read because he's like, yeah, you should just read this paragraph right here. Reagan just would have read it. Reagan was better looking too. Low bar to be sure. I mean, here's this demon as well.
And it just so happens to be one
Again, the demons spawn the liches, who spawn the ghouls and the zombies. That's how this works.
Particular importance in our quest for understanding what happened in 2008. The repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act.
Oh my fucking God.
Glass-Steagall codified a fairly common sense notion.
Yeah,
basically,
like
the
direct
money
common sense notion.
bread isn't supposed to be spent at the casino. In 1933, the Glass-Steagall Act was passed as a direct response to the Great Depression. It was designed to separate commercial banking from investment banking to prevent conflict.
Like pre-breakfast banana, Nazi salutes, people quoting Nazis. What the hell is going on? Nazism. What do you think is going on?
Of interest. It enacted three basic principles. Commercial banks, where people deposit money, were not allowed to engage in risky investment
This should have resulted in a fucking revolution.
activities. Investment banks, which trade securities and engage in speculative investments, were not allowed to take deposits from regular customers. Banks could not merge into financial giants that did both.
They got rid of all of those laws. That was Glass-Steagall. That should have been a revolution.
To take deposits from regular customers. Banks could not merge into
commercial banks, where people deposit money, were not allowed to engage in risky investment activities. They weren't allowed to gamble with your money.
Financial giants.
Investment banks were not allowed to take deposits from regular customers. Banks could not merge into financial... Like, this was the thing that allowed people to have, I don't know, life. This was the thing that brought America to its golden age. We stopped the rich from robbing us with this. So, of course, they had to get rid of it.
That did both. This law kept banks from using customer savings for high-risk investments.
FDR existed to stop socialism. That was it. Now, I like FDR. I named my cat FDR. But he was only there because it was either FDR's liberalism, not neoliberalism, liberalism, or it was American socialism. This was the capital class way of attempting to retain at least like a smidgen of their power. Oh, I see those pesky laws that protected us and allowed people to prosper. We got to get rid of those. Yeah, just like how we got rid of everything else that's useful. Politicians nowadays are corrupt and dishonest and hateful. Back in the days in office, politicians used to be better and have more morals. Just slightly. Not even like by a high margin. They just threw out all the rules and kept the gambling addicts and greedy bankers. Not on Twitch? In check? Yeah? No, you're fine.
reducing to the chance of another Great Depression. The Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, signed into law by President Bill Clinton, repealed Glass-Steagall, removing the barrier between commercial banks and investment banks. This allowed mega banks like Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, and Bank of America to form, merging traditional banking with speculative trading. It doesn't take an economics...
The reason I hate Bill Clinton is because he brought the entire Democratic Party to the right. Because before Bill Clinton, there was still left-leaning policy on the Democrat side. And he dropped every little bit of it and moved us to the right. Henry Kissinger, you fucking bombed Vietnam to shreds and then helped Pol Pot. So, honest statesman might be a bit of an exaggeration.
PhD to figure out why merging
Pol
commercial
Pot,
and investment
who basically is the president now,
banking is a bad idea. It's kind of like hearing your little niece's dance recital is going to be held at Danny's Gentlemen's Club. Like, yeah, I guess it's sort of the same activity, but those should probably be held at 2 different locations, right? I guess they gotta rent it out during the day though. But whatever, just add it to the list of things that really shouldn't be together, but all too often are. Church and state, the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell, and Matt Gaetz and 16-year-olds.
Oh, I'm talking to someone whose name is Henry Kissinger, and I am just like answering them as if they're Henry Kissinger. Why the fuck not? I've been streaming for like 8.5 hours. Let me have a little bit of fun.
The repercussions of these mega banks merging are still seen constantly today. At the time of recording this video, just yesterday, Bank of America, who provides financial services for 69 million US consumers and small businesses, was hit by a massive data breach. This breach happened all the way back in December, and the customers of B of A didn't hear about it until yesterday. And last year, Citigroup and JP Morgan both announced breaches.
When did this video come out? 3 days ago. So your bank got hacked and your bank data got stolen in December, and you found out on April Fool's Day? You fucking kidding? You fucking kidding? Do I have to bring back the satire? Do I have to show you the satire again? I'm scared to, actually. I might have to wait a minute before I show it to you. It might be too on the nose.
2 months after the fact. Your bank could be breached right now, and it might take you 9 months to hear about it. You really want to give criminals that much of a head start to get access to your personal information? I don't think so. That's why we should talk about today's sponsor,
Comedy
Aura.
is legal again.
Aura keeps an eye on my personal data, including my social security number.
You did admit that you hated Jews. It's true. Of course. That is true. Henry Kissinger did say this.
I do want to give a credit to Luigi Mangione.
This is entirely for entertainment and satire purposes. I do not advocate any of this.
You know what's funny is nobody was really mad at Luigi, right? You notice everyone's like, well, it is what it is.
Kissinger was another one of these that should have happened.
I think assassinations
back
are
in
lost
the day.
art for him.
He's dead now, so I can say that, right? Comedy's
Gotta
legal
bring
again.
It back. Bring it back, huh? The fact that he's Luigi Mangione, he's Italian, feels like a mob hit, doesn't it? Hey, Luigi, I need you to do me a favor.
Hey, Henry, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to take over the CIA again.
What do you mean me to do, boss? This fucking cocksucker. I can't get my fucking health insurance. Get it! Silencer. Bada bing, bada boom, and you're fucking out. All right, boss. Love it.
He has good accent.
Assassination. A lot of people got assassinated. Everybody was getting assassinated.
The bit with JFK
Abraham
is my
Lincoln
favorite.
Was just trying to watch a play. Well, me oh my. Shut the fuck up. That's how they talked in the 1800s, right? I do declare. Shut the fuck up. With your big ass hat. Everybody was getting shot. Gandhi, all right? Shut the fuck up, Gandhi. Put some clothes on, bitch. The 60s, everyone was getting shot. I believe. Give a fuck what you believe. Ask not what your... Fuck yo, I don't want to ask shit. Where's your brother? Fuck him too. Where's the guy that shot your brother? Fuck him too. They just can't seem to get Trump. They just can't seem to get...
Okay, and now I have to end the satire, because, yeah. Lost times, good times. I promise this time as head of the CIA, I'll be honest, except for a few things I'll keep secret. I'll ensure to be honest. Sounds about right.
number, scanning billions of sources like the dark web and public court records to alert me to potential identity theft. They also provide up to $5 million in identity theft insurance. Because if some scammer tries to ruin your life, at least your wallet won't take a hit. But Aura isn't just an ID babysitter. They come packed with a VPN boasting over 100 virtual locations, a secure password manager, antivirus protection, and even tools to keep shady websites at bay. Oh, and also, they'll stop data brokers from selling your personal information when these huge mega banks inevitably fumble again. In its official statement, Bank of America advised potential victims of the data breach to reach out to their state attorney general for guidance on preventing identity theft. Wow, thanks a lot, B of A. That's super helpful. While calling your state's attorney general's office sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, remember just like the other day when I covered the fact that multiple AGs from all over the country took corporate paid vacations and won't even answer questions about it? Yes, join the Discord or you go in the hole. That's it. That's how it works. You go in the hole if you don't join the Discord. I can't believe I've been doing 8.5 hours already. Goddamn.
Minute to try 14 days for free. That will be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data is exposed. And thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. Alright, enough with this Cold War era crap. Let's hop back in the time machine and go back to 2008.
Try my best.
Those on Wall Street cannot resume taking risks without regard for consequences.
It
really?
was the worst
what the
day.
Fuck were the consequences, Obama? I showed you guys this morning, Obama saying, what if I did any of this? How would people, like, of course, you should have done some of this. You came into power with an infinitely larger mandate. Like, we looked at the 111th Congress. We looked at the Senate in 2008. Obama had a real fucking mandate, not some piss poor 1.5% victory, right? Obama could have done a lot and just did nothing because he doesn't work for you. You know, Obama's a Calvinist, which still breaks my brain. Like, this man grew up believing that whether or not you go to heaven or you have, like, a life worth anything is predetermined. Like, nothing, you have no free will. That's how he grew up and what he believed. The consequences, bailouts that they immediately paid to themselves as bonuses. Exactly! While talking about conspiracy theories, my roommate believes that there's a bunch of reptilian aliens living on a planet a few light years away from here. So yeah, I do get that. We need to put lithium in the water, guys. We need to put a lot of lithium in the water. Like, a lot of it.
On Wall Street since the crash of 1987.
We're down 9% today. The Xetra DAX over in Frankfurt is down by 9%.
Because they're fucking liberals. Pre-breakfast banana. Liberals will always do this.
The Paris market down by 9%.
By now, the
DAX over in Frankfurt is down by 9%. The Paris market down by 9%.
By now, the story of the 08.
Hey, we're talking about 9%. I just want to remind you that just like today in the aftermarket, the US stocks are down like 5-6%.
Crisis has been artfully rendered in movies like The Big Short and Margin Call, books like The Return of Depression Economics and Panic, as well as by countless newspaper articles, podcasts, magazine write-ups, and your drunk uncle.
Oh my god, I muted the wrong fucking audio.
Call, books like The Return of Depression Economics and Panic, as well as by countless newspaper articles, podcasts, magazine write-ups, and your drunk Uncle Dave at Thanksgiving when somebody makes the mistake of bringing up Obama. Some of these sources are better than others, so here's a quick recap for those who have only heard your Uncle Dave's version. For decades, the American housing market was seen as rock solid. Prices always went up, banks made safe loans, and people paid their mortgages.
As an Australian, the 2008 financial crash is really interesting to me because we're going to see that in the Australian housing market in like the next 2 years, I'm pretty sure, unless there's radical change from a winning Labour government here.
It was so stable, in fact, that the mega banks had a bright idea.
Europe is just as bad
all these
as we
mortgages
were.
Together.
Europe is still doing the neoliberalism pre-breakfast banana. No one's keeping the world in check. The world has lost its shit. All of us have. There's no sane country left. Maybe Norway. No, actually, no, not even Norway. They got Nazis there too. What is it? Fucking Cuba, I guess. Who knows?
And then sold them as a bond. They were called mortgage-backed securities. And what's important to understand about these securities is that they were extremely lucrative.
Put some Valium in his coffee.
Loved these things. So much, in fact, that they needed to sell more.
2008 hit the housing market hard in Australia. Yo, I know, but like we're gonna get another one here because the Australian housing market now is suffering from pretty much the same conditions that led to the 2008 American financial crisis. But yeah, Shufu, just put lithium in his coffee and leave it at that. Yeah.
Banks realized that they can
Not
make
lithium,
way
Valium rather. Valium would be nice.
more money by lending to riskier borrowers with bad credit. A regular mortgage was boring. A 30-year fixed rate, responsible borrowers. A subprime mortgage? Oh, baby, now we're talking. Higher interest rates and more profits. But how do you get more subprime borrowers? It's simple. Lower your standards.
Yeah.
No proof of income? No problem. No down payment? No problem.
This is why housing shouldn't be commodified. We should just make sure that every living person can have a place to live. Also, single-family housing is a blight on this planet.
Credit scores in the toilet? Here's your loan. Here's the thing about bad loans. Eventually, people stopped paying them back. Subprime borrowers started defaulting in 2006 and 2007. Foreclosures
I'm gonna laugh
skyrocketed.
really hard when America defaults on its debt and every single person was like, that's not gonna happen. Has to come back in here and say, you were right again, Visora. I'm getting tired of winning. I really fucking am. Food, water, housing should be basic human rights. Yeah, we should have universal basic income. Add healthcare in there too.
Flooding the market with homes. Home prices started falling fast. Banks had billions of
Support
dollars in
unions.
bad mortgage securities, and suddenly, nobody wanted to buy them. Cue the panic.
Although,
Zero.
to be fair, in America, there are no more unions. Like, they're dead, basically, within the next couple weeks.
Triple Bs. And then that happens.
What is that?
That's America's housing market.
So that's the story. And by now, you've probably heard it for the millionth time. But something else was happening around this time that's worth paying attention to. Americans were starting to lose their trust in America. Let's take a look.
I'm pretty sure Americans want free healthcare. Henry Kissinger. I'd be willing to bet you on that one. Certain Luigi Mangione kind of proves my point.
Yikes. Check out that drop from the turn of the century to around 08. I haven't seen a fall off that steep since Kanye on InfoWars. So what was happening to cause this drop? Well, for one thing, our government had utilized a magic.
Wait a minute. I can get a bad loan on a house I can't pay back, then I just sell the house and I make money. I'll just paint it up the value. Yeah, that was what was happening before 2008, and then the market crashed because most people also didn't do that. They just bought the house, couldn't pay it back, then defaulted on the loan. It's gonna happen. It's going to be under Trump because he doesn't give a fuck about either the neither does the cuckold Republican Party. It doesn't matter. These people hate you. The billionaire class hate you. America's leaders want you to suffer. I showed it in the beginning of the stream. I'll show it again. They're lying to you. It's straight up doublethink. Here, really quickly, while we're on the topic. Here is how they think this is gonna go.
We're not going to have all factories come back. Like clothing manufacturing, that's tough to bring back. But what kind of manufacturing?
We can default on the national debt, Ilrita, by just refusing to pay it. It would crash the world economy, but we can do it, and we will. It's in Project 2025, mate. We've just been going page by page.
You talking about returning here?
Well, you can't just give that away. See, what's going to happen is robotics are going to replace the cheap labor that we've seen all across the world. I mean, think of what our...
So you all lose your jobs, and we bring manufacturing back to America, but we're going to make robots do it.
Factories did. They went to the cheapest labor in the whole world, slave labor, cheap labor.
Lich interviewing
the
a demon.
Environmental conditions, polluting the heck out of it, and then we bring back those cheap products here, and we feel good about ourselves because we don't see the pain. But
now we're not.
And then
great American workers. You know,
You
we are
said
going to
robots
replace
on other
the
networks, so
armies
that's a
of
fact.
millions of people. Well, remember, the army...
all of them are like that pre-breakfast banana. Literally all of them.
Of millions and millions
Even
of
her.
human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones.
There's no screws in iPhones, but like your job is going to be what? All the robots do the manufacturing? Sorry, you don't have an HVAC certification? You don't know how to build robotics? Sorry, you die of starvation.
That kind of thing is going to come to America. It's going to
Or
be
measles,
automated, and
or
great
tuberculosis.
Americans, the trade craft of America is going to fix them, is going to work on them. They're going to be mechanics. There's going to be HVAC specialists. There's going to be electricians. The trade craft of America, our high school educated Americans, the core to our workforce is going to have the greatest resurgence.
We live in the cyberpunk world with the corpo media. The corpos fucking hate you. They see you as scum that's not worth thinking about. And they're also lying because these jobs are not coming back to America. They're just not. You want to see them being even bigger demons?
And he wasn't kidding. The tariffs are coming. Of course they are.
Okay. Is the administration considering any kind of offset, any kind of subsidy? You mentioned the first administration, there was some bailout to farmers to help them deal with the pain from Chinese retaliation. Are you looking at that now?
Yes, sorry, you don't get that pre-breakfast spam. That's a good timeline. That's if Al Gore won in 2000.
Not that I have not participated in any meetings.
We have not thought even remotely about helping the farmers.
With respect to that, the country is focused on, you realize.
I have to every other week hear a new conspiracy theory from my roommate about these alleged sea dinosaurs living off the coast of some remote Mariana Trench island. Like, I get how annoying your QAnon X might have been. To be fair, like, that was a short relationship and that was mostly me making fun of him. But, like, yeah, they're fucking insane. Mostly just me doing my job, actually, is probably the closer thing to that. Every single day is some new, dumb, ridiculous nonsense. Doublethink. Like, we live in 1984.
And you know, the uncertainty in the stock market, it isn't necessarily a negative. It can be an indication.
Oh yes, the stock market crashing is actually a good thing. Up is down, the sky is green, bananas are Parmesan cheese. That's a good thing.
That things are going to work out. It's just that they're uncertain right now. And you got a president who's swinging for the fences. You got and you know, the uncertainty in the
deflect, divert, defend, rinse and repeat. Yeah. The one Trump mouthpiece with the glasses and the creepy smile reminds me of a low-level anime villain. I mean, they're all just demons. So I don't even know which one you're like referring to there. Oh, just on a slightly unrelated topic. Here's Senator Duckworth breaking. I just offered an amendment on the floor to give veterans fired from the Trump-Musk layoffs their jobs back. Every single Republican blocked it. Every single one of them. You want to know? You want to know what they're actually fucking talking about? Here, Ted Cruz.
Injunctions are an abuse of power. It is the judiciary acting as policy deciders, and it is incumbent on this committee and this body to rein in the abuse of power from these unelected radical judges.
The judges doing their job, that's actually destroying the country. The checks and balances, you can't use those. They're only for show. They're eating the checks. They're eating the balances.
Who are trying to overturn the election because they disagree with what the voters
When
decide.
the fuck did we, like, first of all, more people didn't vote for Trump than did. But secondly, it's literally the job of the court to rein in the executive branch. That's their job.
Thank you.
The reason.
But, you know, it doesn't matter. Republicans are fucking demons. Every Republican in elected office is a demon. Every one of them. Every last one of them. Here's Tommy Tuberville. This is what they're fucking worried about.
Why don't you give me a chance? That's exactly what's going to happen. Jackie, we have entire men's teams across this country now that are turning trans.
Yeah.
Women's teams, they're turning trans. And that's going to be a situation where it's going to pick up speed because
there's like 6 trans people in all of America that play sports.
These woke globalists are pushing these kids to say, if you can't
says the woke
compete
Reich.
in men's sports, let's just transition. And
the literal woke Reich. You want to know what the real statistics are?
2018, when I was elected, not a single constituent has ever called to complain. Not a single constituent has ever stopped me at the grocery store, which happens often, to ask me about, or to mention to me about who's on their kid's soccer team. Not one.
Conspiracy bedrock is Jew hatred and misogyny. Every Nazi is built on misogyny. The misogyny actually comes before the Jew hatred. The Nazis and most fascists' foundational ideology comes from sexual insecurity. Why do you think all of the Republicans have this like Freudian need to refer to everything as daddy? They're turning trans as if it's some sort of trans fucking former. Yeah. You want to know how many more people in this country have a...
They do stop me. They tell me about housing.
Bigger problems.
They ask me about traffic, about crime, public services like healthcare, childcare. They always have something to say about the DMV.
Cruelty is the point,
because
pre-breakfast
these are the
banana. They want
that
to.
they care about.
They want to hurt you. They
Now,
enjoy it.
contrary to what Assemblymember Sanchez claimed in her opening remarks, in all due respect, Assemblymember, there is no epidemic of transgender kids playing basketball and soccer or any other sport for that matter. There are more kids right now with measles in Texas than there are transgender athletes playing in the NCAA.
A second child just died from measles.
Look, in December...
A fucking disease we eradicated, mind you. We have consumption, old-timey disease. We have fucking dysentery.
This past December, NCAA President Charlie Baker, he testified at a congressional hearing that out of more
Also,
than
like, why the fuck are you just...
500,000 total
I'm gonna crash
college
out.
student athletes, he believed that fewer than 10 of those athletes were
Oh,
transgender.
absolutely depraved ambiance. It's just like the misogyny leads them to the sexual insecurity, which then leads them into the conspiracy, into the Nazism.
Non-existent weapons of mass destruction as justification
Henry
for
Kissinger, your roommate might just be schizophrenic.
entangling us in a financially crippling and ethically dubious war halfway across.
No. Pre-breakfast banana. No, the government didn't fail them. Those parents did. Like the first kid who died from measles, and then the parents were like, oh yeah, no, the vaccine would have been worse. I'm sorry, but if you as a parent refuse to vaccinate your child should be taken away from you. You're not like, equipped to be a parent. It's literally like killing your kid. It should be illegal.
For entangling us in a financially crippling and ethically dubious war halfway across the world, the ramifications of which include millions of civilian deaths, over $2.4 trillion in U.S.
Yeah, let's not
resources,
forget that we killed millions of people in Iraq.
and a power vacuum which created the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you.
One of them literally said, like, oh, it's fine. Like, you know, my other kids were fine.
What's this drive?
But you know what?
Oh my God.
That's a story.
Wait, I unironically do stand George W. Bush sometimes.
Now watch this drive.
But you know what? That's a story for another day.
Start from the beginning.
The Islamic State of Iraq and Syria.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers.
Now watch this drive.
Thank you. Now watch this drive.
I love him.
But you know what? That's a story
He's a demon, but I love him. Did you like at the fucking inauguration him making faces? He's still a demon, but at least he has comedy. Blood on Andrew Wakefield, Jenny McCarthy, Jim Carrey, RFK Jr.'s hands, and the parents too. It was with the if you not with us, you're against us. People thought you wanted to destroy America if you protested the Iraq War. Yeah, literally. It's the same shit. Like the same kind of brainwashing that's happening now is what we employed on the American population during the Iraq War. We're just taking it a step further. If you remember, if you were alive during the Iraq War, I was a child. I grew up in New Jersey. I was 5 years old when 9/11 happened, and I lived in a town that could see New York City. The amount of Islamophobia in this country was insane. People were just openly like, let's just genocide them. Let's just nuke Iraq was what we were saying. And Iraq didn't even do 9/11. I was in 8th grade remembering, I can still hear him, my history teacher saying, 19 Saudis trained in Afghanistan attacked the United States and we bombed Iraq.
For another day. Because another factor, one more crucial to our story, is that in 2008, Americans were scared. Millions of people who had spent most of their lives in relative financial comfort suddenly faced the prospect of losing their job or their home. Americans were fed up with the neoliberal status quo. People wanted change. People wanted Obama. And the first thing on Obama's hope and change checklist was what to do with these big fat banks.
Yeah, bail them out.
You've probably heard the phrase too big to fail. And to be fair, there is some legitimacy behind that idea.
How about too big to nationalize? I don't think about that. Too big to fail? Okay, sure. Then just nationalize it.
Largely due to the ramifications of the repeal of Glass-Steagall, banks ballooned in size during the 90s and early 2000s. Many were so interconnected and embedded in the American economy that a full collapse could have been catastrophic for everyday Americans. So as we all know,
just a reminder that we're kind of here now.
The taxpayers bailed them out. One of the first actions Obama took was to administer a program known as TARP. The Troubled Asset Relief Program. TARP was a program that used
Same Saudis, not the same Saudis, but like the same country. You do realize, I have a video on YouTube about how the Saudis own Trump. You know that, right? They also own quite a bit of Elon. The Saudis have their hand deep in this pie. They own a floor of Trump Tower in New York.
Taxpayer money to buy assets and equity from financial institutions after the collapse. Picture this. You've got this crowd of bank execs milling about, all sheepish grins and shrugged shoulders because their multi-billion-dollar bet on the housing industry has gone belly up. Now what we should have done is rounded up all these slack-jawed mouth breathers and had them fight to the death, Hunger Games style. But instead what we did is dropped a Hunger Games style $700 billion care package right into the crowd. That care package was TARP. 100% funded by America.
Corporations are welfare queens. Every accusation is a confession. The corpos own the media, so you know, put two and two together. Remember, during FDR's presidency, J.P. Morgan with DuPont and Remington Arms tried to have a fascist dictatorship installed and overthrow FDR. I have 2 videos on that. It's called The Business Plot. Go watch it. Like, yeah, J.P. Morgan, the same bank, tried to overthrow the U.S. government during FDR's term.
American taxpayers. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, how did these banks do this? How did they manage to market these dog shit mortgage-backed securities like they were risk-free mutual funds? A huge part of that answer is that they had insurance. And almost all of that insurance was provided by one single company, AIG. AIGFP sold massive amounts of credit default swaps, a type of insurance policy for the mortgage-backed securities, and collateralized debt obligations that banks were selling like hotcakes. And the banks loved these swaps because they let them claim that their risky investments were insured, making them feel safer. AIG raked in huge profits without setting aside enough cash to cover potential losses because they assumed that home prices would never crash, which of course, they did. So now AIG needs to be bailed out too.
I don't know why you would ever make that assumption as someone in a business.
These boys have
why would you ever, in business, assume that there will never be a crash? It's like the rich actually forgot where money comes from. We might live in a society where the wealthy actually forgot where money comes from. I think they might just think that money exists. Not that like labor creates their wealth, that it just is granted by God or some shit. We might really be here. I mean, I've said it before, we're Dark Ages shit. We might stop doing crop rotations. We might stop putting fertilizer on food because some dipshit's like, why do you want to put shit on the food?
Become too big to fail. Enter TARP to the rescue, once again. But then AIG did the unthinkable. Something so egregious that it even boggled my deeply cynical mind. They took the taxpayer TARP bailout, and you know what the very first thing they fucking did with it was? Paid all of their executives bonuses.
Yep.
In March 2009, AIG announced that they were going to pay out hundreds of millions in executive bonuses using the recently distributed TARP money from the Obama Treasury Department.
Money is a natural element of the realm. It just grows on trees, actually.
Truly evil shit.
Magical fucking
At first,
thinking.
the announcement was met with outrage from both sides of the aisle. Here's how Chuck Grassley, a Republican senator, responded to the announcement.
I would suggest the first thing that would make me feel a little bit better towards them is if they'd follow the Japanese example and come before the American people and take the deep bow and say, I'm sorry. And then either do one of two things, resign or go commit suicide.
He literally said that. That was Chuck fucking Grassley.
The Obama administration vowed to put a stop to this. His initial statement from March of 2009. This is a corporation that finds itself in financial distress due to recklessness and greed. How do they justify this outrage? Wall Street argued that the bonuses were embedded in contracts signed prior to the bailout, and that failure to honor these contracts would be illegal. Congress tried to pass a 90% tax on AIG bonuses to claw back the money, but the bill died in the Senate after intense lobbying from Wall Street. Ultimately, only
Chuck Schumer, I feel like, might have had a hand in that one.
a fraction of the bonuses
Just
were
maybe a
returned
little?
voluntarily. This was truly beyond the pale. Surely someone in American leadership was going to step up and put a stop to this. But nobody ever did. Obama had campaigned on hope and change, but the banks and the insurance industry ended up conducting business as usual. So if we're gonna help the big boys on Wall Street, surely the rest of us on Main Street should get a little support too, right? Well, in
They've
2008,
all been stealing from us for years.
one way to help the average American would have been to legalize a process called cram down.
It's insane to me that they've been stealing from us for this long, and it takes this level of overt, in-your-face fascism to get you, like, Americans to understand this. We have kidnapping people and sending them to gulags, and that's what it takes to understand that the government has been stealing from you for decades and just giving it to corpos.
And no, it's not just what Chris Christie does when he sees a family-sized bag of M&Ms. Cram down is basically a legal process in bankruptcy courts where a judge can reduce the principal balance of a loan, effectively forcing the lenders to accept lower payments from borrowers. While cram down was already available for certain types of loans, like commercial real estate and car loans, it was not extended to primary residence mortgages, largely due to opposition from, you guessed it, banks. Chris Christie? Had the Obama administration successfully extended cram down to residential mortgages, it would have significantly improved the recovery for struggling homeowners. Not only would it have massively reduced the foreclosures, but it would have shifted the burden of the crisis from the American taxpayer, who funded government bailout programs like TARP.
Who funds the government, period. Again, your Social Security, your Medicare, your Medicaid, SNAP, Veterans Affairs, you pay for this. They're stealing it, giving it to corpos.
Onto
to crash
banks,
out.
forcing them to absorb some of the financial losses from their own irresponsible lending practices. But of course, it didn't happen. While the Obama administration initially supported cram-down legislation, it failed in the Democratic-controlled Senate after heavy lobbying from the banks and the financial industry. So that's it. That's the story of 2008. The banks got bailed out, the executives got bonuses, and everyday Americans.
I don't think I can make 25 hours without a significant amount of motivation. I'm like already tired and I still do want to talk about Ataturk. I'm going to take a minute to like stretch after this video.
Americans got bent over. Okay,
Hard.
time to head back to the present.
9 hours.
Oh, no, don't stall out on me, you piece of shit. We're not home. I knew I shouldn't have bought the Tesla charger for the
I knew this photo was going to be the depiction of this year when it immediately came out.
flux capacitor.
I got fucking YouTube banned that video and said that I said some shit that was promoting violence, and then I got shadow banned for that one. I remember that. That pissed me off.
Where are we? Oh, no. No, please. No, not again.
It is amazing how you can delete 33,000 emails.
Welcome back.
It is amazing how the government can use signal chats that automatically delete messages, and everyone still talks about Hillary's emails.
2016, guys.
Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House.
Fight for a great future for Germany. Fight for a great future for Germany. Go, go, go. Convince your friends, convince
Thank you for the follow, Dato.
Now, I want to be fair. In this video, I've been largely critical of the Obama administration and their response to the 2008 financial crisis. But his administration did oversee some incremental but important reforms as well.
No,
the passage of Dodd-Frank.
I don't give a fuck about giving him minimal, like, support now. Obama, we know now watching what just happened, that in 2008, Obama could have actually brought hope and change. He could have put these people in prison. He could have changed the laws. He could have forced through the ACA in the way he wanted it. We didn't need to water it down for the Republicans. We had 57 Senate seats and a large majority in the House. We could have just rammed it through. But no, liberals need to be fucking polite to the fascists. 14 words, yeah. Every fucking time.
Instituted some common sense banking regulations. And the Affordable Care Act cut the number of uninsured Americans in half. This had the effect of reducing inequality. In 2015, the final year of Obama's presidency, low-wage workers actually rose at a rate above their high and medium wage counterparts.
Remember that Biden left Trump the best economy you could possibly ask for coming into a presidency, and we are where we are now. Like, genuinely. Donald Trump left Joe Biden with a steaming pile of shit, and he somehow turned it into a goddamn Lamborghini, and Trump crashed it within the first 2 months. Now, I don't even give a shit about Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden. Joe Biden should have put Donald Trump and all of these terrorists in prison on fucking day one. But you have to understand that economically, there was a massive difference in what we had when Joe Biden came into office and when he left office.
For the first time in decades, the invisible hand of the market had been swatted back by the pockets of the American workers, even if it was just a little slap on the wrist. But then Wall Street had an idea, something so crazy, it just might work. Perhaps if the invisible hand is losing its pickpocketing touch, it could instead grab him by the foot. That's right. Trump descended down his golden escalator and shifted the paradigm of American politics for good. But how did he do it? How did a reality TV star who had...
Hey, like, you know, The Simpsons predict that he dies on April 12th, so, you know, that's a thing. I'll be curious to see if The Simpsons is right. If The Simpsons gets that one right, I might actually believe this shit.
Already run for president 2 times before...
Weren't the Dems trying to put Trump into prison for 4 years? No! If we actually were, we could have done it on day one, Dr. Demand. Joe Biden came into office and told his staff that he did not want his presidency defined by trying to prosecute his political opponents. And so they didn't try. We could, after January 6th, we could have put all of these people in prison. Like this, like that. He's making a fortune shorting crypto stocks right now. Yeah, I know. Demons. They're demons.
As a laughingstock.
He had 34 felonies for just like defrauding the government. Fuck that. Not defrauding the government. Just business fraud. 34 felonies of lying on records, frauding your business, frauding investors in your business. New York State prosecutors, yeah, he did the crimes. Yeah, they got that, but that's not putting him in prison. I wanted him tried for terrorism and treason. I wanted every single person at January 6th tried for terrorism and treason. Every last one of them. Not a single one of these people should have ever been able to be pardoned because Donald Trump should be rotting in a fucking prison cell. He's a terrorist. He tried to insurrection the government. And then he did it again. And this time succeeded. America died. America literally died. We don't live in that country. We live in Nazi America, where there is no law for the wealthy. Günaydın abla. Grim Reaper, you said good night to me and good morning in this same stream. That's fucking wild. Günaydın arkadaşım. Didn't do lawfare. That's a lie and a projection. God, if only we fucking did. If only we did. I was begging them to. New York barely did it too. If New York actually wanted to do lawfare, they could have put Trump in prison. In jail? Anything? No. The gag orders we put on him just got ignored. And that was a minor case. Then we had the civil case where he was found, like, to rape E. Jean Carroll. He did. He raped E. Jean Carroll. There was not anywhere near enough pressure. Every single person at January 6th should be rotting in a prison cell.
Become the Republican frontrunner in a matter of months. Well, to understand that, I think we need to take a look back at the chart that I showed you earlier. But this time, let's focus on the period between...
One reason he's doing everything related to crypto and stock is to pump it up over and over again. He buys a ton of Bitcoin right before he makes an announcement about it. Of course, the whole presidency is a grift. That's the whole point. And they want to transition the U.S. economy to crypto. Like, I've been right so far. What they're going to do is they are going to default on the debt right around when they try and drop the US dollar as the global reserve currency and flip that to Bitcoin or some other fucking coin, because they've already said they would do this. I have a video on it. Go watch the video.
2008 and 2015, when Trump announced his run. Notice anything? That line is flatter than a Jeb Bush joke at a campaign rally.
Please clap.
You see, despite the modest policy successes under Obama that I listed, the American public never regained its trust in government after 2008. Obama had campaigned and won on a message of disruption and change, but he had governed as part of the establishment.
Oh, Grim Reaper, we're going to talk about Ataturk as soon as this video is done. So good timing, because I wanted to do it first, but everyone was waiting.
Americans still wanted their outsider. Now, I know what a lot of you are thinking. Ben, Trump isn't an outsider. He's an elite. He lives on a golf course and flies on the Epstein jet. But in the context of the 2016...
Oh, remember that Jeffrey Epstein on like audio tape has said that Donald Trump was his best friend for more than 10 years. Just reminding you.
Republican Party, it is absolutely true that Trump was an outsider. Don't believe me? Let's take a little trip down memory lane of what he and his Republican colleagues said about each other back then.
You all have friends. You all have friends that are thinking about voting for Donald Trump. Friends, do not let friends vote for con artists.
Guys, they're demons, Cosmic Voyager. They're not they're not people like us. They're human beings, but they're not people. People require, you have to have empathy to be a person. They're just a human being. They're demons.
Donald, you're a sniveling coward, and leave Heidi the hell alone.
First of all, Rand Paul shouldn't even be on this stage. He's number 11. He's got 1% in the polls, and how he got up here, there's far too many people.
Trump was absolutely a disruptor in the Republican Party. It's weird. In a lot of ways, Trump won by singing the same song as Obama. Sure, he changed the lyrics and made him a little more racist.
They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people.
Okay. A lot more racist. But the men...
You know what? You could say this about Republicans. They bring drugs into the country. Again, the last big fentanyl bust we had was literally neo-Nazis smuggling in like 90 pounds of fentanyl from the border. They're rapists, which is applied directly to the entire Republican Party. They do crime. All of them do. Literally, the entire party functions to do crime. I don't assume any of them are good people.
The feeling, that was the same. Think about it.
Under my administration, we're fighting against the lobbyists.
They thought they were the
special
counterculture.
interests,
I said
and
this
the
before.
corrupt Washington politics.
Or what about?
The forgotten man and
money is only part of it. The main part is power, dictatorship of the U.S. and beyond. Oh, of course. I've talked about that as well. Imagine you are a billion. Imagine you have $100 billion. Would you rather live in a world where there are people that have $5 to $10 billion, or would you rather have only $5 to $10 billion where everyone else can't even get above 200,000?
the forgotten woman. Well, you're not forgotten anymore.
Yeah, you're not forgotten. I wish you would forget about
tapped
women.
into the same part of
So
the
does every
American
other woman on this
psyche that
planet.
Obama activated. The disaffected and the disenchanted felt like they had a voice.
Oh, and
when
of course the racists that just fucking hated him in the Tea Party. Of course, you know those. You can't forget that.
he faced off against the most entrenched establishment politician of the 21st century, the literal embodiment of politics as usual, you can almost understand how people fell for his grift.
What year was America great?
When it was founded.
Except for the slavery stuff.
Except for the slavery stuff, you know?
Ooh. Or maybe people are just dumbasses.
They are.
All right, that's enough 2016 for today. Well, we're back. We're in the year 2025.
Can I go
And if
further
you're like
back?
me, this year hasn't felt like a great one to live in. Every day we wake up and read stories.
Everybody here needs to understand that like 5 years from now, you're going to be looking back at 2024 as the fucking golden age of American society. Honestly, we peaked at like 2012 Obama. That was probably the most progressive we've ever had this country, and never will be for at least my lifetime.
About how people are losing access to their health care, or about how we're relinquishing our commitment to helping the planet, or about how our president is planning to build a luxury resort
Cosmic
on the level
Voyager,
of the
don't do
society.
that. You gotta be able to listen to Hitler, Mussolini, Osama bin Laden, and Pol Pot at the same time talk. You have to hear them because they're in charge. That affects you. What Pol Pot says affects you. The secret is that never been a good time in history. Well, the secret is we lived through the best, most peaceful and prosperous time in human history. We are living in it currently, still actually. Right now, we still do live in the most peaceful and prosperous time of human history. It's just not for long.
That we helped bomb into oblivion. I wanted to make this video because I wanted to understand how we got here. It's sort of like that Kamala quote.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what.
I miss being coconut pilled. I mean, she was also like a ghoul, but at least she wasn't a demon.
Came before you.
Sort of stupid, but also sort of poignant. I think it's important to understand that we didn't just wake up one day with Trump and MAGA and all of these problems. We are where we are in 2025 for a whole host of reasons. And what happened in 2008 is just one piece of the puzzle. If you're like me, most days I'm pretty
It might have been more peaceful, I'm not sure about that, but it definitely wasn't more prosperous.
pessimistic about our future. And really the only thing that I've found that helps combat this doomer outlook is attempting to put together the pieces of what brought us here. I think it helps to go back and look at how
politics as usual, which is heaven compared to this. Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, why would you pick the more difficult opponent to work against? But I guess the American people really wanted a challenge. I mean, I can't say I can't relate. I do like to play modded video games that are harder than they need to be. I suppose I am kind of the best person to be that left's Alex Jones now if I like to play modded, difficult, rigged games. And that's where we are. They couldn't say that the weirdo freaks were weirdo freaks anymore. Now we're here. Don't blame Kamala for that one. That's the DNC. They were saying it right up until the day of the DNC, and then they brought in Hillary Clinton's consultants and put them on Kamala Harris's team and made her say it. Not to say that she was good, but she wasn't that bad. I don't want to give her any credit, but she certainly wouldn't have done this. Alright, hold on. I gotta stretch and pee, and then when we come back, I'm gonna finish learning about Ataturk. I'm not done yet. I can still keep going. I just I need some fuel to power me. I need y'all to join the Discord, follow me on socials, like the YouTube stream, and drop a follow on YouTube. And then I will keep going when I come back. Give me 2 more seconds. I didn't realize the time. I have to go feed Mr. President. And I brought fuel. Let me catch my breath. I try my best pre-breakfast banana. I really do. Well, first of all, the optimist in me wants to believe things aren't as bad as they are. Yeah, look, unfortunately, they are. And you need some optimism. Like, you can't just be doomer about shit, because that's not going to help you at all. But things are bad. They're really fucking bad. The optimism needs to come from your willingness to fight to make it less bad. That's it. That's where the optimism. It's infinitely worse than you think. Oh, I just figured I'd check the markets again. We're down after hours. Like, the markets still haven't opened. What is it? Like, yes, 3:30 a.m. in New York time. So down 3.7 in the down another 4.4 at the S&P, and down 5% on the NASDAQ. Tomorrow is going to be a fucking bloodbath. I'm going to have to make a video about this. I can't stream tomorrow. I'm too tired, but I will make a video if the country dies again. Alright, let's see how Ataturk made the Republic of Turkey a secular country. Because it's pretty important, honestly. I think we might have to apply some of this in the future, in practice.
The title Father of the Nation is an especially prestigious one. It has been extended to a very select few throughout history. One of the most prominent figures to receive this honor in the modern period is a man whose name literally means Father of the Turks. After leading a successful war of independence
to be fair,
against
he was given that name, but
various foreign powers, Ataturk was confronted by the prospect of having to forge a new state out of the ruins of the Ottoman Empire. This nation would be forced to embark upon a radically different course than its predecessor.
How about we focus on realism for one? You know, instead of optimism or pessimism or nihilism, let's go with realism with a touch of optimism and pessimism that you balance, because life is a balance. Think about a heart rate on on a monitor. It's go up and down, beep, beep, beep, beep. If it's a flat line, you're dead. There is no just peace. You need chaos. Chaos and order exist in a duality.
Never one to shy away from a challenge, would transform Turkish society in a way that could hardly have been imagined by its citizens.
God, I love Turkish music.
No longer consumed by the thought of a war, the Turkish nationalist movement quickly moved to mold the country according to its political vision. Perhaps the best way to understand Ataturk's presidency and his political vision is to go through the 6 arrows, the official ideology of the new republic, and see how each one interplays with the various reforms he introduced. Republicanism. This emphasized the liberty of citizens and the idea of popular sovereignty, which stated that the Turkish people were the source of political power and that the authority
Remember, this is coming out of colonialism.
Of the government and state were rooted in the consent of its people. But in reality, Ataturk's government was hardly representative. The Kemalist Republican People's Party held power in what essentially
is this. Oh, okay, good. This is the like very pro-Islam fucking video that I'm gonna have to argue with.
Became a one-party state. In many ways,
because most of Turkey was in fact in favor of this, except for just like the couple religious crazies.
Kemalist vision was enforced on the Turkish people without asking for their say-so. This took place despite there being contrarian opinions within the Grand National Assembly.
That is also true.
Even in 1924, a breakaway party...
This stream is actually the closest to how bad it is actually. That's terrifying.
Progressive Republican Party was formed by some of Ataturk's closest associates, including General Karabekir. The disaffected members agreed in principle with Kemalism, but wanted a slightly more conservative approach to socio-cultural change.
And Ataturk, like the base man he was, said, I don't give a fuck.
In 1930, Ataturk asked his longtime friend Ali Fethi Okyar to form a new party so that a multi-party system could be inaugurated once again. Both occasions resulted in the same thing. Ataturk forced both parties to dissolve because he feared that the opening up of political power would be used by the forces of conservatism, especially the Islamists.
Using your democratic power in a way that blocks anti-democratic parties is pro-democracy, and Ataturk understood this. The Islamists and the conservatives didn't want democracy, and so they were banned. That's how you deal with anti-democratic people and parties. You ban them from trying to take over the country.
To undo or even delay the modernist-inclined reforms intended by the government.
Yeah, sorry, I don't give a fuck about your theocratic government.
The totalitarian nature of Ataturk's government meant that the very privacy of ordinary people...
Cosmic Voyager, you may not have been here when we found out that Elon just destroyed our magnetic tape backups for literally all of the government's data. So, like, our hard copy backups that we no longer have, and now we only have backups that will degrade in like 20 years versus backups that would be in existence for significantly longer.
Was under threat. In the modern context, this issue is
as
even
in like
more
no
worrisome
record of
due
war
to the
crimes or any of
internet,
that,
where our personal information is on the front line. This is where today's sponsor can help.
Okay, usually I like to listen to the ads, but I don't respect Surfshark.
Populism.
Anti-democratic political parties are basically trying to enter the game while immediately declaring that they believe the rules to be stupid and that they intend to cheat. Exactly. You ban them. That's how you deal with that. Ne mutlu Türk'üm diyene... Ne yazıyor orada? I can't read that last word. Yeah. This is, whichever Turk says that they are happy. Yeah, I can't read it. Whatever.
Turkum diyen, how happy is the one who says I'm a Turk? Ataturk was particularly fond of this phrase, and it helps to explain his views on populism too. This concept aimed to shift political power to the Turkish citizenry and asserted that national identity came before everything else. In this sense, it was pitted against the Sufi tariqas and Islamic madrasas, with both being institutions that believed in a higher power, therefore placing Islam above the nation.
Which is not pro-democracy. Sorry, democracy and theocracy can't coexist. Not long term.
Potential rival strands of thought under the umbrella of the state also saw madrasas come under the supervision of the Ministry of Education. This particular issue was most obviously addressed with the abolition of the Ottoman Khilafah in March 1924.
The Caliphate, you mean?
The political functions of the Sultanate had already been abolished in 1922, but the fact that Khalif Abdul Majid II still held the prestige associated with his office was seen by the Kemalists as potentially undermining the authority of the government.
It literally
placed another
was.
Institution above the nation state.
Yeah, why the fuck would we place the church above the state? Hell no.
As surprising as it may sound today, when Ataturk first came to power, there were some Turks who believed that they'd have a political system that was closer to the one created by the first Khalifs in the 7th century. The following Kemalist principle would show them just how wrong they were. Laïcism. Contrary to some softer forms of secularism, which deal largely with separating religion and governance, laïcism called for religion to be relegated to the private instead of the public sphere.
Based as fuck!
In this sense, religion was discouraged from not only getting involved in government affairs, its role was to be undermined in society as well.
As it should be.
This created the foundation block for much of the social reforms Ataturk would introduce.
By the way, this is why Erdogan fucking hates Ataturk.
Of course, this was very different from the centuries-old Ottoman model, which relied heavily on Sharia law to guide its legal matters. Already in the Tanzimat and Second Constitutional Era,
this appeals to me, yeah.
Ottoman statesmen had tried to wean themselves off a religiously inspired political model. But Ataturk kicked that process into another gear, closing down Sufi lodges, abolishing the Khilafah, shutting down Sharia.
Allah ya Rabbi, getir bu adamı geri hayata. Please resurrect this fucking man. We need this in America. This is exactly what we need. Fuck your Christian nationalism. I am banning it from schools and government. You're not allowed to talk about Christianity on television anymore, in fact. Sorry. You can do that in the privacy of your own home. Sorry, I don't want your child grooming kinks shoved down people's throats. Sorry. Not sorry. Banned from television. You can't do political speeches. You have no place in politics or business. Keep it to yourself. Keep it in the bedroom or the prayer room.
Sharia courts, and replacing the Ottoman-era position of Shaykhul Islam, the person responsible for religious matters, with the newly established Directorate of Religious Affairs, which came under the direct...
This guy, just by looking at him, I can tell, is like insane. He's just psychotic. In a good way, though. Not in like a bad way. I don't think... This guy doesn't have the evil in his face. He just has the crazy.
Supervision of the government. The Ottoman legal code, the Mijel, which was based off the Sharia, was abandoned in favor of a blend of different European legal codes that were imported.
We threw away the shitty laws that weren't working and replaced them with more modern aspects that we've seen work in other countries. I feel like maybe healthcare could take an idea from this. You know, our healthcare system's not working. We've seen it work in a lot of other countries. We could take that and apply it here. He looks like he's been through a lot. Yeah, he does.
The day of rest was changed from the traditional Friday to Sunday, yet again mirroring Europe. Wearing the fez was banned in 1925 as part of Ataturk's so-called hat revolution.
That one I don't understand and is very funny, but who gives a shit? The hat revolution. No more fezes. Fezes are cool, honestly, but you know.
Because of its attachment to the Ottomans...
God, look at his suit. Look how much better people, like, dressed back in this time. I mean, obviously not everybody. But, I don't know, this looks better than any politician I see today.
The fez was viewed as a symbol of backwardness, which is fascinating since the rationale for the fez's introduction in the first place in the 1820s was that it replaced the turban and symbolized the Ottomans' desire to modernize.
Wait, good ideas are good no matter where they come from? Yeah, it turns out good things are good and bad things are bad. And a fez would have gone great with that, I do agree. You should move to the US and join the resistance underground? Why? They'll just throw me into a gulag. I can do more for the resistance from outside the US, which is what I'm trying to do here. Brave take. I'm not wrong though, Complaining Laney. I'm sorry, but like government has zero things to do with religion. It shouldn't. They should be separate. This system is infinitely better than what we have now. Now, I don't agree with the hat ban. Fezes are cool, but like,
sartorial changes were continued in 1934 when a law was passed which banned wearing religious clothing outside places of worship.
Good to see you, by the way.
In 1928, there was an amendment to the constitution which removed Islam as the state religion altogether.
Based? Again?
It is important to try to understand why Ataturk's outlook on political Islam was so antagonistic.
Because he was smart enough to know that you can't mix religion and state and have it functionally work. Again, like this channel is a religious channel, so I've been arguing with this video the whole time.
For him and many other reformers, the Ottoman decline could be explained through their lack of desire to keep up with the rapid modernization pursued by European powers.
Yeah, religion tends to do that.
As a result, reliance upon Islam in the political and cultural sphere was interpreted by Ataturk as an obstacle to progress and as a weapon of dogma and ignorance.
Interpreted as the things that they literally are and did.
During the 19th and 20th centuries, reformers in the Islamic world across the ideological spectrum had grappled with this issue, with two main schools of thoughts emerging. There were the Islamists and modernists. Ataturk was clearly from the latter, but it should be noted that the Islamists also expressed dismay at the way in which Islam was being utilized as a socio-political force.
Great, I don't care. Can we watch something relatively uplifting like 1984, The Handmaid's Tale, please? Hey, come on, this should be uplifting. This is a revolution in a country that threw away all of its religious doctrine, its weird, shitty laws, its misogyny, and just gave women rights, banned weird hats that were somehow religious, made education a primary function of the state, removed the ability for fucking weird cultists to have any kind of relation to government. Yeah, this is very uplifting to me. This is probably the happiest thing I've watched on stream in a while.
With many great thinkers such as Sheikh Muhammad Abdul berating the ignorance which had spread across the Dar al-Islam.
Allow girls into schools, yeah! That was wild! One very specific way that I can see a good interaction between government and religion is the government should protect the religious freedom of all the people. People must be able to engage in religion voluntarily only, and the government must protect the freedom of and from the religion. Government balances rights, religion is one of them. This is true, but again, keep your religion in your house. Keep it private. I don't want you shoving that weird religious kink down my throat. I don't want it on TV. You don't get to talk about Christianity on the news. You don't get to fucking shove that into the government. Season 6 of The Handmaid's Tale premieres in 2 days. I still haven't finished season 2.
Allowed European imperialism to triumph.
You know that's bad, that it's hard for me to watch when I spend half my day on Twitter looking at fucking mangled bodies from war zones.
But their solution was to get back to a better and more accurate understanding of Islam, instead of moving away from it and towards the European-styled cultural reforms that the modernists such as Ataturk favoured. Nationalism. The Kamala's view of nationalism rested heavily on civic nationhood.
One of the very few instances of good nationalism in history. Breaking away from colonialism, but still. Create a non-Arabic language to help people with trade policies, communications, other nations and countries. Yeah, exactly. And the way that they made the Turkish language is really interesting because it's bits of Latin, bits of Ottoman, bits of Armenian all mixed together into making this language. It's really cool. The thing I don't understand about theocracy is taking away someone's will. If you believe something like going to church on Sunday, then you can't force that. It's nuts. Well, because theocracy is usually not about your religion. Theocracy is organized religion used to control the masses. Going back all of history, organized religion was always a tool used by the state to control the public. Religion in its pure form has nothing to do with organized. It literally is just keep it to yourself. Like Kemalist Turks, like even today, modern Turks that believe in Ataturk's version of reality would say if you're Turkey is not a very LGBT friendly place. I lived in Turkey last year. I'm queer. I'm gay as fuck. And if you say this to a person who believes in this type of mentality, who likes Ataturk, their answer to that is, oh yeah, no, well, that's between you and God. That's none of my business. They don't force shit down your throat. That's the rational answer. But there's very few that tend to actually act in this way. Religion is often a social activity, so there's going to be a balance between doing it forced and private and being done in public. You can have private gatherings that are social. I'm saying public as in outside in masses. I don't want you on television. I don't want you in government. That's what I mean. You can still have a group of people that practice their religion. That's not the case generally with practice-based religions. Official belief-based religions can tend towards oppressive organized systems, though. Well, I'm talking the big three. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Because the rest of them are, at least in the West, not all that big. But then you look at, Shintoism in the East. That's also pretty control of society-based. You look at the Hindus, and that wasn't. The Hindus are probably one of the only, real practice-based religions that didn't go into control of the masses immediately. They do now, obviously. They do. Yeah, my town was very, very much not okay with my sexuality and how I was a sin creature that came out on the train wrecks. Well, it depends on where you live, especially in Turkey. I mean, I lived in Istanbul, in Izmir, in, big left-leaning cities, so...
A nation
by left-leaning, I mean people who like Ataturk.
Defined by its political institutions and liberal values, which are to be upheld by its citizens. Civic nationalism is often contrasted with ethnic nationalism, which defines the nations in terms of ethnicity, in a similar vein to pan-Turkism. Herein lays a contradiction between Kemalist theory and practice, because Ataturk's views clearly drew inspiration from ethnic nationalism too. Turkish culture and history were pedestalized and prioritized above the identities of the other minorities in the
Now, here we get to something, like, it's not like he was perfect. And I will admit, I don't agree with everything he did. This is one of those things.
country. The Turkish Historical Society was
the idea of we can create one cultural identity without giving any credence to any, and this is what I mean, that there's no such thing as a nationality. And I argue this specifically with Turks, because Turks have this, like, still Atatürk-based nationalism. Even like my dad, they believe that there is such a thing as a nationality. There isn't. There was never any point in history where a country, a state, had only one ethnic group in it that was defined. Like, that's never been the case anywhere. Judaism is tiny. What you're talking about is the main Abrahamic religions. Rabbinic Judaism tends to not be oppressive at all. This is a common. You're actually right about that. Rabbinic Judaism does not tend to be all that oppressive, at least in terms of outwardly. This common misconception that stems from the Protestant or evangelical foundations, especially common with new atheists from such a background. You are right, and I did miss that part. There can be ways in which these religions aren't oppressive. They're just not the norm, is my point. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying they're not the norm. They're not likely to just exist as the only way to practice that. And I'm saying that in a country that doesn't want theocracy, you have to put in place barriers that prevent the mixing of church and state. We tried this in America, but it clearly didn't work because America was always fighting based on religious values. No matter like where we were in the country, even though we were always a separate from religion state. The institutions are often repressive, not the faith itself. Exactly. Although the faith can also be repressive, the issue with especially the Abrahamic faiths is that they're constantly contradicting themselves. Like, read the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, they all contradict themselves constantly. Theocracy is never good, it always ends in blood. Exactly. Keep your religion to practice-based. Keep it private, but that doesn't mean you can't have it as a social private gathering. I just don't want it in the public space. We haven't learned how to do that, clearly. Can someone come up with a theory of how we can manage to intermingle public religion without descending into madness? I'm sure. We're not there yet. ICOPS, it was only a few years ago, some satanic groups that were just using the name Satanism to protest the church mixing with the state in the US. Oh yeah, of course. That still happens to this day. And like Christian Americans think that literal Satanism is the cause of everything. I mean, they think that I call the Republicans demons. I call the Republican commentators, the people on Fox News and Newsmax, liches. I call MAGA zombies, right? But they actually believed that Hillary Clinton was a literal demon. Like, if you go watch the ContraPoints conspiracy video, you'll see the kind of wild shit these people believe.
Established in 1931 to explore the great heritage left behind by Turkic cultures in the past.
Grifters, every one of them. They're either insane, stupid, or grifters. Those are the three options. You have insane, you have stupid, or you have a grifter, or a combination.
Regarded by some as a mouthpiece for Kemalism,
Demons.
which makes sense considering their endorsement of the Turkish history thesis. The idea that Turks had moved from their ancestral homeland in Central Asia and brought civilization wherever they went.
Yeah, that's not true. Quite a lot of Turks came from Mongolia, Central Asia area, and mixed in with the already, like, very diverse region of ethnic groups that were under the Ottoman Empire. They didn't bring civilization or any of that shit. It was just organizing that civilization that already existed under these new people that fucking just showed up.
This assumption went hand in hand with an even more far-fetched idea known as the Sun language theory, which argued that all human languages were descendants of an original Turkic language.
That's
Ataturk's notion of nationality encouraged his citizens to view being Turk as a legal term expressing their citizenship of Turkey.
Now that all those people are in Turkey, isn't that the new nationality? Well, like, yes, but that's not what he means by nationality. Like, when I say nationality, I mean you live in that country. When they say nationality, they mean that, like, there is one specific ethnic group that is Turkish, and everybody else isn't Turkish, and everybody that wasn't Turkish is now ethnically Turkish. There is no such thing as nationality. Ethnicity exists. You can see it. We can track that, but you can't do that with nationality because it's made up. It's a social construct. Again, I have a video on that if you want to go drop a like on the YouTube channel and watch that video called something about nationality. I can't remember. It is dangerous thinking. It's magical thinking.
Opposed to an ethnic designation. All the ethnic groups living inside of Turkey were to think of themselves as Turks and Turks only.
Like how I lived there, but I'm not a Turk in the way that this person would see it, but I would be in Atatürk's Turkey. Exactly, you would be. And that could be both good and bad. It's just how that's phrased, and this is not phrased well. Like the way that I would do it would be, I don't care like where you're from. If you come to this country, then you are. It's kind of like, give me your poor, sick, huddled masses yearning to be free, and I will make them American. Kind of like that, you know. Doesn't matter where you come from. You're American now. Not that that was ever actually the case, but.
Whilst on the surface this may seem harmless and even inclusive, in practice this represented an attack on the identities of the Circassians, Greeks, and numerous other minorities.
Armenians.
All these groups were forced to go through a process of Turkification, whereby they'd be forcefully assimilated as Turks. One ethnic group has particularly suffered from Ataturk's vision of a nation, and that's the Kurds, the largest ethnic minority in
to this day
the country. Constituting up to 20% of the population, they make up a majority in many of Turkey's eastern provinces. Throughout the 1920s and 30s, thousands of Kurds in the east were forcefully deported to other areas of Anatolia, whilst Turks were also settled in Kurdish regions.
Nothing ever really changes.
All in an effort to undermine the very infrastructure of Kurdish society. Ataturk was convinced that in order for the nation to be stable and unified, ethnic and cultural distinctions had to be done away with in the search for a unitary political and cultural identity for Turkey.
That's never a good thing.
So the Kurds saw their customs and identity come under direct attack. The Kurdish language was banned in the public sphere, deportations were used, and the secular policies of the Kemalist government was internalized by many Kurds as an attack on their traditional Islamic values.
Which, by the way, why to this day there's constant strife between them. There's still quite a large population of Kurds that live in Turkey, and even under Erdogan's rule, they are oppressed, whereas the CHP, the Imamoglu party, the guy who was arrested that caused all of the big protests, they are more on the side of let's give Kurds more rights. And turns out that Erdogan's not a big fan of that one. That's the one Ataturk policy Erdogan can somehow stomach. I see it melting away instead of a celebration of differences. Exactly.
Not willing
melting
to simply
pot is
accept
one thing, and melting away is another thing.
Denial of their identity, the 1920s and 30s witnessed 3 large-scale Kurdish uprisings in the eastern provinces. There was the Sheikh Said Rebellion of 1925, the Ararat Rebellion of 1927 to 1930, and the Dersim Rebellion in 1937. All of them caused major concern for the government in Ankara and were only put down with significant effort and resources from the Turkish army.
I mean, like, we literally bomb Syria for fun now just to kill Kurds as a country.
Reformism. This placed emphasis on the need to replace the traditional institutions and values with modern ones.
Alright, now we get to things that I like again.
As a result of Ataturk's obsessive focus on modernity, Turkey was going to be actively modified by reform in order to be the most effective it could be. Naturally, this necessitated a very acrimonious break from the past. In truth, however, this break was not as radical as it seems.
I like the mosaic analogy better. It would perhaps be something else would be even better, like a patchwork or a collage analogy. I like that too. Mosaic really, I think, hits the spot for me. That word in and of itself brings out like positive vibes, and a mosaic of ethnicity, culture, language, beliefs, like that I like. That's a nice idea. Right, I need to start getting ready for work. Have a lovely day at work, Lucas Salvador. God, I've been going for 9.5 hours.
30s onwards, there was lively discourse on a wide range of socio-political reforms in the late Ottoman political scene. Regardless, however, Ataturk viewed it as necessary to portray the Ottomans as backwards for his political vision.
Well, he was right, and they were.
Some of the well-known changes he introduced were justified by the Kemalist principle of reformism. Perhaps the most famous of these include his reform of the alphabet. Viewing the traditional Arabic script of Ottoman Turkish as too complex and faced with a population that was largely illiterate, in 1928 Ataturk sponsored the introduction of a new alphabet for the Turkish language that was to use the Latin script. He would follow this up with further language reforms via the Turkish Language Association, which sought to replace Arabic and Persian loanwords with Turkish equivalents. Within society, he disagreed with the...
I really do think the language part is cool because, I don't know, I like etymology.
Traditional segregation of genders that many Islamic societies upheld, instead viewing women's involvement in public affairs as essential. He passed numerous legislations that sought to equalize men and women's role in society in line with European customs, such as granting full political rights to women in 1934.
Yeah. Before America did it.
That same year, the surname law was introduced, which required all citizens of Turkey to adopt a fixed hereditary surname. This is when he was given the name...
Yeah, they invented an alphabet. That is a big deal. That's fucking cool. I could do a whole video on that. And honestly, please do write a dissertation on that depraved ambiance. I would read the shit out of that.
Ataturk. Done with the intention to modernize the country bureaucratically, this could also foster a sense of Turkishness within society, as all names related.
These are the ways that you take new cultures and integrate them, not by force, but by policies that make them want to integrate. You make it so that life is nice, and these people who come from, let's say, I don't know, a different country say, you know what? I am Turkish, goddammit. That's how you do it. Not by force, not by erasing their culture. You make them want to integrate to your culture. This is the big reason why European countries have such an issue with like Islamic terrorism in like France and Germany, is because these refugees from like Syria, from Africa, from all over the Muslim world came to these countries following the Syrian civil war, and they were not accepted. They were not liked. They were not integrated into society. So what they did was form enclaves where they only engage with each other and themselves. Then over time, they grow resentful because everybody around them, they don't feel safe. They don't feel accepted. They don't feel liked in this country. So they become resentful in these enclaves, and then they get extreme. It takes one person to get radicalized, and then they radicalize the rest of the fucking enclave. It's no shit. If you want people to integrate to your society, make it so it's, I don't know, it's good? Make them want to do so?
To other ethnicities were prohibited and forced to adopt Turkish renditions of them.
Not like that. That's the wrong way.
The state was to have an important role in regulating the economy of the country.
Get good, yeah.
Turkey's economy at the start of the Republic was very underdeveloped. Almost a decade of constant war had severely damaged its financial infrastructure.
We might have to mingle or be around each other, can't isolate. It's a surprise why I keep telling you to go talk to your neighbors. Walk around your community, pop into the coffee shop, say hi to the fire department. Hell, go talk to the cops. I don't care if you're ACAB, go talk to them. They'll be less annoying to you if they like you. You're allowed to manipulate cops into liking you. Lie to them, pretend that you like them. That's fine. That's not immoral. Go talk to your neighbors. You're not going to be able to afford food soon. Go and make friends. Work together.
The Ottoman Empire's debt to European creditors was still unpaid, so the new government inherited that. Seeing their hopes of gaining the city of Mosul and its oil-rich fields dashed, the Kemalists saw the need for the state's involvement in jump-starting the economy. This problem became especially pronounced in the aftermath of the Great Depression that shook the world. Despite these issues, Turkey's economy, both in the agricultural and industrial sectors, grew massively as a result of Ataturk's 5-year economic plan.
Really quickly, I'm going to tell you guys a story. Lucas Salvador, well, I do that with cops. My very base gran was a coppa, so I always have the talking points. You want to know the last time that I had a proper interaction with a cop? was when I was driving through fucking Virginia in the middle of the night during a hurricane, and I may or may not been supposed to be driving at the time. I'm not going to go too much into further detail, but I shouldn't have been driving at that time. It's the middle of a fucking hurricane. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I pull into a car park. There's 7-Eleven, and a cop pulls in immediately next to me, like just like one car park spot away. Now, I figure this cop is going to come up to me, considering it's 2 a.m. and I'm alone in this car park. So what I do is I roll my window down and I call the cop over. I ask him a question. Hey, I'm not really from here. Like, I'm driving through, I'm escaping the hurricane. Am I allowed to sleep in my car in this state? Suddenly, you called the cop over, you're talking to them, all suspicion disappears, all negative intent disappears. Now they're doing their job. They're trying to help you because you asked them for help. They didn't come up to you, you called them over. This cop watched me sleep for an hour because he thought it was unsafe for me to sleep in my car because I didn't have a gun. That was his question. Do you have a gun? No, sorry, I do have like a decorative knife in my trunk. Oh, you're not allowed to have that in the state. You know what? There's a light over there. Go park behind it, like under it, and take a nap. I'll sit here and like watch you for a couple hours. That's what happened. Yeah, it's smart because that's how people work. People are suspicious of other people, but if you are the one who begins the interaction, gone. It's a psychology trick used by human hackers too. Kinda, yeah. We need to stop just like we need to stop just politically analyzing our current context, but also psychologically analyzing our current context. Hell, fucking Freud would have a field day with Republicans. Police look for people who are nervous. Yeah, if you call them over, like, you're fine.
Plans.
Most of the time. And to be fair, I am privileged. I have some privilege that I can attribute to that. So, like, not everyone can do this, but if you can, it does work.
Ataturk can be a confusing person to understand. He favored a representative parliamentary democracy, but enacted a one-party state. He championed rationality and...
Okay, again, on the one-party state thing, it's because every other party that cropped up was anti-democratic, so we banned them. Base. That's how you deal with anti-democratic parties. You ban them. It's pro-democracy to do so.
Criticism, but supported wild delusional ideas such as the Sun language theory. He rejected ethnic nationalism, but indirectly sponsored it. I've found what helps me to understand Ataturk's views and actions is the term sovereignty. Throughout the course of his life, his homeland had been at the prey of other powers, the decaying of the Ottoman state, then the War of Independence. So as president, he shifted his attention to ensuring that the internal infrastructure of Turkey was sufficiently strong enough to withstand shocks and bring about a degree of stability that could then be used as a platform for progress, which in turn would further strengthen the nation state and continue to insulate its sovereignty from internal and external threats. Upon his death in November 1938, he left in his wake a young but assertive nation that has in some ways become a beacon of progress and strength in the Middle East. Having said that though, Turkey today finds itself...
That can be bad because it can make people with disabilities and some types of mental illness neurodivergent more likely to be deemed suspicious, but it can also help you navigate like situations safely. It's true, like the thing is, that's the state, like that's the context that we live in, so you can't change that, but you can change how you engage with the world based on the current context, the material and social circumstances that you exist in.
Of having to answer unresolved issues regarding its very identity, specifically its relationship with Islam and how that...
And this right here is why Turkey is breaking, on fire right now. Because half of the country wants Islamist rule, and the other half of the country, actually probably more than half of the country, the Germans in Berlin, the Turkish Germans in Berlin really do vote a lot of Erdogan votes go that way. They kind of are what keeps fucking up the elections, but you know, that's a whole other thing. But most of the country wants secularism, modernism, progressivism. So weird. Turkey is old and new at the same time. It's a weird fucking country, although it is goddamn beautiful. The Hagia Sophia is gorgeous. I'm gonna post a lot of my my vacation photos to Turkey from last year in the Discord at some point.
Clashes with its notion of progress and modernity.
All right. So why the military play games seems to be what the vote is. The what if we all had cybernetic modifications is kind of like it's a weird one. It's kind of psychological because it touches on like the mental effects of capitalism forcing you to get cybernetic modifications so you can keep up with the productivity at work. All this stuff is like coming soon. Remember, we just watched fucking the Commerce Secretary talk about how all those manufacturing jobs that are getting brought back to America are going to go to robots anyway, so. But first, this fucking cat.
They're calling you fat on there. Yeah. Hey, they said I need to stop
like
giving
Frank.
you treats. I know. They said you're too fat and to not give you any treats anymore. Yep.
This cat is crying. Apologize to him or her right now.
The comments on Instagram. How do you feel about that?
I didn't even know cats could tear up like that.
Yeah. I figured you wouldn't like that.
The baby. Oh no, all my colleagues have the brain implant. I need one to keep up. Well, I mean, like, in Cyberpunk, in the universe, there are literal ads that say, got a new job, upgrade your meat. Like, shit like that. Like, obviously, this is an extreme form of what we would be getting
Sometimes
as
I
capitalism
see comments.
based, like, cybernetic augmentation. But, like, understand, let me find a nice little, like, clip of this section to show you. Like, if you are just a regular person and you work in a factory, the factory could, A, say that you need cybernetic modifications to do this job or they're not going to hire you, or you could get fired for not doing your job well enough because the new guy that got hired has a bionic arm. Like, it's the capitalism that comes from that. You guys voted why military play games, but I'm too interested in this, so sorry. There is a Neuralink. We have drugs and Adderall that can help you feel and think better. I mean, I take Vyvanse every day because I have ADHD.
Sometimes I see comments on YouTube or Reddit that say something along the lines of, well, we live in a cyberpunk world, but
not
just
quite.
Without all the punk, the flashing neon, and the cool cybernetic.
I disagree, by the way. I don't think it's just minus the cybernetics and the cool neon. I think we're very close to getting our way here. I think we're just starting on this path. The corpo control of the government is the start of this path. Honestly, it's kind of funny. If you read the lore for this game, like if you read the fucking files that you pick up, we're in a very close timeline. Like, it's not all that different. I mean, in the cyberpunk timeline, America collapses after going to war with, like, several South American countries, pissing off Europe. The Europeans form the Eurodollar, become, like, their more dominant economy. The corpos here take up, like, their own little city-state control as the government's carved out into pieces. It's not all that far-fetched. I'm not saying this is where we live or this is where we're going to end up. I'm saying this can give you some aspects of what these types of societies often entail.
Enhancements. There is this kind of implicit notion that corpo's bad, but cybernetic body modification, well, hey, that's kind of cool. And
Transhumanism is bad.
Who wouldn't want to have gorilla arms strong enough to lift a car, eyes that could see in the dark, and legs that could jump onto the roof of a house?
Then you get to the question of, like, are you even still human at that point? You know, like, there are questions there. That is it still the same kind of human if you've gone beyond the capacity of humanity?
Said that nothing in this world is free. So what could be the less obvious costs of a future where we augment our bodies to the extent we see in this genre? Today, I want to explore what this futuristic technology might look like when brought to our world.
That's terrifying.
For those who have suffered accidents or been victims of war, this type of technology will allow them to gain a huge part of their lives back. And with sufficiently
honestly, me too. I don't want
tech,
cybernetic modification.
Might even allow them to return to doing the same lifestyle and
I
career.
can see some uses. Again, like, you know, you are an amputee. Not gonna lie, I would cyborg myself because of disability, not to work, but to do things I want. I mean, again, someone like me, like, I have fibromyalgia. It could help my pain quite a bit, but I'd be scared. Like, I can see that viewpoint, but there's a concept in this universe called cyberpsychosis. And I think, I'm going to take this and take it a step further. I think cyberpsychosis, the way it's described in this world, is what we are experiencing today, just a milder form of it. Because the psychosis that our society has comes from social media. It's a cyberpsychosis. But what it's described as in this game is when you have empathy. Every human being has empathy. And when you are cybernetically modified, just a little piece of you is now connected to the net. Kind of like the way that we look at our smartphones all the time. And the more you engage with that, the more modification you get, the less you empathize with humanity. And it's even explained, even in the tabletop game, that some people are born with higher degrees of empathy than others. Some people have more to spare. Someone might get like an eye replacement because they're blind, and that's enough to push them over the edge to psychosis off of empathy. Some people might be able to fully Borg themselves out because they're incredibly empathetic. And it's that lack of empathy, in the genre, that leads to like mass shooting type violence with people that are heavily cybernetically modified, but to psychopathy. And I think if we can take that idea, it can really work in our world if you relate it to social media as a more proto form of it.
They had before their accident. You see, in our world, this technology is fantastic,
inflation
but
of yourself
it doesn't replicate the fine motor skills of the human body. And the cybernetic limb that they have is slow and
rather than
of
human
clunky.
beings.
Even the most advanced cybernetic alterations.
And again, we don't spend time outside. We don't talk to people outside. We only ever talk to people through the lens of, I mean, like, look at what I'm doing right now. I'm talking to how many of you? Through a camera, through the internet, the net. It is engaging with others through the net to the point where you no longer feel empathy with humans in person. And look at America. Everyone outside the walls of my house is my enemy. I need 50 billion guns and a cannon to protect someone who might break through. And instead of just talking to your neighbors and being a community, that is what I see as the outcome. This is just like the dramatization, the one step further.
Its own nerve signals
gamified version
a pretty
of it.
Slow connection that makes the response time quite sluggish. Now, let's look at the over-the-top and bleak world of Night City in 2077 to glean some of the less glamorous side effects of relying on cybernetic enhancement. Cybernetics in Cyberpunk 2077 represent more than just a physical enhancement. In a world where individuals have been stripped down to become mere tools for large corporations.
Property of the corpos of the state. This is Somi, a character whose entire body has been replaced with
cyberware they utilize becomes a kind of hijacking of the body by the corporation itself.
All of that is Militech. Her whole body is property of a corporation. This is anti-human.
Part of your body is literally owned by a company
Not
with
part
the
of it,
primary
most
goal
of it, really, in that case.
of improving your work efficiency. As the main character of V in the game, we have the cash and freedom to choose whatever cyberware we want and utilize it how we want. But through careful exploration of this world,
and with Judy here, don't even get me started on brain dances and the fucking psychosis that can come from that. Like VR that you physically feel like you're there. People who consume snuff videos so they could like feel themselves die or feel themselves killing others. That's a concept. And it's not just used for porn, it's used for snuff. That alone is insanity to me.
we find that
like we already have that, but
exception,
like
not the norm.
Imagine the VR where you
Majority
can
of
feel it.
citizens seem to have
You feel the
major strings
adrenaline rush. You feel the fear, the pain,
attached
the crunch of
to their
bones.
utilization of cyberware. These strings
Without ever
attached
living it.
seem to mainly be that the cyberware is an extension of their job. A character in Cyberpunk 2077 named Chase Coley, who is a construction worker, was fitted with military-grade cyberware in order for him to be able to perform his construction job. Let me be plain. You've been in this biz long enough to know it's a rough way to make a living. This job should toughen you up, but instead you keep coming to me looking for a shoulder to sob on. Now, most companies just swap out their workers when they get tired, but not me. Here, I tried to show you some compassion. I even rounded
now
up
I'm a
some
Luddite. I'll never talk to any of you again. Oh no!
gear for all of you at a decent price. And what do I get in return? Ungrateful lunks like you just think about yourselves, your own comfort, company be damned. But it's thanks to me that you got decent implants at a low-rate loan to cover them.
Yep, you know, you should be thankful actually that you have a low rate loan that you have to pay me back for owning part of your body so you could do the job I hired you to do better.
In the world of Cyberpunk 2077, as you replace parts of your body with machinery, there is an implied loss of humanity that seems to take a toll on you physically and psychologically. If you reach your breaking point due to physical or emotional stress, then you can go cyber psycho, as they call it. The fans of 2077 debate the nature of cyber psychosis.
The people who haven't actually listened to the guy who made the board game talk about it.
I personally tend to view it as really not so different than a representation of the sum total of all our technology-fueled habits and how these can lead to not so great outcomes for our mental and physical health.
Especially depending on the social and economic and material context that we live in and how we engage with them. If you can't afford food, if you are constantly at fear of gangs robbing you, people dying, you get fired from your job and you just starve to death. There's no state. It's just the corpos. If you piss the corpos off, you just die. There's no law. The police department is a private company that has a stock price in this game. Yes, that could lead to, in that context, you losing your fucking mind and doing violence.
Going cyber psycho in our world, I would imagine looks something like doom scrolling on social media, watching too much explicit content, staying indoors all the time, not sleeping enough due to work or school, having your boss text you and saying you need to come in early or stay late, eating processed food. All of these things can affect your physical and mental state, cause pain, exhaustion, and lead you to perhaps seek out therapy. When and if you seek out therapy, you might
not find therapy. You might find drugs to be easier, drugs that make it more likely for you to lose your empathy because you are using them to mask your pain. Lucas Salvador, it makes sense that a psychosis would occur in a chemical basis alone, since some of battery fluid, etc., leaking into your body. Like, that shit does also happen. There's a character in this game called Lizzie Wizzy. She's played by Grimes, and she is a singer, and her entire body has been turned into chrome. And one of the quests in this game is that she is losing her empathy. Like, she's partially becoming psychotic. She has less empathy and is more willing to kill. She actually kills somebody, and your job is to help her cover it up. And later in this quest line, you listen to her like her manager talking to Arasaka, big corpo that has a technology that will kill you and create an emblem, an engram rather, of your mind, which will scan your brain, your mind, your memories, your personality, and create a digital construct while killing your body. And maybe, can we tweak that? Can we change that around? Can we fix this bit and then put it into a new body? That's the kind of shit that this world is. This is the kind of stuff that comes from a lack of empathy. It is anti-human. The sympathetic nervous system dominates over parasympathetic nervous system. Tribalism and bigotry is neuroscience that can be changed. Exactly.
Find that the doctors would invite you to try a
but
variety
it could be made
of pharmacology,
worse as
aka
well.
drugs, to help you get back on track.
Again, I didn't pre-watch this.
In my opinion, is cyber psychosis in our world. And it really doesn't even seem all that different from the video game. Our phones are already a kind of cybernetic augmentation for some, especially those that can't seem to let go of them under any circumstance. But back to the matter at hand. We can see that cybernetic augmentation for Chase Coley, the construction worker, was a way for him to earn a living, but he was pushed to the extreme in his work environment and given cyberware that his body could not handle. This led to him going cyber psycho. But that isn't all that we can glean about cyberware in this world from this email. His employer mentioned you can come back and pay for your installments, implying that workers probably don't often get cyberware for free.
No, of course
and
not.
That it
Why would you?
comes out of their paychecks,
Yeah.
even though they are required to have it for their work.
Yeah.
This just got me thinking of how technology today...
Cyborg enhancements would only be available to the rich at first. They would look probably look ridiculous, like a bunch of Elon Musk weirdos thinking that they're a computer. Well, like, yes, but they would quickly want to apply it in this scenario where the rich will force you to take them so that you can be more productive at work. Again, we're talking about a current modern context right now. We watch Howard Lutnick on TV saying all of the manufacturing jobs they want to bring back. The whole reason we're crashing the fucking economy are just going to be given to robots. You're not going to get any of them. If you want to compete with the robot, you got to be everything's computer, yeah?
Is dispersed
It was
to
fucking
consumers. In the fine
prophetic.
print of many things, the company states you don't actually own the product you are buying. You might be aware of how many products deny you the ability to repair them.
Hey, we have that now. You buy a movie on Amazon Prime. You don't own that. They can just erase it anytime you want. You're not allowed to fix your iPhone. You're not allowed to fix your, we do this now.
There are only a handful of states that have right to repair laws. Companies want to facilitate a continuous source of consumerism, and if you buy a product and can fix it if it breaks, the company sees this as a lost opportunity. So they have stripped your ability to repair things through denying you the ability to utilize.
And believe me, pre-breakfast banana, they would rather you with cyborg arms than a robot do the job, because people are going to do the job better than the robots will. Now, maybe like dumb jobs, sure, but if you need to think, I mean, I suppose it depends on how far this goes, because in this world, there's no teachers. They're all made by fucking AI, if you watched Edge Runners. The AI are the teachers. Yeah, I've been in the right to repair movement since I was 13. True. And again, by the way, if all of the teachers are AI, who programs the AI to teach what should be taught to the kids? Another thing that is corpo control over your mind. Hey, look, we got rid of the Department of Education so that you can only go to private school. And poor kids have to work or die, just like this world. And when you go to the private school, it's the indoctrination center.
The software that is
Corpo
often
owned,
required to
profit
work on
driven.
things like phones or vehicles. It's another absolute can of worms that you can dig into if you want, but the gist of it is that companies want buying a product to be something more...
Night City's trauma team is already similar to ambulance teams? Not quite. Trauma team will, like, just... they'll do some fucked up shit.
Into
You sound like you had a great teacher in New Jersey. I did. I had a great few teachers in Jersey.
It. Now, let's apply this
I got
logic
lucky.
to our future cyberware. Excellent, sir or ma'am. We have decided to welcome you to our team here at Amazon Corp. In order to perform your duties, you will need a Sandevistan in order to sprint around the warehouse, gathering up merchandise at an appropriate speed.
Yeah, let's
and
give you military-grade hardware that is likely to make you lose your mind so you could do the Amazon warehouse job faster.
Hiroshi eyes, which will track your quotas and let us know if you are meeting your deadlines. The cost of this cyberware will be generously applied to your...
Oh yeah,
welcome to
the case of David's mom is fucking depressing. Oh yeah, let's say the company gives you cybernetic eyes so they could track your quotas, but when you leave work, that eye just gets turned off. You get one eye outside of your job because the company owns your other eye and they don't want you using it on company time. They can fucking do that shit. This is the world that they want to create. I swear to God, these people just sat and watched every dystopian movie and played every video game. We're like, let's make the best version of it. We're at the Expanse plus the Cyberpunk together beginning timeline right now.
Team package with our 15% employee discount.
True.
And will conveniently be deducted from your paychecks for the next 18 months in order to pay for the operation, fitting, and updating of the cyberware for the duration of your employment.
Well, let's say you lose your job and suddenly you have one arm and one eye too.
You should require due to complication. Should you be terminated or leave the company for any reason, you will be required to pay the rest of the installment 60 days from the time of your termination, or we reserve the right to forcibly remove our assets from your body.
Bam! They could easily implement this in our society.
This is actually something I feel a lot of us have missed when analyzing cyberpunk futures. We understand.
In fact, the whole genre of cyberpunk isn't dystopian capitalism. It's body horror.
Dystopia. But we still crave some of the more
it's just body horror
aspects
in dystopian capitalism.
2077 actually does temper those fantasies with a dose of what I would imagine to be pretty close to reality, should this type of technology become a thing. We're all going to be needing our own Ripper docs to give us jailbroken cyberware, and we'll have to hope that it isn't infected with malware, or wasn't ripped
Which is a thing that happens in this game as well.
out of some guy 3 states over and sold on
In this game, there is a Ripper doctor who's like a. We don't have doctors in this game anymore, right? This world does not have doctors. You have Ripper doctors who will cut you up and put cybernetics into you. There's a Ripper doc in this game who works specifically with like sex workers, poor people. They're putting in like second, third hand, busted up like facial modifications. Like someone got their jaw busted up because they're a sex worker. And so you're getting like a weirdly dented metal mouth put in. Like that's the reality of this. Of course there would be jailbroken type modifications, old outdated tech that's given to poor people that aren't working for these companies. Something possible now would be glasses that read the environment and give you data on what it sees. Very doable right now. Yeah, easily. But within 10 years, we could end up here. Like, technology has been going, Alexa, shut up, exponentially growing in scale. There's a mission where they kidnap people just to rip cyberware out of them. It's disturbing. Yeah, there's literally gangs that crawl around looking for weak, defenseless people to kidnap so they could rip out the cyberware and sell it on the black market.
black market, but maybe you'll still get to choose your favorite color. All of this is just pure speculation now.
Not just speculation, because this
isn't really an industry.
But in the case of it, that's exactly what would happen.
There are a few companies making some very cool stuff for veterans who have lost limbs and such, but the technology isn't good enough to really catch the eye of the big boy capitalists and consumers alike.
Trust me, I hate having an Alexa, but I need one because I forget shit literally constantly, and I'm always running around, so I just have to yell out for reminders.
I actually really have no reason to believe this won't change sometime in the near future.
I wish. I could,
and when
but
this technology allows us to push our bodies to even greater heights, then our employers will make an expectation of you that you will utilize this technology.
It's dystopian
I
cybernetic
believe
body
there are
order.
some exoskeletons already being tested that would allow construction workers to lift very heavy loads.
If we're doing this now, 10 years from now, where will we be? Where was technology 10 years ago? AI only blew up in the last 2 years, and look at the world now.
Just remember, you won't be getting paid more because you're lifting 1,000-pound
God, I
crates
wish
for
for
your
a
job.
silver hand.
It's all just part of that worker productivity. Imagine you're a blind person who could receive new eyes that would see better than any human eye ever
God damn,
could.
I'm amazing.
They were so expensive that only the ultra-wealthy could afford them. You plebeians could still acquire these amazing eyes, but insurance will only cover the cost of them for use during work hours.
I'm amazing.
That's right. You have eagle-eye vision from 9 to 5, but after hours, it's lights out. Maybe they could make cheaper models, though. Something you could afford. Great news. Only problem is, if it's damaged or breaks, you have to take it back to the manufacturer.
Do you know what, like, imagine your eye is damaged and broken, and you have to somehow bring this to the manufacturer. Could you imagine that?
Repairs will cost thousands. Oh, I know. How about a subscription service? I can't buy the software that I use to make this video. I have to rent it. So why not do the same with all future cybernetic enhancements? Those legs are great for walking, but if you want to run, you're going to have to purchase an upgrade. Oh, and don't you dare think about using your cyberware to inflict
Yeah, I'm
any
sorry, sir or madam. Your warranty is expired.
bodily harm on anyone or anything.
I bought it yesterday.
Especially
Doesn't
other
matter.
corporate
It's an
property,
AI.
Because you'll get stripped of that stuff faster.
There's no one telling you that. That's an AI. Sorry, I bought this yesterday. The AI is like, no, sorry, your warranty's expired. Fuck off. Medical device malfunction suits are difficult enough right now. And this is what I mean. Like, we are rapidly approaching a system of exploitation of not only the human body, but the mind and the soul. And like, I don't mean soul in the religious context. I mean like your humanity. Or we could make a law that you own the things that you buy. It would be nice, wouldn't it? Little palette cleanser here. I forgot to show you. When I made the Monta video yesterday, Cat Piss, one of the mods, gave me some 2 really awesome stickers, and these are both very much me. So this one says, let your cat know that I said pss, pss, pss, pss, and weird hill to die on, but at least you're dead. And I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. I don't know where I'm gonna put those yet, but I like them. Whew. All right, 10 hours. I feel like I can do one more. Let's do why the military play games.
Would U.S. forces defend?
Oh, god damn, you are loud. At least Saburo seems semi-smart. We have Elon instead. Elon's not Arasaka. Elon is like Biotechnica, which is fucking horrible as well. They're the ones that make you eat people, if you actually read the lore. All right, why the military plays games to prepare for war.
Defend the island.
Yes, if in fact there was an unprecedented attack.
They don't pay us money for the protection, you know?
I'm standing on a giant map at CNA, getting ready to play a game about war.
In Taiwan, a delicate peace looks a little more fragile.
This is very pressing, considering we're gonna see China invade Taiwan in the next 2 months.
Assuming the role of the leader of China. I am presumably the leader of the PRC right now. Okay, amazing. And Sam, the creator of our channel Search Party, is playing the leader of the United States.
The Grand Dragon,
China, have
Johnny
just invaded
Harris.
Taiwan, and I have troops there. It's been 90 days, and now Sam has to decide whether to respond and how.
Basically, the military just plays Civ all day.
What's going on here? We're surrounded by experts in all kinds of fields having to do with war, and we're at an organization that does research and analysis for the US military. But we're rolling dice. We're playing on a giant game board.
This looks so fun.
Why do we need to play games about war?
War games are a very cheap way to get better at decisions than war.
Militaries spend millions of dollars on designing and playing war games. And I came here to understand why. Here's the US military gaming out World War II battles before they happened. Here's the Vietnam War, the Iraq War, and lately they've been gaming out what might happen if China invades Taiwan. That's what we're doing today. Now, this has always struck me as odd, that we play games for war. So I asked CNA if
Hey guys, what does it mean when the White House put fences back up so that you can't get close to it? I wonder what that means. That's definitely not concerning.
I could come do one for myself to see what I could learn. So let's see how this face-off goes, using this giant map. And in the process, we'll learn why militaries play games.
Oh yeah, no, this is World War III era, mate. I've been saying it for a while. Thankfully,
Okay, so
at
here's
least
how it
Russia's
works.
too weak.
The game designers have created a scenario where China, have invaded Taiwan. For 90 days, we have had boots on the ground in Taiwan. And all these blocks represent the weapons, the vessels, and troops
Hey, sorry to cut this off. Remember earlier in the stream when I mentioned that we sent 2 carrier strike groups, 6 B-2 bombers, 8 A-10s, several, at least 15 F-35s extra, and 3 THAAD Patriot missile batteries to the Middle East, and 140 cargo flights in the last 2 weeks? Well, there's now 300,000 U.S. military personnel, including combat and administrative units in the Middle East. So that should be
I have in my theater of war. The game designers have given both Sam and me specific objectives that reflect real-world objectives in a conflict like this. And that's about it. It's now on us to make decisions as if we were the leaders of our respective sides and see how the other side reacts. While Sam is consulting with his advisors on the first move, I start thinking about the countries in this region. How do I use this moment to undermine confidence in the US? To make the US look less trustworthy? Right away, I'm feeling like I have the upper hand here. I've captured Taiwan, and now all I need to do is keep the US military and its allies away. I want to make it really costly for...
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's going to be a lot easier since one of the strike groups that we just sent to the Middle East, we pulled from the Pacific, so now we have nothing here to defend within, like, the 2-month span where it's the most likely that they invade Taiwan. literally the idiots run the
The
country.
U.S., where any calculation they have to make comes with a very high cost to American citizens. We've just begun this game, and I'm already surprised at how into this I'm getting. I can feel Sam's anger at me that I invaded Taiwan, my worry that he'll respond and escalate this conflict, so I start working on a plan to make it difficult and costly for him to respond, hopefully keeping him out of here. We head to the map to start looking at options. I toy around with creating a blockade around the island. We have the advantage of proximity and speed to set up a wall that says this is going to be costly. But this is where I start thinking about the US's presence in the region, especially in...
No, we've already read Alexander Dugin say, hey, like, Russia, not a big fan of Israel, and we are allies with Iran, but, you know, we're not all that mad about that one. As long as you help us with Europe, like, you can take out Iran.
In Japan and Korea.
And I happen to think that what Alexander Dugin says is pretty close to what Russia plans to do, because it has been consistently for a while now.
Here. Is this a vulnerability? I think the scariest thing is just the movement across the strait is probably where they're going to focus in, and it's like, can I stop that? So I'm trying to think of these contingencies, what they might do. Okay, I'm about to take my turn, but I want to pause to thank today's sponsor, Incogni, for sponsoring today's video. All of our personal information is really valuable. And
I've watched enough YouTubers ads today, and again, I don't respect Incogni, so...
Studied the geopolitics of this region extensively, but already I feel myself looking at this region in a whole new way. So my plan is to beef up my naval presence around Taiwan, while also moving more of my troops onto the island, hoping that Sam doesn't attack. Great, I think we have a plan here, and I guess I'll wait to see what Blue does. Over on Team Blue, Sam seems to be contemplating punishing me, not with a direct strike, but by targeting my natural resources.
I think oil is probably a move.
Okay, we've done our planning. It's time for us to both make our moves.
So both of you have 2 operations prioritized, ready to go?
What we are interested in is consolidating our control over this island and signaling to the rest of the region and to
whatever
anyone
the fuck you feel like I am, Flip. I don't care.
Else who might want to get involved.
Gender's a made-up
that
concept.
we're really serious about defending.
Social
And
construct.
so we are going to move some of these naval assets to surround the island. As I make my move, the surreal experience of feeling like the leader of China continues to grow. We are not here to kick anyone out or to invade other places. We are simply here to
This game looks easy when you don't think about all the people that are gonna die. Well, I mean, yeah, that's why the military acts this way.
Our role in the region.
Well, I mean that, and because they make a lot of money off of it. So not only do they not care about the actual people, but you know, I've seen this video. Yeah, I haven't. Visora being a gender abolitionist. I am a gender abolitionist. You're allowed to have your own gender. I just don't think that it's like a real thing. You're allowed to have it, just like religion. It's not real, but you're allowed to have one. Mate is the best pronoun anyway. That's so true. My pronouns are mate and cunt. That is mate and cunt. Those are my 2 pronouns. That's from now on. This guy is a great journalist. He's all right. He, like, depending on what he's talking about, I really like the stuff that he does with maps. When he's talking about, like, American history and, like, American military history, he does leave some stuff out, but, like, nothing too bad that I kind of, like, I don't have any bad thoughts or feelings towards him. I can do better, is my thought process.
As the leader of the region, and this is our way of demonstrating that. And we hope it does not escalate into anything more than it needs to. Okay, here comes the response from the US.
China did an act of aggression. We are basically going to show them the ramifications of that. We would like to choke their natural resources from the Indian Ocean.
The US military begins stopping ships that are bringing oil to China. This is their punishment for my invasion of Taiwan. And this is when I realize that what matters here isn't just how I respond to this, but what narrative I tell the rest of the world that gets them on my side.
Like you mean like the universe? Personally, I'm more inclined to believe in, like, the rubber banding of the universe will expand to a place where then it condenses back into a singularity and then pops out again. Also, I fully am like on board with the timescape theory that just came out, which I still find really fucking interesting, because we used to think that the universe is 15 billion years old and that the universe is expanding at this rapid rate, but now we figured out that we weren't accounting for the fact that space isn't homogeneous and that time moves faster in certain regions of space than others. So like from our perspective, the universe is 15 billion years old, but there's parts of space where the age is 50 billion years old, for example. The closer you are to heavily concentrated matter, the faster time moves. So if you're in an empty part of the universe, time's moving slower than if you're near a galaxy cluster. And those aren't the only two options. There's plenty of them. That's just the one that I tend to lean towards. But like, timescape theory exists now because dark energy was an idea that we created to kind of figure out why the universe was accelerating. Einstein called this like his biggest blunder, and then it turned out to be possibly real, and now it turns out to be like the entire opposite, and he was right originally in the first place. Then the universe is not expanding, it's just we have different time zones, so it looks like it's expanding. If all our stealth bombers are in the Middle East, then if they were holding someplace down, those are now vulnerable. Well, no, only 6 of our 20 are in the Middle East. So 30% of our stealth bombers, our B2s, are now in the Middle East. But again, these are like billion-dollar planes that cost an immense amount of money to fly, fuel, maintenance, all of that. The fact that, again, 2 carrier strike groups, 6 B2 bombers, 8 A-10s, and at least 15 to 30 F-35s, plus 3 Patriot missile defense batteries. Like, that shit's a lot. It's a lot. Thank you. You should drop a like on the YouTube video and join the Discord. Oopsie, I put an F at the end of that. God damn, that really is a big F. You just want to argue for God, don't you? A lot of people do.
Storytelling is so important in a war like this.
There's no international legal basis for this behavior. The U.S. is a lawless, hypocritical state that bullies its adversaries.
What we're trying to do here is to show them that they've made an error and that...
Hey, don't talk to depraved ambiance that way. And I agree. No, like, what do I think initially started the Big Bang? I don't fucking know. I wasn't there.
You have multiple ways to punish them.
I have no idea what happens outside. There's theories that we live in a black hole, that the universe is actually in a black hole. That's a new theory. That could be a possibility. There's the idea of dark stars, of dark energy, or sorry, dark matter condensing into its own star, or in the early universe coming out of supermassive black hole dense regions that created dark stars. Like that, the universe is wild. Space is interesting. We don't have any answers. I mean, there's a pretty real possibility that we're all in this Makoshka brain simulation, floating in a giant, like, object in space in a different universe, and this is all a simulation. We could be living in a black hole. There's so many things. It doesn't matter at that point.
Find my narrative, and I start to hit it hard.
We are messaging to
I like your questions.
the world
I appreciate
this
that.
kind of behavior of bullying our commercial ships and our energy resources is threatening the whole global economy.
Mine's the
I decide to move some Navy ships over to this important choke point in the global economy.
Because, you know, a black hole, the black hole theory could make sense as to where the Big Bang came from. If the universe is in a black hole, this could be the black hole condenses into its singularity and pops back out in a different, you know, think of like space as fabric, and a black hole is just a part of this fabric where the universe exists on, and this black hole eventually will coalesce. It'll turn back into the fabric until it's the singularity, and then pop out of the other end of the fabric. Like, we're on this side, and then it'll condense and pop out on that side. There could be 10 dimensions of space, and you should read the 3-Body Problem. That's actually a really interesting, like, book, and the second and third books in that series go into this kind of thinking. Like, the second book in the 3-Body Problem, which is my favorite, is the, fuck. Hold on. I've been streaming for 10 hours, so, excuse me for forgetting the name of this book. The Dark Forest, the dark forest theory. And the dark forest theory is that, like, why don't we see aliens around? And I actually think that if we live in a part of the universe that in the timescape model exists early in the universe's life, not later, then we are early enough that we could be just like one of the first civilizations, which is why we don't see them. Or we could live in, like, the dark forest theory, which is you don't see other alien civilizations because it's a bad idea to let them see you, that there are apex predators everywhere, and that, yes, we support Ukraine here. There's actually a few Ukrainian geolocators in this chat. Every now and again, there's at least like one main one. Zomi, our based Ukraine correspondent, fully support Ukraine. But anyway, dark forest theory, really fucking cool here, is that it's a bad idea to let other possible alien civilizations know that you exist, because space, even though it's huge, is finite, and there's a finite amount of matter. So if we're talking about intergalactic civilizations, you want to control as much as of that matter as you want. Now, if there's 300 light years away from you, like such a far away distance that it's barely in your vicinity, and you discover that there is a civilization, a baby civilization, they have no space travel, they don't even know, like, how to fly yet, it would be the smart decision for your intergalactic civilization to just, like, destroy that planet. Not let them grow, not try and reach out to them, just end their lives. Because, well, it is, but at the same time, 300 light years away, let's say you try and travel to engage with them diplomatically. That time span of you traveling, they could be more technologically advanced as a civilization than you by the time you get there. And so I'm not saying this is correct, and this is not how I'd prefer to behave, but I feel like if there are alien civilizations out there, this could be a realistic model of why we don't see them. That it's smarter to hide, because if you let your position be known to the universe, they'll just erase you because you're a threat. Even if you're 300 light years away, if they try and come and conquer you, you could be stronger by the time they get here. That's actually the point of the first book in the three-body problem. There's a species a couple hundred light years away that lives in a three-body system, which is a planet that has 3 stars orbiting around it, which is an incredibly unstable, like, environmental conditions that can't last. Like, your society will be erased, and so you get on a ship and you go and you find this planet because some Chinese lady during Mao's revolution pointed a satellite at the sun and was like, hey, we're here, and then asked you to come invade them because, you know, they saw how horrible humanity was. They're like, oh, we can't govern ourselves. So you make your way over there. It's 200 light years. How are you going to make sure that they're not more technologically advanced when you go there, try and conquer them? Well, let's say you try and fuck with their ability to do physics. You mess with their scientists. You mess with their technology and try and inhibit them. This book series is really interesting, but the second and third books really go into cosmic possibilities. Fat Gaz, a massively powerful AI decided that humans make perfect energy cells and created an entire AI universe for us to exist in while using our energy to power itself. The White Rabbit, that's also technically on there. Y'all have a fell for it again emote? I need that emote. It is really fucking useful. So is the 1984 emote. Welcome to the community, y'all. Again, join the Discord. Drop, in. We definitely support more and more people. Am I from America? Well, technically, I was born in Turkey, and I grew up in New Jersey, but now I live in Australia. By the way, there was a movie with a little like this story you just said. Well, I mean, they did turn the first book into a TV series. And my pronouns are mate and cunt, Alec Nix. I'm a gender abolitionist. You can call me whatever the hell I want. That's my Aussie coming out. Mate and cunt. Those are my 2 pronouns.
The Suez Canal, Djibouti, where China has a base from which I can monitor the flow of goods and resources to my region.
We will move a ship over to Djibouti here. It's not intervening in any way, it's just here in case things get a little more real.
I'm particularly interested in what do the countries also in the South China Sea and in East Asia feel. They're worried that China is expansionist. And they much prefer the U.S. to continue to be the one policing free trade in this.
Of course not anymore. I'm sure this was filmed before
This
the
area,
last couple
then
weeks.
have China suddenly play that role.
We roll the dice to determine how
As
other
an
countries in the
Australian
region
now,
are
I
reacting.
fully support making closer economic ties with China and drifting away from the U.S. Fuck that shit. Expel the U.S. military from Australian soil.
To all of this.
+2, so it's high.
The tie means that we adopt the assumption that the neighboring countries are split. The game adjudicator, who's kind of the referee, helps move things along in a realistic way.
Yeah, there's an active debate in the Southeast Asia region over who is the right guarantor of their safety.
Tensions are rising here as we go back to our advisors to plot the next move. And while we do that, let me briefly get you up to speed on why we're doing this in the first place. Turns out that playing games about war has been around for a while. As long as there has been war and solid maps,
Like I said, the government just be playing Civ all day long.
military leaders have wanted to try
Well, cunt is a term of endearment here, but also insult based on tone. Well, I mean, you're right, Lucas Salvador. There's different ways. It depends on what you pair with it. Like, a mad cunt is endearing, but a shit cunt is not.
to simulate how a war could play out before it happens.
People have been playing games about war for thousands of years, and it's not about a game. It's about having an opportunity to think about things outside of actually having to do it.
But it wasn't until the early 1800s that wargaming became more formalized, a serious tool for war training and planning. Real assumptions, real constraints,
I mean,
real
they're
game
invading
mechanics
Taiwan
that
in
mimicked
2
at
months.
least
I'm
some
calling
aspects
it.
of real.
You guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but so far, generally, I've been pretty on point with my predictions on this. China's gonna invade Taiwan like the day after we start war with Iran. This makes me think of the movie Hacker. I can see why.
War. These Prussian dudes are not playing Risk. They're getting ready for war. There's a lot going on here, but the main point in these games is to
What
present
happened to,
decision makers
the
with
President of
scenarios
Peace?
that force them to grapple with the hard decisions of war. World War II saw extensive gaming, so much so that one admiral later said that they had gamed out so many different scenarios of how the conflict with Japan could go that, quote, nothing that happened during the war was a surprise. Absolutely nothing, except the kamikaze tactics towards the end of the war. We had not visualized those. War games are practice for war. With time, these war games turned into huge productions, involving hundreds or even thousands of participants. They moved on to
This is
fancy
just theater.
computer simulations that made it feel more and more
Checkmate
real.
liberals,
more and more
crashes the economy, crashes the stock market, abandons allies, closes up to dictators. Don't forget, starts wars. We're not there yet, but give it, like, you know, a little bit of time. But as long as we don't have a black lady for president, right? U.S. is too busy with Iran. South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan need their own NATO. South Korea, Japan, and China are having economic talks. You know how much these countries hate each other? Do you know what it would take for Japan and South Korea to sit in the same room as China and talk about, like, diplomacy?
precise. Some of the games were there to help plan for what might happen in war, but many other games were there to help
Trump is the
hone
great
the
uniter.
skills of different officers, to train them.
Vietnam is hosting trade talks between China and the EU this week, too. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not Hassan. I'm not a big China fan, actually, at all. But they are my preference over America right now in Australia and with Europe. Because I can see China drifting away from Russia, because they kind of own Russia, and Russia's kind of a shit cunt, so... That's the shortcoming of wargaming when you try and anticipate the motivations of cultures with greatly different cultural values from your own. Well, of course, they should probably try and be a bit more inclusive, a bit woker in the military, in fact. It seems like wokeism does, in fact, benefit you. Except now we get the woke Reich, which is the other way around.
Back on the giant map, the conflict is taking a new turn.
Because economically, Russia is isolated and has been supported by China's economy for years now throughout the war. And also China is pretty much owns North Korea. North Korean soldiers fought in Russia, in Kursk. The thing is, like, China is not a direct ally of Russia. They will work on that same side, but if it no longer benefits China, China will drop them as an ally. China doesn't give a fuck. China wants to be the new hegemon. They don't want to work with, like, this is multipolarity up until China's like, no, actually, you get Chinese polarity.
Sam has sent a secret operation of American soldiers to covertly sabotage the bomber planes that I had sent to Djibouti. This will require a lot more maintenance and reduce their usefulness in the region. He's also moving a bunch of military assets into this region. I don't like it.
We are stepping up our Navy military assets, but out of range of China's defenses.
Rocket forces?
Yes.
So, we have total control of Taiwan. We've built this big naval blockade around the island.
And just so you know, like today, the Shandong carrier drifted to the east side of Taiwan to simulate what it would be to defend against American like counterattack after they would take Taiwan, after they did their 2 days of like live fire drills. Yeah, no. Would you rather have America as a superpower or China? Just wondering. I mean, to be fair, I would rather not have either as a superpower. But if I had to pick one or the other right now, a gun to my head, I'll pick China. They're at least stable. They're not good by any means, but they're stable. Stability is important to work towards positive change. And right now in the US, like they're just gonna kidnap you and throw you in a gulag. And they'll do the same in China, but the stability helps. You at least know what the lines are and how to play within the lines to make the change. Whereas America, the lines shift every 10 seconds. And there is no change. Like they are worse in their censorship of dissenting against the government, at least when you're talking about Trump directly right now. Like China absolutely will not stand for you dissenting for the government, but they're not gonna, arrest you living in like rural ass middle of nowhere China for posting a social media post about how if the secret police show up, you might, I don't know, try and defend your community. We did that in America. China doesn't give a fuck what the fuck is happening in these rural ass regions. They're more worried about in the cities. You have a bit more freedom out here than you would in like Texas. You know what I mean? Not a lot, just the tiniest little smidgen. I don't want to give China much credit at all. But again, they are at least stable.
Sabotaging our natural resources coming from the Middle East. And China, are using this as a way to amplify to the world that the U.S. is a lawless bully who is sabotaging us.
It does say Q&A in the chat description.
What we're entitled to do. So it's looking pretty good for the PRC today and not looking great for the U.S.
I'm still feeling really good about all of this. That is, until Sam makes his next move.
What's this going to be?
Looks like the U.S. is going to escalate here by taking some of their ships through the Taiwan Strait. Floating through the Taiwan Strait to assert that this is international water. They have the right to do this. Gonna come through the strait and...
I wasn't depraved ambiance, but I can see why. I'm faded, have to hit the hay, have a good night. Yeah, this is the last one for me. I'm losing steam here, y'all. Have a lovely night, pre-breakfast banana.
Show us that
it's like
they're
6:30 in the
really
evening.
serious about defending Taiwan. This is a very risky escalatory move.
Sam's naval ships will be accompanied by Japanese and Filipino ships, a show of solidarity with regional allies. This is not good. I go from feeling great to worried on how I'm going to respond.
We need our own Tiananmen Square.
Let them do this.
Give it 2 weeks,
because
we'll
it
get one.
completely shatters our whole narrative and our messaging.
This FON
The
operation
Insurrection Act will give us our Tiananmen Square.
Coming from Japan, it is escorting humanitarian aid to Taiwan. It's been 120 days. They're starving. It's humanitarian aid. That's it.
Meet me, the streamer, the little baby who's like, oh, it's been 11 hours. I'm tired.
I think we have to draw the red line and say, if you don't turn back, we are going to sink something. We're not bluffing, and I want to show that. If your humanitarian ship is coming escorted by military vessels, that will be an aggressive move that we will respond to.
We don't recognize your zone around Taiwan, so we are doing that anyway.
We continue our same message that anyone coming into this water for any reason with military vessels is considered with hostile intent and will be treated as such, and we're not bluffing.
Our next moment of action is...
We're gonna get so fucking trashed because Iran's going to trash us, and then we're also going to have to scramble to try and protect Taiwan because we just pulled our strike group out of there. DUI higher Hegseth is going to get our military utterly just trashed.
You're approaching this line of folks?
We bring out a line of ships to physically stop the movement.
I mean, we'll continue to try and avoid, but we're navigating past.
Okay. I'm sure there's somebody on a Chinese vessel that's got a very good video of a maritime militia ship getting rammed to stern.
This is a hostile act and very aggressive, and we are making plans to respond. And we ask you to turn around.
Weak liberals, that's not how Xi Jinping would act.
Immediately, or you will face the consequences of this invasive act that we have very clearly signaled to you is not okay.
Sam is trying to call my bluff.
Do you mean DEIA? Alec Nix, don't forget the accessibility in there. Yeah, what about the transgenders? Yeah, sorry, unfortunately the transgenders were keeping our cybersecurity going as well as our engineering in our military.
I don't want it to work. I can't let this happen. I have
Depraved
to
ambiance. I
respond,
do too,
or else all my threats will lose their credibility.
Here.
And if you can't tell, I'm now fully immersed in being the leader of China.
We have tried to avoid this very moment, but you have given us no choice.
So, I decide to use a series of missiles to target one of the Filipino ships.
Pussy, hit the Americans.
We are firing at one vessel.
This is such a shitty
it.
civ play. I would hit the Americans. The Filipino vessel is the weaker vessel. The Americans have the stronger navy. So fucking hit them first.
As a way to demonstrate our earnestness. So one way or another, we overwhelm your defenses and we get some missiles through. We sink the Filipino ship.
Because of the chaotic nature of kinetic war, we roll some dice to establish whether or not in this scuffle, one of these ships fires back and shoots down one of my aircraft. And it turns out they do.
So US takes down one of our jets.
A Filipino ship is either has been sunk or is sinking.
The US SAG has fired back. There's a big flaming ship that is clearly...
Hey, back guys, you really should have been here when we covered Gallipoli. That would have been funny. I got a little bit too proud of my Turkish heritage when we were talking about Gallipoli. I personally hit the Russians. I mean, that too. Regardless. Like, I don't even care if they're involved. They're getting involved.
In the
fucking Beijing intercontinental ballistic missile. Not a nuclear warhead, but straight into Moscow.
Process of sinking in the middle of the strait. Lots of cameras.
I'm gonna buy an Orshnik from the Russians, and then I'm gonna roll to launch it at Moscow.
Going on to the national newscast showing these sinking ships. A shooting war has begun. What happens next?
Sam acts quickly and retaliates, targeting one of my surface action groups, which looks something like this, sitting here in the Indian Ocean. Things are escalating.
Our ESG in the Indian Ocean sinks.
Don't think so, Lucas Salvatore. I'm lucky. I get through it.
To have an engagement unprecedented in modern history. Yeah. The question becomes, what results from this, right? Is there enough U.S. force to be able to defeat this?
If you're trying to do it, absolutely.
My heart is actually beating faster. At this point, we're a couple hours into this, and I find myself having forgotten that I am indeed not Xi Jinping, and that I'm in an office building in Arlington, Virginia, playing a game.
I don't want to escalate here. I think doing some sort of superficial damage kind of to this ESG would be kind of a reasonable way to just say, like, hey, we will, you know, we'll be here if you attack us.
And this is where I really start to understand the value of all of this. This kind of role-playing against a real human opponent in a real-world scenario forces you into a totally different mental experience than reading about it, learning about it, watching movies about it. Totally different, which is the whole point. And what I've shown you here is actually just the highlights of what was nearly a full day of playing out this scenario. We went into way more detail on every one of these moves.
Yeah, we will not be ignoring the username, but like, you are welcome here. We might make fun of you a little.
To think about details and calculations, which really couldn't have come in any other way.
There's so much learning that takes place on both sides. The red team players learn about blue capabilities. The blue team players learn about red capabilities.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of friendly teasing each other. That's how you build up character. You bully your friends severely.
I want them to put themselves in the headspace of the commanding officer, the person who would be making as many of those decisions as possible, and think about what information they would have, think about what information they wouldn't have.
The game is a framing mechanism. Each game that we design is targeting a different series of cognitive processes to try to help the players walk through how would I solve this problem or how would I approach this issue.
Okay, so we play games about war to prepare for war.
Of course.
Some simple and physical that can be done in a day, some digital, built off software that take
What is
weeks.
happening with JD Vance? Elaborate?
But what do we do with the results?
I need more context.
What a war game allows you to do is a very flexible approach to try to explore that and then set up things to go and analyze and things to go and test and do.
Back in the 1960s, the US military extensively gamed out what would happen if they joined the war in Vietnam. When they tested gradually bombing North Vietnam with air attacks, the conflict only escalated in the game.
Hey, where did Henry Kissinger go? I have things to yell at you for.
In a prolonged conflict. In the game, the American public came out in opposition of this attack, and the communists gained support in the North. This all happened before the invasion, but the results were largely ignored.
He was never
the
an
assumptions
activist.
Questioned. And yet, when we
He's
ended
a
up
lich. Actually, no, he's a ghoul, not a lich.
going into Vietnam, quote, the outcome of this game was eerily prophetic of what actually happened.
No, actually, Vance is
In
a demon,
1999,
not a
the
ghoul.
US military
I changed
gamed
my
out
mind.
what it would look like to overthrow Saddam Hussein. They gamed out assassination, an internal coup. They gamed out what it would look like to handle infighting in the Iraqi army.
Turns out we just kind of fucking bombed Iraq until we got him.
And even installing their own government. Every one of these
we went
resulted
with
in some kind of
Blitzkrieg as the
chaos.
option.
Ethnic conflict, military infighting, the breakup of the country, mass violence, rival forces bidding for power, concluding that this would create, quote, a period of
Nah,
wide
this one was for us. This wasn't for Israel. We did Iraq for us, not for Israel.
spread bloodshed and might lead to the creation of a less than desirable post-Saddam state. But a few years later, there was a new president in the White House, and
We did Iraq. Like, the Gulf War was the Gulf War. The Iraq War was because Saddam Hussein was threatening neoliberal capitalism. It's just simple as that. Obviously, there was the resource extraction, but mainly it was just that he was threatening neoliberal capitalism.
he was leading a country that had just been attacked by terrorists based in Afghanistan. But George Bush and
literally
the people around
lied to do
him were
this.
still obsessed with overthrowing Saddam Hussein, a country away in Iraq. So they designed the most expensive
19 Saudis trained in Afghanistan attacked the United States, and we bombed Iraq.
game in U.S. history, a war game that simulated a war with a made-up country. But the Secretary of Defense wanted a report on how the learnings from this game could be applied to a potential invasion of Iraq. The U.S. side immediately lost the game when the red team used a bunch of low-tech tactics to get ahead, sinking an American ship. The adjudicator stopped the game to reset it, refloating the ship and saying that such low-tech tactics would never really work against the U.S. in a real war. New constraints were put on the red team, and critics say that these new constraints effectively guaranteed that the US would win. Now,
Which was the same problem with Taiwan's war games and their drills, which they changed. They fixed that to make it so it's not rigged in their favor.
adjudicators could have had other reasonings for resetting the game like this. But in the end, this represented yet another forced validation that the administration was seeking to invade Iraq.
That's not how to determine risk, I'm well aware.
So war games can
Idiots.
be very informative.
Always idiots.
If those designing and playing those games are committed to learning from the game and not trying to get the outcome that they want. Something John Kirby emphasized to me a while back when we were setting up for an interview in the White House.
Only as good as the input.
Yeah.
And
Demon, actually,
the honest way in which you
Again, I confuse the demons and the ghouls. Am I a big Kamala supporter? I mean, I voted for her, but not really. I didn't like her. She was the correct option, but she wasn't going to fix anything for you. Low tech sometimes works a hell of a lot better over reliance on technology. Absolutely, Lucas Salvatore. Kamala Harris was the right answer because she was the easier opposition to work against to make positive change. And she was stable and consistent and not literally Pol Pot. So, Tim Walz was cool. I mean, to be fair, like, again, he wasn't great, They were much better before the DNC, before they got the Hillary consultants up in there for some fucking reason. I don't know why the hell I mean, I know why. But anyone who worked on the Hillary campaign should have been put in a cannon and fired into the sun, not allowed to continue working in American politics. But that's just my take.
Execute. Back here on the game board, things continue to escalate, but we're out of time for today.
We might have been able
Spending
to
the
at
day
least
playing
make her
Xi Jinping taught me
push
a lot.
a little bit
unique
of
form of
pressure on
learning that
Netanyahu.
helped me understand the geopolitics of the Pacific in a new way. So I'm walking away from this with a much deeper understanding of why militaries put so much effort.
Could my assumptions about our military invincibility be wrong? No. It's the game rules that are wrong. Of course. Like cheating at Civ.
Making these games. I just got a little taste of it. Me and Sam are by no means good at this, but I can see how this serves as practice, as a way of testing assumptions, thinking in new ways.
I love that you get special CNA socks.
Something that is so important for something that is so high stakes. War is chaotic. It's emotional. It's reliant on humans making human decisions, and it's impossible.
Now, remember, we did cover earlier today the AI drone swarms. They're straight out of Dune, fucking the hunter-seeker drones that we made. Hillary Clinton is the biggest enemy of freedom on this planet. She cost USA Bernie Sanders presidency, and look what happened. It wasn't just her. It wasn't just her. Like, she's a demon, sure, but it was the DNC. And the DNC made that decision not because they chose to, but because the capital class made that decision. Fat guys. The greatest enemy of freedom on this earth is capital. It's the billionaire class. That's the problem. It's not any one person. It's the class structure. It's capitalism. It's always capitalism. And also, yeah, there's no such thing as, like, the centrist in America. Hyper-partisanism would have won, but again, none of that matters anymore. We don't have America died. We watched the funeral on Inauguration Day. That country is dead. We're never getting back there, ever again. Even if Trump was overthrown tomorrow via revolution, we're never getting that country back. We just have to move forward. Can't go back. Only forward. That's how reality works. There is no back. The past is gone. It's dust. It's disappeared. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in. 11 hours, not bad. I didn't get as far as I would like to. I wanted to do at least 12, but I'm genuinely yawning, and my brain isn't working as well. I'm misspeaking more, so I think that's enough for today. So join the Discord, drop a like and a sub on the stream. It definitely helps on YouTube as well. I'm definitely trying to get that 70 concurrent viewers partner push on Twitch, as well as trying to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube to get monetized on there. So I would appreciate any support. Follow me on Blue Sky or Twitter, and Patreon, though I don't really post on Patreon. That's just like whether you want to or not. And if you feel up to it, feel free to drop a dono. Thank you. And I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will likely make a video about the horrific bloodbath that'll be the economy in the morning. And I will see you guys the day after. Back as the USA election night was when I first entered your stream. And now you're stuck with me. I can only apologize. Now you're welcome here. Damn, I can't believe that was so long ago. I've been doing this for a fucking year. I hated social media before I chose to do this job. Like, literally, 3 weeks before I started streaming, I'm the type of person that has no TikTok, no Instagram, no Facebook. I don't use any of that shit. I don't scroll. I don't really go on Twitter. I hated social media with a passion, and now my job is social media, so there's that. Anyway.